Good morning, everyone. We are here on day 2 of Dahn Dahn Encore Extra Stage. I almost said Extra Exclusive. That was the wrong tournament.
Oh, that would be special too. But this is our own thing.
It is. So we're going to be started here very shortly. We're getting our first match set up on warm-ups, and they'll be jumping right into their song draw right after that.
And who do we have up here? I see LFK on player 2. And who's this on player 1?
I believe that is Vied, and I am not sure if I'm saying their name correctly.
Vid.
Vid. Is that how you say it?
Mm-hmm.
V-H-Y-D. Vid. That would make a lot more sense than what I've been saying.
Viad?
Yeah, I don't know where I got that from.
I kind of like it, though.
I just saw a bunch of consonants, and my brain's like, make a word somehow with that.
Yeah, go for it.
But in addition to the people out playing, we should maybe introduce ourselves as well.
Yes, and to each other. This is the first that we've met.
This is the first
Hello.
time we met. So hopefully we'll have a lot of fun together on commentary today. But this is Kim Laka, Ohio DDR native, and with me I have...
I'm Duncan. I'm from New York, Pennsylvania area. I've kind of gone back and forth between.
Okay. So we're about to have a lot of fun here today. And bear with me, I'm still eating my breakfast.
Yeah, we've kind of been rushing through. Last night was a very late night, so we've been waking up early pretty much, or late. Everybody's been waking up late. So it's going to be exciting to see how the first two here adjust to coming straight out of bed and then having to play their first match, which, as I've learned, Tier 5 is going to include 17s as part of their potential draw. So they're going to come out cold and maybe have to play Delta Max CSP.
That is not how I want to spend my Sunday morning waking up.
I mean, it sounds like an ideal Sunday morning if you
Does
ask
it? Okay.
me. Yeah.
I guess we're built differently.
Maybe Delta Max ESP is an ideal Sunday morning.
Yeah, no challenge. That's a little too much for Sunday morning. But yesterday we had team battles for the first half of the day, and they were just jumping straight into 16s and 17s cold as their first song of the day.
And 18s.
Yes, there was definitely a couple 18s as warm-ups. And I can't even comprehend doing that. That just sounds like torture to me.
It was.
Yeah. So you were one of them.
I was one of them who had to, and it didn't go well. But it went less not well for me, and that's all that matters, is who did less bad.
Okay.
I think we're doing a warm-up here right now with these two. They're warming up with Windy Fairy, which is a really good warm-up song. It has a couple interesting and weird patterns, especially the very end can trip people up. So I think it'll get them kind of locked into trying trickier things, getting a couple different rhythms, and but it has good sync, so it'll help them kind of find the global sync of the pad.
Absolutely.
Oh, look at this card draw.
Okay. Pretty good start for the day. Nothing too crazy right off the bat yet.
Oh, we do have a 17.
Do have a 17.
So the fabled 17 morning is going to be happening, but
at least they got to start with a 15.
They will start with a 15, and a pretty straightforward one at that. Can you tell us a little bit about Oversoul?
Oversoul, yeah. So that was a song that was crossover from Sound Voltex. Actually, probably one of the more fun Sound Voltex chart crossovers. A lot of people seem to enjoy it, both the challenge and the expert charts. Synced pretty well. Overall, pretty straightforward. A nice 155 BPM, which is pretty easy to lock into. So I think they'll get them moving pretty good here before we move into our second song of the day, which is New Century Expert. Get a little more going on.
Yeah, New Century is not the most challenging 17, but it does have some things that will throw you for a loop if you're not prepared for them. It has a couple foot switch crossovers where it will stop on, say, a down note, and then you'll need to switch from your left foot on the down note over to your right foot on the down note in order for you to not completely twist and fall off the pad, basically.
Right.
And it's doing that at 195 BPM, which is profoundly fast to be doing something like that, especially the very end. It's like a famous pattern, right up left, left down right, right up left, which requires players to turn their bodies essentially completely sideways and zipper.
Yeah, the Scooby's a little bit of a run killer.
Oh, look at this. Warm-up tie.
Whoa, wow.
Well, I
what
think
a start to the day.
Today's going to be a good day.
Love to see it.
And I hope for both of their sakes that they do not tie at any point and have to play extended Megamix 17.
Well, actually, so the tiebreaker song will be Crazy Love.
Oh, okay.
Just to explain to chat how the song selection is displaying on the stream for you. We are having the players' names showing which song that they picked, and then the tiebreaker being the third song. in order to display it for you, we can't really veto it because we have to be manually typing these songs in. So the next 2 songs in position 4 and 5 are actually those players' vetoes.
Smart
so those
choices.
Were not being played. Yes.
Yeah, I understand why they wouldn't have wanted to play Extended Mega Mix to start their day.
Ooh, yeah, that would be a rough one.
That is one of the hardest 17s for sure.
I think that's like a borderline 17, 18 in my opinion.
So it looks like LFK, they have a PFC on this with 53 perfects and a near PFC from Vid. Hard to know what their MA is, but based on their warm-up, they're going to have very similar MAs.
Yes.
I'm excited to see how close this is, both at ×4. So we've got similar ways of playing this song.
Yeah, also of note, since we are playing this tournament on H2O Plus, this version is a couple versions old at this point, so there might be a lot of players who have since played songs and gotten newer scores on the more modern versions, and those will not be reflected on their EMU's cards on H2O Plus. So just keep that in mind when some people are playing. They might not be the most accurate, up-to-date scores showing on their account.
That's a good point, and also we're going to see how people are adjusting to the old UI coming back. The arrows are a little bit larger on this UI, the font is a little different, the darkness of the background is a little different, and even the sync can be a little bit different, especially for players who use constant in the new world version for any songs with slowdowns and stops, or who like to use visual offset. I'm one of those people who uses a lot of visual offset. So you can see that that will impact certain players who are more accustomed to A20 Plus or are less accustomed to it. I think there will be some advantage there.
Sure, definitely. All right, so as we're about halfway through the song, pretty close between the two of them. LFK with a little bit of a lead, about 10EX or so right now over Rib. So we'll see how they fare as we continue through the song.
Yeah, other than one miss pretty early on from Vid, they've both been holding on to gold combos, which is good to see. And we know that they're both capable of it based on their personal bests.
Right, I'm always hesitant to mention the combo color on commentary because we all know commentators curse. But so far, maybe you're allowed to mention it. Maybe just I'm not allowed because nothing's happened yet.
Nothing's happened. I like to test fate a little bit.
Okay, getting close to the end of this song. LFK still's got that lead. We'll see if he can hold on to this. All right, and LFK's going to take that first win.
And we'll see how this compares to the personal best. It was pretty locked in the whole way. 27, that is a significant up score, so this may be one of those situations you're saying where they've since had an improvement.
It very well may be, but that is still a very good score to start the day off in your first song.
My goodness. 42 also would have been a personal best. So wow, good play from both Vid and LFK. Now they're going to be going into New Century, and this is what we were talking about. Very excited to see how they adjust to a one-song warm-up, 17, right to start off the day.
All right, so moving right into New Century. A little bit of a gear change from Oversoul.
This is very stamina intensive. It doesn't have a lot of moments where it really lets up on players. Not a lot of like long streams, but it just doesn't really have breaks in it.
Right.
Anytime where there is a break from stream, it'll give you a couple jumps. Yeah, it just overall is relatively relentless, though the sync is really solid.
Yes, sync is very well liked by most people.
And you can see that looking at LFK's 14, only 9 perfects on that. It's just an absurd score.
Yeah, the difficult chart for this, very notable for being an early PFC and even MFC for people who are at that ability.
For people who even think about MFCs.
Right. So this song definitely, it picks up a lot in the second half. It's not too bad as far as 17s go for the first part of it, but it's just going to pick up and kind of be relentless by the time we reach the halfway mark.
Yep, when you hear that voice come in and say Ichi Sanshi, you know it is about to go down.
I've been studying Japanese for the last couple months, and this song is part of the reason I knew a few counts of Japanese before I started.
You're like, hey, that's 1, 2, 3. How about that?
And that is exactly why I remembered 1, 2, 3 is because of New Century.
Wow, they are really close right now. It's going back and forth between tied, 1 point off, 2 points off. At the break there, LFK had a 5-point lead.
Yeah, both still very consistent. Like I said, the sync is very good in this song, so it's easy to dial into that. Here's our first slowdown.
A little crossover here. That trips almost everybody up.
Yeah, we'll pick up a couple misses there on Vid's side.
All right, a little bit of a lead from LFK. See if they can hold on to it. And here it goes. Ichi ni san chi. And if they were playing the 18 chart, this is when the chart would get profoundly harder.
Oh, yes.
But the 17 does start incorporating these eighth note crossovers. You're seeing it's tripping up LFK a little bit, which is giving an opening for Vid to actually take the lead here.
Oh, wow. See, anything can happen in these games.
Yep. But the streams just continue here through the end, so there's an opportunity for either of them to take this. They're pretty much on a dead tie right now.
It's going to come down to, I think, that ending Scooby run.
Yep, here's the sideways turn. Oh, they opted to double step it.
Oh, and LFK is going to take
Wow.
a second win.
And that went back and forth. LFK had a lead.
did.
It went to Vid. Wow.
I'd always wonder when players are playing like that if they ever do the score check for their opponents to see if they're in the lead. Or I know some people don't like to look at all. Some people like to, have an idea if they're winning or losing against their opponent. But for a song like that where there's so much going on, you don't really have time to do a score check.
Yeah, there are some songs, maybe like Haunted Maid Lunch, where you have 15 seconds to just stand and stare. But I think for the most part, there aren't too many songs where it really behooves you to take a look. I think you could even make the mistake of, if you glance down into that bottom right corner when you're on the left, suddenly an arrow might appear and you've distracted yourself. Right. And so I think most people are just live by the don't look, never look, do your best not to look.
I've definitely been burned by that in the past.
You have?
Yes. I always tell myself not to look, and then I get curious, and I think I have time, and I glance down there, and then I miss an arrow. But tournaments aren't exactly my forte. I don't perform well in tournaments because I get so nervous.
And so you find yourself here behind the desk.
Yeah, this is where I'd rather be, honestly.
Same, I would say so. It reminds me of, I can't remember who it was, but it was two classic players in like an old Extreme tournament playing Stoic, and both of them were holding on to basically the AAA combo up until the stop. And then one of the players looked down at the other player, saw that they both had it, and then panicked and missed the note entirely and lost the song on it. And God, I can't remember who it was, but that story has like stuck in my brain ever since.
Just living rent-free in your brain.
Yeah, we'll never look.
Yeah, some people are really motivated by knowing they're either ahead or slightly behind.
Yeah.
Some other people are just like, oh crap, now I need to make up some ground.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to be moving into our second match here with Confante and Big Matt. I believe they'll be getting a warm-up song first, so they'll be looking for a good song to play, and then we'll be getting the song draw up for you guys in just a couple minutes here.
Yeah, and speaking of classic tournaments, we have Big Matt coming up.
Yes.
Who is one of the classic players, one of the old men who I had the pleasure of playing against in our Boomers and Zoomers match yesterday. And he is a proud 40s DDR player.
He is.
It comes with its challenges, but he's still out here absolutely ripping it. You can see the scores he has, not just on the challenge chart, but he plays the basic, the difficult, the expert, the challenge. He will PFC them all.
Oh, yeah. He is very good at MA, very dialed in, been around for a long time, so he knows all these songs, all these charts from way back when. Looks like he's opting to play the 13 for a warm-up. Confante is playing the 15 for Cerno's Perfect Math class. Interesting to see people, different warm-up strats for people. Some people want to play something faster to get their legs moving. Some people really want to dial into that MA to get their brain moving faster. So lots of different ways to handle that.
Yeah, and it's interesting because the 13 actually gives you a unique pattern in those Scoobies that you don't get in the 15.
Right.
So you do get an opportunity to practice something very specific. Right. And I see Matt is working on the double steps for those Scoobies and holding on to something pretty special that I won't name.
You didn't have to
doesn't
anyways.
even matter.
Gold combos are still special.
Yes, gold combos are special. And yeah, so this is Cerno's Perfect Math class. I think a controversial song. A lot of people really love it. A lot of people also don't love it at all.
That's fair.
I
it's
think
actually grown on me. I didn't care for it at first, but it's one of those things. Maybe it's Stockholm Syndrome, but I actually enjoy playing it a lot now.
Yeah, it's good. I think that some of this genre of song are more annoying than others.
Yes.
But this one's good. I like it.
Yeah, lots of Toho songs in DDR these days, and whether or not you are a Toho fan, I'm sure you have opinions on some of them. But you know what? There's just like any other genre of song. You got good songs, you got bad songs. Not
That's
everyone's
right.
gonna like them. Some people will.
That's right. You have the range from this to knee-high stockings.
Yes.
Which,
Big range there.
Yeah, which is definitely not as enjoyable of a play.
Agreed. All right, so after this warm-up song, we're going to be getting into their match, and it looks like Big Matt protected Electronic Retreat for their first song, which is pretty tricky 15. Definitely going to see them trying to hone in onto the sync on that song. It has a lot of speed changes and changes between swing time and straight time, so very tricky song to start the day with for them.
Yeah, I think that a lot of times when people are thinking about like songs for picks and counter picks, they think of either, do I want to go with the straightforward songs or do I want to go with the really tricky, gimmicky songs?
Sure.
But I think there are those songs in the middle that people forget about, and Electronic Retreat is one of those, where it's not like a known, oh, you got to always remember Electronic Retreat. Right. It's got all these gimmicks. It really only has one gimmick, but it's weird enough that it can really trip people up if they haven't practiced on it, so I think a lot of people will forget to practice it. So I think it's a really good pick in tournament. And we actually have had this conversation in Team Heron specifically about Electronic Retreat because Amber chose it at upbeat.
I do remember that.
To much effect. It kind of tripped everybody else up in that pool of 8. So I think I'll be interested to see how this works for Confante. And unsurprisingly, Confante picked the 17 Aether, which is a really stamina-intensive, jumpy chart. I think they're both playing to their strengths there.
Definitely. And if we do end up going to a third song, their tiebreaker will be Come to Life Experts.
Crowd favorite.
It definitely is. So interestingly enough, this song, Electronic Retreat, I believe this used to be a 14 at one point.
Oh, is that so?
And it got re-rated to 15. So real interesting. It's not stamina intensive, but it is very tricky. So I can definitely see why they would have changed this to a 15.
Yeah, especially with those swing notes. It's not that many steps, but the amount of energy that you have to spend in those swing crossovers there is so much more than you would if those were all 8th notes.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, and you're seeing Big Matt is really locked into those swing steps. Not surprised at all that this was his pick.
Yes, he's definitely a very strong MA player. He can dial into this and more than most people can.
In a little bit, though, they're going to be doing the speed change, which, again, is a very awkward transition. So let's see how they do. I think that's around 300 steps, a little bit after that.
And the slowdown into 16th notes is very tricky to time.
But they're both doing really well with it right now. A little bit of a trip up from Matt there, but still with a healthy lead over Confante.
Yeah, I think this is definitely a good pick from Matt. And when you're protecting songs, you want to think about your strengths, but you also want to think about your opponent if you know them, because that will definitely influence your decision. If you might feel comfortable with some songs, but if you know for a fact that your opponent is not good at a certain song or does not favor a certain song, then you definitely want to keep that in mind.
Absolutely. I'm not sure how well these two know each other's play, but especially with players that you have been in tournament with before, it is always fun when you're like, oh, I know they're not good at this one.
But Matt's going to take that win. 8 greats is pretty good on Electronic Retreat.
And you could hear probably from the crowd the AARP chant in honor of him approaching really the end of his life.
Yeah, I guess we have boomers and zoomers representing here on chat as well, or on commentary.
Are you a proud boomer?
I'm pretty much in that category, yeah. I fit more with the boomers than the zoomers at this point. Not quite 40, but I'll be getting there in a few years.
Don't look a year over 39. All right, so coming up, we've got Aether, a tag classic.
It is. Honestly, I love tag.
Don't we all?
But this is probably one of my less favorite tag songs.
Okay, interesting. Well, I mean, there are so many good ones.
There
so
are.
It's
I just
still
feel like
amazing.
Possession did everything that this song is trying to do better.
Oh.
But, I mean, we all love Possession.
I do really like this slowdown.
The slowdown is fun. I just feel like this song doesn't end as soon as I feel like it does. It has that key change at the end when you think it's going to end, and you're just like, oh, just end already.
It does have an additional run of the chorus. Yeah. Yeah. We love when that happens. Some of those songs just have an extra 20 seconds you don't expect. Matt dropping that opening hold. I don't know if he forgot that there was a stop there, or what?
But still pretty dialed in.
Yeah.
Both of them look like they're not having any trouble at all with these 8th note runs.
So I'm going to be really curious to see what happens in the back half of this song. I think Big Matt is going to have naturally a little bit crisper MA, but I'm curious if Confante is going to be able to take advantage of his really good stamina as they get into the back half of the song and maybe overtake that lead that Big Matt has right now.
Sure.
So we're going to watch maybe the transition during the slowdown. There's a potential for the lead to change at some point, so I'm going to be looking to see if Big Matt can hold on.
Yeah, and it looks like Matt's dropping off the bar there. Probably give his arms and shoulders a little bit of a rest during the slowdown before he needs to grab back on for the speed up.
Still a pretty healthy lead for Matt here, but this is when things really start to get stamina intensive in the end, so anything can happen.
Yeah, and when you're real dialed into MA like that, I know, a lot of players will have different forms that they use to dial into MA versus stamina. So when you're trying real hard on MA, you might be like pushing your body more than you would when you're trying to conserve stamina.
Yes.
So it could be really hard to hold on to that form and then also get through a stamina section.
All right, relatively close here. Within about 10 EX right now. And those ending jumps right at the end, the last 10 steps, can really make the difference. It would not be unheard of for players to drop a couple of those notes.
Oh, and Matt held on to that lead. And
Matt held on.
Very good performance from both of them. It was very impressive.
Wow. Big smile on his face, too.
And I just noticed he's not even playing with fast slow on.
I do not understand how somebody can do that.
I know. Ever since fast slow was a thing, I've never been able to go back.
AARP coming back out. Looking forward to hearing that probably 10 more times today. All right, so Big Matt taking it 2-0. Great job from both players. Really solid scores, both in their warm-up and in their songs that they played in the match. So next up, let's see who our final 2 for this will be. Or I guess we've already had 4, so we're just going to see what the new combination is. Going back to the table, I see LFK and Vid.
Oh yeah, this is our song draw station behind us over here. So you'll see our players looking at a laptop, picking their songs, and then picking if they want to protect first, veto first, pad choice. Pretty standard fare for most tournaments. But for those of you just joining into us now, I just want to remind you where we're at and who we are. We are in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for Dahn Dahn Right 3, Encore Extra Stage.
Encore.
So the 3rd iteration of this tournament in Pittsburgh at the Dave & Buster's. I'm Kim Alaka from Ohio DDR.
And I'm Duncan from not Ohio DDR, but Pennsylvania, the rival state.
Yes. So would you say, you're from Pennsylvania?
I am.
Are you a Pittsburgh or a Philly fan?
Well, I'm much closer to Philly.
So you're a
always
Philly
been
native.
Philly, yeah.
Philly native.
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking.
Didn't
no
know
animosity.
how much we're going to be able to smile at each other through gritted teeth.
Listen, I'm from Ohio, so I'm a Pittsburgh fan by proxy.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah.
I'm not too involved in the sports fandoms. So
That's probably for the better.
Yeah. Especially if you're from
involved.
Philly. Yeah, pretty much everyone in my life is, so I can I cheer for their happiness, but it really doesn't matter to me what happens.
Yeah, it's a pretty healthy rivalry between Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, especially in the sports department. I'm a Pittsburgh Penguins fan. I really only watch hockey. That's the only sport I care for. So I have my roots rooting for them. So by nature, I have to hate Philly, but I don't really hate them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm from Philly and hate them. So the only sports rivalry in Pennsylvania I really care about is Wawa Venus versus Sheets is my wife.
Fair.
So I think that's ultimately what we need to be focusing on here.
The true rivalry.
And that was a fantastic match to be a part of yesterday. All the props to Sheets for taking it 3-2. But we'll be back next time.
All right. So that was one of the team battles that was happening yesterday. It was basically Team Philly versus Team Pitt. So it was Wawa versus Sheets. And it was a lot of fun to watch and see everybody cheer for their favorites. And just good times all around.
Yeah, and I mean, they're the home team, so that's probably why they won, honestly. I don't think it has anything to do with skill or who played better on the day. Really, we would have won in any other location.
We just need a rematch in Philly.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, we can take him to Exton and show him how it's done.
All right.
All right, Big Matt is up for his second match in a row up against Vid. So since we're doing round robins in each of these pools, you're going to see a lot of the same players playing each other in different iterations. So I'm excited to see, as players are now more warmed up, everybody has had a match in this pool. They're probably going to play even better than they did in the match before.
Yes. So they'll be jumping straight into this. No more warm-up since both these players just played pretty recently. So we'll see what they're going to play in the card draw. And I believe we are in 15 to 17 range for the card draw in this pool. So those are the song ranges you can expect to see coming up.
Yes, 40% 15, 40% 16, and then 20% 17.
Okay.
Although we found in each of our matches there has been a 17 that they've ended up playing. So I think as long as there's one person who wants to do it, they'll do it.
True. Okay, a Saberwing Headshot Mix. This is a pretty tricky song back from DDRX.
Yeah, and talk about sync challenges.
Yes, this is probably one of the first really notable bad synced charts.
Yeah, so it is a very, very late song, and so you're going to probably see a lot of fasts from Vid. You won't know what you're getting from Matt because he doesn't display fast and slow, but it will probably be a lot of fasts from both of them.
He knows in his heart.
He knows in his heart. And this is one that I think if either of them had been playing on DDR World, they would likely use a visual offset to help with.
Definitely.
So readjusting to this song will be a big challenge. Really hard to time this, especially with the stop starts and speed changes that you're going to see right here.
Yeah, so another interesting thing, if you're used to playing on the most modern DDR version, DDR World, you do have the ability to change a visual offset to your arrows. So if either of those players are used to doing that and now having to go back to play an H2O Plus where you don't have the option to change that offset, that could definitely trip you up a bit. But it doesn't look like either of them are having any problems whatsoever with this.
No, they're doing great. Vid with a little bit of a lead, but especially as there's going to be a lot more stops and starts coming up, there's a lot of opportunities for missed notes, some greats and dropped things that Big Mac can take advantage of.
Both of them pretty clearly showing that they know this chart and all the gimmicks it has to throw at them. But the real hallmark is going to be the ending of the song, which is just one long continuous run with some crossovers in there.
Both hitting that first crossover and the second one. Wow, they're both looking really solid.
They really are. They are dialed in.
Vid still with a healthy lead.
All right.
Oh.
Really good showing from both of them. Was that a full combo in both their sets?
Yeah.
6 greats for both.
Wow, look at that money score. Really just the difference of some perfects.
That was really, really good from both of them.
Ooh. Talking about dialing into sync, May is coming up next, and while the sync isn't particularly challenging, getting the BPM is going to be really hard. There is a really famous slowdown into a gradual speed up, and those gradual speed ups are some of the hardest things in DDR to time.
They're very hard to time.
I think the first 30 seconds or so of the song, maybe even 40 seconds of the song, aren't going to be particularly interesting. It's just going to be dialed into the MA. They're both going to be doing great. And then we're going to hit that slowdown, and that's, I think, where we'll see potentially one of the two players pull away.
Yes. Very similar scores on their EMU's cards. Whether or not those are their most accurate and up-to-date scores, I don't know. But at one point in time, they had a very similar score on this, to say the least.
And very similar good scores, too, at that.
So for those of you out there that play 2DX or have played 2DX, May is a very infamous song from that rhythm game. I believe it's been one of the very few songs that has been in almost every version of 2DX since it's come out.
Really?
Yeah, 2DX is famous for pretty much resetting their song list every new version, so songs don't stick around as long. But May has been, I would say, either the final song of Kaiden or one of the songs in Kaiden for a very, very long time. So and it's kind of infamous for 2DX players.
Became part of kind of the standard DDR lore and DDR Ace when it was part of the Konami Championship qualifiers. So a lot of players were kind of grinding this song a lot back in, I guess it was like 2016.
It feels so long ago now.
It was 8 years ago. That was before I even played DDR.
I think that's before a lot of people started playing DDR again, because it's kind of dead in the United States until Ace came around.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's that first. Oh, not yet. Slow down will be coming up. I was getting too excited.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why. It's very fun to watch. And yeah, like we kind of predicted, they're pretty much at a tie right now. This is going to be really easy for both of them until that speed up comes along, and we'll start to see probably some greats coming out.
Yeah, very, very neck and neck though so far. So here's that first slowdown. It's going to be really tough for them to dial in and keep their MA throughout this.
Really nailing these freeze arrows.
All right, and Ajakin, thank you for confirming my thoughts on May. It was in Kaiden the whole time since 2DX12 Happy Sky. All right, Matt picking up some misses there, given a bit of place to pull ahead with the lead.
24-point lead for Vid, coming out pretty much from a tie at the start of that. So that's a good place for Vid to be. There are some complicated little patterns here at the end, though. After these jumps, Matt shaking his head a little bit. I don't think he was happy with how that went. Vid holding on to a full combo here. I want to see if he can take this all the way through the final slowdown without getting any goods. Oh, what am I doing?
Commentator's curse.
What am I doing here? I said the word good as it turned blue.
Commentators have more power than you think they do.
I'm learning that very rapidly.
All right, real good showing from both of them.
Amazing.
Vid's going to take the win on that one with a 40EX lead over Big Matt.
Big hugs and smiles from each of them. One of my favorite things about competitive DDR is that the word competitive is not super, not even true really to it, and that like we are competing against each other, but we're mostly just trying to have fun, play our best, and compete with ourselves. And so there's never any animosity between the two players.
Oh, no.
Like it's always joy, happy. Like when you see somebody else absolutely destroys you, you're like, good for you, that was awesome, way to go, buddy. And I feel like you don't see that as much in other competitive scenes in the same way, which is something that I really love.
Yes, the camaraderie in the DDR community is fantastic. People just love coming to these events to hang out, see their friends, play with their friends.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of fun.
Which doesn't at all reduce from the fact that people are playing at the absolute top of their game as hard as they can, absolutely trying to win and caring a lot about it, but still having a really positive attitude about it.
Yes. All right, you can see over here on the left side of the screen the Max 300 towel.
Nice.
That Kinfante is sporting. I love seeing all the DDR merch and garb that everyone has accumulated over the years between towels and shirts and custom hats.
That's right.
It's real fun.
I assume that when Bogo comes up in the 7th pool, we will see the Max 300 t-shirt. He is known for playing with that pretty often at tournaments. I haven't yet seen him at the venue, but I'll be looking out for that Max 300 shirt.
Yeah. So everyone likes to sport previous tournament shirts to other tournaments. It's really almost like going to a concert.
Yeah.
You know, people like to wear previous band shirts when they go to see their favorite artists, and you look around, you see all previous tournament shirts people are wearing, and just a lot of fun.
So here's the question that I have. Like when you go to a concert, it's uncool to wear the same band shirt that you're at. Like you have to wear a different band shirt.
Like a related band, like a similar genre band.
Right. Is it the same thing at a DDR tournament? Like if we show up here to Encore Extra Stage and we're wearing a Dahn Dahn Right Extra Stage shirt, is that uncool? We should instead be wearing a Mistake on the Lake shirt. We should be wearing a Big Deal shirt. Is that how it goes, or do you think it doesn't quite fit the same paradigm?
Well, I'm biased because I think everyone should always be wearing their Mistake on the Lake
You're
shirts.
wearing your Mistake on the Lake shirt, yeah.
Again, Ohio DDR native, I help run Mistake on the Lake, so I'm clearly going to be a little biased there. But no, I say wear whatever shirts you like, your favorite style, favorite design, favorite one you like to play in. It's all fair game. Just showing everybody that you love this community and you love going to tournaments. That's all we like to see.
And you'll see a lot of people, too, wearing some of the other sub-communities of DDR shirts, such as Life 4, Black Flag Academy, Team Heron. There's a lot of different places with merch out there that people contribute to. I think Life 4 is probably the largest. There's a lot of people who participate in that.
Yeah, and they would have some really high-quality gear out there, too. I mean, shirts and towels. Probably some more things, too, that I can't think of. I haven't really been browsing around on their gear store.
Yeah, and then actually I was just thinking Valkyrie Dimension is another one that you'll see a lot of as well.
Yes. So it's interesting. I come from the running world, and it was always bad luck to wear a shirt for a race that you hadn't run in yet. But that's not the case for GDR tournaments. People like to buy a tournament shirt for the tournament they're competing in and wear it the whole weekend, which is great. They're supporting the event, showing it off. So it's interesting that there's not that same level of bad luck in tournaments as well.
You know,
Or maybe there is, and this hasn't been tested yet.
I was gonna say, I come from the running world, and I never heard of this
You
bad
really?
luck. Yeah, I wore the shirt all the time.
No, I could never wear a shirt until I finished a race. That was like sacrilegious to me.
Oh.
But clearly it didn't have any effect on you, so I'm just superstitious, I guess.
Yeah, well, I'm a little stitious, but between the two of us, I think that we definitely have a little bit of a different experience in our our running shirts.
Okay, so we're going to be moving into our first song here, which
Another
is
classic.
Zephyr Challenge. One of the earlier 15s back from the Supernova days. Pretty straightforward 15. Sync is a little wonky, but nothing too egregious.
Yeah, at a time, this was just about the hardest song you could think of,
Definitely one of them.
which is funny to think of now.
I know.
So the one moment where I think the sync really does kind of shift up a little bit is when it moves into, it kind of takes away the drums and it's just mostly the operatic voices. And it's one of the slower parts of the song in terms of fewer 16th notes, but the sync does seem to shift a little bit in that section. So that is about 2/3 of the way through the song, and we'll see if we see any additional perfects coming out of them at that part.
Yeah. Otherwise, pretty close. Kinfante, a little bit of a lead over LFK right now. Kinfante is playing on another player's card, in case you are wondering why the names do not match. We do have some staff graciously lending their cards to have for people that have forgotten their e-news card, lost it, or just don't have all their songs unlocked.
Yeah, I think about 7 or 8 people were Sandblow yesterday.
Very popular player.
And Viv said she just continued to call people Sandblow. And I'm like, wow, Sandblow's been playing a lot today.
Ironically enough, I don't think I've seen the song Sandblow come up yet.
That's right. Yeah, we need to see it at least once. I would prefer it's not while I'm playing.
That's fair. All right, so Kinfante's still with a pretty good lead, but not too far behind as LFK. And we've got these 16th notes, 5-note drills at the end here.
Ten-note lead there.
Right, and Kinfante's not going to let anything up, and he's going to take the win on the first song.
But LFK does get the prize of the Grateful Combo, only with 2 greats. Wow.
Yeah.
That's solid.
Pretty good showing for both of them.
And we're moving over to Pape Pipo Poo. Potentially not in that order, but...
Pape Poupe Po.
Pape Pupo Pet Pip.
It's a tongue twister. Just say it 5 times fast.
But a very fun song.
Yes.
I think it's pretty much universally loved. Again, good sync, relatively straightforward. Has a little bit of a step jumpy thing that happens. But the rhythms are really solid. That underlying beat is really solid too, so it's easy to kind of like lock into it. Where there are songs like Zephyr where it is more challenging to really like feel the beat because it's a lot of strings and orchestral operatic sounds. This is just like boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, you got the hard-hitting bass keeping you on beat. So most notable in this chart, you have some jump step sections that stay in the same 2 arrows. Some players just choose to jump the entire time, even on the parts that are single steps, just because it's really hard to shift back and forth between your two legs to nail those. So we'll see how they fare when they get to that part. Miss early on over here on Kinfante's side, but we're still very early into the song.
We had about 115 white there before LFK finally dropped it. So if they can hold on to that pace, this is going to be looking really solid for them. Which, this is when they need it because first song went to Kinfante, so this could be a potential 3rd song for us.
Definitely. But still very early into the song to tell. Anything can happen. Also, the way that I remember the vowels for Pape Poupe Po is it's the same vowel order as, for any Metal Gear Solid fans out there, Lale Lule Lo, which is, well, that's just some Metal Gear lore I won't get into because I'll be here all day.
And even after hearing you say it 3 times, I'm still running it over in my brain.
Oh, they are tied up.
Oh my goodness. And interestingly, both of them have the background dancer of Afro, so even more so of a tie here.
Oh my God, they are just neck and neck. Still got a bit of song to go,
Yep.
so there's a lot that can happen.
Only a 3x difference. And the hardest rhythms do come in the back sections. Oh, their steps sound so crisp right now.
They really are. I'm seeing just marvelous all across the screen, both sides. All right,
Wow.
LFK is going to take the win on that one by
Only
a 6
6.
EX lead. That was incredibly close.
And for people who aren't super familiar with the EX scoring system, 6EX essentially translates to 2 steps. Each step is worth a maximum of 3 EX points with a Marvelous. So any 2 steps, those 2 misses, would make the difference of the entirety of the song.
Okay, so it looks like we had a player that dropped. Give me 1 second. So the next poll, it looks like we had a player that dropped. So if you're following along in the bracket, it may not be up to date and accurate, but we'll update you some more on the information of who's playing once we get there.
Now we are moving to one of the most tricky synced songs out there.
Oh, yeah.
On the bounce. Really inconsistent, but also relatively early.
Yeah, pretty early throughout. Kind of started looking at the song trail again. Zephyr's pretty late. Pape Poupe Pose pretty on time, and then On the Bounce is pretty early. So kind of going across a whole spectrum of sync for these first 3 songs.
Looking at final offset, looks like this is 18.5 millisecond bias toward being early, which is
really
profound.
early.
That is 18.5 milliseconds is more than the Marvelous window.
Right.
So it's an entire perfect. If you hit all Marvelouses right on where it should be sung, you will get exactly all perfects throughout the song. You won't get a single Marvelous if you hit it perfect.
I want to see someone do that now.
I know someone named Chris who could
PFC.
probably do it. But interestingly, I'm seeing fasts from LFK, which is very rare on this song, as you're mostly going to be seeing slows out of people. I see slow from Confante, so it could be an overcorrection.
Yeah, that's my thought. I have a feeling he's pretty familiar with this chart, knows it's early. He's trying to stay ahead of it because he knows it's early, and has just pushed a little too far in the other direction.
I always think that pushing too far in the other direction is the right move. I think that getting that kind of triangulation of the sync is really helpful. If you just keep trying to make tiny adjustments, you often find you won't make it to where the center point is. So if you go a little too far and overcorrect, it gives you a sense of, okay, now I can reroute and get back to the middle.
Yeah.
So I think that LFK is really smart to do that.
A little easier to rein it in than it is to try to creep your way up to the sync that you're looking for. Yeah, very close so far. Confate with a little bit of a lead over LFK.
I almost said Sandblow.
I know, I have to keep looking up and remember that's not his name.
Right now, I want to point the attention of people to their eyes, because they are both just fully and locked in focus right now. Confante with the lead coming into the end here. Nailing that full combo, too.
19-point lead for Confante. He's going to take the match win 2-1.
LFK putting hands on thighs and saying, oof, that was tough. Out loud, swearing that was a really hard song, being impressed with themselves, but also leading a cheer for Confante. It always makes me happy to see somebody turn around and say, like, hey, cheers to this person.
Oh, definitely. Like I said, the camaraderie is always really fantastic to see. Everyone's always really happy and supportive for their competitor, and lots of fun to play with your friends. After all, that's what this game is about, playing with your friends.
Oh, you see, I thought it was about punishing yourself over and over again. Playing over the period 15 for 4 hours. Just
well, it's a 16 now.
That's a 16 now.
Probably well-deserved re-rate. What do you think about that?
I think they should take it to 17.
Really?
I don't think people would argue.
Some people might argue.
Yeah, some people might argue.
Difficult 17 chart is pretty hard for a difficult chart.
Yeah.
But
it's, man, is it brutal.
it's definitely one of the harder ones. So very welcome re-rate in the community. And for those of you who aren't sure what we're talking about, the song Over the Period, their difficult chart was originally a 15 when it came out, very recently changed to a 16 on most current DDR version of DDR World, as well as a couple others. We had Max 360 difficult get changed up to a 16 as well. And
I feel like there was another difficult chart that went up. Wasn't Prey, was it?
No, it wasn't Prey. Prey was a 14 at one point.
That's ridiculous.
And then Megalodon was the first difficult 16 in the game. And then I think they came out with that and realized, oh, we have a couple other difficult charts that are even harder, so we should raise those too.
Yeah. Yeah, but Over the Period for a long time, I think of any difficulty was the most defined, hardest chart of a difficulty level by far.
Oh, Endymion difficult.
Endymion, yes.
So you were right. There was another difficult chart that got moved up to 16.
Yeah, which is, I think that one also makes sense.
Sure. Over the Period, I feel is definitely the hardest of those three, though. Yes. So, but I'm not complaining about the other re-rates.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people would be like, oh, I have a new 16 PFC I didn't know about. That's exciting.
Yeah, I know that happened for quite a few people with some of the modern re-rates.
Yeah.
Renalis, since, that's my partner, I know their scores a lot.
Yep.
Had a PFC on Come to MIDI Expert.
Yes, the same thing happened to me. I was like,
yes,
oh, new 17, all right.
You're like, I'll take it.
Yeah, and that made me feel better based on how much time I spent on it.
That's good.
I was like, oh, okay, it's a 17. I don't have to feel so bad I spent that much time on trying to.
Now, how do you feel, had that been a 17 in the first place, do you feel differently of the fact that it was re-rated after you got the PFC, or would you have felt better if it was already a 17 when you originally
like it would have felt like
which one felt more satisfying?
I think it feels more satisfying when you get it in the moment than just like a retroactive change.
Okay. Obviously, it's still impressive. Any 17 PFC is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, good for Anna. I didn't know that.
Good for you.
Thank you. Thank you. Yep, and then they moved what was the 17 up to an 18, which I think is warranted, but it definitely could be a 17 still. I think it would have been an acceptable hard 17.
Sure. But it's always a little odd to have two different difficulties being the same level, so I understand the need for bumping up the challenge chart too.
Well, let's do that to Delta Max, why don't we?
That's true.
While we're at it.
I don't think many people would argue with Delta Max challenge being an 18.
I certainly would not. Those are two vastly different charts. Unreal, okay.
All right, and yes, B down. The three charts that we mentioned were all bumped up to 16. So Endymion, Over the Period, and Max 360 difficult. Okay, first song, Unreal. This is definitely a tricky song to dial into the sync on.
Yeah. And I think one of the reasons for that is because of how noisy the chart is, or how noisy the song is, that there's a lot of these rock songs are really difficult to really hear the solid beat on because there's so much guitar and vocals and other kind of dirty sounds that really complicate it, especially when you don't have headphones on, you just have a speaker. So it can get a little bit muddled, especially when you're trying to lock into that MA window.
And it's always interesting to me, DDR speakers aren't that great. So if you're playing a song in the arcade and you hear a song, if you go back and you listen to that song at home with headphones in, there might be sounds you've never heard before. So that's happened to me in a few things. I'm like, I've never heard that in that song.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ved picking up a miss there, but still pretty close. He actually still has a lead over Confante, too.
Yeah, the step jumps in this are so hard to lock into. And this is a relatively late song, too. This is a 13.5 millisecond bias. Not as bad as what we were talking about before with On the Bounce, but still a significant off-sync.
And I personally find later songs harder than earlier songs. Just holding back seems to be a lot more difficult than trying to rush to get to the beat.
And I think the more tired you get and the more challenging a song is, the more that your body will naturally rush. Whether out of panic or just kind of your feet falling in tiredness more quickly. So definitely in these harder step jump moments, people will tend to get fast.
Yeah. So Vid's going to take a pretty good solid lead there. It looks like Confante struggled a bit with those step jumps. 4 greats is pretty damn good from Vid's side there. Yeah,
to almost swing out a AAA on that. And to have a really good distribution of fast and slow. If you take a look at Confante, that's more of what you would expect from a distribution like this. to get almost all entirely fast, but to be so locked in that you're really splitting pretty 50-50 the way that Vid did.
Right.
Very impressive.
And it's definitely one of those charts that favor some people more than others. So step jumps, you either like them or you don't. And even sometimes it just depends on the kind of day you're having.
Yeah.
I know when I go to the arcade, sometimes I'm like, I'm feeling step jumps today, and I can just bang them out. But if I'm not feeling it, they're not happening.
Well, good for you, because I don't think I've ever felt step jumps before in my life.
All right, moving on now to Out of Focus Challenge. Another interesting sync chart. This one's pretty late as well.
It is, and it shifts as well. It starts kind of on sync, and then there is that stop into the little thing, which is a fun moment, but
it's fun when you hit it.
It's fun when you hit it, but the sync shifts there on that stop, and then it gradually makes its way back onto the original sync over the course of the rest of the song. Those kinds of drifting syncs are so hard to feel out.
Yes. And so this chart also has, or the song has a 15 expert chart as well. Some people actually find the 16 a little easier because it kind of goes with the music a little better. There's just more notes that go along with the music, but the 15 has a little bit more dead space. It's sometimes even harder to hit that even though it's less notes.
Yeah, Confante getting a little tripped up by that. Unsurprising, this was Vid's pick, so I don't think Confante was fully aware of what was going to happen.
Vid being really dialed in there. Doesn't seem to be being affected by the sync at all.
Or those tricky changes in patterns. I think one of the hardest things is when songs alternate between 16th notes and 12th notes in real time, like in midstream, like it does in this song a couple times. And Vid was just absolutely knocking it out of the park.
Yeah, definitely an acquired skill. Some people don't have any trouble at all with those kind of changes between 12th and 16th notes. Endorphin's a good example that comes to mind that switches between the two a lot.
And the new song Identity, the 17, has really tricky shifts in between those at 200 BPM. Long streams back and forth between 12 and 16. Wow, Vid absolutely destroying right now.
He is
up on
very
PB.
dialed in. All right, picking up a good at the end, but Vid still got the full combo, and it's going to take the song win on that as well. I'm not sure if that was his personal best on his E-Muse card, but if it was, he just beat it, because that was, I think I saw a +3 at the end there.
Mm-hmm. And there we're going to see that expected fast-slow distribution from each of them.
Yes.
Great match win there for Vid, which I believe takes us now out of this half of the bracket and into the other half. Or no, we have one more.
Yeah, I believe we have one more. So talking about other songs that go between 12th notes and 16th notes, another one that comes to mind, pretty recent chart, so not a lot of people have played it, Glitter.
Oh my gosh.
Some people have very visceral reactions to that song.
Yeah, I was like, what song is she talking about here? Yeah, the 12 is ridiculous. Anybody out there who has access to DDR World, go play the 12 for Glitter. It makes no sense whatsoever. Those patterns are so hard to time,
I know.
especially right at the end.
I can't even PFC the 12. I get like 2 on it every time.
I mean, even just getting 2, like.
But I like tricky rhythms. Like that's my forte, and I can't even do it.
Yeah, because it's like the tricky rhythms are what's happening in the music.
Right.
But there's no way, unless you've listened to the song a bunch of times, to like anticipate what those tricky rhythms are going to be. It just kind of feels random.
Yeah. I mean, it is a Sota Fujimori song. He is pretty notable for doing really crazy rhythms. Sometimes the steps are charted to it, sometimes not. But in Glitter, they're like, we're going to chart to every single one of those tricky sounds that you're doing right now.
Yeah, it's kind of the New Decade effect.
Right.
The end, the end of New Decade, the beginning of Blew My Mind. God, love Sota.
I do love Sota.
He likes to mess around with some floating yellow notes.
Yes.
All right, so this is LFK and Big Matt, I believe, our last match of this half of the Tier 5 bracket.
So Rockataku, the background music, I'm not sure what song was playing, but we are playing stuff from Stream Palettes. I believe it was actually the playlist that Renalis had set up for the last Mistake in the Lake 5. So I don't have the song list on me currently, but we can probably get that to you later if you're curious. Okay, Toy Box Factory. This is a fun song.
Nice. Yeah, they were floating over a couple songs there that looked a lot less fun, but then, then they moved the cursor over to Toy Box Factory. Great sync, relatively straightforward, but one very long, fun, hard stream.
Yes. Depending on how you feel about drills, you either like this chart or you hate it.
And it looks like Big Matt likes it.
Sure does.
Not sure whose pick each was just yet. But I wouldn't be surprised by either of them picking this. I think that this can fit into LFK's skill set as well.
Sure.
But it was Big Matt.
Yeah. So that makes sense. Big Matt really good at dialing into MA, so he can probably just dial into these drills here with no problem.
And I'd be excited to see that they pretty much have exclusively solid sync on these 3 songs.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be too many issues with sync on these next 3 songs. This chart was another one that was re-rated. This used to be a 14 on Ace 2-0 when it came out.
I think that's a really good decision to change that.
I agree. There's actually quite a number of 14s that became 15s from Ace 2-0. Yeah, this song, it just sounds fun.
Yeah, I think any song that has the desserts background is a good song.
Yeah, I think
you know
I
you're
agree
having a
with you
good
there.
time when you see the ice cream cones and strawberries.
So I have such a mental image in my head whenever I hear this song, and that's all I can see now, and I'm going to share it with the rest of you so you can also all see the same thing that I do.
I'm closing my eyes.
So I'm just picturing that you're at a kid's birthday party, like 5, 6-year-old kids, and they've just hired a clown, and the kids are running around, and they're still in the clown's balloon animals and nose, and he's running around chasing after them, trying to get the stuff back, and they're just making a mess all over the house, tracking cake throughout the house. That's just the image that is in my head for the song.
Yeah, I absolutely see that. I appreciate you bringing us into your brain there for a little bit. Yeah, especially I can see kind of the clown tripping over himself, especially. Right. This is silly.
Big Matt real dialed in here, but LFK is not too far behind.
But the big drill is coming up, and that is where there is potential for nonsense to happen in tournament. Because even if you're really dialed in most of the time, all it takes is you to just get a little bit off, and then it's going to last the whole drill.
Yeah. Actually, I think we already... Oh, no, this is the big drill. You're right. There's 2 big drills. And he's dialed right in there.
All right, but only 6 apart.
Yeah, LFK made up some ground at the end, but Big Matt did not let anything up for him to take that. 34 and a miss.
Woo.
So 41 and a great. Both really good scores from both of them.
My goodness, yeah. They're at that stage in the tournament where every single player is so scary.
Right.
Honestly, the whole tournament is that way, but it does get to that point in day 2 where you're crazy things are happening.
So if anyone's ever played Toy Box Factory Difficult, I believe it's a 12. There's a drill at the end of the 12, a 16th note drill at the very end of the 12. And I played it.
Is it half the length? It starts on 8th notes and transitions into 16?
I think so. I just know it ends with 16th notes. It's obviously not as long as that one, but it's long enough for a 12, and it completely caught me off guard. I'm like, really? You're going to throw a 16th note drill into a 12?
The charting on some of these lowers, man. Konami every once in a while makes charting decisions where I don't know. Why make this a 12 if you're going to throw that in there?
Right. Okay, moving on to Air Heroes. Very popular song.
Yeah.
A lot of people can really dial in on this 15. I think it's an earlier PFC for this level range for a lot of people for that reason.
Yeah, I think there's 2 tricky moments. One is the foot switches.
Oh, those are so fun.
Yeah.
I love the foot switch section.
The foot switches, and then right after the foot switches, the quick little drill, break, drill, or not drill, stream, break, stream, break. Those are two moments where I'm curious to see if one of them kind of takes a lead.
Yeah, so 2 16th note runs, one near the beginning, one near the end of the song. But otherwise, pretty straightforward. It's synced pretty well. And here's that first longest run. Matt just nailed that.
That is scary.
It's so crisp.
Yeah, this is one of those songs where you just like to listen and hear the footsteps.
Okay.
All right, here come those little streams I was talking about leading into the foot switches. And they're both hitting it really well.
So dialed in on both sides. Here's a little foot switch section.
Looks like they're both opting to double step.
Yeah, me and Duncan are both craning our necks to look at their feet to see how they were doing it.
At the same time, we what is it? Yeah.
Okay, still both very dialed in. Matt with a pretty good lead. We'll see if he can hold on to that through the end of the song. All right, and also Skate 7 Dom. This is the only stream for the tournament, Ohio DDR.
Big Matt dropping the PFC right at the end, but still is such a solid run.
Very, very solid.
21!
That was really dialed in. Get some more AARP chance for Big Matt. But hey, just goes to show you, age is just a number.
Age is just a number, and so is a perfect count.
Exactly.
If you can get your perfect count lower than your age, you're doing something right.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, and he's got it at half his age on that one, so that's...
There we go. All right, so just going back to the stream format a little bit for you guys chat, just to let you know how this is all going. So everything's being run on this one Twitch channel, which is Ohio DDR. Everything is being run on a single tab. So if you're looking at the bracket on StartGG and you're trying to follow along, you'll notice that each tier has two sides, an A side and a B side. That's still all happening on the one cab. So it might sound like there's two cabs in play. That's not the case. We're just running through one side of each tier and then the other side of the tier. And then it's kind of flip-flopping back and forth as you go between pools. So I think we are in pool 5. So I'm not sure if I'm the A side or the B side right now, but once you finish side A, it goes to side B. And then once you move into pool 6, it goes B, then A. So it kind of goes A, B, B, A if you're trying to follow along and find out where your favorite player or friends, when they're going to be playing in the event.
Yeah, and so we just finished up one of those sides, and we're now transitioning into the next side, so we're going to see 4 new players that we haven't seen before. Starting off, we have Safari and Master J.
Okay, so it looks like Lilac dropped. Give us 1 second.
Got it.
Okay, so we were just informed because Lilac dropped, we are rerunning a match between 2 players from Pool 4 from last night to find out which one of them will be promoting in Lilac's place.
Got it. And then from there we'll be in that side of Pool 5.
So these were the next 2 competitors that were behind Lilac. I believe they must have been tied, so we're trying to see which one of them is going to be promoting.
And so this, I think one of the exciting things that we get here is that we know this is a direct head-to-head deciding the fate of the players in this exact match. I think one of the things that can be tricky for some people following along with the pool format is that you don't always know what the impact of a given match is going to be in that moment, unless you're very studiously taking notes of how many points each person has. But in a moment like this, where it is this kind of tiebreaker promotion, head-to-head, you can look at these players and know that they are exactly right now fighting for their life to move up in the tournament, which is very exciting. Yeah,
so we have Master J on the left, Safari on the right. They're playing their warm-up song right now before they move into their match. Safari is another local player from my hometown, in Ohio DDR in Menor, Ohio. He's very good in the MA department, so he's going to really shine on these lower-level charts.
And Master J is relatively local to me, New Jersey player at 8 on the Break. Which is a pretty famous, historic arcade there.
I have heard of that arcade.
Yeah. It doesn't have access to any of the new DDRs, but really well run, has a lot of good machines there. I actually haven't had the opportunity to go before, but yeah, Master J, really nice guy, super friendly, and a really solid player too.
Yeah, I just met him last night. He was wearing a shirt with a bunch of lightning on it, and I was telling him how his shirt looked like the jacket for both Fascination Max and Drop the Bounce if they were combined into one shirt.
Yeah. And now Re-Rise, the new song from this last couple weeks.
I feel like there was another song, jacket with lightning on it, that I was thinking of too, and it's escaping me at the moment, but...
You'll find it.
I'll find it eventually. Okay, so after their warm-up here, they're going to be moving into a 16, Idola Experts. So we have Lilac's names on there, but I'm assuming that must have been Safari's pick since Lilac had dropped.
Lilac is
I'm
Master
sorry.
J.
Thank you.
How dare you
I'm
even
getting so
suggest
confused
that,
seeing names
honestly.
that aren't here.
It's like, just go home. Come on.
All right, let me just. Well, I got to take all the streaming equipment with me.
Yeah, do it. You won't. Yeah, so Idola 16. This is one of the few songs that has like two difficulties, like right back to back, a 16 into a 17.
You don't
like
see
this.
that often.
You don't see it that often, and there are parts of it where, to the untrained eye, they would look like similar difficulty charts, but they are vastly different.
Yes.
Just in terms of the number of crossovers, the number of moments where it transitions into more difficult drills of 16ths. But even so, Idola 16 is not the easiest 16, but I think it's mostly just because it's kind of stamina draining.
Yes, 200 BPM is a little rough to hit some of these
very
patterns
fast. And I am interested in why Iconoclasm chose to make it 201 instead of a clean 200.
I don't know if that was intentional or they realized after the fact, oh crap, we're 1
I think
BPM
we're just a
over.
little off. But really great song. I think anybody who plays this song likes it.
Yes. I feel like it's a little bit on the longer side. I don't know if it actually is longer or if it just feels longer.
Part of that is because the first 10 seconds is just silence.
Yes.
But yeah, this song is one of the ones that like really has an arc to it that almost feels like you're experiencing a story. It kind of has its introduction, and then it gets into these like exciting beats. And then there's the slowdown where you start to really feel things, not a visual slowdown, but where things start to get a little bit more quiet, kind of the calm before the storm, and then it really ramps up again at the end, and things get really, really hectic.
Yeah, very good point what you said there about the song almost telling a story. It's an interesting way to put it, but it completely makes sense.
I really enjoy songs like that. Like like we talked about Over the Period earlier. That's another song that like really feels like it tells a story over the course.
You can see we are neck and neck here. Master J just pulled a very little bit ahead of Safari right now, but we're only about halfway through the song, so there's still a lot that can happen. Okay, so we're going to have these little 12th note burst sections of 4 notes.
Definitely the best part of the song.
Yes. Really fun to hit. Both of them staying pretty dialed in there as it went back and forth.
So good. Oh my gosh.
Master J pulling ahead just a little bit, but like I said, still a lot that can happen. Master J even just picked up a miss right there. And miss over in Safari's on now too. Definitely gets a little trickier here in this part.
Yep, you're seeing it start to have an impact on them.
Yeah, once you throw those jumps in there and then that 12th note run, definitely really tricky, especially at the end of the song.
Mm-hmm. But we are seeing a pull away from Master J here. I think pending anything really ridiculous happening, this will be his first song here.
All right, Master J's going to take that one. Stayed pretty close throughout, but he ended up holding onto the lead for the end of the song.
I'm curious to see the money score on this. Yeah, almost a AAA from Master J.
Yeah.
Really, really solid showing.
It's always interesting to see the difference between EX score and money score. So for chat, for anyone that might not be aware, for tournaments we use EX score, and there's a very strict breakdown of literally looking at your marvelous count, your perfect count, your great count, and each of those judgments has a exact number value associated with it. So it's a much more accurate way of calculating score in a head-to-head match like this. The money score is always out of 1 million. So each step is weighted differently depending on the number of steps per song. So that's not really good accurate representation when you're comparing head-to-head scores, which is why we don't use the money score when we are running tournaments.
And we're seeing here that we're returning to On the Bounce. We just saw this 2 matches ago. We were talking about how off sync it is. This is now the 14 instead of the 16, but still the same trouble of sync that we would have seen before. And some of those fun little rhythms are gone when you do the expert. They turn into jumps. But nonetheless, I think that this is going to be really interesting to see who can lock in.
Yes, this is definitely going to come down to a battle of the MA between the two of them. Yeah, so we'll see how well each of them can lock into the sync, and I think that's really going to tell who's going to pull ahead.
One thing that I'm interested in is what Safari is opting to do and putting the hidden plus at the top of the screen to kind of adjust the, almost like a visual offset there. Some people do opt to do that, particularly with songs that are a little bit early. And a lot of people do that on gold cap as well, because gold caps tend to run earlier, and
Right.
it will help, almost like putting that block at the top of your screen forces you mentally to feel like you should step earlier than you normally would. So a smart choice out of Safari. Some people get a lot of headway out of that, and it seems like it's working out pretty well for him as he's got the lead on this.
I do know he actually does play with the bar up top all the time, so that's just pretty standard fare for him. But it also seems like he's dialing in pretty well to the song right now as well. So he's taking a little bit of a lead over Master J. We'll see if he can hold on to that. Looks like he found the sync after getting a few slows at the beginning of the song.
Yeah, looks like we're about 20 EX away right now.
Yeah, Master J getting some slows. Trying to kind of falling behind the sync a little bit on this. All right, Safari's going to take that one with a PFC. And that might be a new PFC for him. I'm not sure if he has that one on DDR World or
He
not
looks
yet.
really pleased with that.
But yeah, 31 is pretty good for that.
My goodness.
There, you can see the fast slow breakdown between the two of them, indicating that, yes, this song is early.
All right, another tiebreaker. Love to see it.
All right, let's do it.
Moving into Sparkle Smilin', a Crispy Joy Box. How do you feel about Crispy Joy Box?
So I like Crispy Joy Box songs, but I don't like playing most of the charts, which is no fault to the artist.
Yeah.
I just have some difficulty with some of those, most notably things like Snow Prism. We saw Out of Focus earlier.
Yeah.
Those are, I think, some of the more notable Crispy Joy Box songs that a lot of people have heard and have played.
Snow Prism is definitely something that you have to have a very specific set of skills.
It's an acquired taste.
Yeah. Yeah, those jacks into jumps are really spectacular if you can nail them. I just don't know what that feels like.
Yeah. Same. Okay, so kind of a cute song. One of the Ichika event songs featuring the 3 Ichika characters, which it's Ichika, Mia, and Nono, in case you wanted some lore on the character names.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't know Beyond Ichika.
So Ichika is the main character. She's got the long blue hair. Nono is the girl with the blonde hair, and Mia has the reddish brown hair. In case you wanted that information.
Yeah, that kind of tracks, honestly. If I had to guess, that's what I would guess.
So cute song all around, pretty fun, 14, synced pretty well.
It's possible we might get the dessert background on this one, too.
Oh, that's true.
I'm not sure. We'll have to see.
I feel like it would be fitting for the song.
Oh, they have their
actually has a video.
its own video, yeah. And gives us the lyrics in the video, too, right off the top.
Oh, it does. I don't think I've ever noticed that before.
Yeah, when you play the song, you often don't notice these aspects of the
It's
video.
true. It's almost like you're trying to actively not pay attention to the background when you're playing.
Yeah. This is another thing that people are probably have to get used to transitioning back into A20 Plus, is that in DDR World, they have now taken the video and shrunken it down in this tiny box that they put in the middle.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird and awkward, but it is definitely less distracting for players. So Master J and Safari may be readjusting to the distracting backgrounds that they're not used to over the last few months.
So how do you feel about the change in DDR World of making the background video a letterbox video as opposed to the whole background?
I do appreciate that it is less distracting. It is definitely feels like a clunky change in terms of the UI. But I think that keeping it as the full background would be fine as long as we could do a full black background in front of the arrows. Because that, I think, is what is more important, being able to really like filter out what's happening directly behind what you're looking at.
Okay.
As long as that's good, I don't think it's too distracting to have things happening on the other side.
All right, that's fair. All right, so Safari with a little lead over Master J here. Really dialed in on both sides. Looks like Master J picked up a miss or two earlier, but still very, very close, and Master J could definitely pull ahead. Yeah, both of them are just screaming marvelous. You can see they're really locked into the sync on this.
My goodness. Safari really wants to finish it out, and
he's going to take the win on that.
Good for Safari.
Wow,
Good
that
to
was
get
some
promoted
really good
up.
MA.
Look at that.
Wow. Really good job for both of them.
And so hard to transition, too, between a song that is sung so fast to a song that is sung so slow.
Yeah.
Back and forth between. But they did it. They pull it off.
Yeah, really, really good job to both of them. But, I mean, Safari, who previously was not expecting to play today, has now moved on to the next pool. So he's going to have another full day ahead of himself.
I mean, it's a happy surprise, I'm sure.
It is.
Assuming that he wasn't up too late last night
Right.
without the knowledge. And now he's got that great warm-up set to go right into the next pool.
Definitely. Yeah, so you can see we are both sporting the Mistaken Lake 5 shirts, me and Safari in the background. All right, so we're going to be moving back into pool 6, I believe.
The other pool 5, I think.
The other pool 5. I keep losing track of where we are in the pools.
Well, I see Sam, Rafflecopter Pilot X, stepping up on player 1 here. Another TO, runs a lot of tournaments and events. Does a really great job. Really nice guy. And a really great overall player, too. He's recently been kind of working on his uppers a little bit. He's been going for his first 17 PFC as of the last few months. So now that 17s are on the table, I think that that's something that he's been kind of dialing into lately.
Okay.
Will be good for him.
So we'll see if that works out in his favor, depending what their card draw comes up with.
And then on the other side is RC1, who's a player I haven't had the pleasure of meeting yet, but I'm excited to see how he plays today.
Yeah, I feel like RC1's kind of been around for a while. I see him here and there at tournaments, and I feel like he kind of flies under the radar.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. Kind of a hidden threat.
Yeah, take advantage of that while you got it.
Yeah.
You can only fly under the radar for so long before people realize what you've got.
Right. All right, so it looks like we're moving into their warm-up song, Bounce Chirpy, a pretty popular warm-up song. I feel like people sing pretty well. It's just a good overall song to get you moving, even the difficult chart, which just seems like they're about to play.
Yeah, and it has a couple like kind of ambiguous foot switch moments that I think are kind of get your brain moving as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because you really do have to keep paying attention to that, because if you let it up even for a moment, even though the steps aren't particularly challenging, you can really trip yourself up,
Right.
as it is a bounce trippy.
Yeah. Yeah, very eponymous song name.
Oh, I like what I'm seeing at the bottom of the screen here. RC1 picking Helios, which used to be a 15 and got re-rated to 16. Another good decision by Konami there.
Another Ace-2-0 re-rate.
That one with a little bit of a challenging, for me at least, to lock into the sync. And then, speaking of challenging sync, Trigger.
Ooh, Trigger
Tell us a little bit about Trigger.
Ooh, Trigger is an interesting song. That has a lot of gimmicks going on. A lot of speed changes, primarily at 400 BPM, but there's these slow parts that are really difficult to read, so some people might struggle picking a speed mod for that, especially being back on Ace 2 Plus. You know, we don't have freedom of picking any speed you want to play, so a lot of people you're going to see picking either 1.25 or 1.5 on that, depending how fast they can read. But it is a very tricky song. Sync is weird. It's just got a lot going on.
It has a lot going on, and the very end of the song in particular is very challenging. It does a really fast run into a jump over a freeze arrow. A lot of people are going to mess that up.
Right.
These are two really strong players, so I wouldn't be surprised if I saw them absolutely nail it. But to your average Joe, Trigger is going to completely destroy you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's going to be really fun. If I had to guess, they're probably going to both be on 1.5, rating at 600. But it's possible you could see either of them at 500 or 700, depending on their preferences.
And then if we end up going to a tiebreaker, we have Osaka Evolve Type 1, which is another tricky song that just speed changes all around.
Yeah, now that Over the Period and Endymion have both been removed from the 15 chart, I would say that Osaka is potentially the most challenging to time 15 still in the folder. So even though their range does go from 15 to 17, Osaka is by no means an easier chart to play than Helios and Trigger.
No, not at all. So both of them pretty dialed into MA for their warm-up. We'll see if that carries into some of the harder charts as we move into 16s and 15s.
Yeah, interesting to see that they both opted to just go for the lower level, getting MA dial in and not focusing too much on like really trying to hit a lot of crossovers and do fast movements, which we'll see how that pans out for them in Helios, because Helios has a lot of really tricky moments where you're holding onto a freeze arrow and then tapping with one foot on the other. So that requires being like really warmed up, really focused, and we'll see how they transition into that.
Yeah, like physically as well as mentally. So you have to keep that in mind when you're picking a warm-up song too, what it is that you really want to get working.
Yeah.
You got to wake your brain up, you got to wake up your body. So also depending what your song draw has in it, that might influence what kind of warm-up you want to have.
Yeah, this draw is absolutely a mental draw.
Yes.
These songs are not known for being physically stamina intensive, for being the hardest and fastest, but they are known for being complicated, ambiguous, and hard to lock into.
Yeah.
Ready, set, step.
So Helios by Zach. Not too many songs by Zach in the game. There is another kind of debatable chart by Zach.
Yeah, debatable is a good way of putting it.
The infamous Trip Machine Zach Nanoglide mix, which is a very ambiguous chart. Kind of put Zach's name on the map, I think, for DDR. Maybe it left a sour taste in some players' minds.
Yeah, but another case where the song itself is really solid.
Oh, the song is great.
But whoever charted it decided that they were going to try and make some enemies that day.
Yes, definitely. So Helios definitely flows a little better, but
Yes.
still a very tricky chart.
Yeah, once you get into the chorus is when things really ramp up, kind of around the 350, 400 mark.
You got the magic touch, baby.
Love this quiet moment, getting to hear their crisp steps.
Yes.
Timing out these kinds of quiet freeze arrows is one of the hardest things in the game, I think.
It really
you have
is.
absolutely no beat to base it on.
And you can get in your head so much about it, too.
Yeah, especially when you know something tricky like these step jumps is coming up.
Yeah, sometimes you might anticipate it a bit and, like, rush it, you know, if you're getting a little too extra prepared.
All right, so here we are coming into the chorus of this song. We have a little bit of a lead from RC1, but I did see a couple of misses drop there during the step jumps, so we'll see how he holds out for the rest of this as these really complicated and jarring freeze arrows make their way into our feed.
Yeah, it's definitely the hallmark of the song and the trickiest part. But RC1's still with a pretty good lead. See if we can hold on to that. I'm just nailing that run there.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, RC1's going to take the first win.
And in a way, I almost think of that a little bit as a warm-up into Trigger.
Oh, definitely.
That now has gotten their legs really moving. They're going to be ready for anything physically that Trigger puts at them. It's got their brains really moving. And now the hard stuff happens. And I know Sam likes the hard stuff, Rocco. And so it makes complete sense that this is going to be his pick.
Sure.
He likes when things get weird. And things get weird in Trigger.
Oh, they sure do. I don't think it ever stops being weird.
I'm going to be curious to hear if we hear any ghost stepping during the stop section. Some players opt to add in a 8th note after each of the stops. And some players prefer to just kind of like hold and deal with the ambiguous break of time.
Yeah, so something else that not a lot of people think about is the length of songs.
Yes.
So DDR songs nowadays are kind of right around the 2-minute mark, give or take 5 to 10 seconds. But a lot of the older songs were closer to 1:30. And this being an older song from DDRX, it's much shorter than a lot of modern songs.
Yes.
So that could work in some people's favor, especially if they're not really stamina dependent. Knowing you have a shorter song that you can maybe push a little bit more on than you would for a longer song. Just something to keep in mind as a potential strategy.
Absolutely. Although there are some of those shorter songs where they just pack the same amount of difficulty into a smaller period
This
of
is
time.
Egoism comes to mind.
Egoism does come to mind. You're like, oh, it's only 800 steps for a 19.
Right.
Well, it's in a short period of time.
So yeah, Trigger, kind of a divisive song in chart, but I do think it's a really interesting song. There's not a lot in the game that sounds like this.
Absolutely.
All right, Rocco getting a little tripped up with some of those crossovers at the beginning, but nailing that slowdown.
And he does still have the lead. So yeah, I think that we're seeing RC1 picked Helios for a reason, and Sam picked Trigger for a reason.
Yeah, it's definitely playing to their strengths. So RC1 not too comfortable with the slowdown here. Looks like he's making a little bit some mistakes there. Very well might be a while since either of them have played this song. Not too many people play Trigger for fun.
Yeah, I probably know people. All right, so let's see what they opt to do on these stops. Looks like they're holding on, no ghost stepping, trying to just keep it simple.
Rocco with a pretty sizable lead. See if he can hold on to that. So definitely comfortable with the gimmicks this chart's thrown at him.
And these gallops can really mess you up too. Gallops into crossovers at this slowed speed. Yeah, and you're seeing it's tripping them both up a little bit.
Definitely. And then as mentioned, it's very difficult to pick a comfortable speed to play this entire chart on.
Here's a fun little jump.
All right, Rocco's going to take that one.
RC1 shaking his head at the screen, saying, what was that song?
Very interesting to see the difference in fast and slow between the two players. But that's not really an example of sync. That's just an example of that chart throwing everything at you.
Yeah, that's a good point.
She's like, what am I supposed to be doing right now?
Praying.
Yes. Well, no, Pray isn't in the central.
As soon as I said it, I was like, she's gonna say something about Pray. Set myself up for that one.
I'm getting booed for my puns already. Okay, so moving into another really tricky song, Osaka Evolved Type 1.
Yes.
Type 1 probably being the easier of the three Osakas, but it's by no means easy.
Yeah, the Osakas between types 1, 2, and 3 essentially shuffle all of the same elements of the song, but into different orders. And Osaka Evolved Type 1 has the least amount of variance between the elements. So it starts slow, and for the most part just gets faster. It has a little bit of back and forth, but as compared to Type 2 and Type 3, which has much more drastic changes between them, it seems like it has the most straightforward flow of those speed changes. And so I think in that way, it is the easiest stuff.
Yes. But definitely one of those ones that requires knowledge.
Yes.
It's a very strong knowledge check. And then once you know what you're doing, you obviously have to be able to execute it. So just a lot of mental energy of getting through this and really paying attention to dial in.
Yeah, and the sync isn't great either. It tends to have a pretty strong bias towards being late, so you're going to probably see a fair number of fair number of fasts. But it also just shifts a bunch, so you'll probably see a lot of fast and slow. The very beginning starts a little bit early, and then it gets very late, and then it gets a little early again, and it just kind of toggles back and forth during the speed changes.
Right. In this song, it says it goes up to 300 BPM, which it does, but the 300 BPM sections are very, very small compared to the rest of the song. So both these players might be reading those a little faster than they normally would, knowing that those 300 BPM sections are just for a small fraction of the entire song.
Yeah, I think it's just the last 16 notes or so.
Yes.
And you're like, okay, well, I can do that. So yeah, they're going to read at a speed that will eventually take them up to about 700 BPM, which they wouldn't be comfortable doing for the whole song, but they're going to need it because it starts at 50.
Yes. And this is one of those songs where the very first note is on the very first beat of music. So they don't really have a chance to kind of dial in and find the beat and find the rhythm. They just have to really visually time that.
Yeah, if somebody can start a song with a Marvelous, having had no musical cues leading into it, I throw up in my mouth a little bit. It's just so impressive.
Right. Yeah, Over the Period's another one that comes to mind. You gotta be ready for that first step.
Yeah, at like 12 BPM or whatever that is.
Okay, so both of them pretty neck and neck here at the beginning as we move into our first speed up. Our first speed change, I should say.
And those little step jumps are really, really challenging, but they both nailed them.
I'm gonna speed up again here. Both of them are pretty comfortable with this. RC1 picking up a miss there, but it looks pretty dialed in otherwise.
So we're gonna have our first slow down moment here. Very subtle slowdown.
Yes.
And then the slowdown here is gonna be a little bit more drastic.
Yeah, just a lot of micro adjustments that are constantly happening throughout the song that you have to be ready for.
Nice, both of them nailing that crossover. And now it is, I think, all speeding up toward the rest of the song.
Yeah, so it's going to get a little bit faster at the end. Right here. There we go. All right, Rocco's going to take a pretty comfortable lead on that. So good job to both of them. Those were some really tricky songs that they had to play.
And we are also now getting to a point where the room is starting to fill up a little bit more. I think in the morning sometimes people don't all show up for the first matches because they're still asleep from a late night. But now, you know, by this point, everybody's awake at 12:30.
Yeah.
Well, not everybody, but almost everybody's
Almost
awake.
everybody.
And so the room is starting to fill up. People are bringing in their lunches. People are really cheering, getting excited. So this is a very fun part of the day.
Definitely.
As we're going to be moving into Tier 6, which I think is one of my favorite parts of the tournament, is not top 8, not the tier right before top 8, but the tier right before that is I think where like the most exciting matches are happening. So I'm really excited as we're going to be moving into this kind of like middle upper section
really
of the
exciting.
tournament.
Very competitive territory.
Where it's so competitive and people are fighting for the opportunity to get to top 8. That is when you really see things happen. All right, so on this next match, we have Malkier and Safari. Really excited to have Safari coming up from Tier 4. This is our kind of after-the-fact promotion for Safari, just played a few minutes ago, coming up against Malkier, who's one of our assumed members of Tier 5 from yesterday's play. But actually joining me now on the mic, I have Rana, who has been on the sidelines helping run all of the stream, but we're giving him a little bit of a break. And so, Rana, I'm guessing you've been on mic already this tournament?
Yes, I have. And generally, I try not to do stream production and commentary at the same time.
Yes.
But, you know, I can do it for a few minutes. Kim just got to run to the bathroom. You know, that's just a necessary thing human beings need to do.
Unfortunately, sometimes. And we don't want her to have to be a hero.
I fear that you and Kim as a team might be too good with the puns.
Yeah, well, instead of being a hero, she's going to go to the bathroom and splash goals.
Oh, my God. Okay, well.
We are so happy to be here together with you.
I think you can go for the top of the building and stay there. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks, Vivian. Shout-outs to human beings.
Shout-out.
First we had math yesterday coming in clutch, and now we had humans.
I missed out on the math.
Yeah, I think it was just somebody trying to figure out who won, and they're like, oh yeah, numbers, I can do math. There was Pat Ball trying to figure out how much EX had been lost. And we were just like, yeah, shout-outs to numbers, real MVP of this game. So, yeah, we got Malkier, who, as you were saying, is definitely somebody who's going to be, when they're on, the person to beat.
Yeah.
Really, really efficient at lower levels. I'm pretty sure they've MFC'd the entire beginner folder.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think all of the beginners up through like 9, I guess. Which I guess is all the beginners.
I don't think there's any beginner 10s. There might be one, but I think a beginner 9 is the hardest one.
I think like Endymion over the period, those are all 9s. There's also like one random song that's like a 9 beginner, but the expert is only like a 13. I forget which one it is. It's like 9, 11, 12, 13.
Yeah.
Way to go, Konami.
Hey, you know what? Sometimes that's all you can really do with the song.
All you can do with the song.
So for this draw, we have We're So Happy, protected by Safari. Splash Gold, protected by Malkier. The tiebreaker potentially is Poppin' Soda. And Safari vetoed Lam X Special, probably a good choice for him. And then Malkier vetoed Go for the Top Expert. Those seem pretty logical choices. No one want to know about them.
Logical choices. Although Splash Gold is a really, really tricky chart. So I'm guessing that Malkier feels really confident about the ending run, because the ending run can make or break you every single time. Doesn't matter how good you are. If your eyes get a little confused by those freeze arrows, drop, drop, drop.
One thing that Malkier doesn't get necessarily enough credit for in tournaments is they do their research. They look up on people. They learn not just what your scores are, because that's not too hard to find out. It's pretty easy to troll your personal scores thread in Life or your Twitter, or find your rival code and look you up that way. But Malkier will start looking into, like, no, what is it that, like, you admit you're bad at? And, you know, Safari, not the most comfortable with turns, not the most comfortable with really fast stuff. So if Malkier knew that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did, then Splash Gold's an extremely good logical protect against Safari.
Yeah, and I think Safari ran on the other side and said, what's something that I do feel really comfortable with? We're So Happy is going to be a more straightforward 16 that allows to just really lock into the MA window, which is something Safari is strong.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so here we go. And that's one thing that Safari is really good at is straightforward MA. If you can just let him lock in and keep doing something, then I mean, he's just an MA monster for that.
And that's what We're So Happy is pretty much all about. I think they wrote the song with the intention of MA.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Safari already has more MFCs than I do. And
I am concerned about that good there. That I think potentially could have been a pad on that, but we'll have to take a look.
yeah, possibly. He also did kind of rush the rest of that run.
Yeah.
All right, after this first box run, Malkier up about 40.
Yeah, Malkier with a pretty healthy lead on this.
Malkier did also pick up a miss, but probably not going to be too big of a deal with that lead already built up there.
But we are seeing pretty much just white, white, white from both players. They are really streaming Marvelouses here.
Yeah, it's pretty much just Marvelous interspersed with combo breaks.
Yeah. But these are more tricky rhythms here, so I think we're seeing a couple greats coming out of Safari as it gets a little bit more complicated.
Yeah, Malkier's lead up to about 100 now.
Oh yeah, Malkier is so locked in right now.
Yep, Malkier's definitely got the warm-up going. His legs are just ready to do this.
At this point, I think they're just trying to impress. Amazing play.
By about 150. Okay, yeah, Malkier feels good.
Yeah,
Malkier
you see
feels
how
real
pumped
good
up
about
they
that.
are. Jump, jump, jumping.
I mean, you get like that sometimes at the end of the song where you're just like, okay, no,
Yeah,
I'm good.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, one miss, one great.
That's not bad for first song,
That's
first
not
serious
bad.
song of the day. All right, Kim's back, so I'm going to put her back on the mic.
All right, you missed out on some pun action while you were gone, but that's okay. Because we've got Splash Gold coming up.
Oh, we do. But and hello, everybody. Thank you, Renalis, again for covering for me for a few minutes there. But Kim Alaka's back on the mics with Duncan, and I'm excited to watch the rest of this match.
Yeah, 994 we see from Malkier as the personal best on Splash Gold. It is a phenomenal score. If they can get anything close to that, this is going to be a really solid showing.
Yeah, and definitely looking at the song choices here, they're all 16s, but very difficult for different reasons.
Oh, that's right. Pop and Soda came up to a 16 now.
It did. There's
Yes.
another re-rate showing up for us. So we had We're So Happy, pretty much a stamina check there. Splash Gold, some tricky footing, especially in the ending run. You kind of have a backward staircase in that 16th note run, which might trip some players up if you are not great at crossing over or choose to double step that.
Mm-hmm. And a lot of time spent in a pretty severe slowdown. It drops from 300, 150, and then drops even further down to 75. Those rhythms are going to be really hard to time. I'm curious to see if either of them take their hands off the bar for that section. I think that's a pretty popular section for people to kind of give their arms a break after dealing with a lot of fast streams and crossovers, and to just kind of go no bar on those easy steps.
Yes, definitely. Now, since they've already played 116, they should be pretty warmed up for these next two. I saw for their warm-up, they did choose to play an easier song, so that might not have been able to shift them into the gear, but now that they get 116 under their belt, should make them a little bit more comfortable for the next two.
One thing that I noticed that I think is really telling is that when Malkier got their first great, they shake their head in disappointment, which shows what their expectations for this song
Yes,
are.
definitely.
It shows that they're expecting nothing less than perfect, if not marvelous on every step.
Right.
And if that is what your expectation is going into a song of this level of challenge, you're going to perform excellent.
Definitely.
All right, so it looks like Safari took one hand off the bar there for a little bit of a break during this slowdown, but other than that, they are both keeping their arms on there, full force, not letting a single moment go by.
Yeah, we got a couple goods and a miss over on Safari's side. May not be too familiar with this slowdown. Okay, we're going to speed right back up.
Some fun ghost steps out of Malkier there during the stop, although it did kind of bite them in the butt at the end there because they ended up getting the good coming out of it. Nailing the crossovers there. Here comes the very fun ending. You'll see some freeze arrows and an absolute mental gymnastics from both of them to make this happen.
It's a very long run. Melchior picking up a miss. Noah's still coming on strong, but he picked up a miss now as well on his side. Yeah, that section with those freeze arrows was really tough to do if you don't cross over. But Melchior is going to pick up another win.
Yeah, really, really comfortable play from Malkier there.
Yeah, and that's a tough 16.
Oh my gosh,
very
yeah.
tough 16.
9-7-8 in tournament is nothing to turn your nose up at.
Okay, so we're not going to be C-Pop and Soda, but that was another 16, as Duncan mentioned, that was recently re-rated. Very different from the other two. You know, it has some stamina components, but also just really tricky footing as well in that, had we seen that chart come up.
Yeah, and it's very, like, step jump intensive, too, which, again, is another thing that we've talked about. Either you have it or you don't in a given moment.
Yes.
And I think that it would have been fun to have seen, like, how are we feeling on the step jumps right now, especially after playing something like Splash Gold.
Yeah, it'd be fun for us to see it since we're not playing it.
Right, exactly. It's not fun to play it by any means. But yeah, and we're actually seeing the energy in the room is shifting here as food is getting placed.
Yes, I can smell it wafting across the room.
Just a couple seconds ago, I was like, hold on here. What's happening?
So what's really nice about this venue, we are at Dave & Buster's at the Waterfront in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and we have this wonderful room that they have set aside for us, that we have the machine in, we have a bunch of chairs set up, and it's a very sizable room to hold all of us, and then they are also catering like a buffet-style food for us, which is wonderful that we don't have to leave to get food.
I've never had that before.
I haven't either. It's really, really nice. So huge props to Dave & Buster's staff for getting this all arranged for us. It definitely makes our day run smoother, makes everyone a little happier, I think. And we also have a side door that goes straight outside, so we're able to get some fresh air in here as well.
Yeah. I mean, it was like cold yesterday.
It was. It felt so nice.
It was nice. It was nice. It was really nice. And I think just in general, like even beyond the Dave & Buster's staff, everything has been running so smooth this weekend. It has been a really seamless tournament. As with any tournament, we had some pad issues. There was a cracked panel. There were some issues
a little
with
bit of a pad issue
with things at the beginning. But that's like, the cracked panel isn't inevitable, but issues with the pad are inevitable. When you're playing on this kind of hardware where you're just like stomping on it over and over again tens of thousands of times, things are going to happen. Something will come loose, some dirt will get in there. It's not always going to be perfect, and these, we demand perfection from our machines. And it's really easy for that, I think, to completely turn a tournament on its head. Get the schedule behind by hours, people start to get upset, they're not happy with the quality. But the staff has been so quick and efficient in making everything happen. There's only one machine, and we have not fallen behind at all yet. I mean, knocking on whatever plastic material is there. But they have done such an amazing job keeping things on time, staying efficient, keeping people happy. Like you said, the Dave & Buster's staff being really effective. So just huge props to the whole tournament staff. This has been a really, really fun, well-run, welcoming tournament.
Yes, definitely. Shout out to our TO for this event, Aaron, also known as 17 Sirius. He was a Pittsburgh native. I think lives in New Mexico now. I think him and his wife are literally at the tail end of their honeymoon right now.
Yeah.
And they chose to, come back to Pittsburgh to put on this event. So that just shows you the love that these players have for their game, that, they want to spend their time doing this. So huge shout out to him and his wife.
What better way to spend a honeymoon, honestly, than playing dance games?
Right.
I can't imagine doing it any other way.
And for some of us, that's our second love, maybe right after our partner. For some, it might be your first love.
I was going to say, it's like, don't tell mine. Yeah, okay, so we actually have Malkier coming back on for another match against RC1. So I'm sure they are feeling really warm, super hyped up after that last Flash Gold play. You saw how they were jumping up and down, feeling good.
Yes.
So if I were anybody else, I'd be very afraid of Malkier right now, especially with the blue outfit on.
I was just supposed to comment on the blue fit. Even the hat, I think, is a shade of navy, so not quite the same shade of blue, but they got the blue thing going on right now.
And everything about Malkier is intentional.
Oh, of course.
So they didn't just happen to have blue.
Right.
They wanted to have their blue.
Definitely.
So if we take any one lesson away, don't sleep on Malkier.
No, not at all. All right, so we're going to be jumping into our first song right now, Kimono Princess.
Love this.
Fun June song. I think this is a pretty well-liked June song overall.
Well, and interestingly, Silver Dream is our second song.
Oh
so
my God.
we've got a June set.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Silver Dream maybe not quite as universally liked, but still a really good song. The charting, I think, is where people maybe get some opinions when it comes to the June songs, because some of them can be really tricky.
Yes, and both of them have their own interesting, tricky moments in it. I think Silver Dream is a little bit harder. Though.
Yes. Yeah, Kimono Princess flows pretty well, assuming you know where to turn and execute some of these freeze gallop patterns that you'll see coming up.
And also does kind of the unique and very fun starting the chorus on the offbeat
Yes.
with those blue notes, which I think can trip some people up coming into it, but as we're seeing, it did not trip either of these players up. A little bit of a difference, Monkier with a slight lead, about 15 EX it looks like, but certainly not impossible to make up, especially with that miss.
Yeah, no, not at all. Monkier executing all those crossovers.
And I love this slowdown.
The slowdown is really fun. It's one of those ones that just really fits the song. Yeah, even if you've never heard this before, you almost know there's a slowdown here.
Yeah.
And then slow down a little bit again. Both of them just dialed in for these steps.
And the interesting thing here is that because of where that stop is, you come back in on the offbeat for this chorus, but it's a red note now instead of a blue note. So the downbeats are on the blue notes instead of the red notes because of the stop, which is one of those interesting things that happens in songs like Fascination Max,
Sure.
where you're like, oh, suddenly everything is yellow for some reason.
Yeah, Fax has what I like to call green note syndrome at the end.
Yeah,
Okay.
blue note syndrome not as impactful, but definitely still something that can, like on triple counter, have an impact on
Yes.
people.
All right, real good playing from both of them. Mulkier's
Yeah.
going to take that one with about 15 EX lead, but RC1 did not stay far behind at all.
Yeah, oh my gosh, look at that MA.
Yeah, that's
40
really good for both of them.
41,
Five,
5-2. Whew.
and then on RC1 side, 6-1-5, like really good MA from both of them.
Now coming up, we have Silver Dream, which I do love Kimono Princess, but I actually think I like Silver Dream even more.
Oh, really? Now, do you like both the song and the chart more, or just the song?
Probably just the song.
Okay.
But this is a pretty well-loved song in the I-95 corridor of
Okay.
Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. Famous for players at tournaments doing the whip as the stop comes along about 2/3 of the way through the song. So I don't see people gathering yet to do the whip, but it is possible that we will see that later. I'm not sure. If this tournament were in New York, it certainly would happen.
All right. So as you can see, the song just starts right away,
Yes.
so they'd be ready for that. Okay, both starting neck and neck here. Not going to mention anything about the color of the combos, but they're both doing pretty well.
My gosh, yeah, look at how neck and neck they are. It's essentially tied at this point.
Yeah, RC1 just with a couple EX lead, but it is just going to be trading back and forth.
But this chorus is where things get more challenging.
Yes.
Not for them.
No, not at all. They both look really dialed in and know exactly what's happening.
Those crossover gallops, I think, are the hardest part of this song. And you see RC1 with a couple grades there, but still just a hair behind Monkier.
Yeah, Malkier pulled ahead just a little bit there. And our infamous June slowdown, which is in so many June songs.
All right, we see some movement from the crowd.
Oh, Malkier lost his hat there. Hopefully that's not going to impact them too much.
It's not, yeah. Luckily that the hat flew off the front and not onto part of the pad. I think getting a little too excited by that stop whip.
Right. Still got a lead over RC1 though, so obviously it isn't impacted too much by it. But both of them are really dialed in. You can just see the focus on their faces. Oh, so close here as it gets to the end. Oh, two EX!
My goodness. Blowing out the mic here. Just,
Wow. That got so close there at the end. RC1 just held on, and had Mulkier made one more mistake there at the end, RC1 could have taken that.
I mean, you have to feel good about how you played there if you're
Definitely.
RC1. Yeah, he's walking away with a smile. Oh, man, that was amazing.
Yeah, it was really, really good performance from both of them. Really entertaining to watch that.
Yeah, I love whenever there's anything that's within one step. If you're within 3 EX of each other and you know, oh my gosh, one step made the difference of that song, that is so exciting.
It's very exciting.
All right, so now we've got 2 players coming back onto the pad. We have Sam Rafflecopter Pilot X on player 1. And our 4B promote coming up on player 2 from Safari.
Yeah, and for those of you just joining us now, Safari did not know that they would be playing today until maybe an hour or so ago. We had a player drop that had previously promoted from last night, Lilac. They were the one that promoted out of their pool, but she unfortunately had to drop. So we had a match a little while ago between the next 2 places from the previous pool, and Safari won that. So Safari has now promoted into the pool that we see now, which is pool 5B.
I'm really excited to see this match, partly because this is Safari's opportunity, I think, to really show why they've been promoted into 5 out of 4,
Definitely.
to show that they've earned it. I think they rightfully have, and I'm excited for them to like really be like, no, I belong here. And this is where this is my place.
Yes, though I am taking a look at the song list that just came up, and I hope for Safari's sake that it does not go to the tiebreaker, because I know he had to play that at the last tournament we were at together.
And wasn't happy about it?
Was not happy about Happy Lucky Yappy, which, I mean, I don't know who would be.
I would not feel yappy if I were playing it.
No.
I don't know what yappy means, but I wouldn't be it.
I don't think anyone has defined Yappy yet. But we are going to start with Going Hypersonic, which is a pretty straightforward 15. So it's going to really come down to how well these players can dial in to the MA on this song, I believe.
And I think this is the only song by Mami Udafu, right?
I do believe so. It's definitely one of the newer artists. This came out on H2O Plus when there was a lot of new artists getting songs to the game that we hadn't seen before.
Yeah.
Okay, so both these players warmed up. They've already played. Safari just had a set of 16s. Rocco also just had a set of 16s not too long ago. So they should have their legs nice and warm. And we'll see how well they can hone into the tricky rhythms on the song.
Yeah, this is a relatively well-synced chart, too. Ever so slightly slow, but really not anything that's going to make too much of an impact on the play.
Yeah, both of them pretty dialed in. Nothing too stamina intensive. It mostly really comes down to the positioning and the rhythms of the song.
And this is one that does have a really solid bass on it, too, throughout the whole song, so it's easy to stay locked in, I think.
Definitely.
And I think that's going to bode well for Safari in this case. You're seeing Safari's keeping it really close here within 9EX.
Yeah, Rocco with a bit of lead, still holding on to the PFC. I think Safari's only picked up 1 grade, maybe 2, but he's not far behind at all.
Oh, well done on those foot switches.
Both of them really dialing into this part.
Yep, 16x apart. That moment gives them a little bit of time to think, and it looks like that time to think may have not worked in Safari's favor because they picked up 3 grades there.
Yeah, sometimes when you're maybe not moving and you have some dead space in songs, it's easier to kind of get off of your rhythm. But Rocco kind of pulling away a little bit with the lead. Still got that gold combo going on his side as well. But Safari definitely holding its own.
Yes, let's see if Rocco can pull this out.
All right.
Well done.
We got a PFC in a tournament. That might have been close to his PB.
Yeah, 37 perfects on a 15 PFC, and not the easiest of 15s either.
Not at all. But good job from Safari as well. Got the great full combo. Definitely held his own. But we are going to be moving into a much less straightforward chart.
Yes.
Not so much the charting, but the sync is really notable moving into this next song, colloquially known as Late Oath.
Oh, you know, I hadn't heard that before, but I like that.
So you can give you one guess why people like to call it that.
It's because it's late.
You got it.
And the thing too is that it's not even the same level of late the whole time. It starts very late, but then it gets more very late. It just gradually drifts later and later throughout the course of the song.
Right.
So even if you kind of find that late sync, you can fall back out of the window very easily, which is never fun.
No, and the song definitely gets progressively harder too. You're having more 16th note runs, so it gets even harder to play later as the song and chart is getting more, just more steps.
Yeah, the harder that a song becomes, the harder it is to focus your mental and physical energy on timing, because you're forced to focus on just hitting the notes and getting that right. And so I think you will see in that back half of the song very likely an increase in the number of fasts coming from each of them.
Definitely. So we'll see if they can really kind of hold back, because it's really hard to hit these runs and hold back to not get too many fasts. Definitely seen some fast on both sides there through that first drill. We'll see if they can settle a little bit more into the sync as we get a little further on. But Rocco taking a little bit of a lead right off the bat here. Safari picked up a miss there early on, but giving you some more time to get used to the song after those first few 16th-note runs. Okay, another miss on Safari's side, but still holding on.
Another weird thing about this song is that this is one of those ones where the double chart has more steps than the single chart.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, for whatever reason. Sometimes they just really like to make the double chart hard.
I've noticed that. It's weird, though, because usually double charts are a little bit easier if it's the same difficulty as singles.
Yeah.
So it's interesting when you see one that's harder at the same difficulty level. I'm assuming it's a 15.
Yeah.
Okay, so Rocco's still got a pretty good lead in here. Definitely gonna have some more 16th note runs coming up. And it's just, you can see both players getting tons of fast. It's so hard to hold back during those sections.
Especially right here at the end. I will always get fast here, and I'm sure we'll see it. Yep, that drill.
All right, Rocco's gonna take a win on the second song as well for the match win. Again, some wah-wah chants in the chat, well, in the crowd, the live crowd. I guess that's the live chat, right?
The chat of humanity. But we needed a little bit of wah-wah spirit, I think. We're still reeling from yesterday's defeat, and so we're all rooting for Rocco to go far.
Yes.
All right, who do we have up next in this pool? I feel like we have one more, right?
We should have one more, maybe two more. But as a reminder, Safari came up from the previous poll, so he was our promotion, replacing Lilac, who had dropped, unfortunately. But we have a lot more matches to go today.
We
so
do.
I'm pretty excited for what's to come.
Many hours of good DDR.
Yes, definitely.
Which is my love language.
DDR or good DDR?
Good DDR.
Okay. Not bad DDR.
Bad DDR is not my love language. When I see a normal person walk up on and then they're just playing normal DDR.
Listen, we all got to start somewhere.
We got to start somewhere. and it tends to be these days with Dua Lipa's new rules.
Yes. You know, honestly, I'm not mad about that being an American license.
Oh, I
understand a lot of hardcore players don't typically care for the American licenses. You know, they view them as songs that were put in the game for casual players to get into the game. But you know what? We need those. And I do think that Konami has gotten better about picking songs that, will respond to the general crowd of non-DDR players, but are also still fun for the player who's been playing for 15, 20 years.
Yeah.
And they've actually started charting some of these American licenses pretty well too. They're not just throwaways. Some of them are fun. Like you have
Party Rock Anthem.
Yeah, Party Rock Anthem playing right now in the background. That's a fun chart.
Yeah, and I've seen it time and again at the Times Square Dave & Buster's. Like people walk in and they come around the corner and they see the video of Party Rock Anthem and they're like, oh.
Yeah,
like,
and it gets them on the pad.
And it gets them on the pad playing.
Yeah, when people walk up and they want to play DDR and they've never played before or maybe played it once or twice, they want to play songs they know. And Konami being, it's a full company. They're not just making the game, they're making the music. They have in-house artists. So they're making music for this game. And if you don't play rhythm games, you don't know what this music is. And there's a lot of good music, but most people want to go up and play a song they know.
That's right. If Cyrano's Perfect Math Class is playing and just an average American person walks up, it's not going to excite them very much.
No, not most people.
Not most people.
No, some maybe, but...
Some of us.
Yes.
But yeah, if they see Party Rock Anthem, if they see Ariana Grande, if they see Dua Lipa, that's something that can get you excited.
Definitely.
Now, my gripe is that the Ariana Grande song is really off sync and starts with that weird speed up moment, which is challenging.
It is very challenging.
But it's a good song.
It is, yes. So it's definitely good to see a lot of different variety in these games. And in addition to American licenses, we have Japanese licenses too. So, your typical American player isn't going to know a lot of those songs, but it's good to see a lot of different variety in what types of songs you have.
Okay, now we do have our next match coming up. It is Safari and RC1. Safari just doesn't get a break.
No, he really doesn't. And again, he was not expecting to play today. I'm not sure when he got the notification that he would, be playing a match to determine if he was moving on or not. It could have been this morning. It could have been last night. I'm not quite sure of that yet. But either way, he did not know he was going to be playing.
And yet he looks so prepared.
He looks fresh.
Every match he's been playing so well, and to come without the expectation of playing a dance game and then having to jump right into it,
yes,
and then performing the way that he's playing, props to Safari.
Absolutely. Okay, so we are jumping into a 17.
And a tricky one at that.
Very tricky 17. So New Era Experts, another one of Soda's new songs. So it's not, as far as 17s go, it's not too bad, but it definitely has a lot of gimmicks, so you have to know how they go.
If you do not know the gimmicks, you will not have a good time.
No, not a chart that you want to be sight reading.
And there are a couple moments where it is really fast and tricky. That 240 BPM, for the most part, you're not seeing drills at 240, but there are a couple little moments, 2 at the beginning that are really easy to mess up, and then a couple at the end.
Yeah, so 16th notes at 240, that's pretty fast. So there's just a couple little bursts, but you got to be ready to be moving your feet that quick. All right, so we're going to jump straight into it. And we'll see how well these players remember the song, but judging by their scores, they at least have a pretty good idea of what this does. Another one of those songs that's pretty easy to dial into if you know the stops, because the sync is pretty well done on this.
Both of them double-stepping these crossovers at the beginning, which I think is a pretty common choice for this song.
Definitely.
Those are 120 BPM. That's pretty easy to double-step.
Yeah, so it's one of those songs you can really do either way. In the ending run, there's going to be some crossovers, but a lot of people do choose to double-step that for reasons you said. 120 is a pretty good BPM to double-step.
All right, and Safari coming out of that first 240 16th drill with the PFC, and the second one, he just missed the jump afterward.
Yeah. But you can see they're both very comfortable with this chart. They know exactly what it's doing, what's coming. Safari holding on to a little bit of a lead here, but RC1 is very not far behind at all.
I'm really impressed with both of these players right now, but especially Safari.
Oh, definitely. I think having those 16s in his last couple sets really warmed him up.
Yeah. I want to see if they do a crossover or a double step here. They do the crossover, and they both hit it. And that one note right there paying homage to Sakura.
Yep.
But about 1,000 times easier to hit.
Yes. Safari still with a pretty good lead. He's kind of running away with it a bit. So let's see if he can hold on to that for the ending run that we're going to get into in a moment here. RC1 also very good. I've seen tons of marvelouses on his side, so he's real crisp and tuned into this chart.
Yeah, both really comfortable hitting those stops too. All right, now no more stops. It's just one last run to the end here. Oh wait, one more stop.
They remembered it was there, and that's what's important. Okay, wow, Safari's going to take that with 100 EX lead.
Phenomenal.
Really phenomenal job by him. You can tell that song was definitely in his wheelhouse, so really good. And I do believe that is a PB from Safari.
995. Safari is feeling excellent right now.
4-1. Very, very, very good on that. Then he just shouted to the crowd, that is his first 17 AAA, so he is ecstatic.
And not just a AAA, 995. He blew straight past 990 by an additional 5,000 in tournament. 1 miss, 4 grades on a really complicated 17.
Like, that's not barely a AAA. That is solid
strong.
AAA.
Like, that is a song that he can PFC. After watching him play that, he can PFC that if he grinds it.
Yeah.
And my God, he's got to be feeling great. He's getting hugs and handshakes. People are lining up to congratulate him right now like he is the godfather.
Yeah.
They are paying their respects and kissing the ring of Safari. Everybody is so happy for him. That is just so amazing. And when the song ended, I don't know if you saw in the camera, but he was just bashfully standing there with his hands in his lap, waiting to see what the score was. Silently,
hoping.
Let's see what this is.
Yes.
Am I going to get the AAA? And the moment the screen turned, he jumped up in the air, ecstatic. which is so exciting because when you have the EX score, you don't know what your
No,
money's worth. He has
not
no
at
way
all.
of knowing if he had a AAA, but he knew in his brain, he's like, that was good.
Right. He knew he did good. He just didn't know how good he did.
Oh, that is so exciting to see. 17 AAA number 1.
Yeah, it's
Props
always
to Safari.
really exciting when people are hitting these huge milestones in tournaments.
Yeah. My gosh. And meanwhile, RC1 had a great song too.
Right.
Like, he played excellent. He's been playing great. But
He
every
just
once
can't
in a while,
compete with a 17 AAA.
right? Every once in a while, you just have to step back and appreciate what happens on the pad
Yeah.
next to you.
Okay, so shifting gears here, going back to Toy Box Factory, which we saw a couple matches ago. This is one that's definitely going to be homing in on the MA for both of them. So we'll see how well they can execute these drills, which being the hallmark of the song. So RC1 definitely stands a really good chance of catching up with this song, I
Yeah.
think. Also, we mentioned Sandblow earlier because we have an EMU's card being passed around for people that either don't have a card or lost theirs or don't have all the songs unlocked. And the Sandblow name is an EMU's name on it. And this is our first time actually seeing Sandblow come up in a tournament.
But not when somebody's using the Sandblow
But not when someone's...
card.
Nope.
What a shame.
I know. Maybe it will come up again. There's
Maybe
still
it'll
plenty of
come up.
tournament to go.
But how much 15 is there to go? I don't
This is true. We are going to be moving up into difficulty as we get into later pools
I think
as well.
15 stay all the way through to top 8.
Yes, we've been informed that is the case. So we will continue to see 15s.
Which is great. Everybody loves 15s.
Yeah, I do feel like 15 is a very comfortable difficulty for a lot of people. It's kind of like pushing into uppers, but not quite enough where a lot of lower level players have difficulty with them.
Yeah, it is. It's like hard to define it as lowers or uppers. I think like 14s and below you think of as the lowers, or some would
Yeah.
define mids, and then 16 and above is clearly uppers.
Yeah. All right, so they're really neck and neck. I actually just looked down. Safari had a lead, and then they were
Yeah.
tied, and then RC1 pulled
Yep.
ahead, and now
2
they're
EX.
just going back and forth. There's our first drill.
Oh, a little bit of
RC1
trouble
is
there.
dialed in.
Yeah, 4 EX difference.
Yeah, that drill I think gave RC1 a little bit of an advantage. He just really nailed into that marvelous window there.
Now we see a 10 EX difference. A little bit of a pull away from RC1, but 10 EX is 3.5 notes. It won't be hard to make that
No,
up.
not at all. And we still have one more very long drill at the end of the song.
Yes, anything can happen during a long drill. Wow, just white streams all day long.
Yeah, very, very crisp. I can hear just the crisp footsteps from that sound from that mic pad mic.
All right, here we go. 15 EX difference coming into the final drill.
All right, and RC1's not going to
RC1,
let up at all.
yeah.
He's going to solidly take that one, but really good showing from Safari as well.
Yeah, Safari basically MFC'd the ending drill, but RC1 also
Yeah.
did, so what
With
are you gonna
very close scores. If you look at our great
Yeah.
count and miss count, it really came down to the marvelouses, and
Yeah.
RC1 just dialed in a little bit more.
So now we get to see Sandblow.
We do get to see Sandblow.
Which is a very hard 15, but people tend to think it's harder than it is because it happens at the beginning. And I think when something comes out of the gate and is as hard as Sandblow is, you forget, it's like, well, I forgot about the part of the second half, which actually isn't that hard because I'm already tired out
Sure.
and I'm already feeling like I've been destroyed by this 15. The first half of this 15 is probably comparable to like over the period.
I mean, it's definitely hard. It is really tricky right off the bat, like you said. I mean, I don't think the rest of the song is particularly easy, but
yeah, it doesn't get easy. It's just
No.
not as hard as the beginning. Yeah, there's a couple tricky crossovers,
Yes.
weird slowdown moment.
the crossovers are definitely an area that can trip you up. So we'll see how these players decide to do that if they decide to cross over or try a double step. It's kind of hard to double step at this speed.
Yeah, 165 is just a little too fast to get that reliably. I think at like the 150 and below BPM,
Sure.
you'll see people tend to double step more.
And you still have plenty of players that will double step at this speed, but
Yeah.
it's because it becomes an acquired skill at that point. So it can be really tricky at the beginning here. I'm just going to get started right away, and then you're going to have a really weird speed up that if you don't know exactly how to time it, can give you some issues. misses over on Safari's side. RC1 picking up one as well.
Yep, and the skippity paps are going to get anybody.
Yeah.
And then some of the PSMO foot switch triplets.
Yeah, very technical for a 15.
It really is. And then Scoobies. Like, we have skippity paps, we have Scoobies, we have PSMO triplets, more Scoobies.
Yeah, it's got a lot going on in this chart. Definitely difficult if you don't play this semi-regularly to really hone in on the technique. RC1 looking pretty comfortable, has a pretty good lead right now, but definitely a lot of ground for Safari to make up should RC1 make any mistakes.
Yeah, so this is the part we're talking about where it gets a little bit easier. It's just not quite as intensive, but it'll give you another slowdown here.
True.
And then it does pick up again here coming into the chorus.
Yeah, and RC1 not really giving any airs to let Safari catch up.
Yet remarkable Marvelous count here. Especially with these kind of syncopated jumps. Those are really tricky to time, and RC1 is absolutely nailing it.
Yeah, definitely dialed into this. Seems like he's very comfortable with this chart. But tons of Marvelouses over on Safari's side. He's doing really well. RC1's just not giving him anything to work with to catch up. So RC1's going to take that one for the second song win, but that was an incredible match to watch.
Great set.
And you know what? If I was Safari, I wouldn't be too upset because he
just
got his first 17 AAA. So he came out of this match with something pretty amazing to hold on to.
And this was extra credit for him. You know, this was second drink, bonus play. He didn't expect any of this to come today. And, I mean, you think about the story of that. He woke up this morning not thinking he was going to be playing in the tournament and will be walking away with not only extra play than he expected, but that 995 on New Era.
It's just a shame that it's not going to save onto his Emu's card because we're on Ace 2 Plus. Because I do know him playing at GLM. We have DDR World, so he's obviously updated to that. So he won't have that score saved, but he'll have it saved on a picture.
And you know the first song he's playing when he gets home.
Yep.
He's going home and I'm playing New Era. I'm recreating that magic. All right, we're seeing some Pat Ball hat representation from Rocco. Rocco, typically a backwards hat player. Right now, looking like we're both the Michigan and the Pat Ball hats are facing forward, though. Interesting strategy.
Yeah.
See how it pans out for them.
Yeah, hopefully Malkier doesn't lose their hat this time.
That's a good point. Maybe they should wear it backwards.
As long as we don't have any more hype moments and songs, I think they should manage to keep it on.
That's right. I mean, the whip is going to throw the hat every time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, look at this set.
Oh, wow. Okay, so starting with the 17. I feel like both these players shouldn't have too many issues with Glitch Angel. It's one of the, I guess you could call it an easier 17. And I think both these players are just the right amount of, good at MA and stamina to really dial in on this.
Malkier has it PFC'd.
They sure do.
Oof. So this, a relatively straightforward 17. There's a little bit of a crossover moment at the beginning, and then in the back portion of the song, the trickiest part, which you hear as the kind of like warm-up track, is when it goes into those 12th notes. Those are definitely the hardest part of the song, and then there's some crossovers at the end. But other than that, like you said, it's a relatively straightforward 17. Fun rhythms, strong beat, on sync, not too stamina intensive.
Yeah, and this does look like it was Rocco's pick, so even though we saw the PFC at Malkier's side, Rocco's definitely comfortable with the song. Yeah, Malkier picking up some misses, and Rocco just kind of nailing that beginning.
Rocco hits both of those crossovers, but Malkier still with a 2EX lead, locked into that MA window. This is going to be an exciting match. Tied up.
So see how well they can stay. It's really hard to stay calm during this part because there's a lot of these runs and then those jumps thrown in there. You really have to have a certain level of composure to just hit all of those.
Yeah, Malkier definitely getting more Marvelouses there at the beginning.
Yeah, but both of them, I mean, Rocco's still getting that gold combo. Like, they are really close, and this can go either way. It's going to come down to who has got the better focus, I think. It doesn't make too many mistakes because I don't think either one of them is performing any shy of amazing.
Oh my gosh, yeah. And the end is the hardest part. So that's where things are going to really happen.
Yeah, a little bit of a break here. Yeah, still very, very close. of them nailing that 12-note section. Looks like they're falling pretty comfortable into
Both
this.
doing double steps on these.
Yeah, Rocco getting a little bit of a miss on that jack, but that's really hard to execute. Walk here with a little bit more of a lead, so we'll see if they can hold on to that.
So close.
Rocco looking really comfortable, though. I just don't think Malkier is going to make any mistakes to let him up, and they did not, so Malkier's going to take the win on that.
Is that a AAA for Malkier?
It was? Oh, triple
And
A,
both of them triple A, and that's an up score for Rocco, who had 989 on this before.
I think Rocco's very, very happy with that
Yes.
triple A, as he should be.
Oh,
I think I heard him say that was triple A number 6 on the 17, as we're getting the wah-wah chance.
another instance of everybody coming to pay their respects.
Yes. And Malkier won that one, but you know what? Rocco deserves all this love he's getting because that was a big milestone to hit. Really good job to both of them. Good job for Malkier for taking that match. Good job for Rocco for that AAA.
Overcome with emotion, you know, laying his head down on the bar. Oh, that is so exciting to see. So happy for Rocco. And for Malkier for winning the song.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody's happy.
Yeah, they were both really, really dialed in on that.
But nothing can make you come down from being happy like playing Stella Sinistra.
Another really tricky songs. A lot of songs by the artist Akuda are pretty tricky because they have these string sections which are not real common in a lot of rhythm games. So there's some really tricky rhythms you wouldn't otherwise see. And you're going to have some speed changes as well. And then we'll have 12 notes. So again, one of those songs that is just hard to dial into.
But a really exciting end of this song because it just stops and then you hear the piano and you have like 5 seconds to stare at each other's scores before the last couple seconds. So if it's a close match when that piano kicks in at the end, I'd be curious to see if either of them tilt their heads down and look across the screen. Rocco hit the speed up. I don't think I've ever seen that.
No, it's so hard to hit that.
There's like no beat that you can tap to get into. You just have to know it.
Right. And again, it's so hard to find the beat in this song. Both of them doing really, really well now. Malkier with a little bit of a lead, but Rocco looks very comfortable with this too.
Yeah, it's interesting. Some players really find that 12 notes are something that they struggle with. Swing beats and even streams on 12 notes, just having kind of that triplet alternate beat. But it seems like both of them are really strong when they see a green note.
Yeah, they don't seem to be struggling with the 12 notes in here at all.
Yeah, Malkier wears blue but hits green.
Okay, Malkier is still holding on to lead, but Rocco is not far behind, and there's a lot of ground to catch up with.
Yep, especially with the slowdown. Both hitting the crossovers there.
And Malkier pulling away with the lead quite a bit.
All right. Are they going to look at each other's scores?
Got the dab on Rocco's side. All right, good job to both of them. I think Rocco looked down and realized he didn't have enough ground to make up for the rest of the song. Just having fun with it, but you know what? He still cleared it out just fine. Really good score for both of them.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, 8 Grateful combo and Stella Sinistra is nothing to sneeze at.
I think it's an up score for Rocco on that one, too.
Which is just amazing that people upscore stuff in tournaments.
Blows my mind.
So I'm learning some trivia from the chat. Stella Sinistra is one of the baseball songs, if you are aware or not. The jacket is actually a giant baseball.
I thought it was a planet.
It looks like it. It's like being shot into outer space, so it's like looks like it's a meteor or something, but it's a baseball. You can like see the little red stitching on it. But apparently I've been told that Sinistra is refers to like left-handed pitching or something like that. So that's where the name comes into play.
Very cool.
So today I learned.
Thank you, chat.
I knew it was a baseball song, but I did not know about the name origins.
We've got a couple baseball songs.
There's a lot of baseball songs. So Konami made a baseball game at one point, and then there was a baseball-themed event. So there's a lot of songs that directly have something to do with baseball, and there are other ones from the baseball event that don't really have anything to do with baseball, but are still considered baseball songs. But the ones that most people know about, you have a couple 14s, Yakyu, which is the rules and history of baseball, Mind Game, and then in the 15s we have Stella Sinistra. I'm not sure if there's any other 15s, but then we have 9, the song 9.
Beanball.
Beanball.
Can't forget
Yeah.
Beanball.
I feel like there might be a few more missing, but that's a lot of them.
Yeah, I forgot that 9 was baseball.
Yeah, they have, they're both wearing like
Yeah, they're
baseball
the
hats.
baseball caps.
Yeah.
It's so intense. It's
It
like,
is.
They're singing about baseball there?
You know, I'm actually not sure what they're singing about. I just hear a lot of yelling. I'm not sure what it.
Yeah,
what
it is
actual words.
screaming.
I like to imagine that they're just shouting 9, just like 9.
9! It's kind of what it sounds like at the beginning. All right, so now we're transitioning to some new faces that we haven't yet seen in tournament, including our very own tournament organizer.
We finally have our TO up here.
Which is always exciting, which is very corrupt of him to be playing in the tournament.
Yes, we have Sirius and Old Donk. Looks like they're probably going to get started with a warm-up here before moving into their matches. All right, and you can see our card draw down below. So after we get through our warm-up song, we're going to have Tokyo Evolved Type 1, protected by Sirius, and then Old Donk protecting Roppongi Evolved version C. I know Old Donk is very comfortable with the Roppongi, so that makes sense that he would protect that. And then our tiebreaker, if it comes down to it, will be high and low. You can see our players choosing to play their warm-up song in different difficulties, which again, each person has their own strat, what they're comfortable with as their first song of the day. You know, some people just really want to jump right into harder songs to get their legs moving. Some people need a little bit slower of a warm-up, but you know yourself best.
Yeah, I think for a song like Tokyo coming out and being so tricky to time, I'm not surprised that Sirius is focusing on the timing in this warm-up. But I am definitely somebody who wants to focus more on my legs moving, and it seems like that's what Old Donk is thinking as well.
But also looking at their song draw, probably the most stamina-intensive song out of these is High and Low, and that being the third song. They are going to have the other two songs to kind of warm up with to get to that.
Yeah, and Roppongi is actually a good warm-up song, too. Not version C, but Roppongi has some good little drills in there. It kind of warms you up at the beginning of the song. It's not too intense. But definitely will get you warm for something like High and Low, which is just like 40 BPM faster.
Yes.
But yeah, Tokyo is going to be very interesting to see here. Type 1 is, I guess, one of the most straightforward of the Tokyos, but not the best synced.
Right. Yeah, mild as far as gimmicks go, but definitely hard to dial into. And No Bar Band, going back to talking about the baseball song, like the song 9. To me, it sounds like they're saying 9, like the English 9, as opposed to the Japanese Q. But again, I have no idea what they're actually saying. I'm just making up what I think I hear.
And that's really all that matters.
Right.
Yeah, there are some of those songs where trying to figure out what they're singing is futile.
Yeah.
Such as Amara. And in fact, if you go on RemiWiki and you look up what the lyrics are to Amara, it doesn't list any.
Probably because no one's been able to figure it out.
Yeah, it's like, why even try?
But you know what, that's the infamous Pawn lyric style. Like, he tends to do that where he has this, I don't even know what kind of effect to call it that he puts on his vocals, but it's a really unique effect. You hear in a lot of Pawn's songs that he sings on, like that, Anniversary, and you either like it or you don't. I actually think it's a really cool effect, and I like the sound of it.
For sure. All right, I'm excited to see Tokyo and Roppongi. We've got a couple Japanese cities in this set.
We sure do. And definitely tricky songs.
Great score for Sirius and personal best.
Oh, yes. And this was Sirius's Protect, so he, you can imagine, is very comfortable with the song. You can see who has the area record on here. My fellow commentator sitting next to me, Duncan.
Hey, I wasn't going to say it.
So I understand why you like this song.
I wouldn't say I like it.
I'm reading more about song lyrics, and Sheep Muffles is talking about for Tokyo Shinwa. Apparently the lyrics are about a god who's possessed someone in the village, and the priestess is trying to figure out who it is.
There are so many lyrics in that
That's
song.
so interesting. I did not know any of that.
So like the beginning of that song where it's doing the step jumps on all those beats is like a different syllable.
Really? I'm going to have to look up the lyrics
Yeah,
now.
it's basically a rap.
That's awesome.
But the only thing that I can actually tell what they're saying is Tokyo Shinwa.
Yes.
At the beginning you hear Tokyo Shinwa. Oh, all right, there's something. So getting back into this, it looks like we're actually really tight at the start. Granted, we haven't hit the gimmicks yet, which can mess some people up. But really solid, locked-in play from both of these players right out of the gate.
Getting a little bit of slows on both sides, but otherwise it doesn't seem like they're struggling with the sync too much.
Both of them hitting those tail jumps, too.
Yeah, those are so tough. Okay, Sirius getting a pretty good lead. Again, this was his pick, so he's definitely comfortable with this song. Old Donk is obviously familiar with it. He's doing pretty well. Of course, gets a miss as soon as I say that, but definitely knows what's going on.
You don't know what you're talking about. And so right there's actually an interesting moment where the speed changes by like 5 BPM for one note.
Yeah, and those are so tricky.
We love when they do that. That's DDR stuff in a nutshell.
Yeah, and you can see Sirius is very dialed in. I'm seeing lots of Marvelouses on his
side.
Yeah.
Excellent job getting through that Scooby run.
All right, Sirius is going to pretty comfortably take that first win.
It's feeling good.
That's free. And it's pretty good for Tokyo Evolve.
Yeah, Old Donk didn't like that song. He is. You can see it in the screen. He's not happy with Tokyo.
But we are going to be moving into another Evolved song, which very much does favor Old Donk. He is very comfortable with the Roppongi's. I think he knows all of them inside and out. So I can imagine he's been pretty happy that Roppongi Type C showed up on there.
And so the Roppongi C actually falls into what we were talking about earlier with Electronic or Treat, where people will often prepare for the most gimmicky thing, which is Roppongi D.
Yes.
Or they will know the easiest things, which are Roppongi A and B. Roppongi C is that kind of awkward middle ground where there's something gimmicky about it, but not gimmicky enough that people are thinking, oh, these are the ones I need to train for. So I think this is the kind of tournament pick that can really take somebody by surprise.
Definitely. It's one of those ones you don't think to really practice, but if you don't remember what the middle of Roppongi C does, that might catch you off guard.
Yeah, coming into the stop in Roppongi C before it goes into the slowdown portion, there is one really tricky crossover run, and I wouldn't be surprised if Sirius ends up double-stepping that kind of out of a shock and surprise. I don't know how well he knows the Roppongis. He didn't see a score on the screen there for it, but that is definitely a place where you see a lot of players who haven't played Roppongi C in a while forget that crossover is there. And interestingly, though, Old Donk was actually the one who missed that first crossover at the beginning.
And you know what? The beginning of Roppongi catches me, any of them, because they all start the same way, but it catches me off guard every time. I know it's there, but I'm just not ready for it.
Yeah.
And I have to imagine that that's probably what happened to Old Donk as well.
Yeah, especially in tournament, it's really easy when you're so focused on like all the things going on around you to just like miss one of those little moments.
Yeah. It looks like Old Donk is definitely dialed in now that we got past the beginning part. The familiarity is probably setting in for him. So here's the real unique part of C is these kind of crossover freeze arrow parts, and then we move into a slowdown section, which is kind of very different from the rest of the Roppongis.
Yeah. Here's that crossover moment. Yep, and you see Old Donk cross that over, and it looks like Sirius, although he double-stepped it, fully nailed it.
Yeah, Sirius actually has a pretty good lead on this.
Yeah, it was wrong of me to think that Sirius was anything less than prepared on this song.
Okay, now we're moving into the ending. A little bit of a syncopation. Looks like Sirius just looked back at the camera. I did not quite catch what face he gave us, though.
It almost felt like he was He heard me speaking, turned around, and called me out saying,
I got
what
this.
do you think?
Oh, it looks like Old Doc made a mistake and realized he can't catch up, so he's just going to let Sirius have this song win.
Phenomenal play by Sirius.
Really, really good.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Wow, really, really good showing for both of them.
Yeah, Sirius came to play.
Yeah.
And also to run a tournament.
Yeah, he's doing both.
Yeah, he's going to hop off this pad and he's going to go back to the table. He's going to help other people with card draw. How you can focus on all those things, I do not know.
Yeah, so we'll be seeing more of Old Donk. That was his first match of the day. Imagine he's probably needed a little bit to warm up, so
yeah.
We'll see how his next match goes now that he's got a few songs under his belt.
All right, and we see the return of Vid, who's promoted from the previous pool.
Yes, so
Very
awesome
exciting.
job to them. He's definitely been performing really, really well and deserves his placement up into the next pool. Okay, so we got a new player coming up, Misuk with Vid. So we're going to have a warm-up song since Misuk has not played yet today.
Now, Misuk I've only seen play once before, and that was at Eclipse last year in December. And it was the first time that I had seen Misuk and was really impressed. I think promoted through first match. Having never seen him before and then just absolutely blowing me out of the water. He is a really, really strong player. But I think relatively new to the scene.
Yeah, I feel like he's another one of those players that kind of flies under the radar a bit, you know, being a little newer to the scene. A lot of players don't know how good he is, and that could work to his advantage.
We're going to the 12 folder for a warm-up.
I feel like 12s are a pretty popular warm-up level to play. You know, it gets you moving without tiring you out.
Here's one of those pop songs we were talking about, the American licenses.
Yeah.
I've seen this has been pretty popular in the arcade as well over the last few years.
Yeah, it's another one that's honestly really fun to play.
Yeah, it has such a strong beat in it too.
And synced pretty well, as far as, you know, we were mentioning before, sometimes these American licenses don't have the greatest sync on it, but this one synced very well.
And it's also a fun music video. You get to watch the guy eating the marshmallow sandwich in the cafeteria.
Have you ever had a marshmallow sandwich?
I have, yeah, peanut butter and fluff.
Fluffernutter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I love those.
It's a Pennsylvania classic.
Is
I
it?
guess Ohio as well. Maybe it's just this region.
Yeah, when you think about it, Pittsburgh and Cleveland, I mean, I know you have people that hate the other city just because of rivalries and sports, but we really are kind of the same area.
Right.
Pittsburgh is just a more mountainous Cleveland.
It's a more mountainous Cleveland. Instead of a lake, it has a Monongahela. And instead of 2 buildings, it has 20.
Hey, we got more than 2 buildings now. we have like 3.5.
And the guy who ate the marshmallow sandwich at the beginning is feeling like a fool. Because over the course of this song, we see that everybody is now on the same team as Marshmallow.
So interesting, I'm noticing that Misuk is not playing with the darkest filter behind his arrows, which I don't think I've ever seen anybody in a competitive setting not use the darkest filter.
Yeah, he also does arrows behind combo. So really just trying to make it as hard as possible to read for himself. But for some people, it works.
Yeah, for some people, it honestly doesn't even affect them.
Yeah. Yeah, I think of top players like Chunka.
Yes.
Chunka does arrows behind and sometimes doesn't even put on note and just works.
Yeah, some people it just really doesn't affect, and they can play ways that, you know, other players look at and you're like, how can they do that? But you know what? They're good enough.
Yeah, think about
matter.
Big Matt not using fast slow.
Right.
Whatever works for you.
Okay, so our first song of the match is going to be Procyon. Pretty straightforward 15.
Yeah.
Gets a little tricky near the end of the song. So it's probably going to come down to there. I imagine it'll be pretty close up until that point. Definitely going to be a battle of the MA between the two of these players, though.
Yeah, and Tsukasa, I don't really know of any other songs by this artist.
I actually don't either.
But I really like Procyon, so I'd be happy to see more.
Yeah, definitely.
Really strong start from both of these.
Yeah, you can see they just immediately come out the gate locked in. And obviously the lack of a darker background fill here does not affect Misuk whatsoever.
Yeah, if you
Very
didn't know who
comfortable.
Misuk was before, you're looking at this and you know who he is now.
Yes. No, very dialed in. I can just see the focus on both their faces.
Yeah, Misuk making it to 142 before getting his first perfect, which on a 15 in tournament.
Yeah, first song, first official song. So he's got a pretty good lead, and you know, Vid's doing really well as well. Misuk is just not giving any mistakes for him to catch up with.
Right, if you're currently in single-digit perfects this far into the song, it's going to be real tough to compete with that.
Yes.
I am really excited to see how Misuk takes in the rest of this song. He's just so dialed in. Look at that.
Yeah, just so
MFC'd
clean.
that run. A little bit of a crossover flub there, but only one grade out of it. Still so locked into the timing window.
Right, and it's going to get a little tricky here.
Both of them really hitting double steps on those really well.
Yeah.
My goodness.
And this is getting at the speed where it's starting to get a little bit more difficult to hit those double steps. But Misuk just took a fantastic lead with about 30 EX or so over Vid. So 25 and 2 is very good. So yeah, he looked like he was right in his element there. Was very comfortable with that. And we're going to be moving into another song we've already seen twice today.
Yeah, heading back to the Toy Box
Right.
Factory.
It's just so you all can revisit the mental image I was painting for you earlier, in
That's
case
right.
you didn't get a chance to.
Before the song even starts, get the clown in your head.
We're sending out cake at the kids' birthday party, getting ready to serve it all out to them.
That's right.
It's such a fun song, though. Again, it's got the Sweets background.
Yeah, and this time we have dual rages dancing.
Say dual rages dancing on a cake.
Sounds like a perfect birthday to me. Yeah, these are two players where I think their strong suit is in their marvelous attack.
Definitely.
And both of them are absolutely nailing it right now, only one step away.
Yeah, they're very strong in the MA department, so it's going to really come down to who is
drills.
making mistakes, and those drills are going to be the point for that. They've had a little bit of a lead actually over Misuk, but they are really, really close to each other. Only 6 EX up for Vid now. Very clean on those drills.
Yeah,
Vid pulling
especially
away
Vid.
with a little bit of a lead.
Yeah, Misuk found the drill about halfway through, but the first half did drop quite a few perfects. So it is going to, I think, take finding it right away on the second drill to make sure that he can pull this back at the end of the song.
Definitely. Yeah, Vid's still with the lead, but not really a comfortable lead because any little mistake there is going to give Misuk some room to catch up.
Yep, and only 13 EX, which, as we've said, that's about 4 steps.
Right. And there's a lot more than 4 steps in that last drill.
Yes.
Picking up a grade over on Misuk's side.
All right, 11 apart.
No, and Vid didn't make a single mistake on that last
Yeah,
run.
Vid MFC's the final drill.
Wow, 28.
All right, they are just trading back and forth. Phenomenal.
They
marvelous
are.
attack. And now they get to be tested by a much more challenging chart in Come to Life
Definitely.
16, which is good sync. It is mostly an MA check, but this is a lot more tiring. There's a couple
Definitely.
crossovers in there to really trip them up, especially at the very beginning of the song.
Yes. So definitely going to bring in some stamina components with the song, where the other 2 songs we started with were more MA focused. But both of them, I imagine, would be pretty warmed up now after those 2 songs. So probably are welcoming the song order that they're playing this in.
Yeah, absolutely. Come to Life going first would have been a huge challenge, but I think they both look sweaty, they look comfortable,
Yes.
ready to rock, with crowd favorite Nicole Curry, who I have tried so hard to find other songs with her voice in
Really?
it, and I cannot for the life of me.
So we have this one and Neverland.
Yeah.
It's also Nicole Curry, correct?
Yeah. But like looking outside of it, I'm like, oh, like are there other Konami games where does she have like a solo career doing other things, and just can't find her.
Really? I haven't actually looked, but I do really enjoy her voice. I think most people love this song. So very catchy, very fun charts if you like 16s. Yes.
If you're one of those. All right, they're going right into it. They're not taking any break. Both reading at 3.5, taking them up to 630 BPM,
Yes,
reading
so
relatively
pretty
fast. All right, this crossover right here.
Which they are both going to double step.
Yep. And Misuk actually kept the PFC coming out of that crossover, which is very hard to do.
So a little bit of a 16th around here that they both just nailed.
1 EX coming into the slowdown.
Yeah, so song kind of just throws all that for you right out the bat, then gives you a little bit of a breather here, and then it's going to jump straight back into it.
All right, we're still seeing only a 3x difference between the two of them. We'll see if the chorus gives them an opportunity to pull ahead. I see 6 EX lead for Misuk right now.
Yeah, they're both looking really clean on this.
Yeah, those double step freeze arrows they are nailing. And the drills.
Which they definitely had plenty of drill practice in the previous song. Ooh, they are so close. Misuk up by 9.
No troubles with these crossovers, it looks like.
None at all. Another one of those cases where I don't know if Misuk's going to make any mistakes for Vig to catch up.
I would never count on Misuk making mistakes.
No, he is locked in. Yeah, very, very clean run.
Yeah, 21 EX lead. Given the quality of play we're seeing from both players, I think we're going to see something stay pretty similar. Hitting that last crossover too. Look at Misuk go.
Yeah, it looks like they maybe tried to double step that crossover, and Misuk just did not give him any, did not let up whatsoever.
That was phenomenal.
Yeah, really, really good show from
I think
Misuk.
that's got to be a AAA on that.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. Only 2 grades. 46 perfects, 2 grades on that 16.
That definitely worked in his favor. I think having those 2 15s to warm up with really helped him out.
And you can tell he likes the song. You see in the 18, he has 980 on that 18.
Ooh.
God, Misuk is scary.
Yes. Yeah, so again, one of those players kind of flies under the radar, but not for long.
Not for long, if we have anything to say about it.
Right.
Do not allow Misuk to fly under the radar any longer.
Do not sleep on Misuk.
Because he will almost PFC come to life
Right.
on you in the tournament. Old Donk coming back to join Misuk on the pad. A warmed up Old Donk. We know that he looked like he struggled a little bit in the first set to, I think, find his footing. But hopefully now he is feeling a little bit stronger, feeling a little bit warmer. I see some sweat on the brow, so that's a good sign.
Yes, definitely. There's definitely a delicate balance between being warmed up and not being tired. You know, it's really hard to hit that sweet spot,
Yeah.
especially in a tournament where you can't do things the way you normally would if you were just playing your own session at home.
Especially when you don't know how long your tournament life is going to
Right.
last. Because you want to peak to be playing at your best, but then if you get promoted into the next set, did you peak too early?
Exactly.
Or did you not peak enough and then you get knocked out in your first? So
And then you
hard.
could potentially be, you know, sitting for longer than you'd like between
Yes.
matches, so you might get cold again, and it's really hard to perform adequately in a tournament. So it's all the more impressive when we see people
Yeah.
getting PBs and performing so
Right,
well, because this
right.
is not under ideal circumstances.
Schrodinger no Neko. Okay, this is going to be fun. I've always thought that this sounded kind of like, it reminds me of like the Simpsons intro a little bit. Like,
Oh yeah, I can see that. Yeah, this one I just imagine like a cat like running across a piano shop.
yeah, definitely a cat should be involved in your mental image for this song.
Okay, so this was Misuk's pick, and then Old Donk looks like got Tokyo evolved again if they go for their second song.
All I know is that if I'm Misuk, I want this to go to game 3 because then we get to see Come to Life again.
Yes.
After that last performance,
And we
getting
all
to
know
play
how
the same. Yeah, if you play the same song twice in a tournament, that second time you like know what to do. You're already locked in.
Yeah, it looks like they're both pretty locked in this song, as it's going to build up a little bit here. And Misuk with a little bit of a lead, he just doesn't like to give anything up for his competitor to catch up to.
It's kind of mean, honestly.
He should be more considerate.
Yeah, he should be more considerate. So give him a chance. Come on.
Yeah, but I got about 30 EX lead over at Old Donk right now. Not quite halfway through the song yet.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, look at both of them. It's marvelous as across the board.
Okay, we're going to be moving into a 12th note section.
300 combo.
Neither of them look like they're struggling with that at all, though.
And if you heard that scream, that comes from the song, not from anybody in the venue, so do not worry.
Yeah, Misuk still just holding on to that gold combo, looking very comfortable. Old Donk also doing really good with his MA, but again, Misuk's not giving him anything to work with.
And they're riding straight through these cymbal crashes. Yeah, these are both players who are nailing the swing steps.
Yes. Old Donk picking up a few grades through there. Let's see if Misuk can hold on to that gold combo for the end of the song. Okay, just another casual tournament PFC.
Yeah, don't even ask the question. You know the answer already. Of course he's going to hold on to it. 33.
Yeah, very impressive.
The crowd is loving Misuk right now.
Seeing some of our players hydrating, which chat, you guys at home, make sure you're hydrating as well. I know we're not working quite as hard as our competitors up here, but water is important. Okay, so we are going to be moving into Tokyo Evolved, I believe it was Type 2, which Old Donk had previously played Tokyo Evolved Type 1 in his last match. So I believe this one was his pick.
Okay.
We'll see if he can pull this off again.
Yeah, Tokyo 2 is one of the, I think, ones that people can kind of like forget what's going on in it.
Kind of like Roppongi C.
Kind of like Roppongi C. Yeah, I think it
The
is a really
middle is the one people always forget about.
Exactly. The middle child, as it were. But yeah, so this does have some weird little stop moments in the back half, but I'm guessing Old Donk is going to be pretty well prepared for it.
Yeah, so pretty comfortable with the stops in here. I don't imagine either of them will struggle too much with the gimmicks.
Let's see if they both remember that left is the step on the speed up.
Old Donk picking a miss there. Still looking pretty crispy.
Yeah. Yeah, they're relatively close. For this song, with the amount that can change, especially in the second half, they are neck and neck.
Yeah, Misuk make a little bit of a mistake there, giving Old Donk some room to catch up, so it's actually pretty close, in about 10 EX of each other.
Yeah,
even
now
closer.
even closer. It looks like they are right there, 1, 2, 3 EX away.
And sometimes that's all it takes is just needing your competitor to make one mistake to give you some room to catch up.
It's a relentless game. Okay, Misuk with a little bit of a pull away here.
Yeah, Misuk kind of taking this and running with it. He's not really making any more mistakes since that last one. I think Old Donk struggling a bit with those tail jumps near the end. Yeah, very strong showing again from Misuk. He's
Yeah.
gonna take that.
Yeah. Misuk is looking scary right now.
Yes.
He says, I am going to be coming to Tier 7. Don't you worry.
Yes. So Tier 7, be worried. Okay, so we're going to be continuing on with some more players in Tier 6. Looks like Duncan's taking a little bit of a break here, so I have Renatus joining me on the mic.
I get to jump back on again. Ooh, I should turn that down a little bit. I am a bit louder than Duncan. I'm just setting up the card draw right now. They went ahead for this pool since Aaron, Sirius, is going to be constantly running back and forth trying to both play and run it as a TO. They drew all the matches ahead of time. I think he's primarily been trying to avoid doing that because, doesn't want people running off to study whatever chart they haven't played in, 2 weeks that they're afraid they might have forgotten.
So Renatus, you're pretty familiar with running tournaments and entering tournaments.
Sure am.
What's it like entering a tournament that you're trying to run?
It's very difficult as the tournament gets larger to do both well. Fully admit that. Like this tournament, I think we've got around 46 entrants, a little under 50 entrants.
Yes.
That's right around the maximum, I think, where you can still do a good job with both, where you're still able to focus on running the tournament efficiently while keeping yourself mentally primed to compete. But it is hard.
Yes, definitely. And they're definitely not starting with an easy song here.
Yeah. So this was Aaron's Protect. That's another thing that's hard about it. As a TO, you're on your feet all day.
Yeah.
You're not eating or hydrating well. You're not taking breaks. You're not relaxing. So it can be pretty difficult. So Sirius protecting max period, that's aggressive. I wouldn't do it.
Right, and then our second song, Remain,
Yep.
these are some of the hardest songs in those difficulty folders.
Yeah.
Especially if you're not good at speed changes. These songs are gonna definitely bite you in the butt. Looks like they might have set up some setting wrong, so they're gonna let this play out and restart it.
Yeah, I don't know what they did wrong.
Maybe it was a pad issue, maybe it was just a wrong setting, but we're just gonna let this file out and restart the match.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened. The only thing I can think is maybe they agreed to let themselves do that so they could set their sudden plus or stuff like that. That would make sense, since you don't really get an opportunity to do it in the song.
True, this pretty much starts right away with those jumps. Vid choosing to play with the boost strat, which is pretty common.
0.75 boost, yep.
Yeah, in songs like this, when you don't have a lot of good speed option ranges because there's such a drastic change in the speeds of the song. So boost enables you to read at different parts of the screen, either higher or lower, to effectively have multiple options of speed mods to play at.
Yeah, it's not always the best, especially if you struggle to read further from the receptors or closer to them. But it can be very helpful for things where, like Kim said, you've got to read a really wide range of BPM. There's only a handful of songs that matters for.
Yeah,
and have to stop Vid up about 30.
Yeah, so he definitely looks very comfortable with this strat. He's very clearly used this before on this song. This part's really tricky because the song is so quiet, you can't really hear what you're stepping to. You're almost making your own beat for the song at that part.
Oh, and what's playing in the background isn't what you're stepping to anyway. So.
Yeah. Yeah, Vid looking very comfortable with this. It looks like Sirius recognizes he doesn't really have enough ground to catch up, so he's going to let Vid have this. And Vid's going to play it out.
It's the good warm-up for the legs.
Very good warm-up.
Crushing it, oh my god.
Yeah, he seems very comfortable with that boost strat. That worked very, very well for him. I know he's definitely experimented with boosts on other songs, so if you can get that to work for you, that just gives you another tool in your pocket to use.
I do wish they left in the old effect for max period where it keeps playing that applause and thank you for playing.
And then the doors close.
And then it gives you the door close song and gets rid of the rest of the clear sounds.
Yes.
That's
All right, so we're moving right into Remain, another really, really tricky song. I do wonder if Vid's going to actually play with boost on this as well, since he seemed to be so comfortable with it. Although less of a speed variation from max period. This is going up to 300. Max period went up to 600 BPM.
Oh god, from the angle I'm sitting at, I couldn't quite see the scores well. I thought it said that Jed's score was 11 perfect PFC,
Ooh.
and I was saying, I was about to go, excuse me?
Now this was Vid's pick too, so he really seems to be comfortable with the speed changes in various songs.
Yeah.
Sirius is going to go ahead and use the Sun Plus strat again. but this is a very hard 15 for some people.
For most people.
Yes. And yeah, Vid is going to continue to use that boost strat that seemed to work so well for him.
Yeah, this is another one where, you know, at the slowest, you have to read a pretty extended period at 75 BPM, and then the entire ending at 300. And it's way too long and complicated to memorize either. Just picking up a miss there.
Yeah, I do think it's one of the more effective uses of boost I've seen from a player. I don't think too many people like really rely on that for a strat for a lot of different songs, but it's clearly working well for him.
Yeah, the only person I can think of is Udai.
Yeah, I know a lot of people use it for Delta Max, but I don't see it too often used on other charts. So yeah, Vid is a pretty comfortable lead right now at 20 EX over Sirius, but still a lot of song left to go. It's going to be an ending run, ending 16th note run, which could definitely go either way.
Both players getting that part, neither choosing to do that crossover.
But they will do that one, and now we're going to move into the ending section, which definitely has you do some crossovers. Or double step.
And Ged's up about 40, so he's just got to keep going. It's going to be pretty hard for Sirius to catch up on this.
Yeah, Vid also showing plus 36 right now in this PB, assuming this card has its most recent score on it.
And it probably does not. Ged'll take it by 30.
Yeah, pretty comfortable lead. Yeah, clearly showing his prowess with gimmick songs with slowdowns. But yeah, really good showing from both of them. Remembering that Sirius is also running a tournament right now, and 3 and 2 is really good on Romain. Yeah, just really had him locked in on MA and wasn't giving anything up.
So what are we doing for our next match?
That's it. See you next time on the dance floor.
Okay, well, it doesn't look like it's going to be Sirius right away, which means it's probably going to be Viet and Old Donk.
Okay, so give us a minute here. Sirius just finished his match. Now he's going to immediately run over and do card draw for some people. So he's running all around trying to do all kinds of things.
Me too, thanks. All right, let me get this card draw up.
Okay, so we got Vid and Old Donk coming up. I love seeing people card in with their Apple Watch. Lots of different ways you can card in. Most people have an EMU's card, but if you have a Japanese Suica card, you can use that as well. And you can also add that to your Apple Watch if you have one. And you see some players just kind of walk up, scan their wrist to the machine, and go on their merry way.
I think we're going to see some more boost strats.
Oh no, we got some more speed change songs coming up?
We sure do.
Well, Vid's definitely shown that he is one to contend with on songs with speed changes, so definitely seems to be favored to win those kind of strats.
There we go.
Ooh, yeah, you weren't kidding. Sweet Home Party definitely seems like a good pick for Vid.
DDR Megamix makes sense for Old Donk.
Yes, DDR Megamix being a compilation of old DDR songs definitely works in Old Donk's favor.
Not looking good for Old Donk's score on this card for Sweet Home Party.
Yeah, I have to imagine he's since played it on more recent DDR versions, but this is still a very hard song even if you know it. The speed changes are really hard to dial into, especially the one speed up in the middle.
During the sample here, right before the stop, and then the build up back out of the stop. My guess is definitely that Old Donk, Greg, probably played this once on Ace to a Plus and went, yeah, I ain't doing that.
It gets to the point where we have over 1,000 songs in modern DDR now, and unless you have constant access to the game, trying to stay up to date with all of these charts is really difficult. And even if you know them, being able to play and execute them is a whole nother thing. Yeah, so Vid just playing this straight, not using the boost strat like he did on the previous two songs, but there is a lesser variation of speed changes in here, so not quite as necessary, and he still looks very comfortable with this.
Yeah, he had taken a big lead early.
Yeah, and these crossover gallops, 12-note crossover gallops, are so hard. Yeah, old Donk showing that I don't think is familiar with this chart.
He's got a grin on his face. He's like, yeah, I ain't doing this. I wonder if he went through the same series of emotions. He saw his old score and went, what does this chart do? Why do I have that score on it? And then started playing and went,
like,
oh, yeah, I don't like this.
And this part that speeds up here is so hard to lock in, and Vid is just nailing it. It's going to have this stop, which Vid gets right away. Yeah, and I think old Donk realized he doesn't stand a chance on this, not knowing the chart as well.
Yeah, he's like, nope.
Yeah, very clearly a Vid pick for good reason.
I mean, if somebody is going by the name like Old Donk or Boomer or like DDR Max 2, if they have those are their display names, you can probably assume I'm going to pick some new jank and ruin their day.
New jank on Old Donk. But yeah, this is very, very good MA from Vid.
She jank on my donk till I...
No. Extremely loud and correct buzzer sound. All right, so we're going to be moving into DDR Mega Mix, which was old Donk's pick. This is currently the longest song in the game. I think if it's not 230, it's 229.
236 or something.
Oh, it's over 230. Either way, it is the longest song in the game. It's a compilation of DDR songs from Extreme and older. So the expert chart is literally just a copy-paste of those charts.
Yep.
So old Donk's going to be familiar with those. Whether or not he can do the transitions between songs where their speed changes well, we will see.
Yeah. Fun fact, though, there's 2 songs sampled in DDR Mega Mix that aren't in the game anymore, and you can't play them.
Yeah, we have Matsuri Japan, which, if you notice, the part that's sampled here does not have the vocals in it.
Yep.
And the other one was, is it Dive?
Correct.
Which is a very, very short sample before the long part. So Vid going to use his boost strat, which we saw earlier worked so well for him. Seems to be very comfortable with it.
He's only up about 10.
And old Donk's choosing to play this on 2x, which that's going to make the LOM part very fast. But he's an old school player. I'm sure he knows LOM very well, so that shouldn't give him too many issues. Yeah, both of them very clean through this section. Vid up about 25 right now as we move into bag, which looks like old Donk's making some mistakes there. Most people aren't used to reading bag this slow. So the song goes all the way down to 65 BPM and then all the way up to 333 BPM. Very hard to find a comfortable speed mod.
That's what boost is for.
That's what boost is for. And we see Vid just flawlessly demonstrating how well this strat works on a variety of songs. And the slow down into this part is, I almost feel like one of the hardest parts to nail.
The sync in DDR Mega Mix kind of drifts all over the place, and if I remember correctly, that's where it kind of gets back to being early.
Okay. So we're going to move right into LOM for the rest of the song.
With random Trip Machine and Paranoia samples in the background.
Okay, so again, old Donk reading this at 2x, but he knows LOM, clearly showing that this is one of his songs from his days.
Yeah.
Picking up some misses though, so it might be a little too fast for him.
I think it is a little too fast for him.
All right, and
Vid
Vid's going
takes
to
it
take
at
that.
100, yeah.
Yeah.
And that's a quick 2-0.
Yeah, Vid really showing his prowess with the songs with speed changes being his forte. 2 on DDR Mega Mix is very good.
All right, I'm going to jump back off and let Duncan jump back on.
All right, bye, Renalis.
Bye.
Hi.
And hello again, Duncan.
Hello, hello.
How was the food?
It was lovely. I'm trying not to have too much since I'll have to play in a couple of hours.
That's fair.
Just just have one little taco, I guess.
So what's your strat in terms of fueling for DDR? How far ahead do you like to eat? What do you like to eat?
I like to be as hungry as possible while I play. If I am hungry or on an empty stomach, I tend to play better.
Really? I'm the exact opposite.
Yeah, if I fuel too much, I get lethargic. I start to crumble. So it usually doesn't go much beyond typically like a breakfast sandwich in the morning, maybe a power bar, and then throughout the day I have like runner's goo that I might have one of those and just replenish electrolytes and things like water throughout the day.
So do you use like goo while you're playing DDR, like in between sets?
So I usually bring 2. I'll have one kind of toward the back end. If I've been playing for like 4 or more hours, I'll have a goo to keep going if I feel like I need to replenish some of that, get a little boost. And then I'll have one kind of on the train home as well.
Yeah, I do the exact opposite. I eat a McChicken in the parking lot right before I step in round one.
I mean, you were saying we're built different, and
yes.
I think
I have to eat like constantly. I cannot stand trying to do any exercise without like food actively in me. I don't know if that just comes from like my ultra running days. I'm used to literally eating while I exercise. So my body's just used to that, I guess.
Yeah. Everybody is so different.
I know.
Yeah, truly. Like most of the time during a tournament, I'm hungry while I'm playing. And then if I get promoted into another pool or two, I'm getting hungrier and hungrier, and I play better.
All right.
So yeah, I just had like a little scoop of corn and some one of the tacos that was over there, and I'm just gonna let that sit for the next 3 or 4 hours until I play.
All right, so we're jumping right into our first song here between Misuk and Sirius. If, very good song, very catchy.
Yes.
Recently had a challenge chart added, which is not in the game yet. I think that was a Grand Prix privilege pack that you had to purchase. But both of them showing that they are pretty comfortable with the song. It has some ambiguous patterning, so you definitely have to know which way to be turned to set up for some of these runs.
So far, they're both looking like they've been very prepared.
Yes, and they both are playing this on the faster side, so you can't see ahead at the speed that they're playing at. So they both definitely have to know, and they seem to have that knowledge pretty down pat.
A little bit of a break that the song gives you here, but not for long.
Yeah, Misuk with a bit of a lead. As we've shown, Misuk has just been really dialed in since he started playing today. Yeah, both of them some really crisp steps.
Yeah.
And they're having no trouble at all being prepared for which way to be set up for these.
And while this song does have a relatively low note count overall, those ambiguous steps can tire you out a lot.
Yeah.
So it definitely is harder than I think it looks on stats.
Yeah, both of them both made a couple mistakes, but Misuk is going to take the win on that. Oh, we got a very tricky song coming up next.
Compared to If, this is an entirely different category.
Yeah, man, Kuchi has a lot going on. Looks like that was Misuk's protect, so I imagine he's got to be pretty comfortable with that.
Yeah, so Kuchi, like you said, a couple things going on. One, and I think probably the most important, is the fact that it's 220 BPM.
Yeah, which is a faster than you think. I don't think people realize how fast this song is if you're not used to playing it regularly.
Yeah, so when you couple 220 drills with the fact that it's during a very extended slowdown, it makes it very challenging. Most songs have a slowdown or speed up that is a couple seconds long or maybe 15 seconds, but this is like really splits half and half. So there's no way for you to kind of just lean into one BPM being more comfortable. Either you're going to be reading at 660 and 330, or you're going to be reading really low during that slowdown.
And there's these bursts that are really fast in this song.
And so interestingly, Misuk is actually reading at 3.25.
Oh,
so,
wow.
That is going to amount to 660 plus 45, so over 700 BPM when it does the speed up here.
The good news is the speed up is a pretty predictable pattern, so that's probably why he's getting away with being able to read so fast, because he knows what this pattern does. It moves very fluidly, so as long as you're familiar with that, you can get away with these faster speeds.
The problem is the second speed up, the end of the song, is a much less straightforward and predictable pattern. So I think it will be advantageous for Misuk here for the next 30 seconds or so while we're in the slowdown, but it'll be up to him to hold on to the lead coming out into the speed up.
But yeah, those drills and the slowdown, they don't look fast because it's a slow speed, but they are so fast to nail accurately. And both of these players are doing a really phenomenal job with this slowdown.
And also, it seems like it should speed up about 8 counts before it does.
Yeah.
And then it continues to be slow for a little bit. Oh, we didn't speed up yet.
Yeah, it's definitely a large chunk of the song that's at the slower speed, so you definitely have to be comfortable reading that.
And even this part, which seems like it would be more straightforward, it's all crossed over, so it like doesn't give you an opportunity to recover your body as much as you want to. So Misuk with a healthy lead here, as long as he can hold on and not get tripped up by the fast speed on these tricky patterns toward the end, and some of those tough drills that you have to do crossed over backwards, I think he'll be able to hold on. If there's anything I've learned, don't bet against Misuk.
Yeah, I don't think I saw anything less than a marvelous during that one round. Making a couple mistakes over on Misuk's side, probably with the speed he's reading at, but not enough to give Sirius any chance to catch up.
Yep. Great play from both of them. Such a hard and tiring song to do in tournament.
Really, really good performance by both of them. Yeah, so Misuk clearly showing he knows that song, being able to read it at that speed, but definitely worked in his favor.
983 and 972 money scores. Ooh, that is probably the hardest 16 to score on.
Yeah, I say that's definitely probably on the 16.9 of the DDR Challenge tier list. So definitely a very, very late 16 PFC and one of the trickier ones for sure.
Yeah, and this thing's not particularly off, but it does drift a little bit in there. So.
Sure.
And a round of applause for our TO, whose tournament is coming to a close, I believe.
The physical side of the tournament.
Physical side of the
he
tournament.
still has plenty more to do. Do not get us wrong.
The hard work continues.
Yes. There is no rest for TOs.
Yeah. And you see him behind us. He's settling in and saying, okay, like now it's time to get back to work.
Yeah, so most players, they finish their matches, they get to go sit down, socialize with their friends. He's getting right back. He didn't even sit down. He's going right back there to work.
He just took the gloves off, threw him to the side, and said, step aside, everybody.
Like, he didn't even give himself a breather. So he is a very hard worker, doing a tremendous job. So huge shout out to Aaron Sirius for putting this event on and also having a phenomenal showing as well.
Yeah, I mean, like we said earlier, it had been running smooth, and it continues now to run smooth.
Yes.
It doesn't let up at all. Everything is running super well. And, we've had other elements coming in with the food, and now the crowd is getting larger, and yet things continue to move and flow. So just a huge shout out.
Yeah, definitely. So in case y'all at home are curious, I don't know if you've heard Duncan bring up a couple times throughout our discussions the sync in certain songs. He actually has a webpage pulled up.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us about what that is?
So this is called Final Offset. And I want to get my keyboard to go away so that I can show it more. There we go. This webpage is called Final Offset. finaloffset.telp.gg. And it is a really good resource if you're trying to get a sense of like what the actual drift of an offset will be on the sync of a chart. So it shows you a couple things, but primarily it shows you one chart that you use as a reference point. Right now I have Black Jackal pulled up because it's essentially perfect sync across the board. It has 0.0 millisecond bias. And then you pick a chart that you want to look at. So I just have Poochie pulled up on the right side. And Poochie, as it shows, there's a little red line that shows what the sync is over time. And then that yellow is how it changes throughout the song. The red is the average of it. And so if you get a more messed up, complicated sync, sometimes that yellow will look kind of like a sinusoid a little bit, which it shouldn't. It should look like a straight line. And so that really helps you if you're trying to get a sense of like, why am I struggling with this song? Yeah, it feels like I always get an early when I go into the beginning of max period, and then when I'm getting all these fast, suddenly I start getting slows, and I don't know why, and then it turns back to fast. Well, if you look at the max period sync, you'll see that it starts profoundly late, and then it gets earlier, and then it gets late again. So this can be a really helpful tool for you, especially now that we have visual offset. You can use this, and you see like, oh, this has a 1.3 millisecond offset bias. Why don't I use my visual offset and go, 1 over to the right so that it will compensate for that?
Of course, that will only help if you are a primarily visual player.
Yes.
It doesn't change the audio
right.
sync, just the visual.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is a very great tool to use. It's been great seeing a lot of the different tools people have created for DDR and other rhythm game players to use as resources. So this is a really fun one that I've just been liking to mess around with and look.
Yeah.
It's real funny to see stuff that you know is really off sync, and you're like, okay, how off sync is that? And you pull it
Yeah.
up, and it's like 15 milliseconds late, and you're like, oh, that's why I'm doing so bad.
Yeah, it is fun, like just as like an activity. So I can pull up Paranoid Survivor Max famous chart, and you'll see one chart looks like nice and clean and kind of a straight line, and then Paranoid Survivor Max over on this side is just all over the place. It's going up, it's going down. It doesn't even look like there really is a sync.
No, not at all.
So if you're wondering, it's really hard to time this song. Am I just bad at it? Nope,
Yeah.
it's the song. So it is a fun activity with your friends to go on
Yes.
finaloffset.telp.gg and just look at some of these. Now, it's not going to be perfect across the board.
No, that gives you a good idea.
It gives you a good idea.
Sure.
Some songs, like you'll look and it'll be like, oh, it says Ace for Ace is on sync. No, it's not. But for the most part, it will give you a sense of things and be helpful for you,
Sure.
particularly for those drifting songs. Let me tell you, Ace for Aces is very off sync. Don't let it fool you.
And also, if you want another tool to use, True BPM, I think it's .com. That will give you a more clear indicator of where speed changes are in the song itself and what the speeds are, where stops are. It literally shows you a bar graph of when a song, at what point in the song it changes to a certain speed, how long that speed change is, and then it will also indicate actual stops. So those are two interesting tools that you can use to kind of help you hone in your game and
Yeah. Yeah, another thing that I would point to is on Sanbai Ice Cream. It does. Oh, never mind. We are not on screen, but I will tell you. On Sanbai Ice Cream, if you click into songs, you'll see there is like a chart graph that will show you the BPM changes throughout. That is pretty easy to follow
Yes.
as well.
Yeah, sometimes it's harder to kind of zoom in on certain parts on the Sanbai,
Yeah.
which is why I prefer True BPM for that specific indication. But if you just want a quick reference,
Yeah.
then yeah, Sanbai is definitely a good tool to use to pull that up, just to have a quick idea. All right, so we're moving into our warm-up for our next match between Malkir and Zephyra. Choosing to warm up on Sakura. Notice that Zephyra's on life 4 right now, so I'm not sure if he's aware of that. But again, we're just in a warm-up, so it's not going to really matter in this certain scenario.
You think either of them are going to hit the note with the Marvelous?
This is the hardest note to hit in DDR.
Zephyra walks off the pad. Did his best. He did his
I
best.
have never hit that step with anything greater than a great. I think it took me so long to just great full combo Sakura because of that one single step. And I do think that is actually the slowest
BPM.
note that you have to actually hit a note on in the entire game. I believe that is still true.
Yeah, what is
So
it go
chat, please
down
correct
to?
me if I'm wrong.
It's like 12 or 18 or something.
It's
like that.
really slow. I can't remember the exact BPM. I'm sure someone will be able to pull that up for me. It looks like Renalis is probably doing that right now, so they could correct me.
But yeah, so not going to matter that they've both failed out. Malkir on beginner and Zephyra on expert. Like we said, everybody has their own goals in their warm-up.
Yeah. Notably, Malkir, one of their claims to fame, they have every beginner chart in the game MFC, which is crazy. That's over 1,000 songs. Their MA is superb. They can just hone in on it. So all these songs, again, you think beginner charts, how hard can they be? But to MFC, every beginner chart is insane.
And a lot of beginner charts, it's not just like, oh, what's the beat? Let's just put it on all of the quarter notes. No, sometimes with these weirder beginner charts for like some of the 18s and 19s, they're just stripping out random notes and putting it on weird offbeats. If you try out playing Pluto the First beginner and tell me that's easy to MFC. No, my friend. That is harder. In my experience, it took me more tries to PFC the beginner chart than it did the basic and difficult
You know,
charts.
sometimes it's harder because you don't have steps that are like really keeping you on beat. You have to like make your own beat. But we're going to be moving into the first song of the match, which is Chaos Terror Tech. This is a great song.
It's honestly one of the best in the game.
Glow Up of the Century.
Glow Up of the Century.
Like,
yeah.
I'm very vocal about how much I dislike original Chaos. I love Chaos Terror Tech. This song did everything, but the song and the chart did everything that I felt like Chaos should have been. So I think this was very well done. Huge shout out to ARM for this remix. If you haven't listened to Chaos Terror Tech outside of the game, I highly recommend listening to it with headphones on. There's a lot of little nuances to the music that you don't really hear playing the game.
And especially, there are some nuances that I only discovered once the 17 chart was released, and they added in extra stops. That it's like, oh, I didn't notice these elements of the music that they added stops into. I think it would be really fun for them to add those stops into the 15.
That would be interesting. So notably, Zafira is actually keeping their life 4 on for this. So I'm not sure if that's intentional. It seems like a risky move.
Yeah, we might want to notify him about that after the song, just to check. I would hate to see him fail out with just a couple accidental misses on the stops. And that, ooh, just spilled some water on my lap there. No worries. It's just my lap, nothing else.
Yeah, but clearly Zafira are very confident in this. But, I mean, you know, anything can happen between pad issues, might have a little stumble up that you don't normally do. So, yeah, playing with life 4 in a tournament is very risky. But they are both doing really, really well and are neck and neck on this. It looks like we are tied up for their Zafira just up by 3, 4 EX now.
Oh, some fun ghost steps coming out of them.
Okay.
4 EX. Yeah, they both know this like the back of their hand.
I do love the callbacks to original Chaos in here, too. So they're both very comfortable with this. Not sure Zafira is going to give anything up for Malkier, but now Zafira's only up 2.
Yeah, this is essentially a tie game. Especially as, even though there are fewer stops toward the end, the note count comes up.
Yeah, and Malkier just overtook Zafira.
Oh yeah, a little bit of an extension on that lead.
We'll see if Malkier can hold on to this.
Nails those stops. Phenomenal. Wow, that is just great play.
Huge comeback from Malkier in that. Really, really good job. It was so close.
50 perfects on a song with that many stops and gimmicks. Just about unheard of.
Phenomenal job.
Imagine PFCing Chaos in fun.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Yeah, 2 and 4 grades, respectively.
Yeah, Chaos Terror Attack, one of the first songs, not the first, but one of the first songs that started having a different stop section or different speed up section than the other difficulty charts.
Right.
So the challenge chart has significantly more stops than the expert chart. I think the first chart to ever do that was Ace for Aces.
Yeah.
Where it had different BPM sections on the challenge chart versus expert and difficult. So definitely becoming a little bit more common in the game. I think we have songs like Let's Dance Around that does that too now. Most notably, the challenge chart actually has the easier stops because it doesn't have any speed changes. And the lower level charts, or the expert chart, does have a speed change. So interesting to see Konami throw in different ways to do that.
Yeah, I like it. I like that they're trying variations on what could potentially start to get old and stale, and they're changing things up to keep it fresh and new.
Definitely.
I mean, even adding in like difficult charts with shock arrows is exciting to see with all the new Toby Fox songs.
Okay, so going back to Osaka Evolve Type 1, we saw this earlier in the day. And especially after Chaos Terror Attack, both these players show that they do not have any trouble with speed changes or gimmicks, and they're both looking really clean so far.
One thing that we didn't talk about last time that I think is really cool about this first speed change is that the speed actually stays the same, but it doesn't increase the scroll speed by a factor of 2. It's by a factor of 1.5.
Okay.
So you're still staying on that same BPM, but it changes from green notes to yellow or blue and red notes, which is a weird thing that only happens in a couple songs.
Yeah.
Another one is
Endymion, I think, does that. Endymion Difficult.
Endymion Difficult, that Flower 16 from the new A3 Flower 16, it has a slowdown where it's a bunch of 16th notes, but on 75% of what the BPM is originally. Okay. So really interesting to see some of those like just visual gimmicks that it's not actually changing the speed of the song.
And again, just more knowledge checks. Like these players, you know, you see that happening and you want to think that, oh, I need to start stepping differently, but you're not actually. So both these players executing that flawlessly and clearly showing that they know it.
Right on, like absolutely perfect tie right now.
Right. Yeah, this is insane. They are very, very close.
Oh my God. Any step. This is Zafira fighting for life right now.
Yeah, Zafira just very, very subtly ahead.
All right, this final speed up.
Zephyra picking up some perfects there. Malkier takes it by 1.
Oh.
I saw Zephyra pick up a few perfects in the ending run, and it gave Malkier just the window that they needed to pull ahead.
And look at how different that distribution is. 76-3 to 56-11-1.
Yeah, like look at the money score. You can see Zephyra definitely only having 3 greats with the better money score, but Malkier just really honed into that Marvelous window, and that's going to give them the edge to win on EX.
Yeah, that is always going to be the key. If you have the better Marvelous timing, that will absolutely carry you through to the win.
Definitely.
With this type of score system. So, wow, that is, man, a 1 EX difference. But it was good to see Zephyra with a smile on his face when he walked off. Feeling good about that performance.
Yeah, it looks like they definitely figured out their Life 4 status was on for that last song and turned it off.
Yeah.
So I'm glad that didn't end up
smart.
having to cause any issues. That's something else to take note of as we are moving into DDR World as the most recent version. Flare gauge is kind of the new thing for DDR World. So a lot of people will leave the flare gauge turned on, but in a tournament setting, you want to make sure that you're turning that off.
Yeah.
Same with Life 4. Like if on the old versions you previously played on Life 4, you want to make sure you're going into the mod screen before tournament and turning all that off, because you do not want any mistake to cost you a song win.
Right. I do recall during Upbeat Mark forgetting Life 4 on some 18, which you never want to see that on an 18.
Not
but
at all.
luckily it's Mark, so he ended up being fine. But we all were holding our breath as we watched, like, oh my God, what's going to happen?
Yeah, so it's the game itself has become so big. There's so much going on besides just the music and the number of songs. Like there's so many different options available to the players now.
Right.
So many things that you just have to be constantly thinking about.
Right.
And if you forget one little thing, like if you forget to change your speed mod, if you forget to turn on or off constant or sudden plus, like that could cost you.
Yeah. I'm finding, for whatever reason, I guess the last time I played on A20 Plus, I was playing on Wavy and Sudden Plus, Hidden Plus, some like joke chart. I was probably playing Anti-Anthem, and it's like locked into my A20 account, so every single time I log back into this machine, it's giving me Wavy, Sudden Plus, Hidden Plus, and I have to change it before every song.
Yeah, so a very good example right there. Okay, so we have 2 new players coming up, Dan H and Deshark. They're going to go into their warm-up song for the day, and then for their song draw, we have In the Past as Dan H's pick. I know Dan H is a very MA-focused player, so that seems right up their alley.
And Deshark really likes Stamina,
yes.
So Antimatter is going to be good for that.
Yeah, so definitely both players picking to their strengths.
And I'll say both of these players have good pad familiarity now. Both of them played Friday and last night when we had free play availabilities, and were also part of the crew battles. Deshark was actually in 2 crews with me.
Yes.
And so both of them have had some pad experience. Even though they're only going to get 1 warm-up song, they should at least be pretty well locked into the MA window on this machine. So I think we're going to be seeing really great scores out of them, particularly on In the Past. Antimatter is its own beast in terms of sync. One of the worst sync songs in the game.
Yeah, fast and late.
Fast and late.
And for some trivia, in case you had any doubts as to whether or not Deshark actually likes Stamina, they said that Triple Journey Challenge, they would play 5 times if they could. So very clearly a Stamina player. They like just lots of notes and moving really fast because they're good at it.
And Ishtar 14 is a lot of fast notes.
Also, Chad, I'll give you one guess if you can guess what Deshark's favorite animal is. It'd be funny if it wasn't actually a shark, but it's a shark.
It's the shark.
The shark.
I would love to see this go to the tiebreaker. I think that Amara falls squarely in the middle of what their strengths are.
Definitely.
It is a very crossy song. It's a very stamina-intensive song. It's only the 15. I think is very comparable to the 17. It does a lot of similar types of things at just like a slightly different level. And so I would be curious to see if we split In the Past and Antimatter, which I think is very possible, who's able to lock into those really tricky crossover patterns on Amara.
Yeah, Amara's not really one of those songs you can cheat the crossovers in. You kind of have to commit if you really want to shine on that chart.
Yeah, like we were talking about with the BPMs earlier, that one's 161, and I think 161 is just a little fast for most people to be reliably hitting perfect
Right.
Marvelouses on the crossovers.
And that's the key word, is reliably. Like, sure, you could do without crossing over, but like, if you're really aiming for MA, then, you know, you better be nailing those crossovers. And Dan H giving us a really great example of how MA focused he is as a player, coming off with the 9-piece on Ishtar. Very good warm-up from him.
Yeah, Dan H is our top-seeded player in all of Tier 6. And so, you know, I know Dan well, and we were chatting beforehand, and he feels really good about playing on these paths over the last few days. He's had some really nice scores, so he's come into the tournament very confident.
Sure.
He got 6 perfects on EDSM. He got 6 perfects on EDSM on Friday.
Which is another Twisty song, so he might actually be shining on Amira.
Yeah. So he's feeling great, but the Shark was playing excellent yesterday in our matches for the crew battles, so he can definitely make it happen. But if I'm Dan, I'm feeling really good about my chances in this tournament.
Yes, definitely. And if you can see the scores, our PBs for both our contestants, Dan H had a 17 perfect PFC on this. Dashark also with a PFC, I think it was somewhere in the 40-50 perfect range. So both very capable of this, but being that MA-focused player, this song is going to be in Dan's favor. I do believe this was a song that they actually fixed the sync for Unworld. It used to be kind of late, if I recall.
Yeah, just a little bit. I don't think it was... The ones that they choose to fix don't always make sense to me.
Sure.
I think it's a little off, but it
wasn't terrible.
Yeah, it wasn't egregious.
But something to keep in mind, you know, I don't know if Dan has been playing this on World recently and now is going back to playing it on H2O Plus. Going, you know, a song you're comfortable with, if all of a sudden you're playing it on a different sync, that can mess with you a bit.
That's very true. Yeah, Dan with a little bit of a lead. Not insurmountable, but if Dan plays at his best, he's going to hold on. So let's take a look and let him play it out.
Yes, I'm having a difference of opinions in chat about the sync for in the past. Some people saying that they like the sync better pre-World, and some people saying that the sync pre-World was awful. So really interesting to see, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're upsetting both sides of the aisle, you're probably doing something right. So it couldn't have been that off.
Yeah, Dan H is very dialed in here. Probably about 20 EX lead over Shark right now.
Yeah. He's looking great.
Yeah, both of them very calm and collected. You can just see the focus.
Yeah.
And that's such an important tournament skill, is to be able to just really hone in and not get nervous or anxious and rush things.
Yeah.
And they're both a very clear example of that.
So Dan, actually, interestingly, is matching his personal best on perfect count just with the 2 great Saturday.
Right, so very good start for him.
Or actually, he was one over his perfect count.
But still, in a tournament.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Yeah, like we said, if you can PB in a tournament, that's going to be pretty special. So this is interesting. I don't know if Dan has since played this in DDR World. It seems like he hasn't played it in a while, because I know he is capable in much better scores than that.
Yes. But this is a hard song.
This is a hard song.
And as we mentioned before, it's fast and late, and that combination can be really, really hard for some players because you're trying so hard to keep up with it, but you also need to hold back a little bit, and that's a really weird combination to do.
Interesting. I see that Dashark is opting to put Sudden Plus on. I haven't really seen that much in Antimatter.
No, I haven't either.
I wonder if he'll just do a small bit on the bottom. Some people like to do that.
Very possible.
There aren't really good opportunities to hit the button. So
no, you don't get too many breaks in this song.
Yeah, it's kind of, you get like a 2 count on a freeze arrow, where maybe he's like holding on to the left note, and he took his shoes off.
Okay, we are doing the shoeless.
Yeah, Dashark is playing in socks with Sudden Plus. Hot take.
Yeah, so this being Dashark's Protect, very clearly comfortable with stamina.
Yeah, he knows something we don't.
Yes, definitely. And you can see he's getting a bunch of fast right off the bat. Again, the sync is a little late.
Yep, he's going to have to slow himself down.
Yeah, Dan H looking really crisp and confident in this so far. So we'll see if he has the stamina for the rest of the song. But right now, Dahn H has got the lead over Shark.
And this slowdown coming up is very tricky to time, so you could see a lot of greats get thrown here. Yep, lots of greats from both sides coming out.
Yeah.
Dahn comes out of it with about a 60 EX lead. And from here, the song gets relatively repetitive.
Yeah. Dahn H is really dialed in. It's really going to just come down to if he can hold on to this for the end of the song. Looks like the Shark's settling in a bit more to the Marvelous window, getting a little bit more comfortable as the song is coming on, but making some mistakes in that slowdown.
Yeah, slowdown crossovers are so easy to mess up. See if Dahn can hold this combo in this final run. Really hard when the stamina hits you here. Almost.
Wow, all right, and Dahn H is going to take that.
This is fantastic. He looks so good right now.
Yeah, I do wonder if Shark deciding to choose to play in socks last minute, if that messed him up at all, considering he was playing with shoes on for his previous 2 songs, the first song and the warm-up. I have to imagine that's quite a big difference when you go all of a sudden from shoes to socks in such a fast song.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that part of it is that the pad is flush and it's fast, and I think he just wants to be able to glide across as easily as possible. But I think that that really does sacrifice a lot of your Marvelous window.
Definitely.
When you don't have the flat surface at the bottom of your shoe, making the nice solid sound. I think that the triggering of the notes is also going to be a little less consistent because you don't have that same sense of flat pressure. So yeah, I probably helped him with the combo, but I think it may have hurt him a little bit overall on his score.
Yeah, I think that might have cost him some MA, and as we saw from Dahn H, he's not willing to give up his Marvelous.
Right. there is no room for error when you're playing against Dahn H.
Not at all.
He's the top of the tier right now, and just feeling fantastic.
Right.
And looking good. He's got the tats running, headband and everything.
Yeah,
He's
good.
at the top of his game.
That's what my, I don't know if you can see my good pin. You can barely see
Good.
it. It's the good fonts, the good,
When did you get that?
I don't know. It was sitting on the table.
Nice.
I think, Renalis, did you give me this pin? Renalis gave me this pin.
I like it.
So
It's good.
Thought I'd throw it in. It's very good.
It's marvelous.
Could be better.
It could be better, yeah. Yeah, you could be a couple milliseconds closer. But yeah, so we are now in our second to last tier. We have 2 people who will be promoted out of this tier to move into tier 7.
Yes, so it should be 1 person from each side of the pool.
And then that is going to be our final tier of the tournament before people are promoted into the top 8. Where we'll enter the double elimination bracket. So like I said, this tier 6 area is my favorite because it's where the people really start to have the fire in their eyes for, I might be able to make top 8.
It gets really, really competitive. And not to say it hasn't been competitive from here on out, but this is like, it's getting really into the gritty, nitty-gritty.
Yeah. So I want to take a look at who we have also in this tier. We just saw Dahn H and Shark.
Let's see if I can pull up the...
To see who else is fighting to move up into tier 7 and be in the final parts of this tournament, which now that we're in the higher difficulties also is going to be a lot more taxing on people's bodies. To be promoted from one pool to another pool is generally helpful for you when you're playing lowers because you have more time to get into the MA window, you have more time to warm up. But once you start playing in these uppers, people who are playing hard 16s and 17s, you play 3 matches of that, and then you go into another pool, and you need to perform more 16s and 17s. That's going to start to do some work on your body.
Definitely. So, yeah, we're gonna have some really good players. We already have good players. I don't even know how people are better than this. Honestly, it blows my mind.
Yeah, how do you beat Dahn? But Dan's actually going to stay on the pad right now. And it looks like Zafira is going to come back on.
All right. Interesting to see. I feel like this is going to be a really close match between these 2 competitors.
Yeah.
They both have really, really crispy MA. It's going to come down to the song picks, I think.
Song picks means so much now.
It really does.
Especially like as you get to players who are familiar with just about every chart in the upper levels and know their strengths, know their weaknesses. Man, those song picks mean everything.
Yes. And interesting enough, for those of you that are not aware of the format of this tournament, so we are doing typical card draw, which a lot of tournaments use. There are no difficult charts in this tournament.
Yes.
Kind of matters less as we get to the higher difficulties because there aren't as many
Right.
difficult charts, but it is expert and challenge charts only for the entire tournament.
Yeah. Yeah, and so I think primarily now the only things that you're going to see impacted are those 15 to 16 promotes
Yes.
that we talked about earlier. Over the period, 15 will not be eligible. Endymion, 15/16 will not be eligible. And what was the other one that we decided on?
Do we say Max 360?
Max 360,
Yes.
yeah, will not be eligible. So, and those, especially over the period and Endymion, could be really strong picks for particular people.
Definitely.
So taking those off the table can definitely change the nature of a match.
Yes.
All right, so looking at here what we've got, this is a really fun set. I would love to play this set. So new era, we've seen it before. This is 240 BPM, relatively light on the legs, but very complicated in terms of the speed changes and stops with a couple quick 240 drills.
And look at their scores.
And look at their scores, almost exactly the same money scores-wise, so you know that's going to be good. But then we move into Zephyra's pick, which fits right into Zephyra's comfort zone,
Sure.
Sakura Sunrise.
Yeah, I do. Like I mentioned, I think this is going to be a close match, and look, judging by their scores, I think that's going to continue to be the case. So
Yeah.
I'm really, really excited to see these two players hash it out.
Jumps, drills is what you can look forward to in Sakura Sunrise. And if we make it through both of those songs, we will be treated to an old classic Max 300 Super Max Me Mix where anything can happen.
Oh, yes. Yes, I feel like the song is going to work really well to both these players' favors. It's just going to come down to who's executing better and who's making mistakes.
One thing that we have to keep in mind is that Zephyra did warm up with Sakura. So when the Sakura step comes in later in the song, he's going to be ready for it.
The much easier Sakura
The
step.
easy Sakura light.
Okay, yeah, both of them really, really dialed in here. Just seeing lots of white combos both sides.
Yep, and they both clearly have strong knowledge of this. You saw it in their personal bests. Now you're seeing it in their execution. Almost all Marvelouses are getting streamed here. I think I've seen one or maybe two greats from each of them. So even on money score, they're going to be really similar.
Yeah, and Dan H showing that he's locked into that MA window.
And I saw Dan, a couple seconds before that fast crossover, take one hand off of the bar in preparation. So you know that before things are even on the screen, they know what they're anticipating here. This is at a level where players they're thinking 2 steps ahead even while they're playing the thing on the screen in front of them.
Yeah, and they're so comfortable with this chart. Dan H's MA is just insane, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zephyra, she's also doing a fantastic job. I just don't know.
Yeah, I don't know if Dan H is going to leave him with anything, but watching these crossovers so crispy from Zephyra, my gosh, I'd be afraid to play either of these players. And nailing those 16 drills, too. Yeah, wow, that is a really strong ending from both of them. Coming away with great full combos. That is a tough song to come away with a great full combo, and they both did it. Dan even going over 2000 EX, too.
Yeah, very, very good job from both of them. That was incredible.
And look at that, 997.
Jeez.
What do you know?
Really, really insane score.
I don't know if that's an up score for him. I know it is on this card, but if I had to guess, I think Dan already had a score of that caliber on his world card. I am seeing Dan start to breathe a little heavier, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. I think it's showing that he's warm. It's showing that he's in it. He's very sweaty. He's moving good.
Definitely.
Oh, interestingly.
Oh, they do not have the song, it sounds like.
We may see Sandblow come out.
We might see Sandblow come out. Yeah, so Sakura Sunrise, this got a challenge chart later in its life. The song was from X2, and there was a handful of X2 songs that all got challenge charts at the same time. So this, Shiny World, and Pierce the Sky all got 16 challenge charts. And it was part of some event. I can't recall at this time what event it was.
That was an Ace 20, right?
I believe so. So I thought that would have been unlocked on East 2 Plus for everybody, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm confused by that. I thought that would have been an auto unlock. I am checking Remy Wiki to see if there's any information. So it was originally part of the Replicant D Action songs in X2, but Yeah, I don't see any information about it being hidden for a 20+ play.
Yeah, maybe there's some other issue. I'm not quite clear on what happened just now.
And this is one of those moments where Aaron jumps into action as making things happen
Yes.
so the tournament continues to run smoothly. Not going to be derailed by Sakura Sunrise.
Not at all.
What is your favorite of the Sakura named songs?
Song-wise or chart-wise?
You pick.
I like... Let me think about this, actually. They're all so similar.
So we have just Sakura straight, and then we have Sakura Sunrise.
Sakura Mirage.
We have Sakura Mirage, and what's the last one?
Sakura Storm.
Storm. Wait, and that's the 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, or is that Sakura Mirage?
Oh my God, you're making me second guess now. I think the Sakura Storm is the 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. Yeah, that's Sakura Storm.
I like that one.
I like playing Sakura Mirage, but only because the chart works to my strength, so I'm biased in that.
So I forget a little bit about Sakura Mirage. Can you remind me what that song is?
Sakura Mirage has a lot of jacks.
Hate that.
That's why I like it. It's very slightly early, where it's like comfortably early. So I tend to rush jacks, but when I have an early song, then
So
it's
then
just
you're right
like-
on.
Exactly.
Oh, nice. All right, so it looks like we now have access to Sakura Sunrise.
Okay. So we are on the Sandblow card on the left. So that is not Dan H's score, but I have to imagine he'd have something pretty similar to this.
Yeah, I think so.
We can see over on Zephyra's side, she has a 996. So definitely comfortable with this chart.
Great. So yeah, this is one of those short songs. Not a whole lot of steps overall, but it's moving quick. It has some fun little step jump moments. Some
Fun. Quote, unquote, fun.
Fair enough. Yeah, I hate step jumps, but it has some tricky step jump moments and some little drills.
Yeah, kind of a tricky little chart. I feel like this is another one of those ones that gets forgotten about, like the 16 level for this chart anyways.
Yeah, the 14 is very straightforward. All right, so almost said Sandblow. Dan H with a little bit of a lead here. But again, it gets a little bit more complicated. There's going to be some syncopated rhythms coming up here.
Yes.
We'll see if they can hold on to their MA.
Yeah, these little gap sections here can be tricky, especially with all those jumps thrown in. Dan H picking up a miss. Still not too far ahead. Zephyra has plenty of chances to catch up.
I think that's the opening that Sapphire needs right now.
Oh, this is very, very close hits.
Yep, 8 EX difference. And this is the part of the song where it starts to get a little bit tiring, so there is more opportunity for a window.
Okay, Dan H picking up a great there, giving Zephyra a little bit more room to get a little closer.
And a miss. We are 1 note away.
Oh, this is so close.
But Dan is able to hold on just barely. 4 EX difference.
Did not make enough mistakes for Zephyra to catch up to him. 19-3 and 33-1. Those are both very, very good scores.
Yeah. But again, those 2 misses, which are a 6 EX change, are what put Zephyra right in the contention to take the song away from Dan.
Definitely.
It just shows you how easy it is to, in one fell swoop.
Yes.
But luckily, Dan just had such strong MA that he's able to hold on to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a really close match. Would have been exciting to see a third song between the two of them.
Yeah, yeah. We've seen a lot of song threes.
There have. And it's also something to take into consideration if you're running tournaments.
Yeah.
Obviously, you can't. There's no way to predict how many matches are going to go to a third song.
Right.
But that adds up over time. So when you're trying to factor in the timing of a tournament, how long matches should be taking, you really have to account for the fact that every single match might go to that third song or more.
Yeah. So we have what has been often referred to as the Milquetoast 19 as our first song. Jacunda Memoria. At the time, a lot of people felt it was the hardest 17 when it was released. I would disagree. I do think it's fun to pretend it's a Milquetoast 19, though.
It's just relentless.
It is relentless. It is very hard, and it's hard to time. The music makes it hard to time. It's a weird BPM, 290. We only really see it in this and one other very famous song with 290 in the name.
Yes.
PSM. PSMO. And then it has like those weird moments with the 12th note drill that comes out of nowhere. Almost everything is a crossover where you kind of have to treat it like it's a double step. And then
lots of jumps, if I recall.
Yeah,
as well.
the second half of the song and really like the last third of the song really unleashes what is very similar to NGO. I think a lot of people were upset by this being a 17 because they felt it was harder than NGO 18, which is a very similar type of chart. But I do tend to disagree with people. This is slightly faster than NGO. NGO is 274 BPM, I think. But the actual step jumps themselves that come out of NGO are more challenging. So I think it is warranted that NGO is an 18 and this is a 17, but I think it would be perfectly reasonable for this to get rated up to an 18 as well.
And another one of those songs by Akuta, we were mentioning earlier with Sandblow, their songs are very different from a lot of sounds and songs you hear in DDR. So there's going to be really interesting rhythms, and you're not going to really have that strong beat that makes it really hard to try to tune into some of these.
Yeah, and there's kind of a darkness to the songs.
Definitely.
Particularly Jacunda Memoria.
And this is one of those songs where it's, you know, we mentioned it being relentless. By the time it gets to the second half, you just don't get a chance for a break.
Yeah, so you're seeing these patterns that are technically all crossovers, and you're seeing Malkier is opting to do mostly crossovers, but the Shark, our Sox King, is doing mostly double steps for these, but they're both getting similar levels of success out of it. Yeah, the Shark with a very slight lead right now. I'm going to be interested to see after the 12th note drill where each of them come out in terms of their stamina and their timing, because that can really mess you up.
Definitely. So Duncan mentioned the Shark using the sock strat. We saw him strip down to his socks for the last song he played, Antimatter, I believe. And it seems to definitely be working in his favor now. So he's probably a little warmed up with playing the socks on, and the song's coming a little easier to him.
Yeah, he's hitting the tail jumps here. Well, except that one. But yeah, this is when it gets crazy.
Yeah, and you still got that lead over Malkier, but it's just going to get even more relentless from here on out.
Yep, the song gives you about 5 seconds here to rest. And then the rest of the song is just one wild ride.
Ba, ba, ba. That's all I hear when I hear Jacunda. It's just that the sample when you're scrolling past the song. I have the Shark having a pretty sizable lead, so we'll see if he can hold on to that for the rest of the song. Seems like the sock strat definitely working pretty well for him.
Yeah, the socks and long cargo pants.
Yeah, and Malkier realizing that the Shark's probably a little too far ahead for him. He's going to decide to conserve his stamina so that he has a chance to catch up on the other songs.
Yep, I think it's smart for both of them to leave that one beat.
Definitely. You don't want to just wear yourself playing through the end of Jacunda if you don't have to.
Some wah-wah chants coming from chants coming from the crowd, which makes me happy.
All right, so now we're moving into New York Evolved Tape B. We kind of talked about the middle child of the
Yep,
Evolved
that's
songs,
right.
and I feel like New York B is no exception to that. Kind of just one that's most people forget about. You know, I feel like A is notable for being the hardest New York. C, people just kind of like musically the best, so they play it. And B is kind of just in the middle.
Yeah, I really like the stops during the slowdown of B, though. There's like a weird pattern where you can either bracket the jumps coming in those stops, or you can start where you're like a little bit crossed over on the opposite foot. It's an ambiguous step. And if you start on the opposite ambiguous step than you expect, then you won't have to move your foot as far. But it's really hard to mentally like juggle that while you're trying to time out the stops. So it's a really interesting chart.
Yes. Something else, we're going to have some sync come into play. The New York Evolveds are notably pretty late, especially with that rock sound, you know, the rock style song and being late. It's sometimes really hard to find the beat on these.
Yeah, especially because like when musicians are playing these, because it's actual like physical instruments being played and not electronic stuff, although it's mixed with the electronic stuff, you know, it's not going to be as perfect. And so sometimes, like especially with guitars, you often will see something is a little bit late, a little bit early, but you have to hit what is the sync of the chart, not when the guitar comes in.
And the first part of the song can be kind of tricky. It doesn't really flow too well from a step perspective. You see a lot of double stepping through parts of this.
Yeah, Malkier got out of that with a yellow combo still, which that part is the part where it's really easy to lose that right off the top.
Okay, and this is the part where you're going to see a lot of double stepping.
Yeah, the freeze arrows are really mentally taxing to keep in mind, like when do I need to double step, when should I be crossing over? Yeah, it's a confusing section of the song.
Yeah, but Malkier are looking very comfortable with this. Yeah, Malkier are very clearly showing that this is their pick. Yeah, Shark also doing very, very well, but Malkier's not giving them any room to work with.
All right, so coming up here are those interesting stops with the jumps that I was talking about.
Nice little fun opportunity for a ghost step as the music comes back in.
All right, and so it looks like Malkier's doing those as cross-unders and nailing every single one of them.
Listen, if you know what works, more power to you.
All right. Hits the crossover. My goodness, Malkier.
Yeah, very, very good job on Malkier's side. I'm not gonna, I didn't want to say it.
It's the hardest part of the song. If it was going to happen anywhere, it's going to happen right there.
Yeah. Very good job.
Yeah.
Malkier crushed that one.
Yeah, that was just fun to watch.
That's a hard song to pull off well in a tournament. And one great, one miss, 53 perfects. Pretty good.
Would it be
High emphasis on pretty.
Oh wow, yeah, that is pretty darn good.
All right, so both players winning their song picks, which means we are going to the tiebreaker, which is Paparazzi.
Now this is another one with a weird BPM.
Very interesting, very weird time signature.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's like another one where you're not really sure what you're supposed to do in terms of double stepping or crossing over, and when you get to the quieter section, that is really hard to time because it doesn't actually give you that many fewer notes. There are some breaks between the streams, but the streams are just as fast. There's just no musical cues really to follow along to. So timing that middle quiet part is going to be, I think, the most interesting thing to watch between these two.
And we mentioned earlier that there's not too many songs at 290 BPM. This is pretty close to it, 280 BPM. So I actually don't think there's any other songs at 280. Obviously, there's a lot at 140, and this is effectively doubled. But being actually at 280, I can't think of any other song at that.
Right. Yeah, we've got 270 and 290. A lot of 300s.
Yes. Okay, so very weird chart. Very hard to hone into the MA on this, I would say.
Absolutely.
Definitely a song that takes a lot of focus. I feel like the sync is a little weird on this chart too. That could also just be the the style of the song, not having a heartbeat to really focus on.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that the majority of it ends up coming from what the style of the song itself is, since you are one on that weird BPM and there isn't like a lot of musical cues to catch on to. There's like a slight bias, but I think for the most part it's just that. But this is the part I'm talking about where it gets really quiet. Timing for the next 15 seconds is going to be really challenging for them.
Yeah, Malkier are doing really good on those crossovers. Shark actually was up for a bit, but Malkier just overtook him.
Love hearing the sound of the feet overtaking.
Yeah, they are just neck and neck.
Yep.
Shark took the lead back by about 3.
And now it's pretty much an exact tie. Game 3, coming down to the final 30 seconds of this song on essentially a neck-and-neck tie between these two players, both fighting to try and get into Tier 7.
Oh, yeah, this is going to come down to the very last step.
Not a lot of song left to go. Oh, it is still tied. Final run of the chorus here.
Oh, the Shark ever so slightly ahead. Now Malkier, oh my gosh.
3 EX up for Deshark. The Malkier holding on to the gold combo, showing how locked in they are. Deshark still with the 3 EX lead. Is there anything that he's going to do to give Malkier any chance here?
Ooh, just pick up a great on Malkier's side. That might cost him.
but I'm still seeing some slows from Deshark.
Oh!
1 EX win for Deshark. Wow.
The entire Wawa Venus team, other than me, is currently standing on their feet, chanting, giving him hugs. Deshark threw his hat on the ground.
That was an incredible performance from both of them.
Eruption from the crowd.
Very, very good job to both those players. It really came down to that last song, and they both crushed it.
Wow. Such good play from Malkier, too.
Really,
Oh my
really good play.
goodness. Like, especially looking back at that New York Type B, people had no idea what was happening in front of them. That
No,
was
not at all.
phenomenal to watch Malkier play that way. They did an absolutely amazing job, but all the props in the world right now to Deshark for just clutching it out that little bit. One more great, but 3 fewer perfects. Wow.
Yeah, it really came down to that great and Malkier side at the very end of the song. That's when I saw Deshark overtake him, overtake them, but otherwise they were just neck and neck and trading back and forth that entire song.
Yeah.
Very exciting to watch.
This is a hard game.
Very hard. They had some hard songs to play too.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Everybody's so excited right now.
I thought we were going to go to a tiebreaker, and we almost did.
That would have been too much. My heart couldn't have handled it.
I don't know if our competitors could have handled it.
I wonder if Paparazzi is Deshark's new favorite song now.
Oh, man, that is...
Sometimes the experience of a tournament can completely change your perception of a song. You know,
Very
you have
true.
a memory associated with it that you always carry with you, and I bet Deshark will always carry with him that Paparazzi ending.
Yeah, that's a tricky song. There's actually a lot of steps in that song now that I'm looking at the next
Yeah,
combo.
622 is really high for a 15. There's only a couple that go above 600, and most of them have now been re-rated to 16s.
Yeah. I mean, there's some 14s that have over 600 steps, like Koizuru
Yeah.
comes to mind.
Yeah,
Love
and
the Space Tour.
Onyx, which was originally a 13.
Was it a 13? I thought that was always a 14 when it came out. I think a lot of people thought it should have been a 13.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm thinking of, which I think is silly because it has over 600
It
steps.
does. It has a lot of
It's
steps.
like, yes, it's very straightforward steps, but
But there's a lot of them.
quantity is something.
Right. And I mean, that's just more opportunities to make mistakes.
Yeah. Yeah, Deshark doesn't even know what happened. Just shaking his head.
Yeah, but I mean, you know what? He's riding that high. Looks like he's getting ready for another match against Zafira, looks like.
Yeah, that's right. You know, enjoy it for 30 seconds, take your props, and then get right back on the pad, and now you got to do some more timing. Ooh, my heart's still pounding
I
a little
know.
bit.
Very exciting DDR today.
Telling you guys, Tier 6, it's where the good stuff happens.
We've had such close matches already, and we just got started. All right, well, I'm going to take this moment to remind our chat, who hopefully is just as excited as we are, where we are, who we are, what we're doing. We are here today in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, at the Waterfront Dave & Buster's at Dahn Dahn Right 3 Encore Extra Stage.
And every time that you have to say Encore Extra Stage, you look at the bottom right of the corner and you say, what is the name?
Right, because I keep wanting to say extra exclusive. I keep wanting to say everything else, and I'm really glad that that's right there in front of my face so that I'm saying the right thing. And even though it's right there, I've still said the wrong thing multiple times.
It's all right. I've called people Sandblow. So, yeah, you're right. This is Encore Extra Stage, the third iteration of Dahn Dahn Right. A really lovely, successful tournament every year.
Yes.
And right now we are in Tier 6, the second to last pool play tier before our top 8 begins in a few hours. And you're seeing Deshark coming off of the high of this last win on Paparazzi, about to play Delta Max against Zafira, which I think, based on Zafira's PB, is very clearly
Oh,
Zafira's
yeah.
pick.
Yeah, Zafira has a very good score on this, 995.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, no! Delta Max Expert followed by Delta Max Challenge.
Oh, all right. Rana burying the lead on that one. Really waiting until we comment and be like, well, actually, I know something that you don't.
Everyone rushing to take a picture of the projector screen showing that right now.
Huge chuckles from the audience. Okay, so I'm very excited to see this because it's obvious that they each know and like this song.
Very true. For different reasons.
Different reasons.
Zafira starting it with a dab.
And both of them on 1.5, so they both definitely know it.
Definitely, yes.
So that 1.5 is going to take you up to almost 800 BPM, actually over 800 BPM at the end. So if you're reading at 800 BPM, you know what's coming.
Yeah, so Delta Max, the expert chart is usually considered to be more difficult in the first half because of all these freeze arrows. It's just really difficult to read.
Yeah.
Delta Max Challenge, I feel like is just harder overall,
Yeah.
especially as you get to the end. But we'll get to see both of them being played.
Yep, right through here is where it is hardest in expert. This is definitely the hardest part of the chart to read those freeze arrows. And Zephyra is showing really the familiarity with this chart. I think that Deshark is a little less familiar.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that Deshark picked the challenge chart over this. But from here on out, the expert chart actually gets easier.
Yes. Once those freeze arrows get out of here, it's a lot easier to read and just becomes a matter of if you can read it at the speed mod that you're on.
And this is where it gets profoundly harder on the challenge chart here. Almost twice as many steps in this part.
But Zephyra is about a 200 EX lead right now over the chart, so she's definitely very comfortable with this.
Yeah, as long as Zephyra is able to hold on with the fast scroll speed and doesn't kind of get lost, everything will be fine, I think, going into this. And we're just going to need to see Deshark kind of reset and go back into the challenge version of this chart, feeling more comfortable that this is his moment.
Definitely. Yeah, Zephyra definitely showing that she's very comfortable with this ending run, even as fast as it's being played right now. All right. First song's going to Zephyra. All right, so as a reminder, Zephyra did protect Delta Max Expert, and Deshark protected Delta Max Challenge, which is what we're going into next.
And well, you know what else is there to say other than this is one of the hardest 17s in the game. If you thought that last one was hard, this one, it only adds 22 more steps, but those 22 steps come in the form of all crossovers. There's more jumps. The second half of the song is just a lot faster. Everything about it is a lot harder.
So whereas Delta Max Expert, really the difficulty from it comes early on in just reading the steps, Delta Max Challenge definitely has difficulty in execution of the steps.
Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Definitely a reading versus execution issue. And I think that's where we see the strength of these players. Deshark was like, well, maybe the reading isn't my strong suit, but boy, can I execute when things are tough.
So Deshark's still continuing to play in their socks, which has been working pretty well for them the last few songs.
I love it. I mean, I'm sure they get holes in their socks very quickly.
All right, so Zephyra dropping back down to 1x for this and continuing to do the dab.
But doing a 1x on boost.
Oh, yes.
Which I have seen that before. I believe that's something that Chunka does. Maybe Mark Grady, I think, also uses boost.
Perhaps. This is definitely one of the more popular songs to use boost for.
Yeah, Deshark 1.25 boost is going to be very fast.
Oh, yeah. I didn't realize that Deshark was also on boost.
So yeah, as you're seeing, this may seem to be a little bit more straightforward than the previous chart, and right now it is just a lot easier to read.
But it's not going to stay that way.
It's not going to stay that way. In about 20 seconds, you'll see why.
Yeah, so Zephyra with a very slight lead over Deshark, but the chart's going to get exponentially harder here as we work our way to the middle.
So this part is also a lot harder than it looks. It's a lot of jumps which tire you out, and there are tail jumps going into it, as well as a crossover here. And you have to start all of those jumps on the opposite foot from where you want to, so there's just a lot more movement happening in every moment than you expect. Yeah. So whiplash crossovers here, and then basically the rest of the song is exclusively constant crossing over at top speed. And this looks very different from the expert chart.
Yes, but Zephyra still has a pretty good lead over the chart.
But that can change at the end of this song if Zephyra gets lost.
Picking up a couple misses there, but Deshark also picks up some mixes on his side.
I do not know how Deshark is reading this right now.
I don't know either. Almost wonders if they're screen looking, because I can't imagine reading this as fast. But it looks
Deshark looks like he's looking straight ahead.
Yeah, I think they're struggling with reading it this quickly.
Yeah. Deshark just did something that I have never seen before. In the socks, bracketed the up right and down left, and then jumped every single note, the last 20 notes, the da 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 da. He did every single one of those as a jump. So imagine the full body, both legs going up and down, jumping all of those. That's a strategy.
That is, and especially, you know, maybe he didn't really realize how fast that was going to be a 1.25x boost, and that was a way to kind of get through not being able to read that how quick it was getting at the end.
Yeah. I mean, that's not readable. I think when you're on boost, I'm not exactly sure what the algorithm of the speed up is, but I think it gets to roughly 2x of what your original speed is at the top.
So it goes something close.
It goes from like 0.5x to 2x, and so if you're on 1.25, basically the top half of the screen you're reading. It's got to be 1,200, 1,400 BPM at the end of that song. Now at the bottom, it's more like 600 to 800, but that's only for
still fast.
Just for like a brief moment. So that is, it's not readable.
Right. But huge shout out to Zafira. She just played both Delta Maxes and won them.
Yeah.
So that's clearly her forte.
Not a bad way to spend Sunday afternoon.
If you like Delta Max.
Love Delta Max.
Just not challenge.
Well, I don't like the way it makes me feel. It's a good chart.
All right, so we got Dan H and Malkier facing off here. I have a feeling these first couple songs are going to be pretty close calls between the two of them. We got I'm So Happy Challenge coming up, which is kind of a stamina check. It's a little late, so that could have some issues, but I think both these players are really good at honing into sync, so I don't think that's going to affect them too much.
Yeah, and then Evans is going to be a very different story. Classic DJ Yoshitaka, kind of the easier version of Jomanda, but not by much, just a little bit. Basically, the main difference is that it is slightly slower but has more crossovers.
Yes.
Jomanda is 195, whereas Evans is 185, but the rhythms and music are actually really similar throughout the songs if you take out the speed up that Jomanda has. And so Evans has really tricky crossovers there in the middle, as well as a random boost jump that is easy to mess up in the middle of the song. So that is going to be a really tricky song for either of them, but I know that they're both equipped to do it, and I know they both have really good PBs on it as well.
Yes. Very, very similar scores for both of them on this chart, so I think this is going to be really close.
This is another one that has moments where music cuts out and then it's just like a drum beat with a drill. I think that could be a defining moment in the song once we get to that chorus with the lead-in drum drill. If we see who is more locked into that, I think it will give us an indication of who's going to continue to be more locked in throughout the chorus and into the rest of the song.
Yeah, we're going to have these anchor runs, which some people just really lock into those. Yeah, as you mentioned, the song's kind of late, but neither of these players seem to be having any issues with that.
4 EX difference coming in here to step 76 in this slowed down moment. Now only a 3 EX difference, so pretty inconsequential beginning, but things are really going to start to heat up here. And a perfect, marvelous run from Dan there on that staircase.
Yeah, he's just really locked into that.
That was a great opportunity that Dan took advantage of to take a little bit of a lead now from off here, about 20 ahead.
Still with a little over 10 EX lead right now. We're going to move into these anchor runs here, see if we can hold on to that good MA. Dan H picking up some surfix in there, but still maintaining a pretty healthy lead.
And that's a really tricky run too, because it starts on an ambiguous upstep, and it's really easy to forget that and to end up doing it all crossed over.
Sure. Malkier picking up a miss. This song was Dan H's Protect, so he's clearly very comfortable with this. And comfortable with those anchor runs. We just got a PFC in a tournament, and that is a plus 17 on his PB. That is a big deal.
Big up score for Dan.
22. And he's not playing with fast slow.
Oh.
Just a reminder.
Dan, what? Come on, man.
I feel like he's one of those human metronome type players where he doesn't need fast slow to tell him where he's at. He knows where he's at.
Dan knows where he's at. And that's actually something I've been trying to get everybody else to understand, is that Dan knows where he's at, and not enough people are talking about it. But we are coming into Evans. This is the Malkier pick.
Yes.
This is a Malkier kind of song.
Definitely. Judging by their scores, assuming these are close to their PBs or their recent scores, definitely a Malkier pick for sure.
Yeah, and Malkier's done this on Like 4 as well. So that shows a level of confidence to go into a song, knowing that the song ends if you miss 4 notes.
Definitely.
And to still get through it. I am excited to see Malkier play this.
Yeah, we're going to have a kind of a jump scare section in the middle.
Yep.
Hopefully these players have that section memorized because it's really too fast to read. You just have to know what that first step is after that speed up.
Yeah, it jumps up to 370 BPM, and, well, if you're reading us at probably 3.25, like we'll see from them, or maybe 3 from Dan, 3.5 from Malkier. 375 is well over 1,000.
Yes.
Luckily, it's only 1 note, so if you remember it, it's not going to do too much damage.
Sure.
But the rhythm coming out of that is actually really tricky, because after that jump, the first note, I believe, is a yellow note, which is kind of like on an off-syncopated rhythm. So if you kind of have the song in your bones, it's not going to give you trouble. But if you don't, it might take you by surprise.
Yeah, definitely some tricky rhythms in the second half of the song for sure.
Oh, and there are these little 12th note moments here, just 4 notes, but it's harder than it looks. And it looks hard.
Pretty well on that. Malkier with a 3EX lead so far as we get into the tricky syncopation parts. Malkier picking up a miss there, giving Dan H some opportunity to pull ahead.
I'm amazed by what I'm seeing from Dan right now. Hit all of those crossovers.
Yeah, Dan H just locks into that marvelous window.
And you know what? Malkier isn't falling far behind
No,
either.
not at all.
These are 2 players so locked into this song.
Lots of crossovers here. Malkier is executing very well. So is Dan.
So Dan finally lets up on a great, but that's just the one, and still nailing all of these crossovers and jumps.
He's not giving up any room for Malkier to pull ahead. Oh, got a miss over on Dan's side.
All right, a 14 EX difference.
We're getting closer.
And this is when the stamina starts to come in. We're going to have our jump scare here. All right, a little bit of a flub from Dan. That's an opening for Malkier, closing the gap just ever so slightly. Let's see how they get these ending crossovers.
Oh
my gosh!
my gosh! Another 1 EX difference. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
Oh, and my heart goes out to Malkier.
I know,
that
he
is
lost by
second,
1 EX again.
Second time Malkier's going to lose by 1 EX. My goodness. And to win on money score, too, with a 986. That's an up score.
Really good performance from them, though.
That was phenomenal.
Huge up score for Dan H.
Just blown away. Blown away. Man, if only somebody had said that Tier 6 was the best tier. If there were only
If only we
somebody
could
out there
have foreseen
who
this.
had warned us that we were going to be seeing some really good stuff.
Wow. All right, Chad, give it up for that match. It was an incredible match.
And a slow clap has begun.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this since a 90s rom-com, but there's a slow clap beginning for Dan H.
All right, Chad. Are you having a good time today? We're having a good time.
I'm having a good time today.
Yeah, I'm having fun hanging out with my new friend Duncan.
My new friend Kim.
Yeah, we just met each other today.
You wouldn't know it.
Right.
You wouldn't know it. It's like we're best friends for life. We are now.
Yes.
We are now.
We'll have to do commentary again, which means
That's
we've got to
right.
go to the same tournament again sometime.
What's the next tournament?
That's actually a really good question.
I feel like we don't have any lined up for the rest of the fall.
Yeah, I can't think of any. Chad, let us know. What tournaments are coming
Yeah, I know
up?
there are some smaller ones, some locals, but I don't know in terms of any of the larger tournaments.
Right. Sadly, no mistake in the lake this
No
year.
stake in the lake, but we have the representation on the shirt.
Of course.
That's something. As long as you have a shirt, it's basically a tournament.
That means there was a tournament.
That means there
right?
was a tournament.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything really on the books for a little while, which, is sometimes good because it gives players an opportunity to kind of like focus back in
Sure.
on their training, maybe take a slight break, play a little bit of Pump or ITG, whatever one of their other
have
games
fun.
And yeah, focus on the fun. It is really fun to prepare for tournaments and to think about them, but if you do have a string of a couple in a row, it can start to take over your play where you're focused so much on the tournaments and preparing for whatever the card draw is in that tournament and focusing on your uppers, where maybe you instead was like, oh, I was working on my 14 green lamp, and now I have to like walk away from that and like play a bunch of 15s and 16s or something like that. So it's an opportunity for you to be like kind of settle back in, I think. And this is that part of the fall where you are like settling into the fall a little bit before the holidays. When
great time of year too. Yeah, go outside, go touch some grass.
That's right. That is an option too. I don't often consider that one, but I guess instead of playing dance games all day, you could enjoy the weather.
Why not both?
¿Por qué no los dos? I think that one thing that has always been my dream is outdoor dance games, man.
Yeah, yeah, but then you have to deal with like the sun glare. I mean, in theory, it sounds cool because you get to like be outside doing your favorite thing, but I'm not sure how well that would actually work for.
Well, I'm a man of theory, not of practice, and I think that just as you have imagined what is happening in Toy Box Factory, I want you to imagine my dream, which is you're in like a wooded grove, just like some light streams of light. It's autumn, so the leaves are falling, and in the middle of a clearing is a Dance Dance Revolution A20 Plus machine standing there.
With a very long extension cord, I imagine.
With a very long extension cord that goes all the way to the nearest town. Maybe we're at Walden Pond and when we're going to Boston or something. And you can go and you can play, and you can hear the birds chirping.
And we're playing after a midday up home, of course.
Exactly. And there's a cat sitting on top of the machine.
Of course.
Does that just not sound like the perfect
This
game?
does
And there's
sound lovely.
no one else around. You're not playing with anyone. You're not sharing in line. You're just in the forest.
If you get a PFC in the forest and no one's around to see it,
Does
did you
it
get
really
a PFC?
happen? That's right. If you lose a match by 1 EX point and no one's around to see it, did it really happen?
Valid point. All right, so Chad has informed me on some tournaments that are coming up.
Yes.
We have B-Hop Ball in December.
Oh, great. Is that in Chicago?
I am not sure where that is.
Yes, in Chicago.
Renella says yes, it's in Chicago. We have Remix in San Jose in November. Pataka Esports Festival.
I'm not familiar with that.
I'm not familiar with that either. But we do have Money Pro League coming up.
We do
across the pond.
We do have Bomani Pro League coming
so
up. If you'd like to participate.
No, but it is very fun to watch. Honestly,
that's true.
Anyone at home, if you have or have not seen Bomani Pro League
So cool.
in previous years, please watch it this year. It's fantastic to see basically DDR breaking out into esports. That is what Bomani Pro League is.
Yes.
It is DDR's first foray into professional esports. So obviously it's Japanese only, but all the arcades kind of have their own team out there, and it's really, really fun to watch.
I'm rooting for Silcat this time around. So that's just my team. I don't know if you've looked at the draft yet.
I have. I am a big fan of Jinyasu, the human metronome, so obviously I have to root for Silcat as well, but I just love watching all of them play.
Nice. Well, we'll see. But Bomani Pro League is really, really interesting to watch. And the new function that they have of the scores going up the middle, the comparison
so
bars,
cool.
is really, really cool. And I think that that's something that's being implemented into DDR World that we may be able to take advantage of moving forward.
So I do believe that that function is only available in gold cabs, and because I don't think there's any locations yet in the U.S. that have 2 gold cabs, so you can't really do that simultaneous play just because of that.
Yeah. But that is potentially something that could come in the future, but would be really exciting to see in more tournaments.
All right, so we are getting our next match warmed up here between Selanima and Flip. First time playing for today in Tier 7. Our Love, pretty good warm-up song.
Oh, yeah, right. These are the people that I need to watch. It's getting to the point of the tournament now where I'm looking at the people who I may potentially be playing in the next hour or two. So I am no longer a neutral party as I commentate. But yeah, these are both profoundly scary players who I would say both have a specialty in uppers MA, which basically just means you're good. But I've seen Selanima in the last year make so many improvements and strides forward. PFC'd a bunch of new 18s recently, and then Flip has been playing a lot of the new A3 and World charts. and right now has, I think, 105 PFCs on 17s.
Wow.
Out of 115. So
Crazy.
clearly 17 gold is on his radar in the near future.
Yeah, and both of those are incredibly impressive feats. Like, any 18 PFC is ridiculous. And then that many 17 PFCs, like,
Yeah.
we are getting into the top of the top folks.
Yeah, so both really scary players to be taking a look at. Interestingly, looking at the card draw, their first song is going to be pretty much just an MA check for the two of them.
Yeah, I'm thinking Hana has some gimmicks in there, so if you're not familiar with them, which I imagine at this level both these players are familiar with it, but we shall see.
Yeah, and then London A is going to get a little bit more interesting. That is still, for the most part, an MA check at this level, but there is a pretty strong slowdown, and then the Scooby run at the end. It'd be interesting to see whether they opt to double step, to do a sideways turn, how each of them is going to execute that, but a lot can happen during that ending Scooby run. It is a very long run. But otherwise, London A has like excellent sync. Is mostly straightforward, not too many crossovers. There's one pretty strong crossover out of about 420 steps, and then again that ending run is basically 12 consecutive Scooby crossovers,
Which is, pretty difficult to do.
It's something to say.
Especially when we look at our tiebreaker song, Digitalizer, which is a much more straightforward 17.
Yeah.
So London A is definitely going to be, I think, kind of the deciding factor here.
Yeah, now Digitalizer has a lot of crossovers, but at 180 BPM, they're only half crossovers. It just goes right down left, or it goes left up right. You don't have to go back and forth.
Sure.
They're really easy to read, easy to anticipate. The song is relatively on sync. And it doesn't have a lot of steps overall, but the quantity of crossovers is pretty high, so whoever has that stronger crossover form and is able to get the Marvelouses on them will be the difference maker if they find themselves the tiebreaker for Digitalizer.
Okay, so moving into Tenku no Hana, both these competitors have a PFC on this. Still Anima showing 22 perfect PFC. So again, this song is going to start right away with a slowdown and some little tricky rhythms right off the bat. But it looks like both of them are 100% prepared for that and had no trouble whatsoever getting that started.
Yeah, these are the kinds of MA battles where it's going to come down to 1, 2, 3 points, basically.
Yes, definitely. It's going to come down to who's making mistakes. Okay, so we are heading, in this current tier we're in, Tier 7, we are having 2 players promote from Tier 7 into the final bracket. And neither one of them giving any room for the other player to pull ahead. They are still just neck and neck. Some flawless execution of crossovers from both of them. Again, but great on Still Anima's side, giving Flip some room to pull ahead.
Yeah. All right, so this difference, while not large in terms of how many points you actually see, is the kind where it is almost impossible to imagine Flip letting up.
Yes. Once we get to this level of play.
Oh, but there's a great. That's a start.
It really comes down to 1 or 2 mistakes. And when we say mistake, we might mean a great. Like, those aren't even really mistakes for most people. But sometimes that's all it really takes in these matches to pull ahead.
Right. A great is essentially 33 milliseconds off of the mean, and that is not a lot of milliseconds.
It is not. Okay, so Flip ever so slightly ahead.
Yep, 6EX difference. As long as Flip can hold on to this Marvelous window like he's doing.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him give anything up.
Yeah, especially after that miss from Solanima. I think there's one thing with the Flip. Wow. Yeah, 13EX difference.
Really, really, really good performance. We are getting into top tier performances here.
All right. So that 12-1, pretty phenomenal play from Flip and from Solanima as well. But I am really curious to see London evolve. That is, I think, the kind of the highlight of this set.
I agree, yes.
And like I said, you can see Flip's score right there. He has the PFC, 40 perfects. Crazy. Well, that's London C.
Thankfully, we're just going to the mod menu, so there we go.
And then Solanima with a 994, which I'm guessing was probably a PFC leading into the ending Scoobies with a couple misses in there.
That's definitely the choke factor of the song.
Yeah, which is frustrating given it's at the very end.
Yes. There is a pretty significant slowdown in London A. It's not displayed in the BPM range because all the London A's show 170 to 340. But London A actually goes down to think it's is it half of 170 or a quarter of 170?
Quarter.
Quarter. Yeah, so it gets really slow in the middle.
I think.
So I imagine both these players are very familiar with that, so I don't think that part will trip them up too much. So Anima taking a great right off the bat there once we speed up.
Yeah, this song is a lot jumpier than people give it credit for, and there's also this really interesting jump that comes right here that looks like Flip really nailed. That is a tricky jump to get a perfect or a marvelous on, but they both hit that. I guess Solanima had a great earlier on than that, but they are both just within 1 EX of each other right now. Little back and forth trades, a couple perfects here and there. But Solanima with a miss, actually. It's giving Flip a 6 EX lead.
Okay, Flip picking up a couple extra perfects, giving Solanima some room to catch up.
Yep. Both getting a couple fasts on this slowdown as well, which is very easy to do.
Gonna speed right back up here.
All right, and then we've got that crossover coming up in about 40 steps, so we're going to see if Flip can keep the gold combo through that crossover. Nails it.
Yeah, so Flip up by 15 right now into the slowdown.
Each of them opting to go step after each of those 2 steps rather than before, which is an interesting technique. Flip getting his first straight, but here we come. The song is going to be over before you know it. It's just one last long run. Anything can happen here.
Oh, and those Scoobies are coming up. Near flawless execution from Flip.
My goodness, they both comboed the Scoobies.
Arguably the hardest part of the song.
I don't even think you need to argue.
All right, Flip's going to take that with about a 30 EX lead.
62 perfects and 3 greats. 997 to pull off a 997 in tournament.
Really, really amazing performance. It did, no bar bend yet. It did actually look like they double stepped them. I didn't get a clear shot of their feet from where I was sitting, but
Solanima did the crossovers. I didn't see, I think Flip might have double stepped, but Solanima I saw did the crossovers.
okay. I didn't see like hip rotation. I couldn't see the feet, but I'm assuming based on the hips that there was no crossing
Yeah,
over
so one thing to
on
know
Flip's
about
side.
both these players, but in particular something Solanima is known for, is really tight form.
Yeah.
So when he's doing that, you can't even, like if
You
you're...
can't even tell.
Yeah, you can't tell in the upper half of his body. Whereas, you know, if I'm doing it, I'm like one arm off and like
Right.
waving, like a windmill kind of thing, the Kevin Bodie strategy, windmill arm. But yeah, he really just, he's so locked in, really strong, like literally physically strong player as well, able to like
Definitely.
hold that core.
Okay, next matchup, Misuk and Hints. I feel like this is going to be really close to
Oh
call
my god,
medal.
this is going to be great. So as
Yeah.
we know, we're not sleeping on Misuk
Oh,
anymore.
absolutely not.
And Hints was doing the pad test yesterday, and just like took his jacket off, stood up, did Windy Fairy 15, got 10 perfects.
Yeah, just casually.
So I mean, what even is there to say about it? 10 perfects on Windy Fairy, cold, for a pad test. I'd be very afraid if I were anyone,
Yes.
but Misuk is the kind of person who now that, like we said, fought for this Tier 7 promotion, is here to really prove himself.
Absolutely. But yeah, both these players really, really good at MA, and honestly, I'm not too sure on Misuk's performance on upper level stuff, but I know Hints performs
Yeah.
really, really well on uppers, so I'm curious to see what their match is going to be.
Yeah, and it looks like Hints has like a really good breadth of coverage on all these songs. As you scroll down, you're seeing PFCs, GFCs. It's pretty much played every song,
Yes.
and has like a really strong foundation on them.
Very knowledgeable player for sure.
That's one thing to keep an eye out for a player, is that when you open up and you can see what their lamps are, it kind of indicates something to you
Yes.
about what their knowledge level is. Oh my gosh, this one of the hardest 16s. Depending on your strengths, could be one of the hardest 16s.
Sure. Really
Very
good
fast.
choice, though, for a warm-up,
Yes.
though. Taking a look at the songs they have coming up. Pretty smart to play a song that's faster, slightly faster, to really get your legs moving.
Yeah, we have a 200 BPM song coming up in a Ranker Killer Girl, which known for its crossovers and skippity paps.
Yes.
But if you're doing 220, while this doesn't have crossovers per se, it is just like fast movement, so it'll get your legs going and ready for those 200 BPM crossovers.
All right, and Misuk, having already played today, looks like he's opting to play the difficult chart. He's already been kind of warmed up, so he's probably trying to conserve energy for the next few songs, whereas Hints really needs to get his body moving and ready. Another really good Sentinel Text crossover. This song's always been a lot of fun. I love all the sampling that it does.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
The Homer Simpson. Oh!
Yeah. That the section where it's just like jump, step, jump. All the random sounds it throws in, so great.
And this part's actually really difficult to execute.
It is. It's something where you kind of have to be doing foot switches, but you can't do perfect foot switches, so you'll have to do a jack into a foot switch.
That's actually a really, really difficult pattern. I don't know too many songs that do that.
So lots of great sample sounds come out of this section here.
Yeah, you got the telephone ring, Homer Simpson.
Yeah, I recommend listening to this with headphones
Yes.
at some point.
Ooh. Or we can just listen to acapella Duncan.
You could tell that was me? Oh, I thought it was so perfect. It was just seamless.
I mean, it was, but.
And I'm seeing the foot switches coming out of hints. For a moment, I forgot that this was a warm-up, and I was like, wait, Misu is just jumping.
All right, very smart warm-up song, I think, for what's coming.
Yeah, and then so London B, we just saw London A. London B plays very differently. The first 444 steps are the same, but then after that, it actually changes the speed. It's the only London that has an increased speed up to 210 BPM or 420, which it then gives you very fast drills on. Some people think that's the hardest London just because of that speed. It is definitely the easiest in terms of the pattern, but that 210 drill at the end of a very tiring song is really tough to land.
Definitely.
So I'm going to be excited to see if they can hold on tight all the way through the end of London B, especially after playing Ranker Killer.
Yes. So you see this is Misuk's pick. One of the KUC songs from, what year would this have been?
2018?
I felt like it was after 2020.
2020?
I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Either way, lots of very fast crossovers in this, kind of the hallmark of this song. Not a lot of steps overall for 17. I want to say it's
600 some.
yeah, maybe 600 tops. Might even be in the upper 500s or low 600s.
This like bass drum at the beginning gets you so excited.
Yeah, really hype song. This is one of my favorite KAC songs.
And that pattern right there, that 1, 2, 3 jump, 1, 2, 3 jump, very hard to time.
Yes.
Both nailing the step jumps too.
Yeah, both really locked in. Hint's only up by 3 right now, even though he's got the grade.
Another triplet then jump. So here we're coming into the course and we get to see some of the crossovers. First, they're just going to be initial crossovers for our first run of this course, but when it comes back the second time is when you're going to see things really start to heat up with the Skippy Paps crossing over and then recrossing back across the body.
Yeah, watching they both have very clean crossover form. Hint's very tight crossover form too.
And you can hear the basketball squeak.
Yes.
This section, don't sleep on.
No. Hint picked up a miss there, but still quite ahead of Misu, so see if he can hold on to that lead.
Yep, if Hints can hold on to these tougher crossovers that go back and forth across the body, sometimes people get really tripped up and they lose their footing entirely, and they might pick up a couple misses, a good or two.
Yeah.
Oh, double stepping out of Hints, actually doing a heel toe strategy, but we're seeing true form out of Misu. But looks like it's still working out for Hints.
Yes, the Hint's still up 30 coming into the ending here. All right, just some 8th notes here. You can probably double step this to conserve some energy if you need to. But then you got these step jumps and then these last little 16th bursts.
And then 1, 2, little Scooby.
All right, Hints is going to take that one. Looks like that warm-up and Panic-Holic really worked in his favor.
989, almost triple-Aing that on command.
Oh, I just noticed we have 2 KUC songs in the song draw.
Oh
we
yeah,
have
Be a
Hero. Okay, so another London Evolved, this Duncan was talking about earlier, this one going up to 420 BPM.
Yes, it does not tell you that on the BPM display.
No, it does not. It doesn't whirl, though.
It doesn't whirl. That's right.
Very interesting choice that they decided to make after all these years to finally show you the accurate speed for a lot of these songs.
Yeah. Every once in a while, it actually trips you up, though.
Definitely.
If there is a jump scare where it's just one note, and then you might build your whole BPM around that jump
Yes.
scare.
So definitely a double-edged sword. Some people liked having the knowledge, esoteric knowledge of just knowing which songs had speed changes, even if they weren't displayed. And now it almost makes you second guess yourself the fact that it does display every single speed change. You're like, well, it's actually something I need to account for when I'm selecting the speed mod.
And so Hints with a 996 on this for a personal best. So I think that's another instance of potentially a PFC all the way up through that final drill and then maybe picking up a couple grades.
All right, so London, similar to a few other different evolves, is going to have identical first part of the song for all three of them.
Yeah, up through the first 450 steps, there's going to be a stop, holding onto a freeze arrow, and that is where the deviation from the last London will begin. A lot more steps in this London. London A is much shorter and burstier. This one is the longest of them probably, although not as stamina intensive as London C, which is very crossover heavy.
Yes.
This one gives you like a little break for a bit, and then a very strange ending freeze arrow section.
Yeah, I feel like musically the second half of London B just doesn't fit with the first half either.
Yeah, it is jarring for sure.
All right, but Hint's still got a pretty good lead, but music is not far behind, and there's still a lot of song to go.
About 10 EX.
Yeah, Hint's not giving any errors for music to work with.
Oh, Hints nailed the speed change.
Both of them very comfortable with this chart, and it's showing, but you have these really quick bursts here at the end.
Oh my gosh, Hints got through that first still with the PFC. It's all gonna come down to
Misuk
this.
is gonna take off and let Hints have this.
Let's see how Hints does with this final drill. It's really fast.
Oh.
Yeah, he thought I'd try it, but
It's still really, really
yeah,
good.
that's amazing.
Yeah, even Misuk realized like Hints is taken away with this. I'm gonna let him have it.
Yeah, a smart move.
Yeah, really, really good job to both of them. Those are tricky charts.
All right, amazing play from those. Very exciting. Now it is my time to take a step off. I'm going to go prepare for when I'll be playing in a little while. So I'm going to hand you over to Jamaro. And I think, are you staying on?
I am.
All right.
But
so
it's been fun.
Yeah, so it has been fun, Kim. It's been a good 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah,
and
I'm looking forward to seeing your matches, so good luck.
yeah, thanks. Be kind to me.
We will.
All right, take care, everybody.
All right, everyone. Give it up for Duncan on chat. He did a phenomenal job spending most of the morning together.
Dance revolution.
Renalis is trying to tickle me. How rude. Why would you do that while I'm on commentary? Anyways, welcome back to Mario.
Oh, yeah. I'm back, baby. We back in here. I am no longer driving across the mountains of the Allegheny to get here.
How was that?
During that one match, I got so hyped that I missed my exit.
Oh, so you were listening while you were driving.
I was listening while I was driving. I missed my exit and added another 15 minutes.
Nice. So which match was that?
Oh God, it wasn't the Malkier, the shark one.
I mean, there were so many hype matches.
That was the thing, is like
They were all
I
hype.
couldn't stop popping off the entire time. Like I'm just in my car by myself instead of like headbanging to like some music if you were driving by and seeing me. It was more just like, yeah, all right, he's got it. Is this? Yeah. Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm glad to know you're just as hype off comms as when you're on comms.
Oh, always. I live this life. This is anyone who has ever met me, after spending enough time doing this knows that this is just how I am as a person.
It's true.
So it's really great. Not to mention that I'm so glad that I've fulfilled my singing obligation, which means I don't have to preserve my voice anymore.
I mean, you kind of do, so don't go too hard just yet.
Oh,
we
no.
we got cough
The
drops.
stream monsters
We're
deserve
prepared.
much better. They deserve much better than a silent voice, meek Aegican. Aegican, you bring Aegican to pop off, and
This is true.
This is what I'm going to do. And holy crap, these matches so far.
They are hype.
What the heck? Every
Man.
single one, every single time.
Yeah, how many close calls we had? Two matches that got decided by one EX.
And even the ones that, you know, it was a 2-0, you still have people like setting obnoxious
Right.
records. Like Safari getting his first 17.
That was so exciting. I was so happy for him.
Oh man, it was so awesome. And then seeing like Team Wawa Venus
Cheering
popping
everyone
off
up.
at the shark. That was so cool. It's the stuff that like you come to DDR tournaments. It's why you tune into these things.
It's so fun, man.
So, whew, all right, but we're kind of figuring out the brackets now.
Sure.
I kind of checked in as to how much we are. We are not too far off from top 8.
All right, so we had 2 people move up from tier 7 into
Mm-hmm.
the bracket. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so which two players did we have move up?
Moving
I
up,
didn't-
we had, it was, I know. Sorry,
We'll check on
I'm
that.
just now
Right.
getting settled back
I
in.
should know this. I've been talking the whole time, but honestly, everything was so hype, like, and everyone did so well. I can't remember who actually won because everyone everyone won in my heart.
Just been entertained like this entire time. Woo! This is good. This is really good. This is, you know, as I'm driving down here, and I'm just, you know, I always think about these things as like a commentator. You know, what's like going to be the next, you know, bit? What's the next thing? You know, to keep it interesting. And it's just like you were talking about how Cleveland and Pittsburgh, how they're so similar as cities.
Yeah.
Like we as much as we hate each other, we're kind of sister cities. We're sibling cities in a way, because historically we were both part of like what's called the Rust Belt.
Yes. Yeah.
Steel. Like steel was like one of the big industries. It still is here in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And it used to be in Cleveland. And it's just like, you know, in these two cities, you meet like people who are just like real salt of the earth, like real blue collar people that.
It's really the hallmark, really the backbone of cities like this.
Yeah, and you know, it's just like, and I just like, man, DDR, like if we can come here and like have like all these dope matches with people just like from the area, putting up crazy scores, you know, from the coast. And it's mostly just, we're just kind of down to most of the people that are in like the Northeast and here, like the real kind of like working class of America. Like DDR is for the people, man. This is for you. This is some DDR for the people right now.
And honestly, what's really cool, if you've never been to this location before, so we're in Pittsburgh right now, at the Dave & Buster's down on the Waterfront.
Yeah.
The Waterfront is kind of like an outdoor mall area, but it's really surrounded by really like the Rust Belt roots. Like you can see all the bridges. We're underneath a big bridge. You can see factories all along the river. So it's really just kind of blended in with that culture, you know. You have all these steel mills that are still in existence. So it's really cool just seeing the mishmash of different things and different ways of living.
Yeah, even this plaza was built on like remnants of like a factory. Like right as soon as you get to the entrance of it, there's just giant smokestacks that are remaining from the old factory. So we have Hints and Cell. Cell just going down 2-0 to flip. I talked with him about that before I came up, and he was just saying like, yeah, you know what? The last time we played, he got me, so you know this is revenge, so to speak, for that last time. And they've both already had their sets, so we are going to start off with Spanish Snowy Dance Challenge.
All right, just jumping straight into it with Spanish Snowy Dance. This is a very tricky chart.
Yeah, recently, not too long ago, I posted a big, massive thread on Twitter. The question was, what are some charts in your respective music games that have a little bit of everything, that are good like skill tests? And Spanish Snowy Dance was my choice.
Definitely.
All the difficulties have a little bit of something. You start off with these 12s, these 24s right there.
And listen to how crisp that was. That was
Yeah,
so
both
crisp.
of them nailed it. Super nailed it right now. Then you have these little jack sections, these step jumps that are coming up, and then the burst. And it really challenges a lot of like your upper level knowledge and just like your ability to not play so stiff. You can't have a static play style and hate your song. Something's going to trip you up along the way.
Definitely.
So as we look at the score right now, they are within a few points of each other. Ooh, and Hints picked up a couple of greats and some misses right there, which lets Cell go ahead and widen the gap quite a bit, now up by about 40 EX.
And what's really interesting, this part that's coming up here, it's really similar to the expert chart, but it has you do these double taps on, I think, left, right, instead of up, down. So you can actually choose to either jack them or do a side switch. Yeah, and that's this part coming up here on this 12-note run.
And you can see the difference in their approaches. You see Hintz playing more of the static double stepping style right there, and Cell taking the full movement and actually doing kind of the crossovers on that.
And these part with these jumps in that stream are so hard to execute. Cell with the lead, but he's not really giving anything up for Hintz to catch up to him.
Yeah, Hintz really well known for his MA and his accuracy as a player. Unfortunately, just like that part that he really clubbed on really early gave Cell like a wide berth of work with. So the ball is kind of in Cell's court right now to kind of hold on to this. There's not too much more song left.
No, we're getting really close to the end here.
All right. And I think Cell's going to go ahead and take this one. Yes.
All right.
2180 to 2138.
And that is a tricky, tricky chart. So good job to both of them.
74-7, one good and a miss for Cell.
All right, so next up, we're doing a little bit of a stamina check with Elemental Creation. This is Hintz's pick.
Yes.
So I know Hintz is no stranger to uppers, and looking at their scores,
He has a 40 perfect PFC on the 17.
yeah, this is gonna be another really close one.
But Cell actually not too far behind. You know, this is older data, so I'm sure that the scores are different, especially on Cell's side. But if you were to take it at face value, not too bad. Like 99.8 is still pretty good. That makes me think, because that's got to be 20. So like, there's probably like some goods that were probably in there, like a good or a great.
And Elemental Creation, kind of with the original stamina check songs. Nothing too tricky on the expert chart in terms of footing, other than just speed. But one thing to keep in mind, this chart is actually on the later side. So being that fast at 424 BPM and also kind of late, it's always tricky to hone into.
All right, we see them taking a little bit of a breather. You could tell off of that first set, after playing Flip, Cell was definitely a little bit wiped on that, so I'm sure he is happy to take any breaks of any kind.
Definitely. It looks like Kitty Catastrophe is saying that it's 60 and a flag. I'm assuming in reference to Cell Anima's score on this.
Yes, that's about right. All right, well, while they get ready to take their time, breathe a little bit, thank you everyone for tuning in and locking in. Y'all have been kicking it with us for quite a while all morning. We're going to keep the magic going for you all for the rest of the day on this Sunday Finals, aka Sport Coat Sunday.
Yeah, and it's a gorgeous day out there today.
It is. It's gorgeous, and it's like that final summer heat.
The final breath of summer.
Yes, as it's 85. It's about 80 degrees.
Is it really?
Yeah. But you get the backdrop of the beautiful fall. So here we go, y'all. And we're going to go ahead and get to the speed up. Hintz picking up a great pretty early on. But still within about 9 points of Cell. This is Elemental Creation, a song that is pretty dense in itself.
Yes.
And we do have a slowdown, so 9 points is still within striking distance of Hintz.
Yeah, you can see
And you see it right there. And now he's caught right back up. Looks like Cell let a little too many perfects go. And as we were talking about before, Hintz really well known for his MA when it really comes down to it in a specific set of songs.
Well, it looks like Cell picked up a little bit of a lead there, and they're like trading back and forth. Yeah, now Hintz back up in the lead.
All right, we're going to come into the slowdown. All right, 3-point difference. And we're going to get to this next BPM change right here. All right, this is I guess if you want to call it anything, this is the breath. This is your time to kind of reorient yourself, but you can't slack.
No.
It's really easy to rush this part right here.
Yeah, do not let your guard down during this part. Okay, so Cell with a very slight lead over Hintz.
6 points.
A lot can happen in the rest of this.
All right, eyes open, chat. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Speed up, still taking a little bit of a lead right now. Now it's actually lose time. Cell picking up a great.
Ooh, and Hintz is just really dialed into that marvelous window too.
Yeah, he took advantage of that, so now Hintz is in the lead.
Oh, it's Cell taking a miss over on their side. That may cost them. Oh yeah, Hintz pulling away with that lead. And I think he's going to hold on to that.
All right.
Oh, and gonna take a win for Hintz.
23-63, 24-7 for Sal. 73-5-1 from Sal. 57-1-1. With the perfect timing, 29 fast slow for Hintz. So really locked in on that one. And as I said, like he took advantage of just the slipping of all the perfects that were coming out from Sal. Just like, death by 1,000 cuts, so to speak.
All right, so now we're shifting gears a little bit to Kronos. And this is actually an interesting song for these two because the chart itself isn't difficult for this caliber level of players. The sync is a little weird to tune into, so it's really going to come down to MA for both of them. And you can see their scores right now are extremely similar. Yeah, so 18 perfect PFC right now on Hintz's side and 20 perfect PFC on Sal Anima's side. Whether or not those are the most current scores, I don't know, but I imagine this is going to be an extremely close song.
Yeah, it's going to come down to whoever can kind of like, they both have the experience with that. As you see, they're two great difference. So their knowledge and their skill set of this song is identical, essentially. It's just going to be whoever locks into that window fastest.
Yes. And this being one of those songs that's primarily guitar driven can be a little harder to tune into the sync, but again, as we see on their scores, neither one of these players seem to have an issue with that. All right, both players trying to catch their breath after that stamina draining chart of Elemental Creation and jumping right into Kronos. Battle of the MA on this one.
All right, 3-point difference in favor of Hintz right now.
So Anima having a little bit of a difficulty honing in onto the sync of this, which again, the sync on this chart is pretty weird. It's not super clear.
All right. Both of them now fully seem to be dialed into that Marvelous window. It's getting white combos kind of out of both of them. So only picking up one at that part.
Yeah, still getting a little bit more locked in with the sync, but Hintz still a little bit ahead of him. When we get to this caliber level of play, it's almost like you're waiting for your competitor to make a mistake, but mistakes happen so infrequently at this level that you might not get that.
Well, it's still about 3 points between the two of them.
And the MA that these players are locked into in the song is crazy. Hintz is only at 4 right now.
All right, 5 point as they get a break.
That's what I'm talking about.
All right, and finding that Marvel in this window right back with their ghost step. Hintz picking up one perfect.
Oh, and great over on Sal Anima's side.
Oh, and that gave quite a window. All right, still just about 4 point difference.
Both nailing that little Scooby section there.
Yeah.
Oh!
And Sal!
Oh!
Sal took advantage.
They were tied 10 steps from the end.
He took advantage of that string of perfects that he got right at the end.
They were tied, and then Sal Anima won by 1.
Oh, you see Hintz just kind of.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man.
We have another match being decided by 1 EX.
Absolutely brazy.
That's the 3rd time that's happened so far today.
That was the thing about Kronos. Kronos is, on my arbitrary scale of offset, Kronos is gently late.
It is, yes.
It's barely late. Like, I like to use hard brain as like my reference point on final offset. It's like 3 1/3 milliseconds. It's like perfectly gently late. But that's enough that, in that gap between that last stream right there, you can kind of like let yourself go. That's enough for you to kind of lose your focus a little bit.
Especially as you're getting excited, you're near the end, it's really easy to rush something.
Yeah, he had a string of perfects right there. And that was enough.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all that matters. The most notable moment for me that just lives in my brain forever is Upbeat. If any of y'all were watching that, there was a match between Mark QQQ and I can't remember who he was playing now, but it was Paranoia Revolution Expert, and Mark was down 1 or 2 right before the ending run, and then he just MFC'd the ending and ended up winning by 1 or 2, and that moment is just
It was
prime
the perfect
example
clutch. I remember that.
of just like really being able to nail a section is sometimes all it takes to really pull ahead, just those couple EX that you need.
All right, but let's take a look at this card draw. It's mighty interesting. So we talked about in the past, you know, the contentious 16 in terms of its timing. But then you have Trip Machine Evolution,
Oh,
a technical 16 that was Flip's Protect, and then, you know, Saberwing Akira Headshot Remix Challenge, a chart that we've seen plenty of
sure.
this entire weekend.
But with these first 2 songs, we're going from arguably one of the easiest 16s to one of the hardest 16s.
Yes, on both sides of the coin.
So I do have to imagine that they're probably happy that they're playing it in this order. I know both these players have already played so far, so they're not getting a warm-up, but they've been sitting for a little bit, so they're not completely fresh. So having the song to kind of ease back into it is probably going to benefit both of them.
Yeah, and you talk about Mizu, who played in a previous poll and just stunned everybody, including his own brother, watching. Said,
Yeah.
I didn't know he was this good. When did this come from? But Mizu looking very confident.
Yeah, Flip picking up a couple perfects in the beginning here. As we mentioned before, this song did have their sync adjusted on GDR World. So whether or not these players have played it on the most recent version or not, that could potentially mess with them if they're used to one sync versus the pre-World sync. But it doesn't look like either of them are having any issues with it. They're still staying pretty neck and neck.
Yeah, so 1 point. They maintain that difference as they MA the stream part right there. So one of my favorite parts of the song, this is kind of where you can redial in back your timing, and you just slowly build it back up until you get into the breakdown section, in which, as I like to say to people who are playing this for the first time, this is where the real 16 is.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, Flip ahead by 2 at the breakdown.
Misu picking up a few marvelouses, or I'm sorry, 2 perfects. Giving Flips the room to pull ahead just ever so slightly, but it's still super close. I don't think Flip is giving Misu any room to catch back up.
Yeah, there's not much left in this song. It's all kind of quarter notes from here. So as long as Flip just doesn't walk off the pad, Flip is going to go ahead and take this. 1492, 1477, PFC on both sides. Let's go, folks. 32 for Misu and 17 from Flip.
It's always crazy to me when like a PFC on a song is still not the winning score. Like they both PFC that with really good MA.
See,
But sometimes that's not enough.
That's unfortunately our senile boomer brains going. In my day, the best you could do was an all perfect.
Right? We didn't have marvelouses back in our day.
What is that? Challenge course?
All right, so shifting gears to Trip Machine Evolution. This is a tricky 16.
Tricky indeed.
Very interested to see how they do in this. Flip looks like does have a PFC in this. Not sure what Misuk's score is, but they are both ready for that first note, which starts immediately.
Yeah, unfortunately, Misu picking up a great. They both nailed it, so the chart knowledge is there on both of them. Starting off with the gallops into the step jump. Both of them making masterwork of this, as we are actually tied.
And songs have a lot of step jumps, which make it really tricky. Misu getting a miss there pretty early on.
But his MA is so good that he's only down by 1 point right now.
On this part right here, this part is so hard.
And Flip only picking up about 4 perfects during that whole section, which has given him a nice gain in the lead of about 10 right now. Well, about 15 now at this point.
Also, Misu, without playing with the darkest filter on, I noticed on this background in particular, because there's so much going on, it actually was kind of difficult to read his side.
On the step, jumps into the drills.
Oh, both of them are just nailing this section. Oh, a couple misses on Misuk's side. Oh, and I think Misuk realizes that he doesn't have it.
Yeah, good call. You know, you can see that upper level pull exit, you know, Tack kind of taking gain on them.
Yeah. It is really interesting. I haven't had to think about it in so long because most people play with Darkest Filter on, but just watching Misuk's side against the crazy background that is Script Machine Evolution, that was difficult for me to read.
Yeah.
And I do wonder if that affected him at all.
I mean, it's you would imagine, right, that, you know, you don't just simply decide one day to go in reverse from like darkest to lightest.
Also, I'm sorry, but can we just point out the 27-1 that Flip just got on that song? That is insane.
He came to play, man. Like, Flip, you know, I was talking with Flip a little bit earlier on, and, you know, saw him for a minute. He's like, yeah, you know, I stopped by, said hi, but after that, I just did my own thing. I just wanted to take my mind off of all of that. And sometimes that's a nice thing to do, is, you know, not stress yourself out with the competition. See what you're up against. You just kind of go into it, you know, not so much like physically cold in terms of like your fitness, but just mentally cold.
Right.
So you can just be, you know, not be rattled by anything that's kind of going on, any pressure, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's two very important things to think about for tournaments like this. Like, obviously you have to be prepared physically, both ahead of time and day of for warm-ups, but you have to be prepared mentally.
Yes.
And some people have an easier time tapping into that than others. You know, some people might get nervous or anxious, which might cause them to rush. You know, there's a lot of different things going into play here, and you have to be ready for all of it to really bring your game.
And I think that's just kind of where we're at this point in the bracket. You know, besides, you know, the people who are like the tenacity that they're being promoted from the lower pools, it's going to start to come down to what are the tiny factors, those little X factor differences that are going to make a play. Because all of these players at this point, there are very few songs that they don't have chart knowledge on. There's going to be very few knowledge checks that are going to pop up in the card draw. So what else is it? Is it just like your nuance? Are you better at these types of steps? Is the chart a little bit towards your skill set? You know, whatever. How do you manage your stamina? All of that. All of those additional non-quantifiable factors.
Absolutely.
But all I know is, man, if this was a food line and we were waiting for DDR in our bowls, we would be getting seconds right now. Like, the servings are healthy. They are hearty.
Give me the seconds.
Nummies. Yum, yum, yum. Delicious. Fitting that we're going over here in Dave & Buster's. So, beautiful producer Rana, how are you enjoying all this DDR for the people this
I
weekend?
am having a great time. I was actually incredibly impressed with Misuk's showing. You know, Misuk promoted up from the previous pool, and, you know, no disrespect to anybody in Tier 6, but Tier 7 is, I don't want to play in this pool. I don't want to play any of these people.
I said, you know, in chat, I think I used the word, you know, when describing this on my way back, this is a diabolical pool.
Yeah, it's, not going to lie, terrifying.
It is scary. So, we are going to have Flip stay on the pad, and he's going to go up against Hints, who as we just witnessed, barely got beaten out on Chronos.
Oh my god, and it was on one of those last steps, that yellow jump, he just rushed it. That's just so harsh.
Yeah.
And you could see how, like, you know, afterwards he like had to take a short little walk about 10 feet away because you could see he was so mad at himself for getting that perfect.
I mean, understandable, right? Like, you were so dialed in, you were winning the entire song. And it was just that you threw away some perfects on the stream right before those jumps. And then,
yeah, and then thinking at the end, like, okay, I got to lock in. Extremely opposite of locked in.
All right, speaking of locked in, we have Life is Beautiful. Both players, 2 perfects away on their PFCs on this card, on these accounts. So we're going to have another nail biter. Flip has been looking in peak form today. Just beating Mizu 2-0 in South. Looking as the dominant one in this pool. Hints could be motivated. You know, some people, they like to process. They like to process the adversities in front of them in different ways. So this could be a power. This could be a boost for Hints right now.
Yeah, this might be the motivation he needs. The second song coming, though, is Egoism, which
It is.
I don't
That is a
know
song.
how much Hints is playing Egoism, but I do know that's the type of thing Flip likes to play.
And compared to what was left in the pool, PSMO and
Super Summer Sale.
Flip said, nah, this one.
Yeah.
All right, and so far it looks like right now, only one perfect. Hints did get a perfect early on. As we go into the 100 combo, Flip still holding on to that white combo. Still one perfect between them. Hint picked up another perfect, so just 2 points right now. And we are now effectively tied.
Yeah, honestly, until around the end of the song, I won't be surprised if they've got less than 15 perfects between them.
Oh, and you hear a little extra English being put on that for timing from Flip.
Yeah, he wanted to make sure he hit it on time. You know, it's real easy when you're doing a crossover trying to hit something just with the edge of your toes to get there a little late, not apply exactly as much pressure as you need to.
Exactly. So as we start to come into this stream section now, this is where we are going to start to see, if any, by both the players. We're going to start to see some random perfects.
Yep, just one off here, one off there. Not too many, though.
Yeah, both of them are, planning ahead. They're anticipating it. Flip did pick up one perfect as we go into the freeze kind of break section right now.
Yeah, Hints picked up a few more, but he's still only down 5. Like, that's something that all you got to do is start one run a little bit wrong, and the other person's right back in it.
And that's going to definitely come into play as we exit this freeze section in just a little bit into the final run.
Down to 3.
All right, here we go. Let's see if the score changes. All right, in this last one, coming up, we're going to have the crossover. Ooh! Flip takes it with 9 perfects to Hints' 12.
And Hints only picked up 1 in the entire ending.
It was well played by both, but that just shows where we're at right now. That not only do it come to 3 perfects, but it's going to be an SDP range if you're going to want to take this.
Yeah, exactly. That was. I get the feeling that that was probably the one that Hints really knew he needed so he could try to get to the tiebreaker.
Yeah, because the differential's not going to be as close, so to speak.
Although looking at their PBs, I don't know how recent this score is for Flip, but I know that this is definitely not recent for Hints.
As he does have a full combo.
And
on
yeah,
this.
and up by about 40K. So maybe I got this backwards.
Yeah, I mean, so for this, I'm gonna call recency bias on this one. This is definitely an older account because you wouldn't protect this.
Yeah, exactly.
Knowing that I only have a 94.
And everybody in chat, Amber and Nobar Ben saying this is definitely not a recent score for Flip. Yeah,
you would not protect this on purpose at this level without having this down.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be surprised if nowadays if that's the score that Flip has on the challenge chart.
All right, let's go.
Remember when this was rated a 17?
We don't talk about those times. But what we are going to talk about is Flip coming out right out the gate. Hitting 75, still with the PFC.
Yep.
Art being made right now. Love to hear this. But you do see Andrew locking right back into his window right there. Picking up only 1 grade. Despite the miss that he had on.
And Flip with a PFC going into the slowdown.
All right, Flip breaking 900 EX. All right, and
picking up 2 in the I don't even know what to call that part.
all right, and
But he's only up about 24.
yeah, Hint's doing a good job. The only perfect that he was picking up in there, he was rushing those bursts in the slowdown just a little bit.
I mean, all it takes here is to just not move enough and stream some misses.
Oh, and
Like both of them did.
Yeah.
Holtzman picked up some misses, but Flip takes it by almost 50 or almost 60.
1774 coming out of Flip.
Yeah, that's
17-18.
that's a little bit better than the 946.
A little bit, just a tad, just a touch.
15-2.
That's impressive.
That's
So-
good. That's real good.
All right, so good games to both players. Flip dominating that pool 2-0 on all 3 of his matches. But shout out to Hintz for putting on a great display this weekend. Not only being a part of the winning Team Michigan in the team battle, but also representing Michigan, making it this far into the pool. So GG's to Hintz. Shout out to the Michigan crew out there rolling through, putting on some work this weekend. A good display, a good showing from everyone. I actually talked to Malkier a little bit before coming on the mic and just saying, like, you blew my mind. You blew me away this weekend. You were doing amazing. And, Home was like, oh, I could have done better. I was like, no, stop. You did unbelievably well. I'm so proud of you.
Wow, thanks, Josh Vester. Really appreciate that. When I said, do you remember when this rated 17, his response was no, because we haven't been playing for 38 years.
How rude.
Josh,
How rude.
Josh is the worst person.
Jeez.
Like, everyone should just smack Josh if you see him.
Like, buy him a drink and be like, hey, good to see you, and then just slap it out of his hand. And it's like, you know what you did. And don't even explain it. Don't explain
That'd be
why.
great. Just walk up, hand him a beer, and then immediately knock it out of his hand.
You know what you did.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, we haven't been drinking for 38 years. A little pap on the leg. Throw things at him.
See, Ambones can say that because Ambones has to wake up next to Josh way more than anyone else. So, you got to maintain the peace, so to speak.
Yes, absolutely doxing you, Josh.
But shout out to Josh and Ambos out there holding down the Seattle community out there. Love them both to death. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to say Humble Bones.
Humble Bones.
All right, so actually next up we are going to have Misu versus Cell.
Mm-hmm.
And as I'm peeking at this card draw, you'll get to see, a little bit more as to like what the decisions behind this were.
Yes, here we go.
We're going to start off with I Love You Expert, another phase challenge, and tiebreaker. If it does come down to it, triple journey challenge.
Yeah, and Solanima did not want to play Panacolic, and Mizuk did not want to play Delta Max Challenge, and I agree with both of those decisions.
Yes. I could probably see a little bit more of the logic from Sal. Panacolic being very jumpy. That's a word that I would like to use to describe
it's
that
just
song.
awkward.
So that might not be. And as we were saying earlier on, noticing that Sal, really was throwing his all into his matches and definitely feeling some of the stamina on that. Got a little bit of a break, as I see over there. He's going to go ahead and line back up with Mizu. But, yeah, Panacolic is one of those charts that it's deceptive as to how it drains you.
Mm-hmm.
Because you kind of have to, if you're going to be doing that many step jumps, you kind of have to change, like, how you use your form, how you use your weight to hit some of that stuff. And that's exhausting in its own way. All right, and Big Mac giving Mizu the I love you balloon. Showing his fandom.
Yeah, music looks like he's just trying to focus. He's trying to, get in the right headspace.
Oh, yeah, you see, he's trying to lock back in. He knows what he's getting into.
That was a great look. He looked at Hintz and then looked back at the camera, and he just had this look on his face of I'm trying to focus. I'm trying to focus.
Sir, please.
Or not a Hintz, Big Mac. Wrong person. It's getting warm in here today.
To be fair, It is 80 degrees outside.
It sure is. Extremely October weather.
That's right. When you used to bob for apples as a kid
You could go swimming.
and go on your hay rides, you were also like, man, I need to make sure I put on some SPF 50 today. Those were hand in hand.
Oh yeah, you're right. They are basically wearing the same outfit, just slightly different colors. Solanima's got like dark blue shorts instead of black. And I think his shirt is a little bit darker.
That might be some DDR fashion tech. Maybe the gray tee, the gray fitness tee might be the new match crop top tech from the ITV.
Nah.
I love the immediate disgusting sandbag from you on that one. All right, here we go. Let's lock in. All right, Nisu picking up a perfect on the first step. Solomina finally breaking that MFC, so they are separated by about 3 points right now, and a straight great right there. But still maintaining the lead.
Yeah, not by much. Only about 10. But it's really going to come down to executing all the turns in this, or double stepping to avoid them.
Yeah, Cell definitely being a player who tends to lean more into his crossovers, as we were seeing earlier on. So it's going to be very curious to see how Nisu handles that same section. All right, also choosing
the
the
turn.
crossovers. Other turns.
Solanima picked up a miss in one of them.
Still maintaining the lead.
He's up by about 25.
All right, it looks like Nisu still kind of struggling to find just where to be on the side of that window. He's picking up some chains of greats. Down by about 25 right now. And finally picks up his first miss at about 475.
First great.
First great, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Solanima wasn't really gaining any ground. Like, wasn't really putting too much distance between them. He's still only up about not quite 30.
But as you see with this white combo, he's also not really giving Nisu anything to work with. Not really giving anything away at all.
Yeah, pretty much just maintaining his lead the whole time.
And
take it by 43.
Yeah. 20-36 from Cell. 33-2, 1 miss to 75-4 on the side of Nisu. Full combo. 1993. That was a good year. It was a great year. Great year.
Was it?
It was a great year.
It was a year.
It was a year. First grade, man. First grade is a fun grade to be going into because you're like, I'm no longer a baby in elementary school, despite the fact that every adult will look at you like, oh, you're still a baby.
Because you are still a baby.
You don't know anything.
I am going to assume that Mizuki has played this.
I would be surprised.
For his sake, I hope he has, although 28 PFC from Solanima is
pretty good.
Difficult.
Yeah.
Very difficult to beat.
All right, here we go. So looking to go up 2-0. And Mizu picking up a good. But Cell picking up
A shock. I'll take
shock.
a good over a shock.
And Misu picking up a miss.
Yeah, Cell's already up about 50.
Yeah, this was Cell's pick, Protect. So this is working out in his favor. So there may have been a little bit of player knowledge that he had going into this.
I mean, if you've got a 28 perfect PFC, if you've got any PFC on another phase challenge prior to the shock arrow change, yeah, that's a reliable tournament pick. And up 60 at the stop.
Easton picking up another miss right there.
Yeah, it's just so hard to balance avoiding the shocks with still hitting those arrows, especially ones right before it.
Yeah, especially on this song, depending on like if you're a pretty minimal player, you know, you tend to play the corners. It's really easy just to just to unintentionally trigger those shock arrows. You're trying to use your ankles or like the edge of your heel just a little. Yeah,
you see what he had?
What?
15, a great, and 4 shots.
Sir.
What?
Brother.
What?
Absolutely
15?
crazy.
Hi. Okay, so we have one more pool. It's 7B. Then we're going to do DDR karaoke. So what that is, I don't know if I explained it very well. We're gonna,
All right, so there's going to be one more pool before top 8s.
Those as warm-ups. You want to hear anything? You're like a word cloud or a table. There's some bangers there already.
So they're going to do apparently karaokeing while the top 4 get to do their warm-ups.
Which is a very fun way to let people not only get their warm-ups, but
also
for
them.
us to have fun. It's a warm-up, lock in or whatever, but
lock in or
did
whatever.
you see what song? But the draw of it, the mix-up is that the players warming up don't get to pick the songs. They're over there. And there's some.
That's cute, but
there's some bangers. I mean, no one's saying that like, if Endymion is on that list, that you have to play the challenge.
J-Boy's saying in chat, it's a fun way to annoy Blue Buster, which is the ultimate goal. And also pointing out, can you imagine going back and trying to play with the pre-World Shock window now?
No.
Just instantly being like, oh, that's right. This is annoying. This is very annoying.
There are so many, and the ones that come to mind are all of the Undertale songs, in which I just said, I'm just simply not going to play these songs anymore because of that shock window.
I mean,
world.
Megalovania was manageable, maybe not the challenge so much. Battle Against the True Hero is just really, really rough. But even just another phase and Ishtar, like those are rough enough.
Yeah, when you have like the step jumps in Ishtar, and I can't imagine. And I have yet to play some shock arrow charts in world at this point.
It's so much better. It's so much
that's
better.
what I hear. I was just so scarred from playing it that I just avoid them, unless I have to.
Like shock arrows now in DDR world, you know it was your fault.
Fair. Okay.
You are very confident. Like when a shock goes off, you're like, yeah, I didn't really get off that arrow
was on
in time.
me.
That
My
was
bad.
100% me.
Good. I like that.
Ambone's refusing to accept shock slander. Come fight. Throw
I
hands.
don't know what to tell you. I have never been a fan of them since X.
I've warmed up to them over the last few years, but yeah, when they came out, I was like, I don't like this. This is annoying me.
I will say that all the latest shock arrow charts now, they're getting made better.
Yeah.
Because the movements that you have to take to hit the center panel or even use the quarter panels are way more organic. And it makes the charts fun versus all right, this is a nuisance. This is built to like literally make you trip and cross yourself up on the back.
Yeah, and to be fair, like a lot of the shock charts in X and X2 in particular, they really hadn't figured out how to use them well yet. So they were like, what if we just replace some of the notes with shocks? Is that good?
It's like,
is that good? No.
It's kind of like they misunderstood like what makes mines enjoyable and like, you know, like the community-driven ITG community, where it's less of like, where it's more of like it's a marker, or hey, you're supposed to think outside the box, and more of like, ooh, now we're playing like Toho or some weird like shoot 'em up where I'm trying to like dodge a bullet hell of like things not to step on.
I mean, with shocks, it's more like Toho no.
I did that, didn't I?
Yeah, you sure did.
Damn
Hi,
it.
Shupa. Hope you had fun going to the park. I'm sure you were able to just pull in there straight without doing any turns. I'm so mad. Shupa recently PFC'd Chromatic Burst, one of the BPL songs, not doing any of the turns. And the whole point of the chart is to do the turns.
It's only stupid if it doesn't work, and it works.
It's also stupid if it works. So Anaheim.
But that PFC though.
Anaheim, based on what we kind of know about shocks, because nobody 100% like really knows how they work, and if they tell you they're due, they're probably wrong. Prior to World, it was about the size of the Great Window prior to the shock. So 8-ish frames that if you were touching any of the arrows for even a single frame, it would go off. Now it seems like it's more centered on the shock window, like because there is a little bit of period after it that you can still hit it. So it's like maybe the size of the perfect window now. And it's definitely not a single frame anymore.
Yes.
It's, you know, a couple of frames that you have to be hitting something continuously. So it's like the opposite of a freeze arrow. Like you have to be holding it instead of releasing it. So again, you know when you hit it now, because you were holding onto that arrow for a couple frames and you weren't even close to getting off of it. Whereas before, you know, a quick little flicker or misfire could set it off.
All right, so we got Kitsune, we got Mia versus Bogo. As we get ready to warm up with Boss Rush, we are in that upper part, so the warm-ups are also going to start to be a little bit spicy, and I know Kim over there is very happy that we finally get to hear Boss Rush in the tournament. While not in the card draw, more so just on the warm-up. Song bangs, I'm just saying. Shout out to Usao for blessing us with this heater to be in this game. So, Kim, I know, as I was just saying, I know you're very happy to finally be hearing the beautiful song that is Boss Rush.
Oh, I'm so happy to be hearing Boss Rush. And I hope you all are ready and happy to hear my beautiful voice again on commentary.
Welcome back, welcome back. I saw
Thanks.
that you got some of them tacos. You got some nom noms.
I did. There was no tortillas left, so I just kind of had a loose taco.
Oh, I mean, you know, one person's loose taco is another person's burrito bowl at the end of the day.
You know what? I actually prefer eating stuff with a fork, so it's way less messy than trying to use my hands anyway, so I'm not complaining.
All right, so right on. I mean, so speaking of messy, girl, look at this. We started off with Tokyo Shinwa, protected by Bogo, Chinese Snowy Dance, protected by Kitsune, and I Love You as a tiebreaker
All
because
right.
of 3. Kitsune rejecting Trip Machine, Zack Nanoglide, and Bogo rejecting New York A.
Not a lot of good choices here. Chinese Snowy Dance and I Love You being the most straightforward out of the set that's been drawn. Tokyo Shinwa definitely got some tricky bits to it, so I'm interested to see how that goes for these competitors.
Yeah, I'm curious to look at the scores. You know, despite that they are definitely 100% different in the world, you can still kind of get a little bit of a grasp as to what their history is with the song. Around the time that this came out and before we promoted over to A3, Tokyo Shinwa was still relatively on the newer side of the song.
All right, I'm sorry, folks, this was a warm-up.
Bogo!
Do you see what just happened on the right side of your screen?
Bro, why are you just going to rip 29 on Boss Rush?
Like, that's not a song that you just play.
And then he hops off the pad and just like does a little jog across the room.
Maybe he wasn't warmed up enough yet.
What a flex from the man.
Just a casual 29 perfect PFC on Boss Rush first song of the day. No big.
Like, oh wow, is this what's
This is the caliber that we are at, Mario.
A sign of things to come? That warm-up wasn't enough, so he had to jog a little bit more. I mean, Tokyo Shinwa, to be fair, you do need to be kind of like checked in to play this song.
All right, this chart is it's got a lot going on. It's got a bunch of jumps, step jumps early on, which depending how you feel about step jumps and what kind of day you're having, you're either going to like that or you're not.
All right,
I'm real excited to get this kicked off with this song.
Yeah, after that, like, let's go. You see, Bogo locked in, Kitsune locked in. Here we go, y'all.
All right, let's get this match started. So DJ Techno is kind of a divisive artist, but I would say this is probably the most well-liked Techno song. Not like we have too many to choose from in DDR. But we're going to start right away with these step jumps, and both of them seem like they're having no trouble whatsoever getting started with it. So I think Boss Rush was probably the good choice for a warm-up for both of them. Mia picking up a couple greats over on her side, giving Bogo a little bit of room for a lead, but she is not far behind at all.
All right, but Bogo still sitting on this PFC. Absolutely insane. Both of them nailing that section right there.
Yeah, Bogo not giving any room for Kitsune to catch up. And that just shows you the absolute prowess at this level of play that these players have.
All right, so Bogo still maintaining about a 30-point lead right now as we get ready to go into this slowdown.
Bogo's still with a pretty healthy lead, but Kitsune is doing really well. Bogo's just not giving any mistakes for Kitsune to catch up with.
All right, so here we go into the final open section of the song. Kitsune missing some of those the turns right there. Yeah, and I think Kitsune is just going to go ahead and bracket.
Yeah, I think she realizes that Bogo's got this one in the bag, and she's trying to save her stamina for the next two songs. And Bogo's just going to rip off another PFC.
Are you kidding me?
Apparently, we all just need a PFC boss rush expert before we play anything else, and then that makes the rest of the day easier, right?
What the Sigma was all of that stepping?
Like, that was just two about 700 note songs in a row that he PFC'd. That's a perfect or better on every single. That's almost 1,400 steps in a row where he got nothing but a perfect or marvelous.
Bogo Bogo clocked in for work today, y'all.
Sure did.
He is here to serve, but Kitsune with the counter pick, with the protective Chinese snowy dance. Record at the time of this card shows that they are 6 perfect difference.
Oh,
so
yeah.
naturally, both of them have about the same amount of locked-in knowledge of this song. As you said,
Definitely.
It's pretty straightforward. But straightforward is not the same thing as simple. We're
Yes.
beyond that point in the
Definitely.
bracket now, where straightforward means like, oh, it's a pretty basic pattern, it's predictable. Not so much with Chinese snowy dance.
Very true. Also, I'm enjoying the messages from chat. Bogo getting a buy one, get one piff.
Oh, I like it.
Maybe that's where Bogo comes
that,
from.
Copy that and ship it. All right.
Yeah, so nothing too tricky about this chart, footwork-wise. Kind of just a little bit of a stamina check, but especially after the first 2 songs they played, I don't think either one of them's going to have too much of an issue with this.
Yeah, compared to those first 2 songs that they played, this is actually on the lighter side of the stamina.
Yeah.
It's just that this requires a little bit more of focus.
Right now, Bogo's only 1 EX ahead of Kitsune.
Yeah, despite the fact that Kitsune did pick up a great. Yeah, Kitsune showing her expertise on this song is, even with that great, still locked in, and actually now 1 point
Yeah, she
ahead.
pulled ahead. This might be one of those ones that they just trade back and forth on. We have Bogo a little bit in the lead right now.
White combo from both of them. Bogo picking up 2 perfects right before the freeze. Which gives Kitsune now a 2-point deficit.
But you can just see how locked in both of them are. It's just their faces are so focused. Bogo's only at 4 right now. Oh, coming into the end, Bogo have a little bit more of a lead. Can you hold on? Oh, Bogo getting a miss.
Ooh, but still maintaining on the lead by just a couple of points.
Oh, and Bogo not letting up at all in the ending run. So he's going to take a win on that song as well.
All right, up by 16, 18-42 to 18-26 apiece.
No piff for Bogo. He already cashed in his buy one, get one on the first 2
Oh,
songs.
yeah,
but you
that
know
is
what?
true.
He took the math.
It may have been buy 1 piff, get 1 piff, or buy 1 piff, get 1 W. I tried, y'all.
You did your best.
They can't all be bangers.
See you next time on the dance floor.
Wow, these matches are just insane. I can't get over how incredible these matches
They are
are.
complementing the warm climate of the day. These boys is that?
They are on fire.
Oh, I'm gonna go and hydrate. That's what I'm gonna go ahead and do.
You do that. You go take care of yourself. We'll
I
be right here
am.
waiting for you when you get back.
I'm gonna find someone. Hold on. Let me search through the crowd. Chat, stay locked in. Stay locked in.
All right, so we're getting ready for our next match here. Looks like Milligram and Dan H. Dan H, I believe, was a promotion from the previous pool. So he's been on fire today, having a hell of a run. This will be Milligram's first time up for the day. See what he's got in stock for us. He's got the fire shorts on. Maybe that will give him some extra boost. But on the mic next to me here, I have Mr. Pat Ball joining me. Pat, say hello.
Hello. Hi, hi. How's it going?
That's going well. How about yourself?
Oh, delightful. Yeah. I woke up a little bit late this morning, but other than that, I feel fine, you know. Seen some pretty amazing DDR sets today, though.
Right?
Yeah.
This has been insane. I'm so excited to be watching this today.
Yeah. I think we've had like 1-point games at least several times, and then like Tokyo Shinwa PFCs before our eyes.
Right.
You know, home favorite Bogo just like destroying Tokyo Shinwa, making it look easy.
Right. Home turf advantage, I guess.
Yeah.
All right, so we got Milligram up for the first time today. They're looking for a good warm-up song.
Yeah, flipping through the 15. Very comfortable as far as like, you know, if you're like digging into the uppers especially, like probably want to pick something harder to like warm up with to get used to it.
Oh, good classic. You're pretty familiar with this song, aren't you?
Yeah.
And why would that be?
You know, the Ohio DDR Birthday Challenge just gets you very, very acquainted with this song.
I mean, it worked in your favor. I do believe you have this PFC'd, am I correct?
Yeah.
That deserves a little pat on the back. A pat on the back for Pat Ball. Okay, so good classic song for a warm-up for these two players. We've seen Dan H before today. He's been having a hell of a run, so this is his promotion into the next pool. I'm excited to see how he performs in this next upper level.
Yeah, Dan has ridiculous discipline with the game. Just is remarkably good at marvelous attack, and like I just like he puts so much into just every time he plays the game, and I kind of just admire his play style a lot. He even gives like, you know, the old the leg pats beforehand to like warm himself up, and like I actually think that's like really, really cool.
Yeah, really consistent player. It's really exciting to watch his MA.
Yeah. I found out recently that Milligram teaches, actually, had just gotten, I think has a job teaching music.
Really?
That's pretty cool. Yeah.
So he's got a pretty good musical background then.
Yeah.
I wonder if that helps him at all.
Yeah.
Milligram coming from the Philadelphia area. He's
Yeah.
on Team John / Team Wawa / Team Philly yesterday during our team battles.
Yeah.
You see him representing the shirt right there. Also, he claims he has 8 perfects on bag CSP, which is a pretty impressive feat in its own. So that would make sense why he was choosing Max 300 as his warm-up. Seems to be really comfortable with those old school songs.
Yeah.
But he does say he has extensive music training and background thanks to his kinesthetic timing. So shouts out to his music students at Hope Community Charter
Shout out
School.
to that vocabulary, too. Love the word kinesthetic, actually.
That is a good word.
Yeah. I know Dan hails from Boston area.
Okay. So not too far from the Philly area. Kind of sister cities, maybe, if you will. Renalis shakes his head no. I'm not from New England or these. I don't know what people like over there. I just know they call water fountains bubblers. I don't know. It gets all weird.
The first, though, protected by Dan H, the expert chart. So this is kind of just like an MA check for 17s.
Definitely.
On the low end. It's a lot of people's first in the 17 quarter. A lot of notes, very drill heavy, especially the that part.
Yes.
If you know, you know. Seeing a 5-point difference in PBs. Dan H progressing from the previous pool. Probably just wanting something very straightforward.
Yeah, that's being one of the quote-unquote easier 17s with such good MA players as we have right here. I imagine that they're really going to dial into this.
Yeah.
Funnily enough, I don't know if any of y'all in chat were watching this yesterday, but we had a mishap with the machine. The down arrow broke on the P2 side, and I was joking that we haven't even played BCSP yet. Hopefully we don't, because I don't want to have another mishap, even though we have a brand new arrow, but I just feel like I got like some superstitions in me now.
Yeah.
All right, so starting right off the bat here, neck and neck between the two of them. I imagine it's going to be really close until we get to those drills near the middle end of the song. Okay, Dan H up just by a little bit. See them both really focused, both up in their PBs right now.
PBs.
BBPs? I can't even say that. BPBs.
Yeah.
They're both very focused players.
Dan with just a small lead going into the midsection.
Okay, now we're getting to the hallmark feature of the song. Look at the consistency between them. That's crazy. They are so dialed in. Oh, picking up a great over on Milligram's side.
Yeah, Dan was ever so slightly ahead after the drills.
Yeah, this is just frightening MA through this. Oh, picking up a gray on Dan's side too, but he's still got the lead over Milligram. Oh!
And closes it out with 7.
Dan's gonna take that, but that was really close.
35 and 2, so 39, a minus 39 on Dan's side.
I keep commenting every time I see Dan play, but he does not have fast slow on, but he is such a good internalizer of sync that I don't think that would even help him. Like, he just is so on.
I wonder if it's Dan plays are distracting, or if maybe just don't have the setting turned on. Could be.
Yeah, I know personally I really rely on fast slow, and I think I'd have a really hard time playing without it now. So it's always fascinating to me to see players that don't use it or, you know, choose to do other things that we have modern fixes for now, like screen darkening that some players choose not to use.
Huh.
Okay, so Chad's saying, yeah, Dan wanted fast slow off. So I wonder if that does mess with him a little.
Probably.
Which, I mean, when you have such a good internal metronome as he does, then
yeah,
you don't really need it.
Yeah, we're getting into Vanquish the Ghost. Milligrams Protect. We're seeing a PFC PB to a 966, although that's probably a dated score on Dan's side.
Yeah,
I had to guess.
Probably outdated.
Yeah, a lot of candle runs and crossovers of the chart, and slowdowns too.
Yes.
It's got like 3 big checks.
Yeah, it was a 15 at one point. Was pretty quickly re-rated to a 16. Very crisp sounding steps for both of them.
Yo, you're going combo wombo. Keep up the perfect combo.
I imagine this is going to be neck and neck here until we get into some of the more trickier parts of the song. All right, you're moving at our first slowdown here. Doesn't seem like it's affected either of them so far yet. Ooh, Dan picking up a couple misses. I think he misread something.
No,
oh, he's having
got a
problems with his
cramp.
foot.
Yeah, I got a cramp.
All right. Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's how it be sometimes. This chart is, you know, the crossovers in this, it's very unforgiving. If you miss one, you can lose EX very quickly. on this chart because you'll just get like multiple misses on those multiple crossovers.
Yeah, doing really good though. But you know what? This is a physical game, and sometimes things happen and you're not ready for. It can happen to anyone.
Yeah, and playing from like the previous pool, it's like also like kind of a really hard stamina thing, especially if you're playing like uppers the entire time. You know,
Right.
gotta be feeling it.
And he's also had not a super significant rest period. He did have some downtime between his last pool and this, so sometimes it's almost harder to get moving again once you've cooled down. And I have to imagine that that could have played a part in it.
Yeah.
But we're 1-1 now, so we're going to be moving on to our third song, which is New Era Expert. We've actually seen this a couple times already today. Seems to be a fan favorite. Another one of those 17s that's pretty easy to lock into. Sync is very well on it. Not too difficult as far as 17s go, so if you're an MA player like these two definitely are, it seems like a good pick for you.
Yeah. Yeah, New Era, lots of turns that you could choose to do if you so desire. The chart is actually kind of fun to alternate.
Sure, it's slow enough that you could get away with double stepping a lot of the ending.
Yeah. I will say it's also like kind of a foot speed check. At the very end of the chart starts to get bursty and like could probably decide things if depending on how players are feeling about them.
Very similar scores from both their sides. I think this is going to be another really close call between the two of them. Yeah, hopefully Dan's got whatever happened with his leg worked out. And hate to see that. Which, just a reminder, folks, make sure you're hydrating. If you're exercising, get some electrolytes in you. You want to stay as healthy as you can. None of us are getting any younger. One of those charts with a lot of gimmicks, but both these players know this very well, so I don't see that tripping them up at all. One of those charts where the gimmicks just kind of flow. And
Yeah.
it makes real. There's not a lot you really need to memorize because it just flows so well with the actual song.
Yeah.
But Dan's kind of ahead with a little bit of a lead here. Looks like he's trying to give his arms a break any chance he can get, letting off the bar a little bit.
Hologram gets the first miss.
Yeah, Dan up 20, almost 30 EX now.
I crown you king, the combo king.
Okay, Dan up with a pretty good lead, almost 30. Let's see if he can hold on to it as it gets to the harder part of the song with this ending run. Very clean during that slowdown. Okay, Dan up almost 40.
Yeah.
All right, coming into the ending run here. Couple greats on Dan's side, but he still has a pretty sizable lead over Milligram. All right, Dan's going to take the win on that one for the match win. Looks like his leg cooperated just as much as he needed it to get through that.
37 and 3.
That's a pretty good score.
Minus 43 EX. Wow, that's a Flare EX clear on that.
It sure is.
Yeah, if we had it on this.
Right.
Shout outs to Flare EX. I do appreciate that change actually in the new meta.
Yeah,
anyway.
you know, it's growing on me. It's just the way I look at it is it's like a new set of lamps to earn.
Yeah.
Because you know I'm a very visual person. I like to see all like the pretty lit colors when I'm scrolling through the song. So now I feel like I have to do it all over again with flare gauges.
Yeah. Who do we have coming up? Probably looks like.
Looks like we're doing some card draws now. It looks like maybe Kitsune and Dan again potentially.
Yeah.
In case you can't see behind us, we have the card
Yeah,
draw
yeah.
station at the table right behind us, so you can kind of get a little teaser for what's coming. But yeah, Dan's just been a beast today, working up from the previous pool. Huge shout out to him. He's doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, I mean, it can be like almost like a bit of a warm up, like coming from a previous pool. Like you can kind of like see it as like the players been playing, they've been warmed up, but like also they've been playing like hard like it also depends on like what you end up playing from the previous pool.
Sure.
You know, so like. He is warmed up, but he's also very tired, so it's like it's got like its pros and cons. Probably more con than pro at this point.
And I mean, you saw on the second song they played, he definitely had some issue with his leg. I don't know if it was a cramp or what, but that's something to keep in mind too. Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't affect him for any of his future matches.
Yeah. Impressive though, showing from Dan that he's able to like play as hard as he has. Given that he's like played like what 15s this entire day, 15's up this entire day.
Right, but yeah. I mean, I commented when he first started playing on his MA prowess, but he's continuing that trend into 17, so he's a scarier player to watch out for.
Yeah.
For sure. But it looks like we might have them coming up here soon. I'm excited to see what card draw we have. And we will have 2 people moving on from this pool into the bracket, I believe.
Oh, yeah?
So everyone hang tight. Don't go anywhere other than a bathroom break, a water break, food break. Do whatever you got to do, but keep watching because it's just going to keep getting more and more exciting today.
Yeah, how you been?
I've been pretty good. Yeah. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, I didn't even realize it was almost 5 o'clock because I'm having so much fun just being here and existing in this and doing it that time flies.
Sure does,
so
actually.
I can't complain at all. It's really nice to be at a tournament that I can just do this at and focus on this and not feel like I'm being pulled in a lot of different directions. So it's like, it's almost like relaxing, fun kind of vibe. I don't know. I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah.
Now it's been real fun to get some new people on commentary to join us. Thank you for joining us. I know you've done some commentary before, but it's always fun to do it with you.
Yeah.
And Chad, I hope you're enjoying hanging out here with us today.
How's Chad doing?
Yeah, how is Chad doing? What have we got going on?
They're like lean to see it. Seat pecking, high pecking. Kitty catastrophe, hello.
Now I'll turn this so we can see it a little better.
Yeah.
Hi, Ambones. Hi, Tizza. Hi, Faking.
Hi, Tizza.
All right, we got Dan and Kid Sunny getting ready for their match. One thing I have noticed. Oh no, we did get a fan. Okay, someone brought the fan out. We didn't have a fan yesterday, so I'm glad someone's found one.
Yeah, so Dan has fans. There was actually shout-outs to Kinfante. Actually had like the manual fans.
The manual. Oh, like the actual ones that you like open up and wave.
Yeah. Just showing them off a couple days ago, actually, as we were getting acquainted. New York B for song 1.
Okay, I think we had New York B come up earlier today. New Yorks are always a fun choice.
Yeah.
Notably pretty late. Kid Sunny has a PFC on this. Dan, not sure if that's his accurate score or not, but this is a tricky chart. So interested to see how this fares for both of them.
Yeah, the New York evolves, all having their own sort of variation like all the other evolves. A in particular is the one with the half speed. We don't have to worry about that though. The display BPM will say 380, but most of the players at this point already know which New York evolved is the one that actually is 380. But it's actually like 190, which is half of 380.
Yeah, but we were talking about Dan H's progression, but I also want to give a shout out to Kid Sunny and her progression as well. She's been playing this game for 22 years. She's currently Onyx 3 in Life 4 that she just got over the summer, so huge shout out. That's a really, really big accomplishment. That's like almost one of the top levels in the Life 4 ranking system. She's been working on the 16 gold lamp and has 20 lefts, less than 20 lefts, as well as the 17 AAA floor. So she's been putting in a ton of work, and it's really showing. Ooh, and taking a look at the rest of this card draw, this is a pretty rough card draw. After New York B, we're going to have Chaos Hero Tech Challenge, which is a very, very tricky chart. But one thing at a time, let's get through New York B first. And both of them dialing into the sync pretty well, despite this being on the later side. Dan having some really clean runs through those 16th notes.
Yeah.
But Kid Sunny only 2 EX in the lead so far. Now up by 3. Ooh, and a good over on Dan's side.
I think this is just possibly because of like, I'm wondering if there's any bracketing happening in this part in particular. Not seeing any.
Yeah, it's definitely a part where you don't want to get stuck turning in that part, so it'll definitely set you up wrong. You kind of have to double step that part right before the slowdown.
All right, we got Kid Sunny up with a small 8-point lead going into the slow part.
Yes! You got the beat, you got the song, you can
Ooh,
do
great
no
over on Dan's side.
Still keeping close.
Oh, and picking up a miss over on Dan's side too. But otherwise, like his MA is still very crisp. The song's going to really pick up here in the last half. Kid Sunny with a pretty good lead. Like, it looked like Dan was starting to struggle, and I wonder if his legs bothering him again, or if he's been playing a lot. So
Yeah, I think it's just starting to catch up to him.
all right, and Kid Sunny is going to take that one. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to really have any time to rest with the next 2 songs we're moving into. But Chaos Terror Tech Challenge, this is, I'd say, one of the harder 17s out there. A lot of tech involved. So not only do you have the unique gimmicks that don't exist in the expert chart, it also is just very technical in the ways you need to move and position yourself.
Yeah, and very unfriendly chart actually, because not only do you have to like know the gimmicks of the chart, but you also have to know the chart itself, which is not very straightforward, to say the least. It's very grindy. You have to have a lot of chart knowledge to be able to execute it.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge in just reading it and also executing it. Like, there's a lot of turns in this chart that aren't really cheatable at all. You kind of have to follow along and know what you're doing. But this chart does have my favorite arrow in the entire game. It's that first down arrow, or it's down or up. I don't remember whether it was down or up, but it's the arrow that shows up on the screen right at the beginning, and then it just stops, and it hangs out there for like
the homie arrow.
a couple seconds.
It's the homie arrow.
So
It's our friend.
everyone wave. Say hi to the homie arrow.
second stage. Show me.
There he is.
Hi.
Bye.
I do really appreciate this chart for what it's doing. It's just, it's too big brain for me, honestly.
Yeah.
I get what it wants me to do, but it's too much.
Yeah.
But it's really, really impressive to watch people execute this. And one of the interesting things that DDR started to do is kind of mark certain sections. So you have these really short freeze arrows that mark the stops in this chart. So it kind of gives you a little help, but not much.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this part coming up here is real tricky. You're just constantly turning this, and then it's going to kind of evolve through the different sections.
Yeah.
And Dan H, I think it's just a bit too much for him today. But he had a really, really good run. So give it up for him, everyone. And then give it up for Kid Sunny, who's going to take the win on that match. Well, Well, I'm at least happy. I got to say hi to my favorite arrow. Does anyone else have a favorite arrow in the game? Like any particular arrow in the entire game?
I mean, we are at Dahn Dahn, right? So being from Pittsburgh, I'm kind of like biased to
Dahn.
liking Dons and rights. But left is pretty good too.
But not up. Not up at all.
We're not up. Who's up? All right, so we got Bogo and David coming up. Or Milligram, excuse me. Bogo Milligram. This is like classic 2022 Dahn Dahn right throwback match right here. This was also for the crew battle too in Pittsburgh, Philly, so
Also, we got
very storied rivalry between the two.
double rivalry. Man, this is getting exciting.
Players are chugging their coffee, getting hyped up, getting excited. I am excited for this match personally. Probably just a little bit of commentary bias given the Bogo. But Bogo is like, oh my gosh, he PFC'd a 16 and a 17 earlier.
First song of the day.
Yeah, yep. It's like scary, you know, just typical Bogo being Bogo. But he was actually like really anxious coming in, so.
Well, hopefully you got some of that anxiety out, because buy one, get one pips to start the day is pretty, pretty good. Okay, so they've both played so far, so this must be their first song of the match. I don't quite have the card draw ready for us yet, but we're getting that for you just a moment here. Yeah,
Voltissimo, very much a foot speed check. Kind of, it basically comes down to like how well can you execute fast BPM and then the drill at the very end.
Right.
Basically just minimizing form is like really good for this.
Yeah, voltissimo, of course, Spanish for very volt. I'm just being silly, don't correct me, chat.
Game coming from Sound Voltex. Shout outs to Sound Voltex.
Yeah, this is from...
or is it not?
No,
it says Sound Voltex on the
it's from Voltex, but it was a crossover event where there was... you had to like vote for your favorite game, and then there was a song that got added into each game that gradually got added into the rest of the games. It's like where Troll Off Tree comes from, After Image de Automne. Midnight War was the ultimate song that went to every game at the end of that event.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 225 BPM, kind of a weird BPM you don't see a lot of. But song thankfully doesn't have you moving around the pad too much at that speed, but definitely can be difficult to hone into your MA on some of these drills.
Neither player opting for mirror, by the way, which makes the ending drill start right.
Good miss over on Milligram's side, but they're still very neck and neck. Bogo picking up a little bit of a lead over him. Okay, looks like Bogo up about, I can't do math right now, 13 EX or so. Yeah, the hallmark of the song is that left-right drill at the very end of the song that goes on for longer than you think it does.
Zach first to 1000K.
Bogo's still up about 10 EX or so. Ooh, another miss over on Milligram's side. It's coming down to the very ending of the song and how well they can execute it. Okay, here we're moving into the drill section after these 12 notes. And Bogo didn't give up enough for Milligram to catch up, so Bogo's going to take that win.
Almost PFCing that.
Almost.
48 and 1. Minus 50 EX. Woo.
That's a tough song to PFC. It's really hard to hone into that drill at the end.
Tough to PFC, let alone hold on to the drill at the very end. getting a Flare EX pass on Multissimo.
All right, so now we're going into a different New York Evolve. We saw New York B come up twice today. We're going to New York C.
NYC. Yeah, it's NYC.
Yeah. We're going to New York City, baby.
This is another one of the 190 BPM New York Evolves. Seeing a lot of that given it has 3 spots in the 16 quarter, which is not very big given the meta. A lot of like uppers were added to DDR recently, but they weren't really there when Ace 20 Fluff was. So we have like not very big quarters as a result. So songs like New York Evolve take 3 spots in a card draw and have a higher chance of showing up.
Very
That's why we see a lot of the Evolves show up.
You know, I hadn't actually given them much thought, but that makes perfect sense.
Yeah. Unless they change the card draw app to like lump all of the Evolves together.
Wouldn't that be cool if they come up and you got to pick which one you want to do?
Yeah.
Then no one would ever play New York A.
Or
Well, you might if-
Roppongi D.
I mean, there are some people who definitely are good at those and could keep them in their back pocket for a pick.
Yeah.
Might
Get
say a
into
pocket
it.
pick.
New York Evolve C.
All right, so we've seen New York come up today already. The first third and first half of the song is identical across all 3 charts, except for New York A, which is at half scroll speed for the first half. Oh, I'm sorry, I get the same scroll speed, but then it does a speed double.
Yeah.
Okay, very close. Bogo's got a 7-point lead coming into this section. It's always really great getting to this level of play in a tournament too, and having that pad mic pick up just the crispness of the steps. It's so good to hear.
Yeah. Bogo drops a hole during the double step part.
Okay, giving Milligram a little bit of extra space to catch up to him, and they are very, very close. Okay, Bogo ups 8 over Milligram moving into this section. Both of them doing a pretty good job keeping the Marvelous attack throughout the slowdown. This part can be a little tricky to time. You can hear some ghost stepping going on from one of the players.
I actually just love how this is charted. It goes so well with the music.
It does. Milligram picking up quite a few perfects over on his side. Bogo got a miss. See if that's enough for Milligram to catch up to him.
And he takes it.
Oh, and got a
2080 X difference.
1-5-7-3 from Bogo's side. He's going to take the song win, match win for that.
Yeah, 38 and 2 misses. So that's
So you got buy one, get one miss that time.
minus 44 from Max.
And buy one, get one song win.
Yeah, buy one, get one, win.
Yeah. Oh, wow. BOGO win.
That's it's 2 for Bogo. So I think another one. Well, that I actually should, because 2 move on. So that
Yes.
probably clinched it for him.
I have to imagine it would, because he won both matches. Yes, he's played 2 matches so far, and he's won both of them.
Yeah. Let's see. Start checking. Yeah, so that's 2-0. Okay,
Yeah.
so this next, whoever gets 2 wins, I think, will probably clinch their winning in.
More than likely, yeah. Even Vivian saying that she's never won a set against Bogo that wasn't incredibly scuffed. Yeah, buy one, get one means you get 2. Sure does.
Who do we have next coming up? Looks like Dan Milligram?
Okay, so we got our TO getting our next set ready, which looks like it's going to be Dan and Bogo, I think.
Is it? Is it Dan Bogo? Dan Bogo time?
Dan Bogo time.
Okay. Okay, so Dan's got a win against Dave, a loss against Kitsune. Could go 2-1 and also advance. Meanwhile, Bogo can clinch, I guess. I don't know if it's necessarily confirmed yet, because there are 3 people at like 1 win and only 2 advance. So I guess with like tiebreaker shenanigans, maybe Bogo could lose.
Sure, yeah, I'm not
but
sure.
Like, I doubt it though, because like I think Bogo 2-0'd both.
Yes, I believe he did.
So Kitsune does have 1 full percentage point too. So I'm thinking it'll probably be between the 2 of them advancing.
But hey, anything can happen.
Yeah.
That's why we love tournaments.
Yeah. Huh. So, did you get to go outside at all today, Kim?
Not besides the walk it took me to get from the car to the arcade.
Yeah, it's actually
So-
like a really pretty day outside.
I
Like,
heard.
It's had some really gorgeous weather this weekend.
I
So
know. I'm like staring at the like rectangle of light that's directly across from me where I can see outside. We have the door propped open in here, which is really nice because we're getting some breeze, which we don't typically get outside air when we are playing dance games.
Yeah. You just stuck inside the Dave and Buster's of the round 1, just like.
Stuck inside with the stank.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's really, really gorgeous weather we've been having. It looks like it's going to be pretty gorgeous throughout the week too, from what I looked ahead, assuming the weather's correct. So get out there and finish watching the tournament, then get out there and enjoy the weather.
Yeah.
Or you know what? Do both. We have phones. This is 2024. You can bring your phone outside, go enjoy some nice sun, grass, watch DDR tournaments. I can't think of a better way to spend my Sunday.
Yeah. It might use a little bit more data depending on what your data plan is, but you know.
I don't go too far from. You get some Wi-Fi if you're close to the house.
Yeah.
You don't have to get too far.
Yeah.
Maybe sit out on your front porch, balcony if you got one. You know, get creative.
What's good, chat?
Renalis, what are you trying to show me right now? I was just shown a video of someone dressed as Dr. Robotnik from Sonic pole dancing. The internet in 2025.
On the DDR,
folks.
on the DDR poll, you know.
New side tournament. Dress up as your favorite Sonic character. Only Sonic, for some reason. No other video games allowed. Only Sonic characters. And give me your best routine.
Telling me I can't
on the dance pad.
I can't like cosplay as like a Pokemon or. Like
You can cosplay as a Pokemon, cosplaying as a Sonic character.
Okay.
And it's gonna be like multi-layered.
Multi-layered. Okay.
I'm not going to give it much more thought than that because I can't think beyond how that would work. Yeah, all you really need is just like some blue spikes on the back of whatever costume you're wearing. And I think that's pretty identifiable as Sonic.
Yeah.
Maybe some red running shoes. Throw out a couple gotta go fasts. Toss some rings into the air.
You're too slow. Just like do some stuff like that. Get some voice acting lines in.
You know, I always wanted to do like some sort of DDR cosplay events or like some Halloween event where you dress up as DDR characters or like different jackets, like art on jackets. But I've never like made any plans beyond just thinking about that. But I do think it'd be really fun to do sometime.
Yeah, or just like a DDR Halloween event in general. You know, just like not just like dressing up as like anything in particular. I remember one modal we had like people like the theme was like to dress like other DDR players.
I don't think too many people took advantage of that, but Renalis did and dressed up as Roger Clark, so that was fun. I kind of loosely, I don't know if anyone got the joke, but I had on, we were around Halloween, so I had a shirt on with like skeletons on it. So I just said, I am Bones.
Yeah, and Bones. I forgot what I did though. I can't remember.
You came as Pat Ball. Or no, you were at all at the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Might have been cosplaying while being at all as Pat Ball.
Wait, one of
pretended to have the letters.
Just carry a couple of Scrabble tiles around with you.
are we taking? Are we? Is this like the karaoke thing happening, or what's going on?
I don't know. I thought we were. Are we not finished with Pool 7 yet, or did we finish up with Pool 7?
We're not finished.
I didn't
no.
think we were.
I don't know what's happening. Are people using the restroom?
Maybe we needed a bathroom break.
Kind of wish I could get water.
Okay. Yeah. So we think we're waiting on some bathroom breaks,
That might be.
which it's fine. Definitely want to use the bathroom for that. Nowhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah. So apparently there's a big football game going on today, or something like that.
Yeah, Steelers Cowboys.
I'm assuming that already started. I haven't really been paying attention to anything outside this room. So, being 5:17, yeah, it had to have started by now.
Probably.
I do know there were some people having some difficulty getting rooms and hotels for this event because of the Steelers home opener going on today.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate timing.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I want to show you my phone. I put like a Lapras card in it. Just kind of like decorated. I just got
It's beautiful.
this.
Why don't you show chat?
Hold on.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. It's kind of neat.
My phone isn't exciting at all, but I was wearing this for a little bit of the day yesterday, just because I found it and I thought it was funny. I just kind of had that. I can't do it with my headphones on, but
Good at naps.
I don't know why I didn't throw that
I
out.
saw that laying around and I was like, interesting. I'm gonna ask.
Renala, so you're saying that you and me are the same person, or you and Ambones are the same person? Or are we all the same person? I like that I'm right next to Renala and I'm still talking to them through chat. Yeah, it is a gorgeous day. I wish I could be outside. But you know what? I'm going to have some time later in the week to enjoy some of this beautiful weather. This is the best time of year, if you ask me. I love October. And especially this like transition period where we have this like the tail end of summer leading into the cold Christmas. So you have like those crisp mornings, but then it still gets warm enough during the day where you can still wear like shorts or short sleeves. Like, wow, chef's kiss. Perfect weather.
It really is, though. Like, I kind of almost regret being inside while it's so nice, but at the same time, I mean, you know, the matches have been good.
They've been amazing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And when speaking of, we are getting ready to start our next match with Dan H and Bogo. So, again, we're real excited for that. I know it looks like, you know, Dan H having quite the run today, moving up in pools. Was kind of struggling in the last set, so hopefully he's been able to recover. And looks like he's stretching his leg out right now because I was giving him some issues during the one song. But looking at what's coming up, we got an 18 right off the bat, so that will be interesting. First time challenge, no less, which the ending of that song is quite the stamina check.
Oh, yeah. Pretty much just like, I don't even want, like, I'm not even sure what you would call them, but it's like this, like,
Dishwasher.
pattern. Yeah, dishwasher.
Washing machine.
Yeah. Yeah, basically just like really fast 24th per section for like.
Yeah, it's kind of like
measures.
continuous candles.
Yeah. Other than that, like a very accessible 18 if you're looking for like 18 players.
Yeah, although the ending is really rough, but if you can get to there and then just don't give up. But I mean, that's easier to say than to do. Kind of interesting order of this. We have First Time Challenge first, then followed by Inner Spirit, which is, I'd consider Inner Spirit probably like an entry level 15. So interesting to start with probably the hardest song of the bunch and then shift gears down. Might be a little rougher for our competitors to kind of start with the 18 right off the bat, but
yeah,
I
think
play by the card draw.
Yeah, I mean, Bogo's probably just picking uppers into Dan. Probably seeing that Dan's was exhausted in previous matches, trying to take advantage of it, and also just like a natural skill set thing anyway. Bogo is just known for uppers.
Oh, definitely. Interesting to see he has a better score on the challenge chart than the 15. All right, so this chart's going to have some gimmicks in it, which I imagine both these players know pretty well, but really the hallmark of it is that ending run at the very end of the song.
Show me what you got.
Yeah, first time by Metal Stepper. We have 2 Metal Steppers on our hand over here. That's going to be a really cool song to listen to the steps to.
Look at all those combos.
Ooh, and Dan looks like he's getting that leg cramp again. Ooh, someone get him a Theragun. I know I saw a few of those floating around. Yeah, you hate to see that. I know we saw some leg cramps in some other notable tournaments in the past.
Yeah.
One of those things, again, you got to do your best to prepare, but those things, you can't really prepare for a cramp. You can do your best to be as hydrated and full of electrolytes as you can be, but sometimes they just happen.
Yeah.
And it sucks when they do.
You could also just be conserving energy to play the last 2 songs and see if you can just win on easier songs.
True.
Just by throwing first time and not even like wasting any energy on it. But that also means you are playing from 0-1 to try and win the set.
Very true.
And, Bogo's still pretty good at lowers,
Absolutely.
To call them lowers, I guess, is kind of silly, but when we're talking about 15s to 18s, I guess, the lowers in air quotes. But yeah, we see a 17 PFC PB for Bogo and a 49 for Dan, but that Dan's score is probably just a little bit dated.
Yeah, you can see Dan is shaking his leg out right now, trying to do everything to really get that leg working for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, really unfortunate for him, but he's had a hell of a run. It's been really entertaining to watch him move up today through all his matches and pools. Oh, don't want to break any more arrows again. The song has what I like to call the Seinfeld bass in it. Little twangy slap bass. And then
Dead even at the first part.
yeah. Got that Black Lolita synth in the background as well. Okay, very neck and neck. Bogo just ever so slightly ahead. Ooh, Dan up by 1.
You're the one they came to see.
Ooh, and they're tied halfway through. Yeah, it's one of those songs where being so straightforward, you really can't afford to make any mistakes in something like this. Still tied. Ooh, this is going to be a close one, folks. Looking very focused throughout this. Dan H with a very slight lead over Bogo right now.
4EX.
I feel like I'm holding my breath. Oh, Dan's
Ooh,
gonna
wow,
take the
Dan takes it.
4 EX lead from Dan.
Ooh, 14-1.
Really, really good performance.
-16 and a -20. And
Hopefully
wow, we move on.
Dan's calling Aaron, the TO, over to the to the machine.
He's conceding.
It looks like he might be conceding. We're just getting confirmation. But
Yeah,
yeah,
1-2.
give it up for Dan H. He put on a hell of a show today, moving up from his previous pool. Huge mad props to him. Yeah, he was saying he felt his legs starting to pull during that song, and he didn't want to risk it. So really commendable from him.
I mean, still
safety first, health first. If you feel that cramp starting and you know it's kind of just like in the background, you don't want to push it. So
unbelievable, still putting up like minus 18 despite all of that. That's like really good.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge props to him.
So yeah, Bogo is for sure advancing at this point. And I'm gonna guess that also means, is it the winner of this next match turning in? David Milligram and Kitsune.
Yes, I think that should be the last match in this pool.
Philly Showdown. Let me double check. I might need to refresh this. Okay, so basically, so we might have 3-1-2s by the looks of it. So there's a chance for that. If not, if Kitsune wins, she could for sure move on with Bogo.
Okay.
If not, it's going to be a three-way tie at 1-2, and then it's going to go down to pool percentage points.
Okay, but we do have our next card draw up for our two competitors, Milligram and Kitsune, taking a selfie together before they get started here. Love to see it. But they're going to get started with Dopamine Experts. Looks like that was Milligram's Protect. And then Kitsune protected History of the Future Experts. So we got two 17s back-to-back to get them started.
We also have a Philly Showdown on our hands, by the way.
Oh, we do. These both Team Philly, aren't they?
Yeah. Yeah, Dopamine, one of those charts with the one part that just speeds up really fast, and the rest of the chart is just between 100 and 200.
Yeah, so I have to imagine both these players obviously very comfortable with the song. They're probably going to read it at the 200 BPM, and I'm sure they just have that speed up memorized.
And then
Got some stretching going on over on the machine. Don't want any more leg cramps happening.
both players sporting either a PFC or a very good
close.
GFC on this chart.
Yeah, so hopefully they remember how that low speed up goes. But Team Philly's going to hug it out before their match. Love to see the friendship and camaraderie. Dopamine, one of the neurotransmitter songs from Yuichi, arguably one of the better neurotransmitter songs. I think Dopamine's pretty universally liked, at least as far as songs go. But definitely some tricky bits in here. Looks like Milligram already picked up a couple grades early on. But they're neck and neck to begin. Milligram's actually slightly ahead of Kitsune so far. But did get a miss over on their side. Now they are tied up as we move into the slowdown. Here's that speed up happening. Both of them looks like they got a miss during part of that, but otherwise still neck and neck. Okay, Kitsune up 2. Still very close. Kitsune is getting a little bit more of a lead over Milligram. Kitsune by about 15 now.
They still have a few greats in that last part.
Milligram very close. Oh, I think they're tied up again.
Yeah. Going into the very end, which definitely picks up.
Oh, Kitsune picked up the lead again. And they're trading back and forth on this. Now Milligram in the lead. We'll see if they can hold on to the end. Milligram's gonna take that!
Wow! Very clean run for Milligram at the very end. Wow.
That clean run just really saved them. I didn't give Kitsune any ground to make up whatsoever.
I'm pretty sure that's what Milligram was practicing at the very beginning right there. That, like, just having those bursts. I think that's actually what mattered, is, like, practicing those bursts at the very end.
Absolutely.
I know when I played this chart, I always, like, gas out at the end. So that ending run is just very, very crucial.
Definitely.
And Milligram showing what just a little bit of runs mentally and like physically actually do to prepare to play the chart, and how it ended up paying dividends for Milligram.
Yeah. And then we have another pretty tricky 17. Second half of History of the Future notably is pretty difficult. A lot of foot speed involved in the second half. So Kitsune showing a 995 on this. Not sure if that's Milligram's up-to-date score or not, since we're on H2O+. I do love the background music, or background video for this song. So emblematic of just DDR progressing through the future. Alright, so this match is a test of foot speed. Milligram with a little bit of a lead over Kitsune so far. We have these crossovers here. Very quick crossovers. Okay, Milligram still with a little bit of a lead. It looks like up 4 EX at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, Kitsune's catching up. Oh my god, these players are so close. Ooh, Milligram's up 3.
There's also difficulty ramps in the 17 too.
Definitely, the ending is going to get really hard. Let's see if they can dial it in. Oh, and that was so crisp. Milligram's still with the lead. We'll see if he can hold on to it throughout the end. Fast over on his side, but he still has the lead for now. Oh, and he's going to take that one.
Within 10, just a 9 EX difference.
These songs were so close.
And that is a 3-way tie now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's a 3-way tie now. And in fact, I think the 0-2 means that pool points are probably very close.
This tournament is stacked, y'all. We have them hugging it out on the pad. Dude, give it up for both these players. What a hell of a show. Got some cheers for Mia from the crowd. Love to see it. Real good job from both of them.
Oh
That
yeah,
was so exciting.
Okay, so Milligram advances. They have just a 1.33 pull percentage.
Okay. All right, we're getting an announcement, so give us 1 sec to hear what's going on.
I don't think we're going to get to...
Okay, Chad, let me just give you a quick rundown of what's happening. So we just finished up pools. Looks like we had both BOGO and Milligram promoting out of that pool into the bracket. So what's going to happen, we're going to have a little bit of a fun break from things here. We're going to have our top 8 kind of hop in the pads for warm-ups, and we're going to have a little karaoke session. So our TO was kind of giving us a rundown of the songs they're going to play, but they're all bangers, of course.
Of course.
I think I heard Unbelievable, Sparky Remix, Shades of Grey was that another one you said?
I think.
I didn't catch the other ones, but
Come to Life was another one too.
sounds like we're all kind of going to just break it down for a bit, have some fun, sing some karaoke.
Rev up them.
Feel free to sing along at home, please.
Rev up them Ribby wikis.
Right.
'cause,
I will not be singing because you do not want to hear me singing on this mic. I actually might be taking this opportunity to give myself some much needed food and water. But we will be back for top 8 for sure. At least I will be back. Just trying to find out if we have someone to replace myself for now to hang out with you fun folks while I find something to eat.
Okay. We could also kind of just show the stream too.
Yeah.
think
Yeah,
we
let's
do that
bump this
in
over on
yeah.
stream. So give me 1 second here. Okay, so ignore the names on the screen. I don't have those correct for now, but this is all just for good fun. This is not part of the tournament. We're just having everyone hop up, get some warm-ups in for the bracket as we're all going to sing along and enjoy ourselves.
First stage. Ready, set, step.
Okay, folks, so I'm going to be hopping off comms here for a bit to get myself something to eat. I'm going to pass off the mic to Vid, who had a wonderful performance in his run earlier today. So give it up for him, give him a warm welcome, and I will be back to chat with you all later.
I'm gonna throw the Remy wiki in the chat. If I can find it. Might be too late though.
Also, I'm here now.
Hello.
Hey.
Welcome.
Quid, Vid, anything but late for dinner. I actually ran off to Rutgers Pub to get some wings and came back just in time.
Nice. Welcome. Welcome back, Vid. And yeah, singing along to Unbelievable.
Yeah. And getting dangerously close to moshing in the center of the chairs there. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, and just subbing in so Kim can sub out.
Yeah.
She's put in a lot of hard work today. I mean, really, the Ohio DDR crew has put in an incredible amount of work this weekend. So many props to them for getting this together.
Yeah.
But, you know, we want to make sure our volunteers are appropriately fed and watered. Very nice, very nice. A little bit of crowd cam for y'all, just as a treat. Oh no.
Back to us. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Dahn Dahn 2024 Encore Extra Stage. The karaoke time is upon us.
Yep.
So, looks like we're getting on to The Reason, a Black Rose Garden banger. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can pull up the Remy wiki for you and just drop it in the chat for convenience sake.
Yeah.
Working on that right now.
But you know, The Reason, it's a classic. Everyone loves it. We've seen it so many times today.
Let's go.
I mean, it's a great song, I will say.
Yeah, most of the song's primes are just in the sync.
Nice.
It's deleted. Is there a mod view somewhere here? I don't see a mod view. No, because this is a battlist.
Okay.
Yes. Rena is only an MVP.
Okay.
Oh well. It's fine. You know how to use search engines.
Yeah.
Probably. It is, of course, always an option to pick up the VOD later and just pretend you're coming along. Actually, pretty decent pitch control from the Fracas out there. Beautiful. You know how hard it is to trip away something and sing?
Yeah. Were they actually singing
I
while
don't
playing?
think so, but you know,
I mean-
it's nice to dream.
I mean, to be fair, triple Aing that alone is a challenge enough. That chart specifically. Maybe the 12. Maybe the 12. I could maybe do the 12.
Yeah, maybe that will be one of the side events for the next major tournament.
Yeah.
You know, the goofy shenanigans side event.
Yeah. All right, so I think next up is Come to Life, if I had to guess. Maybe? No. Are they picking? Oh, Shades of Grey, okay.
Wait, this has lyrics?
Let me see. Yeah, it does actually.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Admittedly, I can't even remember the last time I've heard this song. I'll be entirely honest.
Yeah, I think I just scrolled through this on Supernova at one point and immediately forgot about it. So many bangers, lost to time.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping they were going to land on Secret Rendezvous. All right. Shades of Grey, featuring Viv and Dunk. An excellent day for monosyllabic players. Dunk with that cool little subdivision ghost step strat. Hoping the pad mic is doing its work there. Been feeling a little sus about that left arrow.
Ruh-roh.
Well, better during karaoke than during the match.
Uh-oh.
Sensor no worky. That's the diagnosis.
Sensory overload.
Acceptable.
Hopefully that's an easy fix. We have extra sensors on hand.
Yep. Yeah. Shoutouts to Quietly Turning for doing a lot of work on the pads over this weekend and also leaving a care kit in the back. I'm pretty sure there's just like 5 sensors in there for whatever, whenever.
Yeah. All right, come to life. Coming alive. You should know this one.
Yep. If you don't, your PFCs don't count. I like that they're wagering the karaoke moment on their Life 4 pass.
The lyrics are just so like uplifting too.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's an instant classic for several good reasons.
Yeah. All right, probably going to be doing some tech work on player 1. Some sensory checks, trying to fiddle around with the settings to see if we can get our player 1 left to agree with us again, I guess.
Yeah, want to be very sure we're not missing the moment when we get back to max 300.
Yeah.
That was perfect, by the way.
Beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, that's actually great.
Yeah.
Where it like ended up.
Randa got us in one swipe.
It's a talent, actually.
Yeah.
Comes with practice, you know, running the stream a bunch. Nah, it's just dumb luck.
Complete dumb luck. I just slapped it. I'm like, I'll take a look at
Yeah. Better to be lucky than good, as some say.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're mostly just we were going to use karaoke to fill time while figuring out the top 8 brackets, but guess it's just us.
Yeah.
Us and no one else.
Yeah. I
Least of
mean,
all chat.
we saw. Let me pull up the tournament page and start talking.
Duncan. Excellent.
Ooh, that's still pulling it out. Okay, so Solid Flip Advance and Milligram and BOGO Advance.
All right. We
So
have the top 8 float in the seeding.
yeah, final. No, that's final seeding. Don't think this page has it.
Isn't it top 8 float?
I don't see a tab for it. It's probably just on Search EG. Okay. All right. So yeah, Renatolis just told us off camera that they're going to be doing, you know, sets to determine seeding in bracket. So.
Yeah, I think the idea of the top 4 float is simply that they are the top seeded players, but we don't yet know how they rank up against the people
Who've moved up
yeah,
from pools. Okay.
yeah. You can tell we were very prepared for this.
Yes, yes.
I basically got pulled over from like watching one of the VODs to like, hey, Kim desperately needs food. Who does need somebody talking into a mic and sounding coherent?
Yeah, for a little bit anyway, you know. Could be, you know, half an hour to an hour. But yeah. So how have you been today?
Oh yeah, it's been great. I've wildly exceeded all my expectations. I've hit basically every goal I had for this trip, which was, you know, have good matches, meet a couple new people, catch up with all of the old friends that I've enjoyed chatting with, get a quesarito from Sheets, get seitan wings from Rugger's Pub.
Ooh, seitan wings.
I got my list cleared.
Where? Oh, you got those from the wing place you were just at.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a funny thing. I live in Seattle, and Amber probably can attest to this, but like seitan wings are weirdly hard to find there. Whereas there are a bunch of places in Pittsburgh that have them just as regular menu items.
Yeah.
So every time I'm in town, I have to go get some.
I just stumbled upon them the other day, and I'm like, oh yeah, they exist.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really cool that shout outs to Seitan Wings. They're great actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been an exciting day. We had the first pool this day where I somehow managed to advance out, even though LFK completely routed me on the first 2 songs. Like, they're just very, very good, ridiculously consistent player.
Yeah.
The only reason I moved ahead was because they lost a couple songs after that. And, we chatted afterward and it was just like, yeah, I burned a lot of stamina playing Oversoul into New Century.
Yeah. 2 17s?
As
yeah.
15 to 17.
Oh, 15,
thankfully.
17. Okay,
Not
yeah.
quite that bad.
I heard Oversoul, like...
Yeah, that's fair. I legit keep forgetting the 17's available here because it's not unlocked on my profile.
Yeah.
So it was just, oh, it's on Ace 3 now. I can play it, finally.
Yeah,
it's classic Konami unlock shenanigans. It's why we have a spare card for the event for getting to those charts.
Yeah, shout out to Samblo. I always get Oversoul and Omega Versol to confuse. You know?
Yeah.
Because it's like it's basically the same title except there's the Omega sign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Force 10.
Force 10. Yeah, 410. Shout out to Passion 410. Oh,
exciting.
Okay.
Yep. Ren has informed us we have the seating set. You can see down there.
How was this composed? The top 4 veto everything else? Okay, that makes sense. Cool. So we have Splash Gold left over. Splash Gold Expert 16. Idola Challenge.
Ooh, okay.
17. And B Expert 17. So 17 MA check and B Idola foot speed check.
Mm-hmm. And heavy stamina requirements too.
Yeah, and then Splash Gold, kind of a knowledge check 16 actually, which I honestly respect that being in the draw for seeding.
You know, there was a period where it was extra exclusive, so you kind of had to study the ending to pass it because otherwise you were absolutely going to trip up on the ending crossovers.
Yeah, and not pass it Life 4, which was just gating many people from even playing the chart.
Yeah. Like, I love that Konami has continued to find ways to surprise us without really changing the fundamentals of the game. Like, the freeze arrows at the end of Splash Gold make it shockingly hard to read.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's just like, you know, you feel like, it almost feels like you have to hold them almost, but like you can like kind of just get away by just like reading it as if it didn't have freezes. Like I looked at this earlier with Yono, and that's like what we kind of found out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's purely cosmetic, but in a way that sort of distracts you from figuring out the calculus of how you're going to move next.
Yeah.
Like, it is just long enough to throw you off your game if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, it has like loads of like cross-unders in that like last part too. It's a lot of fun to execute once you like figured it out. And I'll be honest, I haven't quite gotten it. I was very close to passing it, and I think I have like a 960 EPB because I was trying to like life for it. Just I don't know. I do like the chart though.
Yeah, I ended up doing a practice run with just freezes off and, got like a 940K, which is pretty good for no freezes. But
Yeah.
it's weird. You turn them off, you get your muscle memory, you turn them back on, wait, what was I doing here? And then you just watch it go by and fail out.
Yeah.
But I feel like we probably spent enough time talking about Splash Gold, for the moment at least. Idola, very scary 17.
Yeah. It's very much a foot speed check. Like you're kind of just forced to like minimize your the amount of like effort that you use to actually even execute the chart. Given that it's like it's so fast and so complex with the 200 BPM chart,
Yeah, it's a classic example of an uppers chart that doesn't have really any surprises. Like, you're not going to find a way around the chart. You have to work your way through it.
Yeah.
It is, I know Zeta challenge was a 17 and got uprated to an 18. I'm not entirely convinced Idola should still be a 17.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's definitely a really hard 17. Like, it could probably pass as an 18 if it were re-rated.
Yeah, going to give us a lot of useful info about the stability on uppers for everyone who plays that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Ren has been collecting info on precisely who has vetoed what. So, expect that sometime soon, once that info. Oh yeah, excellent. Oh, I was not expecting Blue Buster to veto Lacrima. Alright. Yeah, that tracks.
Probably
Excellent
not wanting to
hunting.
get too gassed before actually like playing tournament play, because I mean in bracket play you're probably like playing like 3 or 4 more sets. You probably don't want to get too exhausted doing so, and Blue's very much into or very much their strength is what I would consider the lower ends of folders typically. Very good MA. Like there's not even like on the upper side, like Blue's been working very hard to like clean that up as well too. So
yeah. For those of you out there who feel strongly about the like score tracking and achievement hunting of the DDR scene, it's well worth looking at the Life 4 DDR server if you haven't already. A lot of people are just running their own score threads underneath the global DDR scores channel, and I've given Blue Buster some guff about posting all of these scores with like 8 perfects on them, and I'm like, wow. It's, I saw something with 32 perfects on a 17, and I'm like, wow, it's kind of shocking that you got 2 digits on anything.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, maybe I should post more 18s. Yeah, you're right. Maybe you should.
Yeah.
But yeah, coming back a little bit, we have Idola, as mentioned, major hard. Just like, get your way through. You did not get to cheat it. B is maybe a little more cheesable, but not a lot.
No, it's mainly just like one of those taking one tech and like kind of just cranking it up to an extreme. Like it's literally just mostly just like the drill part, and then got a lot of gallops to it too. And then there's just like the very end throws a little bit of crossover patterns too with those gallops. So if you are okay enough at all 3 of those, it's not too difficult as far as 17s go. It's still very draining as far. I mean, it is a 17, but it's one of the more forgiving ones. I will kind of want to talk about like the vetoes too. Let's see, we had. I'm trying to read the comments. So Viv vetoing Delta Max Expert, Dunk vetoing Astro Gazer CSP, Packrob vetoing Ace for Aces Expert. So the 15? Yeah, the 15.
Yep.
Interesting. And then, yeah.
Yeah. Just to Amber's point in the chat, yeah, thinking out loud, no problem. We are trying to just pass the time while they get the pad fixed up. As mentioned, I'm subbing in for Kimalaka, who is currently over there subbing out. Got a nice little Jimmy John something or other.
That's actually there's something
Yeah.
or other.
You know, I think that's the number 8. Yeah, so it's classically considered one of the easier 17s to PFC if you're looking at that as a plausible achievement, but
Yeah.
it is no slouch. Like, you still have the baseline stamina requirements.
Yeah.
Like, if you're very careful, you might be able to conserve stamina on the drill, but
Yeah, you have to like.
it rewards tight, clean form.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. It's like one of those like being able to process drills at that BPM. Like you just basically have to like. This skill is almost like being able to find where the beats are and where the changes happen, and then like just like adjusting to each change in the drills like cleanly enough to like hold MA through that.
Yeah, it's a pretty straightforward chart on its own merits.
Yeah.
But, like, you're never going to play a 17 and think, wow, that was easy.
Yeah.
You might think, wow, I did well on that.
Yeah.
That's a completely different thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's pretty much what we're going to be looking at for the seeding rounds. Definitely got more chart opinions, but I think Secret Rendezvous Expert is fun, actually. Kind of hoping we loop back to that during the karaoke section.
If they're
if we
still
need
doing
more time.
Yeah, if they're still doing karaoke at this point. I'm not sure how much time fixing P1 left is taking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's currently a small council convened around the pad there.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like we've got a Bogo, Lilac, and LFK currently debating about the next course of action. Yeah, thanks.
They put
Literally surrounded by sandwich eaters right now. Yeah. As usual, the scene in the function room 2 here is pretty lively. Like
Function Room 2.
Yeah.
And they spell it FUNCTION. Like they like emphasize fun.
Putting the fun in function, yeah.
Yeah.
It's being at these events is always such a delight because it really has the energy of just like a convention or almost like a family reunion.
Yeah.
So everyone's just excited to like catch up and talk about how things have been going. And
Yeah.
like, see, there's a whole crowd over there around Malia and Big Matt watching something or other also. Yeah, that's going to come up a lot. I don't have much wondering space with this mic cord.
Could like almost turn the camera back around, but I almost don't want to. It's like so perfectly placed now. Like I don't know if it's ever like I feel like it like jostles sometimes between like commentary sets, but it's like dead set on right now. Like
Yep. Shoutouts to Rena's swing calculus. Yeah. How about you? Like, how's your day been? Any special highlights, like matches or just chats?
honestly, like I kind of had a late start to the day.
Yeah,
I woke up at like 10. Was trying to get Lilac here in time for her match earlier, but then she dropped.
Yeah.
So it started like a little bit hectic, but I mean, I got to see Lilac and her cats, and it just was like kind of chill after that.
Yeah, that
you know,
sounds pretty nice.
Getting to see cats is like, honestly, just like it should be a highlight of anyone's day. Honestly, if you're a cat person or just like an animal person, really, I kind of. In the cats v dog debate, I'm kind of just like a both. Like I kind of like.
Yeah, animals.
Yeah,
they're cute.
yeah.
Just babies. They're just sweet little babies.
Yeah.
I've been staying with a friend on his couch. Shoutouts to couches.
Yeah.
And they have 3 cats. One of them is afraid of me. One tolerates me, and one just cannot get enough of me. Like, you know, new person, real excited. Like, just demands head scritches. Will hop onto my lap. Will hop onto my chest, and then does the classic cat thing of being like, "Oh, I'm very cute. You should put your hand on my face. Oh, I could use my teeth on your hand. That sounds fun.
It's like the predator response to finger stimuli, you know?
Yeah. And, you know, I'm not going to claim to be like a cat breeder, but they insist that he's kind of just like that. Like, he thinks that being a good cat involves occasionally lightly biting. So
The bites are in love.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah.
But he's just doing his best. Sweet
Yeah.
little guy.
Yeah.
He's so excited.
Um,
Yeah, that sounds like a great start to the day, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw you rolled in here relatively late, but, you know, with plenty of time to catch up and get a sense of the vibe. And
Yeah. I didn't get a whole lot of sleep the previous night, so I kind of wanted to, like, get more, I guess. I didn't really set an alarm. I kind of heard Elliot in the hallway a little bit beforehand, but yeah.
Shout outs to Elliot. On camera as we speak.
Hi, Elliot. Hello.
Yeah, Elliot's been crashing on this guy's couch.
Yeah.
So, again, shout out to couches.
Yeah, couches. Couches are great. I recommend having some if you are able to, I guess.
Yeah. All right. You can probably hear some of the cab now. It looks like they got the pad closed back up and they're going to run some basically durability testing. Make sure that whatever fix they put in place worked. It looked like they were replacing some of the foam in the pad above the sensor, but it's hard to tell with a little gaggle of folks, or whatever the right collective noun is for a group of pad modders. Ooh. Oh, we're in the 15s. Whatever this is going to be fun.
Oh, hey, I get like chat up on the stream. That's nice.
Yeah, that's cool. Engage, engage, engage.
All right, so Bogo is going to be testing the pad with Air Heroes.
Sing along if you know the words.
I always feel like trying to sing it in the deepest, chattiest of voices.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell what's going on. It looks like Vivian is just trying to snipe the left arrow from the right sensor and see how it's going. Early signs are less than positive. So, here he is, Sirius trying to play just on the whole thing and see if it's responsive that way. Yeah. See, someone here gets it.
There's I swear there's like a sensor check menu. I don't know if they visited that or not.
Yeah, they were watching that while the sensor modding was going on. So, you know, the process is you try to get it to where it feels good, just pressing it down, and then you put the panel on and try to make sure it feels good there, and then you leave the sensor menu and get into gameplay and see if it holds up to actual movement.
Right.
So, you know, it's unfortunate, but it's just a fact of tournaments like this where you're going to always be dealing with making sure the cabinet is in perfect shape, or at least satisfactory shape for making matches feel good and fair and making sure the participants are happy with it.
Right. It's a very delicate science, especially in like Dance Dance Revolution when you have 16 sensors on each side. It's also just like a very complicated because you got like all of the metal components, the bars, and all the brackets.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
I'm not going to claim to know how the mechanics of that are engineered, but it is fascinating. Like, anyone who's opened up a pad will be able to tell you it's not just a rubber sensor sitting on a corner somewhere. Like, there's yeah, you mentioned the brackets. There's this moving section. People will usually put foam on top of that to reduce the motion of travel.
Yeah.
And then you have to deal with, like, I barely even know. It's
the
a
L
science.
brackets, the screws.
Yeah, we just like send a request out to the Wizards Guild and hope they send somebody.
I think the Pittsburgh Wizards Guild is pretty good, honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, it's hard to overstate. Like, pad maintenance is what would otherwise be a thankless job, except we make sure to thank them constantly.
Yeah. Shout outs to other techs today. Doing a wonderful job with the pads.
Yeah, like, it's always tempting to say that, you know, something should be maintained better, but it's just a fact that these things fail, and they're going to fail when you least expect it. I can't think of a single tournament that has just had a perfectly working cab from start to finish. Like, there was one tournament, I think maybe one of the ones in Harrisburg like a decade ago, where they had a Mark 6 in an ITG cabinet just die.
Oh.
And the best replacement we could get was a Boxor. So I helped somebody like quickly reconfigure the drive to make it think it was a cabinet so we could stuff it in and just connect it via USB and get everything working in time.
I remember I think I went to like a Robinson Mall cab and like I tried playing on the cab there and it just wouldn't work. I think we're getting into our first set of pool play, or excuse me, not pool play, our first bracket seeding sets.
Yeah. Got Blue Buster on P1, Vivian, local favorite, and Paragon of Footspeed on P2.
Yeah.
You know, Splash Gold is not so demanding on Footspeed, but it's going to come super in handy for Idola.
Right. I mean, you still have 150 BPM. Well, effectively 150 BPMs. I mean, it's technically 300, but like effectively 150 BPM streams.
Wow. Look at all those names. This is an incredibly shiny song select.
I mean, that would also have been a good contender for the karaoke portion.
Oh, you're right. All right, so here we got a fairly intimidating 5 perfect PFC on Blue Buster's side. Looks like Viv may have like 2 greats. You know, she is fantastic with MA, but it's hard to tell. Like, this is probably the sort of chart that you don't play a lot unless you're going for 16s as a category.
Yeah.
Getting some very loud and crispy ghost steps to make sure they hit those 16s correctly. You'll see here there's a bunch of little crossovers in the intro that are very hard to cheat. They're doing a great job of keeping up with those. But it's easy to get tripped up if you don't know what you're doing coming into this chart. Very nice. This wonderful crisp execution going in and out of these little slow down half-speed sections. Alright, and rest.
Wow.
Take a little break.
Very, very even going into the freeze.
Yeah, that was impressive. We always love to see single-digit EX difference.
I'm just now noticing that both Blue and Viv have like fake artist t-shirts. Linkin Park and then Link 182.
Oh, that's beautiful. You're right. Did they plan this?
I wonder if they did.
It's one of the little underrated joys of tournaments is getting to see the shirt choices.
Yeah.
All right. Getting back into the spicy stuff. Now remember those distracting freeze arrows we told you about. Those will be coming up very shortly. I don't expect they'll have any trouble with it, but let's see. Anything can happen in a day like this. Oh, what beautiful crisp squeaking. Oh, nicely done. Yeah. Looks like Vivian just got tripped up a little bit on the ending there. I couldn't tell if it was just form or actually like
Execution.
distraction.
I mean, the ending is also just very hard to execute, even if you do know it.
Yeah.
Elliot putting up a -21 from that.
Yeah.
18 and 1.
Like both of them have fantastic MA on this. Like, I would love to go home with 30 perfects on Splash Gold, you know?
Yeah. Even Viv's like 23 and change is remarkable.
Absolutely.
Like that's almost a AAA and a Light 4 at that. Like this chart's hard to to Light 4 just on command.
Yeah. Were you on the mic for the last set of rounds? Was Vivian playing at all in those?
No.
Okay, yeah, so this is also like doing it cold.
Yeah, actually, yeah. This is effectively, although I think she played with Dunk though.
Oh yeah, a little bit on the karaoke.
You know, almost cold.
Yeah.
Idol a challenge.
You know, one song makes a big difference, but you still got to deal with that tournament setting, like this highly artificial, go up and play something really hard on almost no notice.
Yeah. We get into our next seed song, Idol a challenge.
Yeah.
I think they've practiced some of the chart.
If memory serves, this is about as much of a break as you get.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. Calm before the storm.
Yeah. Like, those jump 16th burst jump patterns are so brutal.
Yeah.
Like, you know, those patterns where you have just the same arrows and you're hitting 16ths over and over, those are easier than they look because you don't have to actually move that much. The step jump patterns are so much harder than they look.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Going through the midsection. This is a little, but not a lot calmer. That's a bunch of 8s, some step jumps, a lot of tricky patterning. I think Vivian is just missing some of these from just trying to conserve stamina so hard, staying so close to the center.
Yeah.
Her form is also ruthlessly optimized for ITG stamina, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
And these pads are great, but they are not like quite flush modded.
Yeah.
Wow. This almost visual overload just watching these two score on this chart. Oh, this beautiful twisty triplet section too. Nicely executed on Blue Buster's side.
Oh, just barely missing out on the PFC for Elliot.
This
Gets
guy.
busted by a blue.
Oh, yeah. Fine, you can have that one.
But still really impressive. 36 and 1? 39. Wow.
Nice.
Where is this? What? Ah, yeah, that is a nice EX number too, by the way.
Yeah, like, Vivian is no slouch on that either. Like, this is such a draining chart. It is probably a good call to just try and pull back a little bit here if it means being able to push further in the bracket proper.
Yeah. I'm going to go hop off and let Kim back on the mic now that she has finished with her sub. So I'm going to take the opportunity to get some coffee in me and get ready for final bracket. And yeah, guys, stay tuned and enjoy Kim coming back.
All right. Thanks, Pat. Pleasure talking with you. All right, we got B here. And Kim, welcome.
Hello. I am back, chat.
Yeah.
I hope that Pep Ball and Vid have been treating you well. Also, please correct me on how you say your name.
Oh,
Is it
that's
Vid?
That's a surprisingly big question. Vid works.
Vid
We'll go with
works.
that.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. It's a whole thing. Let's
That's all
talk
right,
about
as long as I have the
match.
correct pronunciation.
Yeah.
All
No,
right.
that works.
So what has been going on so far in top 8? Looks like we just got started.
Yeah, so we have just our first match for top 8 seeding, Blue Buster and Vivian. Blue Buster barely missed a PFC on Idola
Oh, I did hear the
right at the ending.
the Pep Ball blue busting comment. So
Yep. Yeah. Yep. So here, we talked a little bit about these charts, but you know what to expect here. Like, the expert it's a 17, but it's a fairly straightforward 17 in terms, like, it doesn't demand a ton in terms of execution except for this drill coming up.
yes, this is kind of the defining feature of the song. But otherwise, with just level caliber players that we are at this point, I mean, this song is a cakewalk for them.
Yep. 12EX lead on Blue Buster going into the drill. It'll be fascinating to see if they come out with any major change. Like, both of them looking so solid.
Absolutely, they are so dialed in. It's crazy seeing that marvelous attack from both of them to that drill.
Yeah, I don't think that lead changed at all. Blue Buster's not giving up any ground.
No, not at all.
All right, got this ending. A bit more crossy, a little more demanding in terms of form, but
Otherwise, very smooth form from both players.
and finishing strong. Wow.
Yeah, who's going to take that by 20 yachts?
And-
Wow.
Wow. That's absurd.
Just an 11 perfect PFCNB,
Yeah.
third song of the day.
Again, like, Vivian is absolutely putting up serious numbers too. Like, 23 perfects on any 17 is a celebration.
Absolutely. It's so insane once we get to like this level of any tournament. Like we've already had such high level play to begin with, and it's almost incomprehensible to see how much higher level play can be. It's like everyone is just so good.
Yeah, it's wild because, you play a certain level, you get to a certain skill, and you think, wow, it's going to be really hard to move on from here. And then seeing folks go up there and just rip stuff that you're barely getting by
Right.
on is inspiring, intimidating, and just an awe to watch in
But
general.
that's what's so exciting too about these tournament formats. I'm glad a lot of tournaments have started to incorporate in the waterfall format because it really lets you see players compete against one another of similar skill levels. I know we've talked about this a bunch, but it's so exciting to watch meaningful matches. I don't care what skill level you are, playing against somebody that is in your wheelhouse is fun and exciting for everybody. It's fun for you, it's fun for the competitors. Like, it's just all around a great format for a game like this where you have such a wide variety of skill levels.
Absolutely. I was singing its praises yesterday when we were talking about that because we had this fascinating pool of like two very strong MA contenders and two very strong uppers stamina pushers. And seeing the way those interplay with the card draws is just endlessly fascinating.
Absolutely. So you really start to see players' strengths and weaknesses too come out in these card draws. Anything can come up, and you better be ready for it.
Yeah, and getting, 3 guaranteed close matches is such a great motivator for doing tournaments and events like this.
Definitely.
As if the company and the scene weren't enough.
Right. All right, so it looks like we got Dunk and Pat Rob facing off against each other. Looks like Dunk sporting the Team Heron shirts. I'm sure I'm seeing some love for him in the chat.
An incredibly shiny song select.
Yeah. Yeah, Splash Gold. Looking at Dunk's scores, he certainly has quite a few splashes of gold over there across the difficulties.
Yeah, that's formidable. He's put in an incredible amount of work.
Absolutely.
Like, even just thinking about how many charts there are in the 10s or 11s, like, that's
Right.
almost a bigger ask than PFCing a whole bunch of 14s. Like,
Yeah.
getting through 300 or whatever.
That's what's crazy to me about some of these players that, obviously they have the skill at the top of the top difficulty levels, but then you see their MA and their just the mental fortitude it takes to get through all these lower level charts and just like work on MFCs and like MAs. That's a whole nother ball game.
Yeah. Speaking of MA, we see what looked like a 12 perfect PFC on Rob's side versus a 40-something on Dunk's. But, you know, as mentioned, Ace 2-0 is an older version. We have that big gap of data from newer players on newer versions, so this could be really anyone's game.
But sub 20 perfect PFC on Splash Gold is pretty formidable. This song is pretty tough for a 16, has a lot of steps in it too.
Yeah, and I was talking with Pat Ball just a bit ago. The ending is also nothing to slouch at because it's not so much physically demanding as it is the freeze arrows are this fascinating little bit of meta. Like, they tend to trick your brain into thinking, oh, I have to do something different, and completely throws you off your game if you're not ready for doing the crosses and ignoring the freezes completely.
Absolutely. Kind of a tricky little thing that I know Paranoia Respect was kind of one of the earlier charts to have that freeze tech that throws you off just a little bit because you don't really need to do anything different, but it definitely messes with you mentally if you're not ready for it.
Yeah, I fully expect both players will be fine with that, but we did see what looked like might have been just a little bit of beef with it at the end of the last group, so
sure,
it could happen.
Definitely.
Yeah, ultimately that's why we play these matches. We know how people can do on their best day, but it's exciting to see what they can do here and now under these constraints.
Exactly. Yeah, it's always very exciting seeing people pull off PBs and even things in the same wheelhouse as their PB in tournament settings, because these are not your ideal scenarios. You're most likely not in your home machine, you're not in your ideal circumstances, so being able to perform under less than ideal conditions really speaks to the level of player you are, that you're able to adapt. But yeah, this part's a little tricky here. We're going to have those freeze arrows that I talked about a little earlier. Doesn't seem like either one of them have a single problem with that. Dunk pick up a couple goods there at the end, though.
Beautiful execution on the crosses at the end, though.
Absolutely. Pack Rob just about tying his PB score. That's incredible.
Wow. Good job. Again, it's just, it's almost overwhelming.
It is.
Wow, we love to see it.
All right, so what do we got next? I keep looking up at the screen behind me as if that's a different screen than the one in front of me. I'm so used to looking for like the images of the jackets that I didn't even like read the text that was in front of me.
No, we're doing Idola.
Okay.
Yeah, I gave a take a little bit ago, but I'm curious to hear your take on this chart.
It's a rough 17.
Oh yeah.
Like I know there's only one level of difficulty between 17 and 16, but I feel like the jump between Expert and Challenge chart for Idola is huge.
Yeah.
You're kind of going from almost an intro level 16, I'd say. You know, it's an easier set of 16s to probably a mid to late level 17. So it's quite a jump in difficulty.
Yeah. One thing I want to add that I love about this chart is that it is brutal. It is a stamina drainer. It demands a lot of movement. There is very little way to cheat on this chart. You cannot get around it. You have to go through.
I feel like it's a longer song, too. I'm not sure of the actual length of the music itself, but it feels like it's pretty long. And I don't know if it's just because I feel like I want to die by the time it gets to the end of it, but
yeah,
definitely feels like it's asking a lot of you.
Yeah, in that sense, it's a great indicator of where their skill sets are, like not just MA, but stability on all this fast movement, switching between steps and jumps.
Yeah, these little triple sections are really hard to nail, and they are just doing a phenomenal job of it.
Yeah, making it almost look effortless.
Which, let's be real, chat, this is not effortless.
This is effortful,
yes.
overflowing, actually.
They buffer overflowed their effort.
2EX there. That's the difference.
This part, I guess you could consider this your break in the song.
As close as you get.
Right.
Yeah, a little bit of a breather before we go back into just 16s everywhere.
Yes. But both of them still coming up to that gold combo. Really close between the two of them. Only 3 EX separating the two right now. And even these parts with the jumps into those 12 notes, and then this section, it's very tricky to keep dialed in.
Yeah, Dunk gave up a tiny bit of ground there. Pakrov is just completely on point with those crosses, and wow.
Yeah, definitely a technical chart, not one that you can just stamina your way through, which you do need the stamina to get through it, but you also really need the tech to accomplish this.
Yeah, stamina is necessary but not sufficient.
Correct.
As they say.
Still very close. They're only 5 EX apart.
All right, where's it going to land? Beautiful.
Oh, and Dunk's actually going to end up on top with that one. 5 EX over Pack Rob.
That's a great job. Really not over till it's over. And
right.
when the 16th runs are at the end, it's not over for a while.
Not at all. Really close between the two of them. Look at that MA. Actually identical MA. It really came down to the distribution between perfects and then, Pack Rob getting a miss and a couple goods there. All right, back to B.
Yep. You know it. You love it. Unless you've tuned in the last 8 minutes or so.
B's one of those songs that I feel like most people would get annoyed with hearing, but it's grown on me so much. I actually really enjoyed this song.
Yeah. It's one of those examples, I think, of crosses the line twice, where there are annoying songs, and then there are songs that are so annoying that it becomes funnier to appreciate the annoyance.
Yeah. And when it has such a fun gimmick, if you want to call the challenge chart fun, I mean, I guess that's very subjective, but it has something very unique about it that, kind of puts the song on the map for a lot of people. The 18 having their infamous down arrow part, and then the 17 being a pretty good intro level 17 for a lot of people to either aim for a PFC or, whatever it is you're aiming for, whether it's a full combo, AAA. So it kind of has that hallmark status, which makes the song very popular for people.
I think it's also fun to note that the challenge chart was released after this original set of charts. And when this came out, a bunch of people made the joke, wouldn't it be funny if they made a challenge chart where the drill in the middle is just a foot switch?
Right.
And then it happened.
Surprise.
This is what you wanted.
I do imagine Konami just seeing all those messages and just snickering in the back room, haha, they only knew.
Yeah. Depending on who you ask, foot switches have officially been tech for a while, but after B, it's undeniable.
Right.
I'm sure someone has tried to play it as Jax.
I would like to see that, actually.
I'd love
a
to
high-level
see
play.
combo it. Yeah.
That'd be really interesting. New side tournament. Combo through the Jack and DCSP with 1 foot. Yeah, you see both these players having very little problem with this song.
Yep, it is a 17, but it's still very introductory. It's not nearly as demanding as Idola is on tech or stamina.
Yeah, very comfy speed to kind of hit those drills at. Nothing too complex in terms of moving around the pad.
All right, here's the infamous drill. They foot switch.
Are so dialed in. I saw maybe 3 perfects during that whole span of time.
Yeah, it looks like they're about neck and neck. With the layout here, we're kind of just looking back and forth very quickly.
A little hard to see, but since we're still in seeding, it's not, they're not quite head-to-head.
Yep, Dunk was up by 1 at that break.
Okay. Yeah, it looks like Pack Rob picked up a miss at one point. Dunk still got the gold combo going on, though.
Yeah, I think Pack Rob nailed that drill, but Dunk came back just on consistency after that. Oh, beautiful.
Okay. That's a very close match between these two players. They were within just 5 EX across all 3 songs.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he did MFC the drill, Pack Rob.
Pack Rob?
Yeah.
That's insane. I mean, 20 and a miss.
We mostly love to see it.
All right, so you can see cumulative EX up on the board there for seeding purposes. So it's the first half of our bracket. Now we should be moving on to the next 4 players to see where they will seed.
Yep, same song, different players. Wow. No Bar Ben mentions in the chat that Pakrov has a 1 perfect PFC on B.
Oh, wow. That's pretty insane for a 17. It doesn't matter how easy it is. That is an insane score.
Yeah. There are no easy 17s. They're just harder 17s.
Yes. And I do think that's kind of a myth that, as people get better and better at this game, they think that things just become easy. Things don't become easy. They just become less difficult for you as you gain new skill, new stamina, and new tech to be able to handle it.
Yeah, you find new ways to manage the challenges in front of you.
Yes. Yeah, like make no mistake, this game is not easy. People make it look easy, but it's not easy.
Yeah, especially at the upper echelons here, you see, you could be forgiven for thinking that they're just chilling out, having a good time, just running around a bunch.
Right.
But it is laser focus. It is this precise mechanical movement.
Absolutely.
That they practiced and whittled and spent hundreds and thousands of hours.
Oh, yes. I mean, this game is a sport. It is literally a sport. It's a very physical game. It requires a lot of mental work as well. There's just so many facets involved. It's really just a truly unique experience. It really bridges the gap between, when you talk about esports, but you don't have physical esports like we do with dance games.
Yeah.
So it's really such its own niche, and I think that's really what draws people to it and is so fascinating about DDR and other dance games.
Yeah, it uses a lot of things that I think folks find individually compelling. You have the kinematics of just movement. You have the social factor of playing with people you like. You have the competitive factor against yourself and others. There's something for just about anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I know I've been playing this game for over 20 years now. I know you've been playing for a while as well.
Just about 20.
Yeah, so I mean,
DDR Max in 2004.
Yep, that was. Well, I was Max 2. That was my first Max 2 home version. Was what got me started on this game. But obviously, we love this game, or we wouldn't still be here.
Yeah. And, it's so much more than just the game. It really is the scene, the community.
Absolutely.
The ways that you learn how to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I had so much fun with the side tournament that you and Rana ran at Mistake on the Lake 5, the side event of just, like, these silly challenges. Like, pass a 1 and also do this long math multiplication sheet.
Yeah. I had a lot of fun putting that on, so I'm glad you enjoyed it. It's been really fun to hear people enjoy that event. I do wish I had time to do more things like that.
Yeah.
Because it's fun to just kind of like enjoy the game that you like and not have to be so laser focused and just have fun with it. You don't really get a chance to do that in tournaments all the time.
Yeah, like tournaments ultimately are always going to be about, how well can you score on the hardest things you can pass.
Right.
But there are so many dimensions on which you can enjoy a game like this.
Absolutely.
Like, I enjoy the music, I enjoy the tactile motion on the pads, and I enjoy doing better for myself. Like, I don't have the competitive spirit of trying to be the best. I just want to do better.
You just want to be better than your past self. Yeah. But I mean, I was over here watching your matches earlier. You put on a hell of a show today.
Yeah, thanks. It wildly outperformed my expectations there.
That's fantastic.
I am still shocked I got any songs off of Serious or.
Yeah. You did a very good job. It was really entertaining watching your boost strat. I feel like you really had that nailed down to a T.
Yeah, I'm so excited to spread the good word of boost.
Yes. So it's very clear that you've been working on that, and it's definitely worked well in your favor.
Yeah. Again, like, the ways that you enjoy the game, there's meta around, like, what are the right speed mods or the right note skin or the right screen filter, but, we've seen throughout the last 2 days that those things can vary quite a bit from person to person.
Definitely.
And it doesn't necessarily make it unviable as a competitor. Sometimes it's exactly the opposite. Like,
right.
Somebody that's really cozy with Rainbow, more power to them. I don't understand it, but I love it.
Yeah. I mean, the more flexibility you have in this game and the more you're able to use the arsenal of mods that are at your disposal, and just honestly just experimenting with things will really prep you in the long run to be able to handle a lot of different things.
Yeah. There's also a lot of flexibility in the way that you set and make goals for yourself. Of course.
Sure.
Like, I've mentioned the Life 4 DDR group a couple times. It's very much focused on trying to build the comprehensive push up, push harder, push faster, push upwards in general. But I think there's a healthier mentality around the greater community that is one way to play. It is not necessarily the correct way.
Right, exactly.
Like, obviously, tournaments are always going to bias toward who plays and gets better scores.
Right.
But there's so much more than just the competitive factor.
Yeah. At the end of the day, this is your game. Play it the way you want.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great exercise. If all you want to do is enjoy exercising while listening to awesome music, it's a great game for that.
Yeah. And the vibes here are superlative. I have so enjoyed, catching up with old friends and meeting new people, and just like a bunch of the Ohio DDR crew that I had just met in passing at the last Mistake on the Lake. I actually got an extended conversation with Yono and Jade, and met Safari for the first time. And Safari's also been just killing it.
He's been ripping it.
Like, scary MA player, and I absolutely underestimated his ability to score well on uppers, too.
Yes, he's definitely been really breaking into the scene. It's been real fascinating and fun to watch. Definitely a local player, so I play with him quite a bit, and he has just shot past me in skill level. So it's been real fun to see, though. I love playing with him.
Yeah, I know the feeling. I used to have Dan H as a rival. For a few months there, we were about even, but then he just skyrocketed past me on MA.
I know that feeling.
He had some incredible matches earlier today.
He really did. I felt so bad with his leg acting up, but he was killing it today.
Yeah, he earned it.
Definitely. Absolutely earned it.
Was it like 26 perfects on I'm So Happy?
It was something like that.
Incredible.
His MA is amazing.
Yeah, so it's such a delight. Okay.
So starting the second half of seeding for the bracket. Looks like we're getting some warm-ups up on the pad right now.
All right, Blaster, good solid choice. It's fairly demanding just in terms of rhythmic accuracy and being good about doing your crossovers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was curious if these players were going to be doing the crossovers or trying to double step this.
Well, as long as they know where they can't get away with double stepping, then we'll be fine. But, obviously this isn't going to count toward the seeding, but wait, is this round of 8? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Do we have the card draw? Okay, yeah, Brenna's working on the card draw.
Oh, right.
So, sorry, my bad. We got a little carried away there. So this is, in fact, the warm-up song for the round of 8.
Okay.
So, I feel a little bad now because I always love seeing these warm-up songs just as a little preview of what skill sets you're going to likely see from these folks, where they excel.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Bogo earlier rip a PFC and Boss Rush Expert for Song of the Day for his warm-up, so
wow.
If that's a predictor of what's to come, then I'm a little scared.
Yeah, it starts ramping up considerably from here. Yeah, Vivian feeling very comfy on these 16s. MFC'd that run there.
Yeah, she's very locked into this.
Yeah, Flip's doing a great job keeping up. Let's just see how the sending goes. Beautiful.
Nice.
Wow.
Yeah, very clean run from Vivian on that.
Yeah. And Flip's MA right through the ending was fantastic too. Like, he noticeably caught up a little bit right in that last couple measures.
Yeah, so I mean, that's just their warm-up and they're already ripping.
Yeah. So, it's a little early to tell, but I feel like, ooh, yes. Beautiful.
Ooh, is this our first song? No, I think this might be maybe another warm-up. Still waiting for the bracket to get updated for us with the songs.
Yeah.
But we've seen New York evolved. We've seen B a couple times today. We saw C today. This is our first time seeing New York A being played at all.
Okay. All right, we're a little disorganized here. That was, in fact, the first song. They did not get an extra warm-up.
Okay, so we are into song number 2.
First one. Yep, New York A.
All right, New York A being notable for the one of the New York Evolves that does the song BPM double in the second half. So you're forced to read this first half slower than you typically would.
Yep. It's also a pain point for many people trying to read B or C and not realizing that the BPM display is actually twice what it should be.
Yes.
Because the Evolves always have something tricky up at their sleeve.
I do think the New York A is like the most hyped version, but it is also the hardest version to actually play and execute.
Absolutely. Oh, Flip quite a bit ahead just on those early 16s.
Yeah, it looks like Vivian just made a couple mistakes early on, so we'll see if that costs her or not. She looks pretty dialed in for the rest of this.
Yeah, there's plenty of errors left to go, and I think seeing the double BPM section is going to tell us a lot about how the rest of the...
Yeah, looks like she's having a little difficulty reading this part. This part's a little tricky because you do kind of have to double step a lot of this section. You can kind of get tricked into crossing over. And also the song is just very late.
Yeah.
Here's our speed up into the double speed part.
I love these little gallops here.
I do too. This part's so fun.
Yeah, it's absolutely baffling on a first read, but satisfying to nail. And nailing it they are. Both of them very clearly comfortable with this section.
Yeah. And we have this tricky little part coming up here. Let's see how well they do during it.
Oh,
very
nice.
comfortable with that.
Vivian extremely clean on that. Flip just a little bit less clean, but it may not matter with the lead that he's pulled from his consistency overall.
All right, yeah, pretty good run there from Flip. Vivian also doing pretty well.
In a full combo. Scary on this chart.
Yeah.
Great work.
Very scary on that chart.
One great, one good.
Not bad at all.
That close to a PFC.
I'd like to cash in my great and my good, please.
All right, so we got our...
All right, so we're moving into the third song, Antimatter Experts. Actually kind of another late song, so 2 late songs back to back. This being a little bit faster though, so we'll see maybe if they're warmed up for this after playing New York A.
Yeah. I feel like this is very much in Vivian's wheelhouse as like a foot speed, a little bit of stamina, a lot of execution. The patterns in the 17 are, of course, very fast, very draining. You can get a lot of stamina optimization out of your form because you don't have to move around as much on the pad compared to the 18 or even some of the other 17s. But it's still no slouch. Like, this demands high precision, acuity in execution.
Definitely.
The Vivian's obviously comfortable with it. PFC on the difficult. What looks like maybe a 4 grade on expert.
Yeah, and Flip already has the PFC on this as well, so I imagine it'd be pretty close between the two of them. I'm not sure whose favor this is going to work in.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited to see how it goes. Right, both of them very clearly comfy with the sync where it is. Both of them know about that awkward offset 3-0.
Yeah, which is different on like every difficulty.
Oh, Konami.
It's got to keep you on your toes.
Yep. Yeah, just glancing over at the pads here, Flip's form is very clean. He's staying very low to the pad, but making it work great.
Yeah, Flip will play about 10 right now. Still got over half of the song to go. Very clean from Vivian. Yeah,
Wow.
She just made up a lot of ground and ended up seeing through that section.
Yeah, she's definitely got her game face on for this one.
Yeah, very focused. I mean, you can see in both of their faces how focused they are throughout this.
Yeah, it's a scary close.
Ooh, they are tied right now.
Yep. At this point, it looks like it's going to be Flip's consistency against Vivian's MA. Right. Looking for a strong finish here.
Yeah, few pass coming up on either side, but otherwise that was so clean.
Beautiful.
Flip's going to take that with 3.
Oh,
Very
great
clean
work.
run from both of them. 39 perfects for both.
Oh no, that's so close.
Wow.
It was the miss. Wow.
Very, very good performance from them both.
Yeah. That is such a demanding chart. It did fantastic work executing it.
Absolutely.
So Flip will take that one.
And looks like we got Blue Buster and Milligram coming up. Milligram was one of our Tier 7 winners that moved on to the bracket. So he's had quite the run already today. Been doing very, very well. So I'm excited to see him continue on in the bracket.
Yeah, it's been an exciting day, just dipping in and out and catching these matches and seeing these just like sparks of brilliance.
Definitely. So Milligram coming over from the Philadelphia area.
Yep, the classic Go Birds.
Yes. Okay, and Blue Buster coming all the way from St. Louis, Missouri. He actually says he's planning on moving to Pittsburgh, so this might be his home arcade someday.
Yeah, hope so. I know it's been a goal of his for a while. Like, we chat every now and again. Actually met up, what was that, AGDQ? I don't know. We happened to be in town at the same time sometime this year. Everything's been a blur because it's been
Yeah.
such a busy year. But, yeah, great dude, solid guy, scary
Absolutely.
good MA player.
All right, so it looks like, is this our first round of the bracket?
Well, second round. It's,
Sec-
second match.
Second match, okay. All right, so we are starting with Trigger. We saw Trigger played once earlier today. This is quite a tricky song. Well, first a warm-up with Bag CSP, of course. This is very much a Milligram special. You can see that 8 perfect PFC on this.
That's quite
actually,
a dual flex.
yeah, look over at Blue Buster's side. You got 9 perfect PFC on that. So actually going to be real fun to see them battle this out on this warm-up song.
Official certified Mad Lads here.
So for those of you who aren't aware of the Bag lore, Bag is a chart from DDR Extreme. At the time, the note quantizations were not able to be whittled down to the exact amount, so the chart was what people call broken, meaning it wasn't exactly where the beat was. So they fixed the chart, but then people got mad because Bag was such a unique challenge that they brought back the old broken chart as the challenge chart and had the new fixed chart be the new expert chart. So this is the original chart as it appears on DDR Extreme, and that's why it sounds so weird hearing them step, because that's not actually where the beat of the song is.
Yep. If memory serves, for every set of triplets, the on-beat one is fine. The second one you have to hit a little early.
Yes.
The third you have to hit a little late.
Yeah. See, Vid knows it.
Yeah, I have like a 975 on this. I tried.
I mean, I'm okay at this.
Oh?
I don't know what I have on this. I don't have a PFC, I'll say that.
Fair enough. That is, you know.
But I do not go out of my way to play Bag, unlike Milligram, who just really nails this anytime he plays it.
Very demure. Yeah, of all the EFCs that you could get in the game, I would love to see where Bag Challenge ranks up against like 15, 16, 17s.
Right. I mean, it was an old school time back in the day.
Beautiful.
Wouldn't that be funny if that was like the tournament winning song right there?
Wild. Can you imagine getting a grade on that chart? Who would? Wow.
All right, fun little warm up. Now we're moving into the real stuff. Trigger, which certainly is a song.
It's much more serious than Bag.
Yes, but you might say almost as gimmicky.
Yeah.
So this was written, this was back from DDRX. So back when Konami was really trying a lot of new things. Whether or not this song has aged well, I will leave that up to you to decide. It's very different from a lot of things in the game. Not a lot of people like playing this because it just is really, really tricky.
Honestly, I kind of love the sound of this song. I wish there were more pieces from this artist and you know, maybe some more reasonable Soflan.
I do like how different it is, but it's very tricky to play.
Yeah, a game this big, it's kind of hard to name things that stand out just because you have to cover so many different bases on like how it sounds, how it plays. Like every little bit of weirdness is something that makes this game a little better, I think.
Yeah, and actually we do have at least one or two other songs by Sonic Cole in the game, but they sound nothing like Trigger. I'm trying to remember, is it Battle of the Feathers that's by them?
Something like that, yeah.
No, not Battle of the Feathers. Someone in chat correct me.
Flourish.
Flourish. I mix them up because they both have flourish, feathers,
Yeah.
similar words.
Yeah.
But anyways, on to this match. Blue Buster is taking the lead right now by about 30 EX over Milligram.
Yep. I suppose it's almost redundant at this point, but they're very clearly comfortable with how this chart plays.
Absolutely. Yeah, very tricky chart. You really have to know the ins and outs of this with all these gimmicks going on and speed changes.
It's easy to get tripped up by the step jumps too if you're not very clean on your execution. You can hear some very tasteful pad smacking going into those step jumps there.
Tasteful pad smacking. Yeah, this part's a little tricky with these little gallop crossovers. Yeah. Blue Buster with a still pretty good lead right now over Milligram. But both of them doing really well, still pulling up to the Grateful combo. It's really hard to MA through this kind of chart. All right, Blue Buster's can take the win on that.
But both of them have the moral victory of comboing that piece.
Absolutely. 33-3 is pretty good on Trigger. That's a really hard song to dial into.
Yeah, nice work.
All right, so from that, we're going to be moving on to Reach the Sky Without You. One of the older KAC songs from, I would say around like 2017, 2018. I'd say pretty universally liked 17 as far as 17s go. Good song. Most people seem to enjoy playing it. Nothing too tricky about it. It has some gimmicks, but they're pretty easy to learn.
Yeah, they go very nicely with the song.
Yes, one of those ones where it feels like it should do what it's doing. You know, not really meant to trick you or anything.
Yeah, just a little extra spice, a little flavor. Makes it feel a little more like a unique piece of work.
Definitely. You saw over on Blue Buster's side, he had a 6 perfect PFC on this. So we'll see if he can bring that kind of MA into this run right now.
Wow, beautiful work on that.
Yeah. Blue Buster only up 3 at the start of the song.
Again, we see some of those kind of brutal step jump 16 patterns. And here you either turn or you get very good at double stepping.
Yeah, it looks like I'm seeing a little bit of both. Milligram doing turns on his side, Blue Buster doing some double stepping. Both of them getting through that pretty solidly.
Yeah, this I think is a great 17 because it has a little bit of everything. Like it's not too strongly biased to anyone's skill set. It's just a great all-arounder.
Yes, definitely. And it's fun. It's a fun song to listen to play. You know, it's nothing too outlandish, but definitely not a walk in the park either. Yeah, Blue Buster with about a 30 EX lead right now over Milligram. Still holding on to that gold combo too in the left. You can hear the added ghost steps.
A little bit of a rest, relatively.
Yes. That's about all you're going to get.
So much love for that little tick-tock.
But it's really fun.
Yeah.
And overall, the song is not super long.
Yeah, it's demanding, but I feel like it's fair.
Yes. Wow.
Great job.
Wow, really good run.
Fantastic. Is tearing that up.
Really, really good from both of them.
Yeah, 23 perfects is a wild run on any 17.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like Blue Buster's going to take that 2-0, so we're not going to go to the third song, which looks like it would have been Rice Metal, as it's colloquially known as.
That's it. See you next time on the dance floor.
If you enjoy Reach the Sky Without You as a song, there is a long version, or actually the original version of the song, on the DDR Ace original soundtrack. So if any of you are interested in hearing that, or if you haven't heard it before, check it out. Who doesn't love more of Reach the Sky Without You?
Yeah, there's some hidden gems on the Bomani soundtracks if you haven't been looking. It's well worth at least, taking a glance through, see that there's something you love. I personally am partial to the full version of Private Eye, silly as that is.
I do. Private Eye is such a good song.
Yeah.
I'm with you there.
Like, I would love to know what the lyrics are saying. I can make out about a line and a half.
Yeah.
But it's so catchy. It's so fun. The 12 is such a great chart.
Yeah, synced really well too. Another one of those fun charts. That's a good candidate for early MFCs for some people. But yeah, I'm really sad that there hasn't been an official soundtrack released since Ace.
Oh, yeah.
Because I
that's
definitely collected those. Okay, so next up we got Dunk and BOGO, and we are jumping straight into an 18.
Oh, boy.
It looks like BOGO protecting Come to Life challenge. Seems right up his alley. Definitely really good at level 18 charts. And then right after that, Dunk is protecting Saber Wing Akira Ishihara head check mix. So we're going into kind of a stamina check into a pretty tricky 17. Looks like they're going to get a warm-up here before they start their match. Yeah, Blackjack, a pretty comfortable warm-up song. Just get you moving.
Yeah, just a little bit of crossovers, a little bit of 16th runs. It's a nice, palate cleanser.
Yes, definitely.
Aperitif.
Yeah, aperitif for what's coming next.
There's also a classic, relatively introductory 15. It's still going to demand a lot of you for that difficulty, but it's, fairly straightforward. If you got your crossovers, if you got your syncopations, it's just a joy to play.
Yeah, and 150 is a very comfortable BPM, especially for this difficulty level. If you're just working into being able to hit 16th note runs, this is a very comfy BPM to really learn to dial in on.
Not too fast, not too slow.
Yeah, historically one of the aforementioned magic BPMs back in the day where we needed magic BPMs in order to PFC songs.
Getting into all the lore today. Oh, playing it on shuffle. That's fascinating. BOGO's choosing shuffle for this one.
Yeah, just to keep him on his toes. Wake him up mentally as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great idea, I think. At the level where you're going to go into an 18, shuffling a 15 might be a great way to force yourself to think really hard about the upcoming patterns and do some stuff you might be physically uncomfortable doing just by rote.
As long as he remembers to turn shuffle off before playing the 18.
Yeah.
That might be a disaster.
Yeah. Most 18s, anyway. There
True.
are some 18s that shuffle is decent on, depending on who you ask.
Some might say the songs were indeed made to play on shuffle. I know, Chad, you all know what song I'm talking about. It starts with a D and ends in Ed N Groove Radar Special.
All right. Yeah, Dunk's looking very solid on the MA here. Just a little bit fast, perhaps, but
But you know what? He's going to be moving 30 BPM faster on the next song, so gotta get those legs moving.
yep. Impressive that BOGO's still keeping combo on this. There's a lot of little strange crossovers being thrown his way because of the shuffle.
I know, I've noticed that.
That's a fascinating idea, though. I gotta
Gotta
maybe
experiment with that.
shuffle on a warm-up, see how that goes.
Yeah, just give yourself a little post-it note. Turn shuffle off next song. I'm always so anxious that I'm going to leave something like that on in a tournament.
Yeah, it's a shame that there isn't a clear indicator somewhere on the song select. You have to go into the menu to remember to turn it off.
Right.
That's bad if you don't have object permanence.
Yes, definitely. Okay, so it looks like Bogo has mirror on right now. I'm assuming that's an intentional change on his end.
Playing 3-5 on that side.
Yeah, so really close scores between the two of them. Got 995 on Dunk's side and 997 on Bogo's side. I have to imagine this is going to be a really close match.
Yeah, they're both executing excellently so far. You know, sometimes you will see mirror just picked because some certain charts will have a foot preference on a particularly tough part, and if you know which foot you're better at leading with, sometimes people will put on mirror just to exploit that a little bit for an advantage.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh, very
Beautiful.
clean.
Wow.
Both of them executed that flawlessly.
One EX difference there. Dunk double stepping those potential foot switches. Oh, nice.
Folks, this is what a high-level DDR looks like. This is insane to watch. Bogo just flawlessly executing this. Dunk just made one little mistake, and he's still so close, not far behind at all. Bogo pulling ahead a little bit. We'll see if Dunk can hold on. Yeah, playing in mirror definitely seems to be working very well for Bogo, so I'm sure he's practiced this way many times.
Holding onto that gold combo is quite a feat here. Oh yeah. Even getting through those crossover freezes just fine.
Oh, jeez. Everyone's holding their breath right now watching this.
Wow. The room is
I'm speechless.
wrapped. Excuse us if we get quiet for a little bit.
I can't do anything but watch with my mouth open.
Come on, come on.
Oh!
Oh, man.
What a run!
Incredible.
Wow.
And yeah,
The
Bogo takes
entire
that.
crowd was silent
Oh,
watching that.
One miss off the PFC on an 18.
What an incredible run. Yeah. And Dunk too. Dunk only had 10 less Marvelouses.
Yeah,
that
that
was
is-
so close.
Yeah, looking very clean, doing great execution. Bogo just had that little bit extra. He's looking a little baffled up there, actually. Like,
But I mean,
did
that's a
that
new
just happen?
PB.
Yeah. Wow. You love to see it.
Yeah, Bogo's one of those players that really just locks in tournaments. I think it really gives him like extra power, like an extra like boom.
Yeah.
But we're moving into Dunk's pick now, with Saber Wing Akira Ishihara Headshot Mix Challenge. Very tricky 17. You can see Dunk's got the PFC on this right now with 45 perfects. The sync could be a bit of a problem on this. The song is notoriously late. And being at 316 BPM, sometimes it's a little hard to hold back to not rush it.
Yeah. At this skill level, you're not likely to see either of them being surprised by the sync, but you could still see them lose a perfect here, a perfect there, just from getting distracted trying to execute on the tricky runs.
Oh, sure.
Especially those impressive anchor runs near the end.
Yes, the ending is kind of like one long run with a lot of crossovers in it, so a lot of tech and finesse needed to get through that.
Yeah. This is very much a classic gimmick chart knowledge pick, but it is no slouch for technical execution either.
No, not at all. I just want to point out, Bogo submitted to the crew that he is coming back from a year-long hiatus from tournaments. So it's really good to see him back out here again performing, and he is showing that he's lost no ground whatsoever.
Putting on quite a show. What? Huh. Did something happen with the tech there?
Oh, okay, yeah, we had a pad issue. Looks like we're going to restart that. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, both of them missed the opening intro. It looked like a problem. All right, Ogo takes it with 84 EX.
Yeah, look, we're gonna probably just reset that song, so bear with us here while we get the machine reset.
Yeah, question mark seems about right. Chat knows what's up.
That's it.
The song was so late that you couldn't even hit the first arrow, which makes no sense whatsoever.
It's actually still coming up. All right, it looks like there's... Oh, Sirius is coming up to chat about it.
Okay, we got the bracket on the screen right now for those of y'all who are following along at home, want to see where we're at. Yeah, so it looks like we're doing Duncan Bogle right now, and we'll probably do Pack Rob and Soul Animal after this.
Oh, assuming that the song behaves this time. Oh,
Okay, we're going to do a song test with good old Hard Brain.
Yep.
Another very popular warm-up song and pad test song.
Also just a lot of fun to play along to. You have that very hard bass. The sync is pretty good, I think.
Definitely. Yeah, anything with that really driving bass is really, as long as it's synced appropriately, easy to dial into. So it's become a very popular song for PFC candidates, for warm-ups, for pad tests. You end up hearing this one a lot at tournaments.
It's a great pick if you need to do MA in a noisy environment. Seems like they're satisfied with it.
So we'll see the different towels on the bars for each player. Dunk is repping the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup towel. Bogo has the traditional white towel with looks like a anti-slip grip underneath it to keep it from slipping off the pad. I've actually seen quite a few people pick up that strat to keep their towel from moving around on the bar.
Oh, that's a great idea.
It really is. The first time I saw that, I was like, wow, why didn't I think of that?
See, tournaments aren't just about competition.
Right.
You learn a lot too.
All right, take two.
All right, Marvelous on the first arrow. I think we're good.
I think we're good.
Yeah, so as we were talking about a little bit ago, we don't expect them to get caught up on the sync, but it can contribute to just losing a little bit of EX here and there, depending on how clean their execution is. So far looking very clean.
Yeah, done with a little bit of a lead so far. Picked up a great there, but still ahead of the game. Those step jumps are really tricky to hit.
Great work. Yeah, it is an incredibly fast BPM to hit step jumps.
Very clean MA over on Dunk's side.
Bogo keeping it very close here.
Yeah, Dunk only up by about 12 EX or so. They're going to move into the ending stream run here with some tricky crossovers.
All right, this is where that execution will make all the difference.
Very clean. Dunk is still ahead, but not given a lot of room for comfort.
They both did a great job on that. That's just the hard part of a match like this is your opponent has to get behind a bit for you to get ahead.
Exactly. Okay, Dunk's going to take that one by 9 EX.
Well done.
Okay, so each of them are winning their song picks, and look how close that was.
Wow. Yeah, that's 3 arrows in this absurd crossover, lateral, anchor. Like, that would have made all the difference there.
Yeah. All right, so now we're moving on to the tiebreaker, which is Gaia. Probably for these players, the easiest song of the 3. This is really just going to be a stamina MA check. This song is really easy to dial into, sync really well. 180 BPM is pretty comfortable for a lot of folks. And it looks like neither of these players are strangers to PFCs on the start.
Wow.
Yeah, everyone can see Vivian's area and machine record on this of 10 perfects. Pretty good.
Yeah, it's a classic for like, if you are one of those uppers players for 16 PFCs, this is a great early pick. It's a great late pick. It's great for just testing just your precision of movement.
Yeah, quite a banger too.
Oh yeah. Nico Matamaster and LED need to do more work together, I think.
Agree.
This is one of those like greater than the sum of their parts songs, I think.
I definitely agree with you there. But this is really going to be a battle of DMA between the two players.
Yeah.
No room for mistakes.
We'll go up by 1, but that's just 1 perfect. He could lose it.
Yeah, we have 3 sections of this chart where there's either a slowdown or a stop. Neither of these players are going to have any problems with that because they're very familiar with this.
Yep, very nice.
Yeah, very clean for both of them. Gogo picked up a good a little early on. Dunk ever so slightly ahead.
Yeah, that's the other side of this high-level tournament play is that every perfect really matters.
Absolutely. Okay, Dunk only up by 4 right now.
Excellent work on that drill day.
Dunk not giving up any Marvelouses at all for Gogo to have any room to catch back up.
He is staying right on his tail. If Dunk makes any mistakes, Gogo's going to be right there to get them.
Absolutely. Okay, we're going to have 2 runs here at the very end. We'll see it. Ooh, Dunk picked up a great. Only up by 5 on Dunk's side. And Dunk's going to take that.
Well done.
Very, very clean.
Yeah, the whole room
13-2.
leaned in a little bit on that grade.
And one of those gamer lean moments. Very clean run from them both. That was a really, really close match.
Yeah, you can kind of feel the electricity in the room kind of building up now. Like everyone's that much more engaged. You know, the chairs are scooted in a little closer. Everyone's paying a little more attention. I expect that to just keep ramping up as we keep going here because, you know, as impressive as all of this play has been so far, it makes you really excited to see what's coming next.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been exciting all day, but it's only gotten more exciting somehow. I can't even, like, I've been so excited by every match I've sat here and watched today. Everyone's just been doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, going back to your point about the format, it's just always a delight to see close matches.
It really is.
And it's hard not to be invested seeing these people put their all into this game that we love.
Absolutely. Okay, so next match coming up to the pads, looks like we have Cell Anima and Kakrab.
Kakrab, we got a decent preview from the seeding round. Cell Anima, I don't think we've seen on the pads recently.
No, he hasn't been up since Pool 7, I believe. So he's had a bit of a break. I imagine they're probably going to get a warm-up here. Ooh, Trigger again.
Ooh.
All right. Looks like Cell Anima protected Trigger. I can't remember if he played that earlier today. I remember there was someone in his pool that played Trigger. I feel like it might have been Cell Anima versus Misu, but I could be wrong. But this being Cell Anima's pick makes me think it might have been his.
Yeah. In any case, it's a solid pick if you know the song, know the chart, you know, are confident in your ability to execute it. It's,
Sure.
You know, at this echelon of skill, it's not going to get anyone on the gimmicks.
No,
but
not at all.
If you are very comfy executing it, it's still great to just fall back on an old familiar.
Yes, but I mean, looking at the next 2 songs they have, Max Period Expert and Paranoia Revolution Expert, I don't know what the easiest song is out of those 3. I venture to say there isn't anything easy about those songs.
Yeah, they test, you know, some overlapping, but some very different skill sets. So it'll be great to see, see this warm up, see a little bit of what we can expect from the next few songs.
Yeah, it looks like some of them messing around with their Sun Plus. But CyberConnect, another one of those 150 BPM 15s, which always seem to be a good BPM to warm up on. Yeah, CyberConnect, I believe, was the first song by Black Lolita in DDR. One of the early Golden Lake songs, which released a lot of really good songs by some new artists that we hadn't seen before.
Yeah, just in general, the Ace 2O music production and sound direction has been fantastic.
Yes.
Like, we've been eating great for the last few years.
Yeah. Ace 2O is honestly one of my favorite mixes from a pure music standpoint. I felt like there was very few misses that came out on Ace 2O.
Yeah, there's some stuff that's contentious, but you're going to have a hard time finding somebody who doesn't think the song is good
Right.
for really any pick.
And it's impossible to get a mix where everything's universally loved. That's not going to happen because people have taste and that's subjective. But overall, I feel like Ace 2O is a very solid mix for a lot of reasons. And that's where we have this banger of a song from.
Yep. It's a great little 15 too. It's still a little bit gentle in terms of how much you have to physically move, but the rhythms are fun, they're tricky, they're nothing to sneeze at.
Yes. And again, that very comfy 150 BPM range means it's a fan favorite to play just because it's such a comfy BPM to be.
All right, 15 perfect, sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? And it is trigger time again. We pulling the trigger for the third time today, I believe. How many times I've seen this song come up now. Very similar perfect counts on their PFCs between the two of them.
I'm very curious if they've, how often they play this chart. Because, we have this just kind of potentially outdated score.
Very true.
Cell is obviously going to be very comfortable with this if he went out of his way to protect it.
Yeah, it definitely makes you wonder with some of these older songs how often they're being played and practiced nowadays when they are very much valid songs and choices in tournaments. So you still have to be familiar with it. You can't just never play this again. But there's so many songs nowadays. You really can't be completely abreast with everything all the time.
Yeah. That's part of the fun of tournaments. You have a base set of skill and execution. You have your ability to move, your form, your skill at reading. But at this level, it really helps shave off the perfects if you know the song, if you can play it without thinking.
Sure. Sail Anima only up 2 right now.
Tied right there. Yeah, safe to say that he is very comfy with this.
Yeah, Pac Rob pulled ahead just a very little bit.
Yeah, I think Pac Rob's just raw skill here is keeping him very close.
Yeah, Sail Anima just getting a few perfects there, which gave Pac Rob some room to take the lead. And we'll see what happens with these ending crossover gallops.
Yeah, Pac Rob tried to cheat him in Lust, and Cell caught right back up. Just needs one more of those to pull ahead.
Oh, this is going to be a nail biter.
Love to see it. Wow.
Still almost going to take that by Todd.
Incredible.
Oh, I couldn't tell what was happening until the very end. I didn't want to say anything.
Yeah. Those that's 4 arrows. That grate got me scared.
Yeah. Good pick by Sail Anima. Good job pulling down on that one.
Great job.
All right. No time for rest yet because it's time for max period.
Another infamously late chart.
Yeah, and also with the BPM range, we had Trigger that's 200 to 400 BPM, or I'm sorry, 100 to 400 I think on Trigger, and now Max Period, which is 150 to 600. So another song that basically does a speed half and then a speed double. So not a lot of comfortable speed mods you can use to read that at. So you're going to see Salem using the Sun Plus strat on here. Both of them playing, Sail on 1x and Pepper on 1.25.
Yep. That is a pretty bold speed mod to pick here, because that puts you at 750 for the ending.
That does make the ending very fast. But Pepper looks like he's pretty comfortable with that. I'm sure he's played the song at that speed before, so there's not a ton of song by the time you get to that part of the song. Hopefully he remembers it well enough to be able to read at that speed. But looks like they're neck and neck right now.
Yeah, Cell ahead a little bit. Looks like he's locked just a tiny bit more into the window.
Okay, yeah, Cell with a little bit of a lead at the slowdown.
Always love to see the sudden plus off and then a Marvelous.
Yeah, very smooth Sun Plus strat.
Potentially risky.
Yeah, really hard to dial in this part because there's not a lot going on in the music, but both of them very cleanly executing that. And then these runs here at the end that you guys start crossover are going to be very telling of who's practiced their crossovers recently.
Right. Then we zoom. Wow. That is... I'm so impressed that Pakrov is following along with this. That's such a bonkers speed mod to choose here.
Oh my god, Pakrov pulled ahead.
Wow.
Pakrov took that by 11 EX with a very clean run at the end.
Incredible. Yeah, there's so little room for error at this tier.
Yeah, and he was very clearly comfortable reading that on 1.25. No problems whatsoever for him.
Wow.
Very good job to both of them. That was, whew, those two songs back to back were very close.
Yeah.
And now it is 18 time.
That's it. See you next time.
All right. Nice, gentle little tiebreaker. Paranoia Revolution expert.
I don't believe the words gentle and 18 belong in the same sentence together.
Yeah, it's arguably one of the easier 18s to pass, but that's, that's like saying it's one of the easiest horses to eat.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage in the tournament, we're not worried about passing 18s. We're worried about scoring an 18. So we'll see how well these competitors can eat this horse.
Yeah, this is famously one of the tribute charts in the game.
Yes.
Which is
funny coming off the tail end of Max Period.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you got this chart composed entirely by stitching together famous parts of other notable boss songs.
Yes, definitely.
So there's a little bit of everything in here. You have the like some of the awful possession challenge crossovers that you have to get progressively wider. You have the Valkyrie Dimension ending.
Yes.
You have to know to start that crossed over.
Yes, Mark QQQ demonstrated that for us very well during Upbeat. It's still a very infamous match that lives on in my head.
Yeah. Looks like Selim has the advantage from just these numbers, but let's see.
It's very close.
Yeah.
I imagine this is also going to be another very close song between these two.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, this is just a high stamina demand. Some tricky sections, a little bit of a rest break on some of these patterns, and then you get into film jumps.
Yes.
So it's a grab bag.
Pakrov reading 0.25 higher, which seems to have been his MO from the beginning of this round.
Beautiful work on this crossovers.
Oh yeah, both of them executing that flawlessly.
I think it's from a June song. I don't remember. No, Trip Machine.
Yeah, there is
Trip
a video on YouTube that shows what all the charts references are in Paranoia Revolution, so I highly recommend checking that out sometime if you're curious. But looks like Pakrov up with about 10 EX leads right now over Sail Anima as we move into the middle part of the song. This part I know is referencing some of the Paranoia charts. I just can't remember which ones.
Yeah. I think this is Paranoia Eternal here.
Yes,
This
that one
just
makes
up-
sense. Okay, pack grab up by about 15 right now.
Yes, another section.
Yeah, we're going to a really twisty part right here. It's really difficult to read at the speed, but both of them almost getting through it. A little bit of a mishap there on Cell's side.
Yeah, Pakrab pulling ahead just by virtue of his consistency.
Yeah. Okay, Pakrab up by about 30 EX now. See if we can hold on to that lead through the end of the song. Picking up a miss over on Pakrab's side. Still has a pretty good lead though.
Got your film jumps. Your Pluto relinquish ending. Just a little bit of everything in this one.
Yeah, Pakrab up by 50 right now at the end.
All right. Ending.
Both starting crossover, but not enough to tell him how to make up any ground.
All right. Great work.
Really good job from both of them. That's a brutal song to end on. And you can see they're both just so gassed. They both gave it their all during that match.
Yeah, you can kind of see the facade of the easy, effortless gameplay start to crack a little when you get in and get pushing.
Into 18s.
Yeah, when you really start pushing them on execution like that. Like, you know, even for the best players in the world, 18s are still no picnic. You're still looking at, you know, dozens or hundreds of attempts just to get the scores that you want.
Yeah, definitely. I do wonder though, so obviously we have 15 to 18 in the card draw right now. Do we have 19s in the card draw, do you know? I'm actually not sure if we have 19s in the card draw. I'm going to take a quick look for you guys, chat, see if those are going to be entering the card draw or not.
In the meantime, we have Milligram and Vivian setting up. This should also be a pretty exciting match. Like, both of them have been putting up strong performances. Yeah. I think Milligram was one of the folks promoted from Pool 7.
He was, yes.
Yeah.
It was him and Bogo that promoted from Pool 7, and they both put on a fantastic run.
Mm-hmm. So, we have the draw. Ooh, Paranoia Respect is our starter.
All right, good pick from Vivian.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Milligram protecting NGO Challenge. A very interesting pick. And then a tiebreaker, if it comes down to it, will be Cozy Catastrophe Expert.
Are they playing?
I don't know. I'm not sure if they know the order of the song.
Oh, okay. The card draw is out of order.
Okay, so
Thank
NGO
you.
will be our first song.
All right. Yep, a classic tournament pick, especially pre-World.
Yes. So this has come up a couple times over the last couple days. And I mentioned it, I think most times it's come up, but I'll mention it here as well because it could come into play. But NGO has had its sync changed pretty significantly on DDR World to the point where going back and playing it now on Ace 2O Plus, it's going to feel very different if you have since played it on DDR World. So whether or not it's going to affect either of those players, I don't know. I don't know if they played it with the new sync and if that's going to bother them at all. But the song is historically late normally.
Yes,
It has been moved to a much earlier sync, but that's not going to apply here since we're on Ace 2O Plus.
Yeah, this is a great example of a chart where the sync actually is off enough that you are fighting, trying to hit late with executing the chart, and, you know, they may make it look effortless. We don't know yet, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them bleeding perfects just here and there as the patterns get harder and harder.
Yes, absolutely. Both of them playing it on the regular old turn mod, no left, right, or shuffle. I know sometimes you see that as a strat on the song. Which means the ending run's gonna have a lot of crossovers in it. Okay, so Renala's just posted in chat that 19s have a 5% chance of coming up in the finals only. So that'd be loser's final, winner's final, and grand finals. So we won't see any potential 19s until then. But we've seen plenty of 18s thus far.
Yeah.
And this has been no exception.
Vivian again showing that like high risk, high reward, minimal gameplay. She's gotten a couple misses, but she's still quite a bit ahead just on MA.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she's very dialed in. Up by quite a bit right now. Looks like over almost 30-40 EX over Milligram. There's not a lot of notes in this song for an 18. But it's really going to come down to the ending run, which has the vast majority of notes.
Yeah, you know, it's never over till it's over, but here, most of the EX score is in the back third. Fourth, really?
Right. It's all very backloaded. Looks like Milligram took a few missing frames before this run.
It was brutal turning work, but they're doing a great job of following along.
Yeah, very beautiful turn work from you both, but Vivian's going to take that one with a pretty solid lead.
All right, so Vivian wins that on the power of her precision. That's such a brutal chart.
It really is.
Even if it were perfectly on sync, doing that jump, step, jump at that BPM is...
It's really hard. Very, very awkward footing.
Yeah, this will be kind of a cakewalk in comparison, but it's... Yeah.
I would say the song is, it shouldn't be too tricky for these players at this level, but definitely has some tricky runs with these freeze arrows, which are more of a mental gimmick. We kind of talked about that earlier on with another song that came up. Definitely can throw you off if you're not used to it, but I imagine at this level, neither one of these players are going to be tripped up by that.
It's worth noting that the sync on this song is also especially wonky. Telperion had put together this tool, Final Offset, and you can see that the sync actually shifts, I think, from late to early, and then resets on each stop.
Oh, okay.
Like they eyeballed the BPM in each segment and then just did it again at the next section.
So definitely adding some extra challenge to this chart.
Tie it through this section. Great job.
Yeah, Paranoia Respecting, the only Paranoia remixed by Soda Fujimori. We just recently saw Paranoia Revolution, which was remixed by Tag. Paranoia has been remixed quite a lot throughout the DDR series. But it looks like Vivian is not far behind Milligram right now. Milligram with a very slight lead.
Yeah, he's doing fantastically with keeping up that precision on these runs.
He's only up by about 10 EX or so we'll see if he can hold on to it throughout these little crossover runs.
Very clean on the crossovers, too. All right, one of our first little helicopter runs.
That's a good way to put it. I do feel like your legs are like helicopters. Just noticed Vivian is playing this on Mirror. Milligram still has about a 15 to 20 EX lead over Vivian.
All right. Here we go into the ending. All these freeze arrows are just for show, little distractions. Very good. They both knew to reset footing for that last
Very
one.
clean.
Wow.
Wow. Incredible. Very awesome run. Some very excited yelling from Milligram's side.
Shoutouts to Eagles.
Look, they actually had the identical Marvelous count between the two of them. Milligram just won that by not having anything less than a perfect.
Yeah. Just the sheer consistency that he's been showing.
Absolutely. And he came out of pools to do this, so he is coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, you love to see it. It's always exciting to follow folks as they keep going upward.
Absolutely. All right, so now we're moving to another tricky 16. This one has a lot of speed changes in it. It's very whippy. A lot of crossovers at 180 BPM you have to be ready for.
And of course, those slow sections that'll test your reading or pattern memory.
Yeah, very crisp steps from them both.
Pad Mike doing a lot of work for us today.
Absolutely, it's beautiful to listen to. Here's our first slow down. Vivian picking up a great there early on, but not too far behind. Okay, Milligram up by less than 10 right now. Here's some of those crossovers. You really got to be whipping your hips back and forth to hit some of those.
Yeah. A couple times now, Vivian caught him a little bit on MA and then just got one more miss.
Yeah,
So it's-
Milligram's not really giving up much to catch up to.
Holding that combo is doing a lot of work for him at this difficulty.
Absolutely. So he's still up by about 10 EX or so. Very close. A lot can happen in the back half of this chart.
We're through a lot of the trickiest stuff, but the ending is no slouch.
Still holding on to about that 10 EX lead or so. Not really giving any room for Vivian to catch up. A little bit more of a lead getting pulled through on Milligram's side.
All right.
Oh, and that's
And
another
another
PFC
one.
from Milligram.
Wow. He's on fire right
I
now.
think those the shorts he's got on with the little fire decals on them are definitely lighting a fire under his bow, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Really, really good performance from them both. And really clean having 2 back-to-back 16 PFCs in a tournament too. That's very, very awesome to see.
Wow. Great job. Both of them. Like, Vivian's MA is so scary, but sometimes PA will get you by in a pinch.
Absolutely. Yeah, very, very awesome match from them both.
Wow. The room is buzzing a little bit.
Yeah, I think everyone's just like staring in disbelief. Like, this is just such an incredible display of skill and performance.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Milligram doing a little bit of a celebration lap. Well deserved.
Absolutely. All right, so there's a quick look at our brackets. We have looks like probably Sail Anima and Bobo coming up next. But really close. A lot of matches that went 2-1, which I mean these have been really close. I mean, no blowouts. I mean, even we saw, you know, Blue Buster went 2-0 over Milligram, and then you saw Milligram just come back right now, winning 2-1 over Vivian. So there's a lot of skill in this top 8.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's always a delight seeing these close matches, but especially at this skill level, it's, you know, not something that you're likely to see if you just drop by your local arcade.
Not at all.
You know, we have to hunt quite a while to get people in one place
Right.
for this level of tournament. You know, you got Eastern PA, you got Missouri, you got New York.
Yeah, we do have quite a wide variety of players from all over the country. I'm taking a quick look through here. Obviously, a lot of people from the Northeast. I don't quite have a stat from everybody that's here today, but someone down from Orlando, Florida, from St. Louis, Missouri, just from all over the place.
Yeah. And of course, I'm visiting from Seattle.
And for you know what? I think you actually win. You win from furthest travel distance to come to this tournament this weekend.
Yeah, worth it though. Got
Absolutely.
some Seitan wings.
Yeah, glad to have you here. Good to see you again and chat here on commentary. It's been awesome to watch your matches.
Yeah.
All around good times.
Thanks so much for having me.
Of course.
Been such a delight getting to chat with you on the mic too.
I know, it's great. I love doing commentary with people because, like, even if it's somebody you know already that you've talked to, it's just a different way to connect with them and bond over something that you both love. It's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, and my first stint on the mic was yesterday night actually. So, it really tuned me into how much fun it is to be this engaged with what is going on and to try and find ways to discuss it and, shine the spotlight on the players where they're doing really well and, hopefully be enjoyable to the audience.
Absolutely.
Have a little bit of fun ourselves. Do a little bit for the game.
Absolutely. And you know what? Everybody, I think, should try to take some part in any tournament at any level at some point if they can, whether it's taking a round of commentary, trying to help out. If you know somebody running a tournament, ask if there's something you can do if you want to get involved in the scene, because the only other way we're going to have more tournaments is by having more people interested in learning what needs to be done. There's only so many people in this community, and if you want these events to keep happening, we need people familiar with what to do to run them.
Oh, hold on a sec. Might have a Kana mix-up. Night of Nights? Oh.
Yeah, so we're having a little bit of mix-up between what was reported to us in the card draw and what the players are looking to play. So give us a moment while we get this sorted out. We might have gotten the wrong card draw sent to us. Okay, so apparently we just had a little bit of mix-up looking at the katakana and accidentally picking the wrong song. It is supposed to be Hunt and Maid Lunch and not Night of Nights.
All right.
So give us a moment while we get that sorted out for you guys.
Yeah. Shout out to Serena for wrangling the card drawer.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to be doing Night of Nights challenge, another phase challenge, and then I Love You. So we'll get everything kind of updated for you in a moment. But that seems to be the order that we're playing this in. All right, so Hunt and Maid Lunch, 17. This is kind of just jumps right into a very front-loaded chart, actually. Kind of has some 16 those stream like right off the bat, and then it lets up for a little bit, and then you actually have a really long dead space in the middle.
Yeah, it's one of those charts that, depending on who you ask, is kind of a borderline 18 just because of the stamina demand.
Yes, and it's just going to jump right into it with the very first step.
Love to open a song with a 16th run.
Yeah, it's also a really hard song to start off with if you have gone cold, you haven't been up there for a while. But both these players look like they've, it hasn't been too long since they played, so they didn't have any trouble starting with that.
All right. So far, Bogo's clean execution has done him some favors here. About 20, 30 EX ahead.
Very clean from both of them. Like I said, Bogo kind of just made an early lead there for himself, and he's going to do his best to hold on to that and not give up any ground to Cell Anima.
Yep, both of them doing the crossovers like they're supposed
like
to.
Like they should.
We love to see it. Good work.
Okay. Bogo picked up a miss there, but still has quite a large lead right now over Cell Anima.
Ooh, dropped the combo there.
Okay, here's it. Both players sitting down the pad and jokingly taking a break during this very extended section without any notes. All right back to it.
And welcome back. We're here in Pittsburgh.
Okay, so Bogo's still up by 45 EX or so. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes, he should be able to hold on to that lead.
He's widening it just bit by bit from the clean MA on these step jumps.
All right, Bogo's going to take a win on the first song.
Well done.
Like I said, it's so hard to just dial in right off the bat with that song with it just starting with those 16th note runs.
Yeah, that's such a brutal first
opening.
song.
Okay, another phase challenge. This one is Cell Anima's pick. Has a pretty... Actually, they have a better PFC on the challenge chart than they do the expert chart, which is very interesting.
Yeah, 28 perfects on this is incredible, especially, there's shock arrow discourse to be had.
Yes. So the shock arrow window was changed in GDR World to be much smaller. But we aren't playing on GDR World, we're playing on Ace 2O Plus. So this is the original shock arrow window, which is rather large, and a lot of people have had difficulty with certain charts. This is a pretty notable shock arrow chart that I think has given some people problems. So Cell Anima being their pick seems to be pretty comfortable with this. We'll see if that can continue on into the match. Very clean run.
Yeah. This chart is especially brutal, having the shock arrows just 16ths before and after arrows.
so hard because back on the original Shock Arrow window, there was more, it triggered more on the early side, so you really have to get off that yellow note so early to not trigger that Shock Arrow.
Yeah, just anecdotally, it feels like you have to hit the pad once to hit the arrow. If you hit the pad a second time, you will trigger that shock.
Yes, definitely. The Sail Anima looking very comfortable with this, has a pretty good lead, about 10 EX or so over Bogo.
Yeah, these comfort picks have been working out great for Sail Anima so far.
Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely one of those charts. If you have good shock tech, then this is a good one to keep in your back pocket. Okay, Sail Anima still up.
A little more than 10. Now, mind you, that hitting a single shock will cost 3 EX, which is a big deal
Definitely.
with a margin this small. So it's on a knife's edge the whole way through.
Yeah, both of them looking really good with this chart. Lots of great tech execution. Oh, and there's Bogo getting that first shock, second shock. So Anima with a very comfortable lead now, and he's going to take it.
Yep.
Very clean run, and a PFC on that in a tournament on Ace2O Plus.
And an
20 perfect PFC.
that.
That's an up score.
Up score on this version. Chat says 6 perfects on Ace 3.
Wow.
So clearly it's a comfort pick, and it paid off.
Absolutely. Very good pick for Sail Anima.
Just beautiful technique, getting those gallops back to the center off the shock.
Very beautiful technique. All right, so we're 1-1 going into the tiebreaker, which is I Love You. This is kind of a little bit of a stamina screening 16, a lot of crossovers in it. So combination of kind of like stamina light plus tech with the crossovers. I don't imagine either one of these players are going to have an issue with that. They seem to be pretty well versed in both those departments. So it's going to be really close. And as we can see by their scores, they do have very close scores on this.
It's interesting to see the vetoes here, because, you know, you can argue for vetoing 17s as a good call just for preserving stamina, but, you know, what does this say about how they're feeling about this match?
Sure, absolutely. But they did pick arguably the hardest 17 of the 3 that were available to them. But that does seem to fit right in line with Bogo's pick, seeing that that was his protect.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Tiebreaker on I Love You. Same read speed, same mods, completely equal footing.
It's a pretty long song. It has quite a lot of notes for a 16. I wouldn't say it reaches the 700 note mark. So definitely one of those ones where you really can't lose your focus on it. But Sail Anima picking up a rate pretty early on there. Otherwise, they are neck and neck. Bogo only up by 2 at this point.
And again, at this skill level, when they're playing 16s, chances are that you're mostly looking to just shave off perfects where you can.
Absolutely. This is definitely going to be another MA battle. Okay, I mentioned we're going to see some pretty clean crossover work from the 2 of them. I know you can't really see that too much on the cams, but they are executing pretty flawlessly from what I can see.
It's always such a delight to see people executing crossovers the same way at the same time.
Yeah, it's very satisfying. Very close. Bogo just has a very slight lead over Cell right now. Bogo only up by 3 halfway through. Very clean box runs. Bogo up only by 5 now. Does not look like he's giving anything for Sail Anima to grab onto to catch up.
And a gold combo coming into this.
Oh,
Wow.
and Bogo's going to take that.
Nice
10 EX
job.
lead.
Beautiful. Great work.
19 perfect PFC. Hell of a good job.
No problem.
Got some chanting for Bogo. Big Matt just handed him a balloon, a heart-shaped balloon on a stick that says "I love you." Very thematic for the song they just played.
Love to see it. It's a lively crowd. We like to see a little crowd
Absolutely.
interaction. You know, there's a right amount, but we are consistently hitting it.
Yes, definitely. A lot of respect from the crowd. Nobody's doing anything distracting during the matches. Everyone's just getting real hype
Yeah.
as it comes to the end of the song. So
It was just a very quiet whip on Silver Dream earlier.
yes, which
Just
our
in
players
the background, out of their view.
right. Although we did have I think it was a Malkier lose their hat during that part because they were a little too into it, but it's still fun. Everyone's enjoying themselves today.
Yeah. It's a strange energy. Like, I think most of us are a little sleep deprived, but really feeding off just the vibes in the room. And
Oh,
Is-
sure. I mean, it wouldn't be a tournament if we weren't sleep deprived. I feel like that's part of the tournament experience. Okay.
so we got Blue Buster and Flip are about to set up for the quarterfinals? Oh, I always get those mixed up.
Quarterfinals would be before semifinals.
Round of 4.
Yes, but we are just continuing on with some high-level DDR play, and ooh, these songs.
Ooh.
All right, we got Blue Buster protecting Trip Machine Evolution Expert.
Oh, that is a war declaration.
That is a tricky 16, followed by a tricky 17, Typhon.
Oh, we're going to see a lot of lateral motion in
We
this one.
sure are. All right, everyone. I hope you've all seen your DDR Dwayne training video for creating the first step of Trip Machine Evolution.
Classic.
Arguably the fastest step, I think, in any DDR song, in terms of how quickly it happens after the music starts. Or not even after the music starts, because it is the first note of the music, but basically it happens almost immediately as soon as the song loads up the screen. So they are both going to be ready for it, and they're going to hit this up-down jump right away.
It's great. It's a thematic statement that this chart is out for you.
Absolutely. So very technical charts. We're going to have a lot of step jumps and then these sections with kind of crossovers into jumps, which is very tricky to execute.
Yeah. The Trip Machine series in general, its main gimmick is giving you patterns that are especially hard to play.
Definitely.
Intentional double stepping, tricking you into trying to turn backwards.
Yeah, right there, those skippy paps into jumps, very difficult to hit.
It's actually one of the kinder Trip Machines for flow, but the just level of stamina it demands is incredible.
Right, yeah, it's actually ironic that it does flow, it's just very highly technical.
Love the retro BGA reference in this video.
Oh
here.
yeah, little spinning discs and everything.
Yeah. All right. Blew up by just a hair here. 3EX it looks like.
Yeah, they are neck and neck.
Yeah. Flip right on him.
Very
Tie it
clean.
through the stutters.
Wow. That Flip just had a very clean run there that caught him up to blue. Blue's pulling ahead just by about 2 EX or so. Coming into the end of the song.
Wow.
And Flip takes it by one!
Incredible.
Wow, they were neck and neck for that whole ending, and Flip came back and just took that by one.
18.
One great to one miss. Wow.
Yep, that'll do it. Incredible work.
This is incredible. It was so incredible from both of them. I mean, 18 perfects on Trip Machine Evolution. That's insane.
Yeah, from both of them. I'm excited we get to turn the dial up a little bit and see how they react to this one.
Yes. Okay, so Typhon, this song, 225 BPM, so pretty fast. Also, the sync is not a favorite of most people.
This is one of those charts. I don't know. It's just very fast, very awkward on a couple different dimensions. Like, it's just a little faster than people are used to playing these kind of 16ths and crossovers. There are spins in the middle that, you know, everyone's going to double step, but we'd love to see someone spin it at a tournament someday.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do get a couple of nice rest breaks at least, so it is a kind 17 when it's not being a jerk.
Yeah.
You know, it's just kind of those two extremes. You see that Flip has this PF seed with a, wow, 83 perfect?
Yeah,
is
it's
that?
a very hard song to hone in on for the sing.
Yeah. Allegedly, it starts late and then the stops make it later.
Yeah. Also, one of the songs that it sounds a little cleaner if you were to hear this outside the game audio. For whatever reason, through the DDR speakers, it tends to sound a little muddy. There's actually a lot going on in this song. Pretty complex song overall.
Yeah.
Both of them opting to play this one on Mir.
Nice loud slapping for Ghost Steps on the center panel there too. Oh, beautiful work catching that foot switch on the Buster side.
Yeah, so Flip just made a little mistake there at the beginning. We'll see if that costs him or not. Still lots of song to go.
Yeah. The MA on that drill is fantastic. I think we have us a match.
Ooh, okay, Flip caught up quite a bit. Blue Buster only up by 4 or so. Oh, and they are just about tied. They are exactly tied. All right, Blue Buster pulling back ahead a bit.
A little bit of a rest break here before we get into the next set of stutters and jumps.
Yeah, Blue Buster picking up a good over on his side. It's going to be a little hard to time.
All right, 4EX going into the stutters. Yeah, it looks like Blue Buster is giving up a little bit, and then Flip is giving up a little bit right back. So it's just back and forth within 10 EX or less.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Blue Buster only up 2 EX right now.
Yeah, these patterns might be fine at a slower BPM, but 225 is brutal. Yeah, Flip doing such a great job on MA, going through those awkward 16th.
Absolutely, yeah. Flip is definitely in the lead right now, but it is.
Oh,
it is going back and forth. It is so close, folks.
Yeah, we got a few tricky rhythms left to get through. Oh, come on.
Oh, and Flip's going to take
Wow.
that. Very solid run at the
Incredible.
end. Pulled ahead by 30 EX for the win.
Wow. Flip's stability on those ending runs is a major game changer just in the last 10, 15 seconds.
Absolutely. All right, folks. So I am actually going to be tapping out, maybe passing the mic off back over to Ichiken here. But it was lovely chatting with you all for most of the day. I definitely enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed hearing from me. Vid, it's been wonderful hanging out with you in commentary. Hope to do this again sometime.
You as well, Kim.
But,
always a delight.
I will not be going far. I'm just going to be handing off the mic. So chat, it's been real. Can't wait to see you all again soon. And enjoy the rest of the show.
He's getting water. All right. Thanks again to Kim. Got a lot of love in the chat just now.
I can't even fucking see that
Oh.
I'm going to get to the
Oh, yes. Once again, everyone, give it up for Kim, blessing us all with some amazing commentary this entire weekend.
She's been putting in serious hours.
Man, like making me look bad. Like, I'm normally the one that sits here just taking up space, getting like a nice little butt divot into the seat from commentary, and Kim is putting in that overtime. Love to see it. Just like, oh my God, these matches so far in this top 8 have been nuts.
Yeah, it's incredible seeing, this level of execution where, I think any of us would be struggling just to pass, and here we are, like, talking about who's shaving off perfect.
On average at this point.
Yeah.
So next up, we got a lovely little friend battle over here between Dunk and Pack Rob. And you could even hear them just saying like, "Oh, Rob, oh, Duncan." Both of these players at the top of their game. Some of the best players in the U.S. currently. Pack Rob been on a tear lately. And Dunk has just been playing out of his mind. You choosing to use the Sudden Plus mod, so we're going to see that lovely Sudden Plus slap that is also familiar on this song.
Oh.
All right.
IDX.
Yes, so we are going into 9 expert. All right, so right now, it's still pretty early to say. Despite the fact that this is the 17 and not the challenge, it is still just as dense. There's still plenty of parts to kind of let the lead slip a little bit, especially when we get into the speed up part.
Yep, fun bit of trivia. Same no count as the challenge. The challenge has trickier movement tech, but the 17 is still, you have to put in a lot of stamina to keep your precision through these drills.
It's still a challenge either way. And both are making it look good. Packroff still sitting on that full combo. Dunk just breaking 1,000. Behind by about 15, 20 at this point.
All right, getting into the serious business now.
And the slap from Duncan works out as he picks up a Marvelous right out of it. We're into the speed up section. Dunk has a little bit of catching up to do. This is Pack Rob's song to hold on to. Let's see if he can hold on to this lead all the way until the end. Dunk still sitting on the full combo as we get into the stops. Pack Rob with about a 30-point lead, sitting pretty comfortable.
Right, beautiful transition back into the fast bit. Love to see it. It's such a delight seeing this level of execution on a chart this brutal. Wow.
The white combo coming out of Duncan at that point.
Yeah,
although,
both of them, I think.
Fortunately, we are at the end of the song, so Pack Rob is going to take that 22.94, 22.55 out of Dunk.
Wow.
32-1-1-1 from Pack Rob, 54, 8, and 3 misses from Dunk. Still impressive scores either way, right? Like,
yeah. Full bouquet of flags and you still get that EX score.
And check out Pack Rob with that perfect split of fast and slow, 17 apiece. Mans was rocked in.
Wow.
All right, so Pack Rob going 1 up. Winner moves on to winners finals, and that's a comfortable place to be, knowing that you are now at least locked in for at least 3rd place at that point. The only pressure is just whether you're going to be sitting comfortably in grand finals, waiting to see who else is going to be working their way towards you.
Yep. Either way, you're getting one of those gorgeous trophies.
Oh man, those! I'm sure I showed it to folks earlier on in the weekend, but these lovely Pennsylvania Keystone repurposed trophies. Even one of them, it might be the 1st place trophy, a swim team championship trophy from 1998.
Wow.
That has been repurposed into the Dahn Dahn Right Championship trophy. So that's really nice that everyone in top 8 is walking home with a little piece of hardware. Nothing too unreasonable though for those who have to fly, so you're not carrying home like your 4-foot, like, I just won the karate championship trophies, like how it could be.
Yeah, we maxed out at a very reasonable 2 tiers.
Yes, you don't have to check it with your luggage type thing.
It can just be your personal item. Just put it proudly in your lap for all to see.
All right, and what you don't see, folks, is we have a picture going on of both Pack Rob and Duncan taking a picture with the audience. Legs splayed on the pad, getting their stretch on.
Yep. Speaking of 1998, however many players are listening right now.
Oh, my knees. It's about to rain over here. My knees hurt real bad with this.
Yeah.
All right, we're going into London A. Pack Rob needs this to seal his ticket to winners finals. Duncan looking to stay alive and equalize at 1-1. All right, London A is a song that we have seen quite a bit throughout this weekend, but now we are getting the taste of the challenge version. A little bit trickier steps, same BPM changes and everything from the previous versions that we've seen it. Packrob making light work of this, up by 4. Drops a few perfects right there, so now it's about a three count difference between the two.
Yeah, this is one of those charts where there's nothing especially crazy, but you really have to be on top of your jumps. You have to be on top of your 8th notes. Like, this is very much bleeding perfect territory. Like, you need to stay on top of all of it.
And that's exactly what it is, as Dunk now takes the lead by 1 point. Edging it out, just his MA was just real crisp up until that slowdown. And we are tied now, folks.
About to see how they handle this slow syncopation section.
Oh, here we go, folks. Let's lock in. Let's see where we're at.
All right.
3 point difference, favor of Packrob.
And he has no trouble with the transition there, too.
All right, and Packrob choosing to use the ghost steps, using the center panel as the filler for those syncopated steps right there. And a good real early on actually helped Packrob have about a 10-point lead, but this is the end run. Oh, Duncan had
MFC right through to that miss.
Yeah, until that miss.
Oh.
And you can see it. You can see how he felt that. Just like, dang, man.
Yeah.
All right. Packrob punching his ticket to winners finals. As he declares 1776. America, USA, USA. Amazing match. Good showing from both of them. Packrob is going to now take a little bit of a seat now and watch what is ahead of him as he gets ready to go into winners finals. But next up, we are going to have an amazing match. We are going to have the last hope of Pittsburgh, the hometown hero. We have Bogo here up against Elliott, Blue Buster. Team New England coming through.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of fantastic work from both of them. Like, Blue Buster's MA has been on point, but Bogo's form has been incredible. He has gotten away with so many shenanigans.
Bogo is seriously a clutch player when it comes down to it. So, you know, the sword, the shield of the Rust Belt, Steel City, the Steel City Warrior, that is Bogo. Buy one, get one, PFC, as his nickname has been known throughout this weekend. Up against Blue Buster. Winner moves on to face the loser of winners finals. Loser takes a seat and watches with the rest of us for the rest of this weekend. So just remember, if you want to follow along, you can check the link in Twitch chat to follow along in the bracket. We are updating this in real time. You can see where everyone came from, how we got here this weekend. It has been an absolute pleasure, an absolute joy getting everyone from all over the East Coast, some people from the West Coast, to congregate here for some DDR for the people this weekend.
Yeah.
We're going back to our roots, if you will.
Yep, we're going to see quite a show here. We got the card draw up. Is starting out with
Schrodinger's
cat.
Cat, the challenge this time.
Oh, beautiful.
To one of my favorite charts, Firestorm Expert. We're gonna get a little jazzy with it, and then if it does come 1-1, we're gonna see Machine Evolution once again.
Now taking bets on if either player or both players decide to sit during the Firestorm break.
It depends. So, I mean, it's not a cop-out, but it's going to really depend on how it goes during Schrodinger's Cat. Because if they're too locked in, if it's too close, oh no, they're gonna stand up, they're gonna time it out, get your ghost steps in, lock in. But if they're having fun, then it's like, all right, let's make the show for the people. Let's entertain everyone.
Yeah, the trolls in this one are pretty intense. I wouldn't be surprised if they would just like a nice little break.
I mean, at this point, like, you take whatever you can get.
Yeah, at this echelon, it's as much a matter of stamina conservation as it is execution.
Oh, absolutely. It's especially a player like Bogo who's been playing for quite a bit today. You have that extra level on it. All right, we're locking in. Schrodinger's cat. Oh, okay. Bogo with the scam win. Scam win. As a member of the FGC, I'm all about your technical scam wins. We take those where we can take those, right?
It's what the numbers say. Who's going to argue?
Hey, my number bigger than yours. The theme of this weekend has been numbers, after all.
Chat knows.
It's
numbers.
easy. All you have to do is step on arrows the best and get bigger number. That's how you DDR the best. That's how you become DDR champion.
It's great for tournament play, anyway.
All right, so this is going to be exciting. As I said before, Bogo is the last Pittsburgh player in the bracket. On the other side of it, you have Blue Buster, who part of Team New England, rolling on through.
Missouri.
Oh, he's Missouri now. Oh.
Yeah. The last hope of Missouri.
Yeah, that's right.
I think also the first hope of Missouri.
I mean, the first and only hope of Missouri.
That sounds like more of a burn than we needed. All right, coming back to Schrodinger's cat. Chances are you'll know what to expect, but we're going to look at a lot of 16s.
A lot of 16s, a lot of syncopation. A foot speed chart, as this is an over 200 BPM chart. Really kind of, well, you'll see.
Yep. No rest for the wicked here.
So you're going to see a lot of bursts like that.
A little bit of a nice little relaxer before we get into the real stuff.
All right, both players still sitting on that cool combo. Blue Buster does pick up a blue right there, and here we are. We're still at the full combo as we get to the step jump right there.
All right, we'll go by 4.
Despite catching that good, still doing a good job of keeping pace with Bogo. It's still early in this song. Anything can happen. Ooh, that MA coming from Blue Buster is nasty.
Great work on the anchors, too.
Yeah, picks up a great right there, but now we're tied, folks. Excellent execution from both of them.
Great transition out of the triplets and then back in.
All right, Blue Buster with a 10-point lead. All right, both players dropping combo.
Yeah, here it starts ramping up in ridiculousness.
And it's tricky right there, deciding if you want to take like the side switch, the foot switch right there, or if you just single step those. 24 bursts right here, nasty.
Wow. All right, dust settled.
14-point difference. And he's going to hold on to that.
By 3. Great work. Wow.
Woo!
They both were putting work into those trills.
Absolutely insane. Came down all the way up until the end. Bogo down by 14 at the before the last burst, and coming back to just only barely fall behind by 3. Insane.
Right back up. Love to see it.
I'm sure Blue Buster is happy to take those. 54-5, 3-7, 74-4-1-4 from Bogo. All right, one on the board.
Yeah, just a little bit of chatter. We have a card for everything unlocked, but luckily Blue Buster has this chart, so it's fine. All right, this is going to be relatively quite a bit easier than Schrodinger's cat, but there is no room for error on execution here.
No, especially not, especially with the goofiness that is the shock arrows of this chart.
Yep, we were talking about that a little bit when Cell was playing another phase challenge.
Yes.
Like, the shock arrows in this game are unforgiving. They demand perfection.
It was actually really funny. In Bogo's previous match, I heard him having a chat with the team, with the homies, saying, all right, so what's the strat for another phase? And he was told that in this version of DDR, you can actually get away with stepping on with actually stepping on the center specifically on time. Like, it's actually, you almost want to time stepping on it. So Bogo's style for doing shock arrows is actually to play on his toes, to kind of do a ghost step on his toes, almost like playing with the edge of the pad. It's pretty fun to watch.
Yeah. You know, there's been some write-ups about how you should do shocks, but I think everyone's developed a little bit of their own form.
Yeah, at this point, at this level, you kind of have to come up with your own tech. But as I was kind of saying, Bogo's approach to shock arrows on this is to kind of step on his toes. So it's going to be kind of tricky on this song, especially when you have to do the shock arrows to the jumps, especially right here. Nails those right there.
Yep, beautiful.
And despite that miss, only down by 4 points. Incredible. Yeah! Ah, they're doing it for the people. Oh no! No! Oh, when the memeing goes wrong. Oh, that part is so brutal.
Yeah, it's doing some serious toe work trying to keep clear. Man, the window in this game is just so brutal on shocks.
All right, so you ready? We're going to hit the last set of these of the pattern. Here we go.
Blue Buster looking very clean on the execution here.
All right, Bogo, unfortunately, doesn't have enough to bring this back. But let's just watch him finish strong for the pride of Pittsburgh. Doing the damn thing.
All right.
Blue Buster takes it 1672 to 1558, knocking Bogo out of the tournament. With 9?
Yep.
Brother, Mans also took a seat too.
Yeah. Hopefully some of you made the right bet.
The casual sit with the casual 9 and 1.
Yeah. Just styling all over the place here.
All right, everyone, give it up for Bogo, coming in tied for 5th place at Dahn Dahn Right, Encore Extra Stage. Love to see it. The hometown homie, part of Team Pittsburgh. I know the squad. You can see them all up there. They are super proud. They are jazzed. They're really happy. It's so good to just seeing how far Bogo has come as a player has been insane over these past few years.
Yeah, his consistency today was astounding. Like,
I love to see it. So everyone, GGs. Let's get some GGs in chat for Bogo for doing the darn thing out here. It's lovely to see. All right. Oh, so next up, we got the other side of Pittsburgh. I mean, the other side of Pennsylvania. Oh, by the way, oh man, chat, give it up for Vi. It's taking a little break over here.
Yeah, I just realized I'm so tired.
It happens. Yeah, you've been here for a good 5 hours. You're good.
You're good. You did an amazing job. I know, chat. Tell
yes,
Vi,
that's true. You would probably need some form
some
of
love
drink.
for holding it down. I mean, it's his reminder and your reminder too. Hydrate. You got to hydrate, because then you realize that you've been sitting for 5 hours and you're exhausted and you're like, well, my body is a desert right now.
Oh my God, it's so hot over here.
Absolutely. Thank you for holding it down on the ones and twos. We absolutely love you and appreciate you. Go hydrate. Go grab that pitcher of water over there. Do it. Yeah, it's still hot, and it's
warm here.
There's no circulation.
Yeah.
It's also it's about to rain too, so it's like starting to get real humid and everything.
Yeah, it's gonna be real fun driving back.
I don't want to think about that right now. I just want to think about some of this DDR, this homegrown DDR we got popping off over here. Because it is gamer o'clock right now. It's real gamer hours. That's why we are about to start up with some Rice Metal right now. As we got Milgram repping the Philly Eagles headband right now up against Team Heron's own Duncan.
So it's birds versus birds.
Bird up. You ready to bird up, chat? Let me see those birds. Let's push some buttons in chat.
And their Ace 2-0 PBs are pretty close.
Yeah, so they are kind of locked in at the same skill level.
But again, these are probably old scores. Dunk repping the Team Heron gear.
Both of them handling these bursts really well right now, within 1 point of each other. It's still pretty early.
It is, and Okome is one of the songs that, like, it kind of tricks you into thinking you can just go 100% the whole time, but it's really easy to end up getting kind of tired, especially once you get past the chorus and get a little break. You get a chance for your body to check in with you.
Yeah, especially since this song does run at a kind of a faster speed, it's really easy to just kind of throw your all into this, like, all right, and you just, as you said, get real comfortable with it, and then you realize, oh man, I'm kind of gassed. I'm kind of a little taxed right now.
Yep, and then you got to worry about the green notes right at the end, too. So if it's close, those could matter a lot.
All right, but both of these players making a masterwork right now, as at 328, Milgram picks up his first great and a miss right there.
Milgram made a little bit of a mistake going into the chorus. It was dead heat right before that. But there's still lots of chances to make mistakes, so if Milgram keeps pushing, he can claw back to it, get close enough to Dunk in case Dunk does make a mistake.
Oh, he missed the placing of his foot right there.
Yeah, Dunk not looking down, not looking back.
Locked in. Here we go.
Picked up a good, but I don't think it's going to matter here.
All right, Dunk with the full combo, 20-33.
And nailing all those notes at the end.
All right, 58-10 and 4 misses from Milgram. 19 and 1 good from Dunk. The Heron strikes first.
19 and a good is pretty good.
It's pretty stellar, if you will.
Yeah, that's a solid score.
All right. Here we go, y'all. Dunk looking to seal the deal right now with a 2-0 and move on. Staying alive, Milgram on his last life right here.
He is, and I mean, you know, look at the PBs that are showing up. 20 for Dunk and a 994 for Milgram.
All right, here we go, chat. Eyes open. If you want Milgram, if you want the Eagles to stay flying, let me bird up in chat. Here we go.
And Koisaru, another really long song.
That's the thing with this song. It just kind of makes it tough, is that it's just really long. It just keeps going.
Pretty much the same check as Rice Metal. It is a pretty long song that gets progressively harder. Pretty fast. It's a little bit faster. It's 200 versus 190. And another thing where it's easy to trick yourself into going a little too hard in the beginning and not having the stamina to keep it at the end. And so far, Milligram's staying right with him, only about 10 down.
Oh, but Dunk is MA right there at that burst. It's just looking so on point.
Yeah, Dunk's not giving Milligram much to work with, but Milligram's trying. And he's staying right there in case an opening appears.
All right. Handled excellently by both players. We are going into the 450s. Dunk still ahead by about 20 almost at this point. 23. Nailed it.
Nailed those.
Incredible. Love to see it. Love to see it. All right, into this next stream right here. Milgram picking up a miss right there. You can see him shake his head like, oh no, that wasn't what he wanted. Dunk looking mad comfortable right now, still sitting on that gold piece.
Nailing the Suru. And then picks up a miss at the end, but he's got enough of a lead, and there's not much left after that run, so I think Dunk's going to take it 2-0. But Milligram stayed hot on his heels the whole
He
time.
did. And you can tell Milligram he's jazzed, you know.
Yeah, you can tell he knew this was going to be an uphill battle.
All right.
18-1, almost the same score.
Yeah. Consistency right there.
Real again, it was the same type of skill check.
All right, 53-1-1 from Milgram. Milgram, unfortunately, goes home tied at 5th. What an amazing run. One of the best pop-offs of the entire tournament.
He's having a good time.
Says, how's it feel to be in top 4, Doc? All right, shout out to Team Philly coming out and representing Team Wawa Venus, putting it down this entire weekend. As interestingly enough, both Pennsylvania teams going out at 5th.
All right, yeah, now we're into the top 4, so we're waiting for the bracket to be visually updated here, but it's Flip and Pack Rob in winners, and it's going to be Dunk and Blue Buster in losers.
Oh, Flip and Pack Rob, that's going to be a nasty winners finals.
And so winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals are going to be best of 5.
Yes.
I believe what they're going to do is 4 protects and then 2 vetoes.
Okay.
Give me 1 second just so I can get the card draw visually set up correctly. Actually, let me see who's playing first. Okay, looks like they're doing this losers round first so that he doesn't have to change the card draw back and forth. That makes sense.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, it's you go with whatever's the logistically easier route as a TO. There's decisions that you have to make sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, you get to this point in the bracket, you're going to have somebody that has to go on a constant run.
No matter what.
Someone's going to have to play 2, 3 matches back to back to back. There's not much you can do about it.
Yeah, it just kind of comes down to, like, you gotta read the players and go, like, all right, is it, you know, do I go more for, like, efficiency, you know, logistics, or do I go for, all right, do I give this player an appropriate chance to rest? I can see them getting gassed out because, you know, you don't want to hand an advantage to a player.
And we know from experience you don't want to get a player hurt.
That as well.
How you doing, Nate? How's the cast? But I know some players also like going on those runs. Kevbo is one of those players who doesn't really mind going down to the loser's bracket a couple of rounds in because he's going to get more rounds. He's going to stay fresh. I think he would probably feel differently in rounds that have a bunch of 18s and 19s. He may not want to play all that.
You know, that's not so much his jam anymore to get to face that. Another player I think of as Squid is another player who, if he's put into that position, he would rather just run it. He just rather would just run that.
Rather just keep going.
Yeah.
You can see them doing the card draw behind us. Looks like they're doing. All right, Dunk is taking a bathroom break.
Respectable.
Yep. We do have the match drawn for Pack Rob versus Flip, but we're not going to spoil it for you yet.
Ooh, is it that good?
I didn't even look at it.
Oh.
I just don't want to tell you.
Okay, that's rude.
Yee. Okay. Oh, cowards. I'm looking at what they vetoed.
Oh. Is it cowardice by your metrics, or is it just cowardice as in, why wouldn't you just do the thing?
Yeah,
why wouldn't you just
send it is my thought. But,
yeah.
But no, I mean, looking the chart that I wanted to see played, nobody wants to play, so.
Okay.
So I get it.
That's fair. You know, sometimes I like seeing, you know, hey, let's go up and let's do the funny thing, push the funny button, ha ha ha.
Are they doing this right there? Did he change his mind?
Oh. Ooh. I guess we're just going into the losers. Yeah, they're going into the losers.
No. Okay. Yeah, you're right. There we go.
So it's Pursuer. See, you get what I was getting at. Like, it is
not Pursuer. No.
Fun
it is
by
not
this person's
Listen,
metric. Or
I never said that the chart that was being vetoed was fun. Just that I wanted to see it played.
What a weekend that we have been having so far. This has been absolutely incredible. Seeing the talent on display, seeing all of the players like push your own limits and then some. You know, we're in DDR world now, but to see players still come back to not only one version but 2 versions prior and still be able to like crush your records to this day is absolutely insane. It is crazy work.
And it's a bit of an adjustment to make sometimes, you know, like it's really rough when you have these quality of life improvements that we had in Ace 3 with visual offset and then in World with more granular speed mods. And then coming back to Ace 2 Plus, which is not, it's not like going back to Max 2.
It's not that bad.
It's not that bad, but it's still an adjustment to make.
Yeah, some of those like creature comforts that you get in World, like if you start to rely on them, like the offset, or even like if you do use like the constant, like the constant sudden mod, it takes a little bit of like a mental adjustment to be able to work backwards to kind of tap into your roots previously on that.
And we've got our card draw here, which is unsurprisingly Blue Buster protected Firestorm Challenge. Dunk protected Possession 20th Expert. The tiebreaker is going to be Triple Cross, which is probably one of the more straightforward triple songs. I think it's easier than Triple Journey. And then Dunk vetoed Vanessa. Blue Buster vetoed Avenger.
I can see why we would do that.
Yep.
I could also see why you called them cowards, but...
No, this isn't even the draw. I was calling him a coward about it.
All right, so we just saw Blue Buster just put up some crazy numbers on this. But we have Dunk this time, who, in the time that he is out, that he's been sitting on the sidelines, he's been shadowing every single chart and watching along. So he has been staying about as warm as you can get, as short of stepping on the pad. And it is paying off in spades. He's only 1 to 2 points right behind Blue Buster this entire time. Only picking up a miss on one of the shots. Doing a good job of recovering from it.
All right, let's see if anybody's going to go for the meme this time. I think after seeing what happened with Bogo.
Oh, they're doing it.
Oh, he's going for it.
Yeah. All right, just watch where you step, watch where you step. Ah, there we go.
Oh, you don't.
You know what? They did the funny thing. He pushed the funny button.
And especially against somebody you just watched get 9 and a grade on it. Like, it's all fun and games. We do want to mess around, but, I also want to win. He's going to feel real bad if he ends up down by about 2.
But look how close the score is. Look at how much he's made up in that time. Only down by about 6.
I'm sure he'd love to have 3 EX back.
That's still crazy. All right, here we go. We're about to go into the last of the shock step jumps in the stream right between.
And this is such an awkward pattern.
Dunk doing an amazing job of carrying that, but Blue Buster is not letting them have it.
Yeah, Dunk down about 10.
Ooh, he hit a good right there, but it was still enough to stay up by 8. 16-60 to 16-52.
Yeah, so that one shock didn't make a difference, or those 2 shocks.
But, I mean, check out the scores. 25 two-piece from Duncan. 17-1 and 1 from Blue Buster.
If Dunk had hit a 3rd shock there, he'd be looking real salty at that result screen. Realizing like, oh, that's 9 EX.
But he does have a chance to bring it back. We are going to Possession 20th anniversary.
But this is something I think is going to be very comfortable for Blue Buster. He's somebody who really, really spends a lot of time in the lower difficulties. I mean, look at the scores he's got. He's got 5 on this.
Yeah, so hopefully, even though this was Duncan's protect, hopefully this can work out for him. This can work out in his favor. It's anybody's guess. I'm rooting for Duncan. I want to see more matches. That's just what it comes down to me. I would hate to see another player get knocked out because they were goofing. Because they were making it interesting for us. Making sure that DDR is not only for the competitive, but also for the people who just like to see some fun stuff every
Sure, yeah. I want to see more songs. I want to see close matches. I want to see people who are favored to win a song look at the result screen at the end and go, huh. Well.
All right, they're tapped in. Here we go. So right now we are tied. As you did mention, Blue Buster is favored in this. but this was Duncan's pick, so there is not going to be much room for either player to breathe in this one.
And they're Blue Buster up by 1 point so far.
And
back to
gets the
tied.
speed up. All right, trading points back and forth. As we get into the clap from chat.
That good. A little suspicious of a good.
But he's making it back up.
He's keeping right up with him.
Point difference.
10 back. It's real easy to pick up perfects in the triplet part, so let's see if Dunk can stay locked in. And he's just got to hope that Blue Buster his struggles to find the window. It's a long shot, but it's what he's got.
Blue Buster is locked in, just picking up one perfect right there.
Blue Buster's going to take it by 5 with the PFC.
Right. So just like that,
14 to 16 and a good.
Woo.
Close.
Still close.
Very close.
We did say it was going to come down just by a few points, and here we are. But unfortunately, Duncan gets knocked out.
And that brings us to top 3. We'll be going over to the winner's bracket side.
But before we move on, chat, everyone give it up for Dunk for representing Team Heron, putting in some masterful work, the finest of work this weekend. Going out.
Give us just 1 second here so we can adjust the draws.
Okay. Chat, I hope you are ready. We are looking at one of these two is going to be moving on to your grand finals. Winner sides, the best position to be in, if you will. Minimum second place.
Yeah, getting a win here means you're going home with second place, worst case scenario. And even taking second is going to be kind of a long shot because it means you've got to lose another 2 sets. You got to get the reset.
Yeah, it's such a strong position to be in grand finals on the winner's side.
It really is.
Because even if you do, kind of maybe like have a moment, kind of, I wouldn't use the word choke, but kind of get outgunned, if you will.
Yeah.
You have to rely on that other person, whoever's on the loser's side. They're coming from the loser's finals match. So they're either gassed at that point, or if they do run it back against you, that's their stamina. That's a stamina hit that they have to take.
Exactly. Like, whoever loses in this match, even if they get the bracket reset on you, they're going to have played 4 high-level, ultra-competitive matches in a row.
Woo, but look at this. We're so happy. We got Prana Revolutionary Addict, Hades Challenge, London Challenge. Rejecting Shiny World, or the tiebreaker Shiny World, we rejected Antimatter and Max Period. So, as we said, this is a best of 5. First to 3 takes it. All right, so we look at it.
Yeah.
It looks like...
And that's what I was talking about, the cowardice. I wanted to see Max Period Challenge played.
I think we've had enough Max Period for the day.
We have not. No.
Okay, that's strong opinions, but you are allotted those in this country.
And Prana plus Revolutionary Addict as a protect from flip is pretty unusual. That's not necessarily something that I would consider a lot of players to think is in their wheelhouse. It's really drifty sync. It's an awkward chart.
It's often vetoed. You don't get to see it played that much.
Yeah, you don't see it protected a whole lot. We're so happy for these players. It's going to be a pretty straightforward just MA battle. It's going to be a matter of staying in the window, staying consistent.
Yeah, their records are within 6 perfects of each other, so it's just going to come down to a battle of who lets the amount of perfect streak out the least, you know?
Yeah, exactly. It's just going to be a matter of, you know, in the syncopated yellow sections or in some of the longer streams, who's just not quite as locked in.
And it looks like they are both locked in, 2 points between each other.
And we'll see after this box run. Packrob up 1.
Yeah. Flip let a couple of perfect slip right there. But they're both locked in. They have punched in, folks. They are here to put in work, and that's exactly what they're doing. Still keeping it within 1 point of each other as we go up into 375. Still in the goal combo for both of them. 1 point.
Packrob up 2 now. We'll see again at this break here. A little dishwashing run. Packrob up 2. And Packrob's not hitting everything perfect. He's making some mistakes here and there, but Flip is too. He's just not able to capitalize.
All right, this is going to be it. Let's see who can hold on to the longest.
Packrob up, looks like 2 or 3. Flip's really got to lock in here. He cannot afford any more perfects.
All right, here we go, chat. And
Packrob takes it by 2.
2 points.
And that's probably only about 30, 35 between them.
Of
Not
less
even,
than
24.
13. Packrob locked in on the timing, 5 fast, 6 slow.
Yeah, and like I said, there were times where you'd see Packrob pick up 2, and you look over and see Packrob pick up, and see Flip pick up 3. And it's just like that,
Just kept
that
on going
was
back
the
and forth.
moment. That was the moment that you had to grab. But yeah, with Flip protecting this and then Paranoia Hades after it, I mean, these are rough. These are 2 rough songs. Like, comparatively, London A is going to be easy.
Yeah, when you look at this whole entire thing. Oh, tail of the tape. Flip with the better PFC of 27.
And it's an old score, too.
At that. Packrob, you know, significantly different. But again, we're talking about old scores here.
Exactly. And you know, with how drifty Prana plus Rev Addict is, for those who don't know, this was from a live performance that happened after a KAC one year.
Yes.
And that's why the changes back and forth between Prana and Rev Addict here, like, don't 100% sync up. Because it was Yuichi live DJing it, Yuichi DJ mix. So, you know, when you're DJing, there's these tiny little drifts, almost like you're playing something live.
Yeah, and they
But then when you step that, that's a little bit obnoxious to try to do.
All right, let's see how they handle this, I guess you could say this DDR jazz, if you will. All right, and just two between the 2. Flip finally breaking his MFC right there at about 65. They are locked in, folks.
Yeah, they're tied.
All right, Flip let a couple of perfect splits on that burst section that was right there. Still down by about 4. Oh, Flip gave himself a great. He kind of went a little extra on the ghost step right there.
But he's still up 1. Oh, down 1.
Flip picked up another great right there, which gives Packrob about a 10-point lead. Oh, and just like that, he actually came back.
Yeah, again, with the weird sync changes and style changes of the chart, it's real easy to just suddenly pick up several perfects. But Packrob's staying in the lead. Packrob up about 10 at this point. That's going to be real hard for Flip to make up.
Packrop is just...
And picks up a miss at the
Ooh, but
end,
still
but it
holds
didn't
on.
matter. He'd built enough of a cushion up there to take that miss.
Almost let that slip, but 33 and 1 miss,
That's
37 and 4. That's pretty respectable.
33's a little bit better than 76. It's a little bit better.
Numbers rule, guys.
Numbers doing the heavy lifting this weekend.
Oh, but we are going to go down to Hades.
Hades challenge, which
Some would say the best June song.
who would?
Ooh, I felt that.
Because I want to talk.
I felt that. I felt that through the mic. All right, so we have seen the challenge. We've seen the expert of Hades this weekend, but have not seen the challenge. So this is going to be a delight for some of you who have never seen this chart before. Ooh, I see the spicy opinions. Look, it is the best June song.
I mean, I like it. I would not say it's my favorite June song.
I
but
like
do
it too. I just don't feel right saying it's the best June song. It's just something doesn't sit right with me saying it. It does get me hyped though. All right, both of them taking a breather, wiping the sweat off.
Yeah, Packrop just dripping.
Packrob's glasses, he has put in so much work. His glasses are fogging up, actually. All right, tapped in.
Yeah, Flip's PB here is almost certainly very out of date.
Packrop looking to seal the deal and
Punch his ticket to the final.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. We are starting off.
Packrop on 2.25. That's pretty speedy. He's bracketing this. He was bracketing those turns.
And it's working out. He is maintaining the lead by only about 2 to 3 points right now. Still sitting on that gold combo. Flip picked up a miss, but still right behind. It is, with this song, it is anyone's game, especially when we get to the slowdown. It's real easy to rush that, and you have the jacks. There's just so much going on in this song.
There is, and see Packrop pick up a couple misses in those crossovers, so Flip's got about a 10-point lead. But this slowdown here is a real easy place to just read something wrong, start on the wrong foot. And then you got a double step through the triplet spin jacks coming.
All right, here we go. The jazzy part.
Packrop back up about 10.
Yeah, Packrop picking up with some grace. You kind of see he kind of lost his balance on that jack right there.
Yeah, he was really putting his body into it.
Yeah, he's still maintaining the combo though.
All right.
Still keeping within 5 points, striking distance.
Now we got to go through this end run. And Flip double stepping this and really losing ground.
And Packrop
comboing that whole ending.
Packrop moving on to winners to grand finals. Knocking Flip down to losers finals.
3-0.
Woo, a swift 3-0. Doesn't have to go to London A or Shiny World. None of that. 80-13, 2-2. 92-18, 3-3. Impressive showing by both players. Flip doing an amazing job keeping Rob to...
Oh, yeah, he made Rob earn those.
He made him work for it every single time. There was no blowout. Still kept him within about 10 points on every single song. Absolutely insane. GG's to both players. Thank you for putting on the show. We're going to see Flip
immediately back up on the stage.
Yeah, heading back to get that card draw popping off. Whereas Packrop is...
He's going to get to take a little breather.
Yeah,
go get some water.
Go over there and celebrate with the New York crew rolling on through. Love to see this. Love to see this. Chat.
Let's take a look where we are in the bracket now.
How did we get here?
So we're going to have Flip and Blue Buster.
Yes, coming right off of his 2-0 win up against Dunk. I'm going to lose it if Firestorm pops up.
If Firestorm Challenge comes up again, that will be 3 straight matches for him. That would be a little bit stupid.
I would, if someone said collusion in chat, I'd go, you might be onto something.
I mean, we didn't hear him shout like, let's go or anything like that.
You can usually tell by the audible cues from the attendees of like, are you serious? This is happening right now.
Yeah, you remember that happening at Upbeat when Degris came up in the draw for Hudson? We just heard it shouted from across the room, and everybody went,
You can't be serious.
Great, okay.
It happened again at CEO this year, where, hey, guess what comes up into the card draw that is specifically just for this person, and it is Degris. Oh, great.
Yeah, Vide's making a good point in chat. Maybe Blue Buster will trick Flip into sitting and getting shocked too.
I mean, that is now the tech. That could be the new strat, right? Like, luring them into a false sense of security. It's like, hey, bro, you're trying to meme it up. You're trying to meme it up for the homies. You tap those 2 shock arrows. I will take that.
Yeah. Take any inch you can get at this point.
A W is a dub.
Yep.
Like, who cares?
Still waiting to see what the draw is. They're still going through it and doing the protects and everything.
All right, but while we are getting ready to go into the final stretches of this tournament, chat, give yourself a pat on the back. Show yourself some love. I always like to say, be nice to everyone out there, but be nice to yourself. Give yourself a pat on the back for hanging out with us this whole entire weekend. Treat yourself to some water, some tea, some coffee, depending on where you are in the world. All I'm saying is DDR is for the people, and the people like to stay healthy and happy. So do nice things for yourself. Self-care. Self-care doesn't have to be a massage or a spa. It could even just be like, you know what I want right now? A nice toasted sandwich. Sometimes giving yourself a sando is self-care, and don't let anyone else tell you otherwise.
I mean, self-care is usually just giving yourself what your body asks for. Although sometimes your body is a spoiled child and just wants candy and alcohol. And
you know what?
We can't always give it what it wants.
Sometimes you just gotta look at yourself and be like,
you don't need that.
I don't really need this Jolly Ranchers to go along with this vodka. That's just a bad idea. Self-care is also sometimes not letting yourself, run off of a bridge. Proverbially, of course, metaphorically.
Self-care is sometimes telling yourself no.
I'm glad that I can inception the urge for a nice crisp sando into some of your brains, chat, right now. Because depending on whether you're getting rained on or if you're in a cozy mood, a good grilled cheese sandwich, especially with the toasted edges, that's love right there.
Yeah.
Self-care is sometimes saying not to spit on that thing, but it is Hawktober. So, instead of spitting on that thing, we got to spook on that thing. We got to get spooky on that thing.
That's a sentence.
Oh, man. I'm sorry, Dad. It's just what the cool kids are saying right now.
Wow.
All right, so we are queuing up this card draw, and I'm getting little snippets. I can't wait for chat to react to this one. This is going to be a spicy one. It's going to be spicy.
All right. It's going to take a second here to get the card draw up and ready to go, but it's just about there. We're seeing a couple repeats. Some things that Flip is probably not too unhappy about.
Oh, new decade.
Flip with the 37 perfect PB and Blue Buster with 11.
Jeez. All right, we're locked in. Chat, tap in as well. I hope you got your self-care nearby, whether it's a sandwich, it's water. We're going to need this. Let's go.
Again, one of those songs that's just going to come down to the ending.
All right, both players with the knowledge on this one. Breaking 100 combo. Blue Buster still sitting on that. Glistening white combo right now. Finally breaking at about 145. Still holding on to the PFC. Tied with his PB right now.
I heard the whoa start to come out of your mouth as the perfect appeared on the screen.
Oh, and Flip picking up 2 greats.
Blue Buster just making those turns look effortless. Buster already having a pretty sizable lead of about 20, but again, it's going to come down to that slowdown at the end.
Flip only picking up one perfect in that entire section right there. The Blue Buster not giving him anything to work with as we're going to get ready to head into the next slowdown. All right,
and Blue Buster's gonna take this. The PFC. Woo! Duncan just yelled in the background, Elliot, stop! 17.
Cheese and rice, folks. Woo, Shebus.
And as you see the rest of our set, we have Typhon coming in.
Ooh, and then Revolution.
And Revolution Challenge.
And
then if we make it past that, Glitch Angel Expert and Revolutionary, Prana plus Revolutionary Addict again.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. So we saw Typhon a little bit earlier on. This is one of those songs that I use the fun description of, there's always songs out there that have a little bit of everything. You know, but everything is a nice term where, you know, everything can be the good stuff, the fun stuff, but Typhon is more of like an everything of all of like the wacky, obnoxious tech.
Yeah, it's not the everything bagel. It's the jungle juice.
Typhon is the jungle juice.
The jungle juice of the
DDR
17
party.
folder.
If the 17s were hosting a rager, Typhon is the jungle juice.
Typhon's the person that nobody told about the party. But it showed up anyway, and everyone's like, I thought you weren't going to tell them.
Oh, and that's a good point. This is the old sync one, too. So that means that like someone was like throwing Jaeger in it.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here we go. Blue Buster looking to go up 2-0. Remember, this is a best of 5, so we still got one more to go minimum. I know Blue Buster would love to be in that position. That's a power position to just have 2 up on them and put the pressure over on Flip.
And you know that Flip does not want to end his day with 6 straight losses.
No,
he does not want that.
It's not a good way to go out, but Blue Buster kind of had a little bit of trouble on those foot switches right there. Kind of like overshot it a little bit right there.
It's very easy to do it. They're very fast.
But making up for it, only 3 behind Flip. Oh, Flip crushing that right before the slowdown, only picking up 1 perfect. But Blue Buster managed to squeak out a little bit of a lead right now by about 5.
He's up 5. There shouldn't be too much of a change here in this slowdown.
Yeah, he picked up a great though, so we're now down to about 2.
We'll see with the syncopated pattern at the end of this section here. It's real easy to just rush things. Yep, see right there.
Down
Blue
by
Buster up 1. Staying close. Oh, Flip 3. Flip just nailed that run.
that.
Flip is locked in. So is Elliot. Flip's only up by 3.
Right, let's see. They're tapped in. There's still a little bit more song left to go. Anything can happen.
Flip's built a little bit of a lead. This last run's gonna make it.
And he
Holds on.
Up by 17.
He's up.
2105
Ooh.
to 2022.
Elliot's looking a little bit pained.
Yeah, he definitely needed that because that was Flip's pick. And then back to back. So there is a chance.
55 and 4 is pretty good.
Not bad. It's pretty strong.
All right. So Flip avoids the sweep.
Fires back. Now we're on to his pick of a Revolution Challenge.
And looking at the PBs, again, old scores, but Even if they're comparably old scores, Flip still got the edge here.
Yeah, I'm sure Elliot's going to want to take a kind of a mental reset after that one. Granted, it was Typhoon. It is an intense. It's a very intense song, especially compared to Revolution, which tends to be a little more tail end heavy.
Yeah.
In terms of difficulty and the complexity of it. Right there. Flip is locked in and ready to go. They dap it up. Blue Buster locks in. Here we go. Match number 3, Revolution Challenge.
Kev both saying that Revolution is the Mai Tai of the 17s folder. I'm not sure what that means.
We'll come back to that a little bit later. All right, Flip picking up one perfect early on, but still maintaining within 1 point. That's the only perfect he has held on to, and now we are tied.
Yeah, this is another one of those songs that it's going to come down to the ending primarily. Like they've got a couple of those longer runs earlier on, but it's a matter of, in particular, being able to transition in the end from the triplet runs into the long 16th note run when you have no base to go to. So really what you want to do is build as much of a lead as you can in the air quotes easy parts.
Yeah, especially when you face those step jumps right there into those jacks, and Flip picks up a great. However,
one at the stop.
He had enough of a buffer that it didn't get too far ahead of him. Still within 1 point of each other.
Elliot doing all those fancy turns. Flip still up exactly 1.
All right, this is going to be just kind of the recalibrate, because this is all you get.
And they are dead tied. Flip up by about 3.
Flip absolutely crushing that first freeze. He got these bursts.
Picks up a great there, but he's still building and maintaining that lead. All right, let's see when they go to the 16th out of this run. Oh, Flip just crushed it.
My God.
Absolutely crushed it. Flip
2350. Incredible.
Flip has woke up. 25 and 2.
Gee, just a casual 25 with the 2-piece left on the table. 40-10, 1 and 3 misses from Blue Buster. Flip is trying to get that salty run back against Paclob. That's what it sounds like.
Oh yeah,
to
Flip's
me.
mad. Flip doesn't want to be in the losers bracket.
All right, so as we go ahead and get a little bit of a breather as we reset.
That's it. See you next time on the...
After the 3 songs, we're going to go ahead and badge back in, tap back in. This is definitely Blue Buster's time to kind of like, recalibrate, reset, change his mental. Glitch Angel is his pick. It is a little bit more of a straightforward 17. Straightforward, of course. It's 17 straightforward.
Yeah.
But compared to the first 3 songs, it's a little bit less hectic.
It's interesting though that Blue Buster vetoed We're So Happy.
I could probably see that, seeing how, as we saw.
Flip just played it recently and did real well.
Maybe
Elliot's thinking, he's just played it. He's refreshed on the sync.
Yes.
I don't think I'm going to get 10 on it right now. I can see that decision.
On top of the fact that almost every song, up until very specific points, Flip has always been within a few points of him.
Yep.
And We're So Happy is not a song that you want to have that much of a buffer up against.
Yeah, not a song you want to give anybody any room with. So yeah, Glitch Angel coming up. Elliot is looking a little bit tired. And like you said, Glitch Angel, a little less demanding of a 17 than most, mostly just from the fact that it's a relatively slow 17.
Yep.
It's much more technical, which plays into Elliot's strengths, as we see by his 7 perfects PB.
Casual lucky 7 right
Okay,
there.
well now I know why we went with Glitch Angel instead of We're So Happy.
I mean, I would too, right? Right, so just like, wait a minute. Flip with a PFC as well, at least on this card at the last time that he played Ace 20 plus 40.
40, which respectable.
Still a solid score to have on this song.
Yeah. Nothing to shake a stick at. What does that saying even mean? Nothing to shake a stick at. What the hell does that even mean?
It's one of those old-timey sayings of saying that it's like, it's nothing impressive, like, you know, nothing to just be like, yeah, look at this, whoa. I mean, you know, that doesn't come across well, you know, on the audio for the chat, but just imagine that I'm just like, whoa, big.
Got the palsy shake.
Oh. All right, speaking of shake, we're going to shake. Here we go. Blue Buster looking to shake off the mental damage right there of the previous, and he is only within 1 point. It's still early.
Down 1, but there's so much technical stuff going on in this chart.
And we are tied. Both players are dialed in. Tuned to that offset, only a couple of perfects between the two.
Neck and neck.
And you have Flip playing this on mirror, actually. Good player to Blue Buster playing the vanilla, up by
3, so 4.
4 now. He did pick up a perfect right there. 3 points. Into the jack section. Ooh, Flip picked up some string of perfects. So
Blue Buster got a miss, so
2 points.
Oh, and then Flip picked up the miss.
And a great on the turn.
And Blue Buster takes it by 17.
Yeah, just kind of got a little lost in the sauce, if you will, right
Again,
there.
14 and a miss. We see why Elliot went with this as his
Brother.
protection.
With a 6 and an 8. So 2-2.
And especially right after 3 other 17s.
Impressive.
Two
Absolutely
of them
crazy.
Two of them being pretty stamina intensive 17s.
Okay, chat. I said I wanted more DDR. I said I wanted more matches. I'm not saying I had anything to do with it, but there is a thing called manifesting. And we're manifesting the final song. Somebody is going to grand finals.
And again, look at their PBs real close to one another.
Oh my God, 3. Between 3 perfects between each other. Insane. So, will Blue Buster come all the way from down there in the we say, what did we say, the only hope of Missouri to up against Flip, who wants to get that salty run back up against Pac Rob? I don't know. Either way, I'm just here for a good time. This is DDR for you. This is DDR for me. This is DDR for the people. This is for all of us. Partake. It's a good time. I'm excited for this. This is going to be nuts. It's going to be close. Flip just actually played the song.
He did.
All right, they're locked in, chat.
All right.
Here we go. Eyes open.
Somebody going to grand finals, and somebody's done.
Flip picking up one perfect around about 45. Now we have both broken the gold combo, so we are tied. Nailing those jump section right there.
Flip only up by 1.
Does a good job nailing that section.
Blue Buster picked up a few more perfects. Still within 3.
All right, and Flip actually not ghost stepping this time. Remembered his mistake before, so still holding on to that combo. Still held on to the lead by about 3 points. But Elliott handling this with the finest of work right here. They are tied. Yeah, Elliott only picked up 1 perfect through that entire section before the burst.
He said neither of them wants to be the one going home right now. They're
Eyes
just
open, eyes
balling.
Unbelievable. This is crazy.
Oh my God!
Flip punches his ticket, getting that salty run back
By 1!
1 point. Absolutely
30 to 31.
crazy work. We said it was going to be close. 1 point though? 1 point though.
And also, just seeing a dual PFC on Prana plus Rev Addict,
Yo, my God,
Like,
31.
there's so many points. So many points in that chart where it's so easy to make a tiny mistake, to forget that something is leading you into a trap.
Chat, you want to talk about locked in on a level that you could teach a master's level course on. That was it. Good games to both players. Shout out to both players for giving us this beautiful feast of DDR right here.
Oh my God,
What an
that's
incredible
wild.
match. My God.
Oh, Jesus.
Woo, GG's. Shout out to Blue Buster. Shout out to Elliott for coming all the way from down south, giving us this good love this weekend.
And what's Flip's reward?
Ooh,
He gets to go play Pack Rob again.
We get to see it. You know he's hungry. He's pining right now.
He's feeling a lot better after that match, I bet. Especially, going down 2 for the reverse sweep. Oh, no, that's not all it was. He went down 2-0, took 2 back. That's right.
Yeah, and I'm sure, like the pressure. There's something to be said about the pressure of like, okay, crap. I was down 2, then this. Ooh, I have to get this.
And-
like that must-win situation.
And in that situation, all you got to do is win one song. You win one song, you get a chance to play another.
Yes.
And that's what he did. Clawed his way back. He's making his way back to grand finals, play Pack Rob again. And I know he wants a different result this time.
Oh, absolutely. And then you also have to think about just the aspect of he has to get 2 sets of 5.
He sure does. He's going to have to play 2 sets. He just played 2 rough sets.
How fitting are we that we are in the city that basically is located on a mountain, on the side of the mountain and the valley? Because that hill that Flip is going to have to climb is as steep as that highway
I was
over
like,
there.
where are you going with this?
Oh, come on now. Climbing the mountains of Allegheny to get the PFC and the gold and the W. The Steel City battle, baby. This is where we're at. This is what we've been waiting for this entire weekend. It has all come down to this right here. I gotta hydrate because, oh my God.
I almost tried to drink through my mask. That would not have been a fun experience.
That is not how barriers work, my friend. Barriers work
You
to
can do it. It's not like this is solid. It's permeable.
I mean,
Just would have been miserable.
Just because you like to casually waterboard yourself does not mean that it is an effective way to moisturize your body. I'm just saying.
It will end up moisturizing not my insides. It'll just end up all over me.
You know, you're just all you're doing is just running through the sprinkler, proverbially. You know, it's technically not summer anymore. You don't need to like splash yourself just to cool off or anything like that. It is quite toasty in here.
It's definitely a bit cooler outside. I saw Elliot just go outside and immediately like jump a little bit. It's probably like 60, 55 degrees.
There's an app for that, and currently that app says
Live weather report from
Live weather
Mario.
report. You know, for free. You get this for free despite every single one of you having an app for that.
71 degrees with some incoming showers.
A little bit of a drizzle. So yeah, oh yeah, after all of that, stepping outside and get like a light misting on yourself has got to feel incredible. And to be real, you know, even just going down by 1 point, he should still feel incredible.
Oh yeah, that was a great away. All it was, like I said, Prana Plus Rev Addict has so many places to make a mistake, and all it takes is you to be turned the wrong way, and you have to like toe heel a gallop and pick up a great doing it. That was how close it was.
And that's not even one of those things where it's like you can't even blame like your placement or execution. It's just
hard.
That was
It's
almost
just
by
difficult.
chance, like to be that close. That's when you have like a song that's like 760 something steps, like
Yeah.
that. That's like margin of error right there.
Yeah, exactly.
So, woo, incredible. GG's once again to Blue Buster, going out at third place this weekend, putting an incredible showing. But I'm excited to see what this card draw looking like, y'all. I'm excited to see what has this weekend come down to. Are we going to see Pac Rob clutch it out in a smooth 3-0? Is Flip going to give him a little bit of that work? Or are we going to see that run back, that reset action, and get us our full dessert of DDR?
It's gonna be tough if we do. I mean, if Flip can reset the bracket on Rob, that still means he's got to win another 3 songs.
Yeah, and you know, when we look at that last match, the last time that they went up against each other, you know, we were ending on Hades. So the card draw is going to be the difference maker in all of this. And we have producer Kim over there queuing up that card draw.
And like Ambone says in chat, Flip can do it. Flip's fully
Absolutely.
capable of taking 2 in a row.
Like there's
Fully capable.
there's nothing so far that has shown that like Flip is incapable or lacks the skill or even some of the knowledge checks on the songs to be able to run this back and take the whole thing.
It's just going to be the RNG of what comes up.
Exactly, and then having to do it twice. You know, not to say that you're going to ride the card draw, but like it just takes maybe like a couple of songs placed next to each other just to put you in a weird position, and that goes for Rob too, right? You know, Rob definitely has been, as I've seen him, I've been bumping into him more outside of tournaments, just traveling. He's been grinding the 18 folder a lot.
Rob has been grinding. He's been showing up a lot on the world records for DDR World.
Yeah, so he's really been in the zone locked in. So there definitely is going to be an advantage to some of those 18s for Rob. And I'm curious as to what it's going to look like. So we are starting off, actually.
Riot of Color.
Yeah. Both players with the PFC on
38
this one.
to 14. And we're about to get that card draw shown to us. And we got Riot of Color from Pac-Ra protected. Flip protecting Pluto the first.
Oh, geez.
Pac-Ra protecting Lacrima Challenge.
After
We're going to
that,
see a 19.
After that, if it's not a 3-0, we have Be a Hero and then High and Low for the tiebreak. Vetoing Tokyo Evolve 2 and Relinquish CSP.
All right. Well, I
So-
feel like it's been a little bit since we've seen a 19 in a tournament.
Yeah, it's not really something that, it's not so much that you don't see them anymore, it's just They avoid them if they can, and if they do have to play it, it just becomes a matter of like, where is it placed? Because usually most of the 19s that tend to get picked by some form of coincidence end up being one of the first songs in like that in the card draw.
Exactly.
So it usually just becomes all right, how far can I get?
Waiting for somebody to give up, and they go, yeah, I'm not doing this.
Yeah, because there's no point in wasting your stamina this early. All right, grand finals, tap in, chat, let's go. And Pack Rob reading this at 4.5, quite fast.
He's speedy.
Mans is schmoving. And it is working out for him as he is at 85, still with that white combo, breaking a hundo. It's about a 10-point lead as Flip does pick up a grade. Packrob finally breaking that white combo to about 145.
Yep, the slowdown coming up has some hard-to-read patterns. They're just kind of a repeat of what we already saw, but it's easy to misread them. It's easy to kind of forget what it's doing. Packrob up 15 already.
Ghost stepping this freeze section right there, helping his timing.
Ooh, picking up a great though, trying to cheat that turn. But Packrob's still at 25. It's going to be pretty difficult for Flip to come back from this.
Yeah, Packrob is on a tear, only picking up one perfect in that pair of strings right there.
And I think Packrob's going to take this one pretty comfortably. Yep, by about 18 EX.
1573 to 1581. 18-1 from Packrob, 34-2 from Flip.
Packrob got the fake PFC there with the 99980.
Ooh, we love those. The technical boys. But Flip protect of Pluto the First.
54. But the thing with Pluto the First is it's something that's real easy to lose familiarity with if you don't play it regularly. It's so janky. So janky.
And I could hear Rob and Flip talking it over, and he was just like, yeah, this, the challenge is one of my favorite 18s, but this expert. So they are both going to go ahead and grab
some water.
Yes. About time. I've wanted to make an announcement this weekend. One of the things when you travel a lot and you TO a lot is you try to think of ways to like accommodate these players, especially ones that are where they're at now, where they've been playing for hours at this point, playing high-level songs. So you want to have water. I always bring a massage gun, towels, fans nearby, whatever, because when you really boil this down, they are literally effectively just doing like a short little sprint marathon, just over and over and over again. This is basically high-level athletics going on here. We've already seen an event where we had a player like go down with cramps. Dehydration is something scary to worry about. It's impressive, but we want these players to be able to play again. We want them to play for as long as possible. As long as the skill level competes. We want us to reward them, but they reward us in return. And we're going to go ahead and see that. As we go into this next song, Flip's Protect of Pluto the First expert.
Flip picking up 2 greats right away, though.
Both players nailing the first slowdown, the first stop. Some spicy ghost steps.
Packrob already taking a bit of a lead, though.
It's still early. Anything can happen.
Yeah, again, it's there's a whole lot of spots that it's easy to mess up if you're not really thinking what it's supposed to be doing.
Backdrop still sitting on that PSC.
And up about 25.
Yeah, Flip only picking up 2 perfects in that last set of the burst screens right there. Going through the slowdown.
But Rob's not giving him anything to work with. Yeah, Packrod's still maintaining at about 30-point lead. Ooh, might be the chance. Ooh. Packrod made some mistakes, but Flip couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, he had enough of a buffer. It got real hairy right there as 2 of the misses and most of those goods came from that last section right there. You saw about like a 30-point drop. But like I said, he had enough of a buffer to do it. So Pack Rob still sitting on that 2-0 in a really good position as we go to our first 19 of the tournament. And we're going to have to reset because neither player has this unlocked. So you know what's coming out?
It's Sandblow time.
That's Sandblow for the homies. Casual Sandblow on stream, y'all. Sandblow moments. All right, the coin flip for who runs Sandblow. All right, Pack Rob's going to run it. Here we go. All right. A real hard in a rock place for Flip right now. Needs to win 3 straight to stay in this tournament. So I'm not going to say the odds are against him, but you got to imagine you're at the bottom of the hill looking up, seeing that that's where you need to go and going, well.
Yeah, and as we saw in the beginning of Paranoia Hades Challenge, Rob's pretty good at conserving efforts while still maintaining accuracy.
And it's definitely going to be needed on this song. While this song is dense, it's fast, it's a foot speed nightmare of a chart. Flip has shown, if anything, in these last 2 matches that how good he is at just sneaking back up. You know, taking advantage of whenever the player does mess up. We saw it right there in Pluto the First. Rob, unfortunately, he had enough of a buffer.
He just couldn't make it up.
Yeah. You know, still stayed consistent, didn't fall prey to the same kind of, traps that he was having. All right, how fitting that we are in grand finals, and this is the first 19 of the tournament.
And potentially
the only one. All right, Lacrima, famous for being the KAC final song for Sound Voltex. And then transporting here to also being one of the hardest songs in the game. Chat, this is potentially your final match. Pack Rob looking to go 3-0 and win it. Flip looking to stay alive and keep the heat on Pack Rob. Here we go.
Dead tie right at the end of that first intro.
Impressive. Both of them scoring a grade at the same point. Pack Rob picking up his first miss.
The one thing that's rough is normally in a 19 like this, you're going to want to conserve energy to some degree. You're going to want to expend exactly as much effort as you need to win. Flip does not have that luxury. Flip needs to play this as hard as he can, as long as he can, and hope that Pack Rob makes too many mistakes, hope that Pack Rob decides to drop out.
Especially in this part coming up right here, you have these step jumps, then you're going to have the nightmare staircase.
And neither of them does terribly well there, but Flip does a little better.
Yeah, still maintains a little bit of his lead. It is shrinking a little bit. Pac Rob is making it up.
And they're both looked down, and they saw how close it is. And you know Pac Rob wants to put this away. He doesn't want to have to play another song after
He's
this.
hungry. He wants this.
He smells blood. Flip taking a big lead now. He's up almost 100. So Pac Rob's strategy now is probably just to force Flip to finish the song.
Yeah, I can actually look over. He's bracketing this right now.
Yep. But he's still bracketing effectively. He's not losing any ground. And Flip's going to take that pretty decisively.
My heart is full. I've been wanting to see a 19 to completion. I don't think I've seen one since Upbeat.
It's been a bit.
It's been quite a while. And how fitting. Flip goes ahead and takes it, stays alive. Needed that. Absolutely needed that. That was Pac Rob's Protect, and the odds were against him on that one.
Yep.
But he brought it out. So we're going to go to Be a Hero now, which was Flip's Protect.
Yeah.
So this may have been the change in momentum that was needed for Flip.
It might be.
As you say, he could have flipped the script, the table flip, insert your flip puns right there. I'm letting you
Flipping the script.
Oh yeah, I'm letting everyone else do the hard work. You know, you do the heavy lifting on this one.
No Bar Ben saying that at Mistaken Lake 5, Flip and him played over the period challenge.
That is true.
Listen, Mistaken the Lake 5 is entirely a blur to me. I remember.
I commentated that, and I'm still I'm still to this day remembering odd moments that happened as I go through people's vlogs from that week, and I'm like, oh yeah, that did happen.
Like I said, just a blur to me. There's so much going on that I have so little memory of.
It was super competitive on top of it as well. Just in every single tournament, it was so fun, and I can't wait till we have another tournament like that again. All right, so Be a Hero.
Yeah, Ari, I think that's like my brain protecting me. Just completely blacking out for the entirety of tournaments.
Self-preservation, if you will. So Be a Hero is it's a song that every single person in Uppers is familiar with. It's almost guaranteed that you're gonna roll it in card draw at some point. Whether or not you protect it or hold on to it is based on the fact of how good is my opponent at it, right? If you feel like, oh yeah, I can totally check them on this.
Yeah.
You're gonna hold on to that.
And how good are they gonna be at it right now? Again, right after getting through the 19, and even both players conserving energy by the end of it, it's still very taxing.
No doubt. Song 4, Flip, who is just coming off of a really intense setup against Blue Buster, so
yeah, exactly. So had a rough set against Rob, then a rough set against Blue Buster that he barely edged out by the slimmest margin. And now he's got to come back and do this. And the rest of this tournament, Flip cannot give Rob an inch.
Yeah, and and let's say that he does win up against it. Then you have high and low, in which
That's
margins,
a coin flip.
Yeah, the margins are going to be as tight as they could ever be.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Rob looking to seal the deal. Flip trying to keep that momentum to go up the hill and get that reset. All right, now both players still sitting on. Now they're sitting on that gold combo. 1 point difference between the two.
It's real hard to lock into the sync on Be a Hero since it's live recorded. Just tiny little changes in where the sync is throughout the song.
That and the song, besides right here, it doesn't give you a chance to actually do that. This song moves.
Yeah, it alternates between this really broken up stuff and then, these constant sections. Rob up by about 10 at this point. Flip's really got to lock in.
Yeah, Pack Rob is dialed in. He is in the sauce fully. Here we go. Shout out to Flip right there, only picking up one perfect.
Flip's clawing back, getting
Edging
close.
up.
Pack Rob got it good.
Got about 5. Yeah, Pack Rob picked up a good right there. Still 3-point difference.
Let's watch this run. Flip nailing it, and he's right there.
Still 3. Rob still holding the 3-piece.
Flip cannot afford any perfects right now. Might not be able to get there.
Let's see. Anything can happen.
Oh, by
Oh my God! It came down to it.
Oh my God, it came down to that grate. And Flip was there. Flip had locked in. Flip MFC'd that whole ending, didn't give him anything, and just couldn't get back into it.
What a way to go out, folks. You're Dahn Dahn right, Encore Extra Stage champion, Pack Rob, doing the damn thing. GG's to both players.
And yeah, typos right in the chat. Last 200 or so steps, I think I saw Flip get 1 perfect, but giving up all those early ones, you know.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
Woo! So yeah, there we have it. That is the finals. You are winner of Dahn Dahn right, Encore Extra Stage. Pack Rob, 2nd place going to Flip.
Third
Third,
place.
Blue Buster, and 4th was Dunk.
Yes.
Spaghetti Snail, the founding member of the PA Rhythm Gamers Discord, which
We clap it up. Shout out to Spaghetti Snail.
Yeah.
Bringing us all together in the Discord, the PA Rhythm Game Discord.
pizza, gatherings, the DDR, so that's actually quite thankful for him. He actually did all the awards. This was for.
I got it.
It was so sweaty, I could adhere to my pocket. He'll say it later. It's a local place in Scroll Hill that reuses metals, so when you take this, take a piece of bits back home with you. They're kind of arbitrary what these are, but
Dunk going home with the Dance Diva trophy. Because remember, all these trophies are repurposed.
St. Louis, Missouri. We got Blue Buster, Elliot, my you're the true dance champ. There you go. Okay. 2nd place. Okay. So TOs who are listening, stop underseating this dude. Sincerely, the guy that underseated this dude. We're gonna give 2nd place to Flip. It just says Flip. And this one is for the first place. It's just the biggest. That's fine. He played Be Your Hero, and then he became a hero. We got Pack Rob in 1st place. Watch it. Okay. A few more things while they take pictures. So they can pose. I'll take a few pictures here. So I feel like, okay, so this tournament series, I believe, exists in defiance of the things that it was meant for. I got a job here just to support this game that I love. We had to fight everything, including the actual hardware of the machine itself. So I feel like everything, but it still worked out quite well in the end. So because this event basically exists, again, in defiance of everything, I feel like it's important to shout out the people that literally made this possible, because that's the reason I did it.
Just so chat can hear you. Okay. Hey, chat, how you doing?
Yo. Drop some emotes in chat if you don't mind. Thanks to this happening because of the people. I wouldn't do this if it wasn't for the people. Obviously, this is a huge pain in the ass. However, because I did it and now it's over, I can award. How far does this go? Can you wheel that over here actually, so I can give them? Wheel that over here. Thank you. Let's go. Oh. Okay. All right.
It's not infinite,
So
unfortunately.
the remaining 5 here are going to go to what's up? I'm good. Okay, remaining 5. I believe they're all here. So let's. Okay, this first one's kind of a meme one, but it's actually very important that I give it out. So people who supported me from 2022 when this was just a one-day thing, it's just some guy who just nothing. I have no credentials. I still don't have any credentials, but they came then. This is like a 2-person award, so we're gonna have the power couple, Big Matt and Malia, come up here if you don't mind, please.
Yeah, clap it up, Big Matt, Malia.
Okay. This is like the head of some of the funny ones, and I thought it'd be funny to give that to you. Thank you for your support 3 years in a row, and whatever comes next, I hope you guys can come. So thank you. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So part of the reason I do this is for the energy. So there's a lot of people with great energy in Pennsylvania and surroundings. So when I do this, I know these people will come, and that's why I do it, because the energy that's going to come is going to be fantastic. So these next 2 are like energy-related awards, I guess. The first is Dodgeball Extraordinaire. I would like Dan H, to get up here, because I want to thank you for several years of support. Okay. Okay. This one says it was the 1999 Hornets, because you're playing, you get stung by, I guess, like a 3-piece on the other panel from like a 14. So here's your award for being I'm so thankful for you. Thank you very much. Okay. And knowing that Pennsylvania is quite a long state, left and right. Again, one of the people I do this for literally every year. The energy is, it literally cannot be replicated. And he has had, I believe, subpar, by his standards, several years in a row. Do not ever doubt this guy again. I need Milligram to get up here right now so I can. Hold on. Okay. This is the first place award because I think the Eagles make it first in the division this year. But if they don't, you got to give that back to me. So, okay.
I'll probably give it back.
Okay. Before I do what I think is so what I believe. Oh, you can pose. I think this one's very important because, so Ohio is a state that is next to us, and like I said, if you don't, so when you live next to Ohio and you're like, I have a tournament, people just kind of show up and start recording, which is really cool. This one, so there's a word on here I don't really know how to say super duper well. Okay, this is the Domestic Extemporaneous Speaking Award from 1995. Oak Park Hill Fall Classic. Okay, it's on a credit card, but this is my eternal thanks for doing this literally for free. And you actually got me coffee, so you're in the hole actually. So, please, gigantic for Ohio. Thank you. And this last one, this isn't like the biggest one, but this is the one that touched my heart the most. So in 2022, to walking through those doors, they have a community for this, to being criminally underseated, first tier, 2023. Now, I guess we get 14 STPs nowadays. The story, the ESPN 30 for 30 coming soon. Nathaniel Bias, get up here and accept the McKeesport YMCA swim team, because you swam through at least one pool. More to come. I appreciate you, buddy. Okay. The grand total of my pedometer for the weekend is 23 miles. That was me pacing mostly back and forth. I appreciate. That's it. That's all I got. I appreciate you guys. Thank you. And this is probably the last one, but I'm not done being involved in this. Obviously, if this is still A20 plus next year, I'll be here. But no matter what comes next, I hope it's with all of you. So thank you very much, and take care. Thank you.
No. You get up here. Now stay up there. What are you doing? You get to you think you can just like walk off in the sunset all humbly, throw your cape over. No, the reason for the season, the time is now. The reason that we are all here, this man not only decided to have a honeymoon, but decided to spend 10 days on the road to organize a tournament. And I wouldn't do that. Like, he is better than me. I love every single one of you. Like, I will risk my life for any one of you, but he is just built from a different set of pylons. I refuse to let you walk out here without getting your shine, getting your flowers. Everyone make some noise. Absolutely. This wouldn't happen without you. I am so grateful that not only could I be in attendance, but I could be a part of all of this from the beginning. I'm sure all the not only the Pittsburgh community, but also just all of the Pennsylvania rhythm game community is beyond grateful because you have given a lot of people a home, not only just with a tournament, but just all the memories that they're going to take with them, whether it has been from 2022 with the first one to now this entire weekend. It's such a beautiful thing that we can all collect here from all different walks of life, and that this wouldn't have happened without you. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm sure everyone else in here feels the same way. DDR is love. DDR is for the people. We got someone got a little surprise, some love.
Actually, may I have the mic? All right, Aaron, I'm gonna give you a gift. Okay. Fill you in a little bit on lore, specifically on this, just to preface it. Okay. So, like 10 years ago, I really wanted to be a singer-songwriter, and I read somewhere in a book that you kind of have to have like a piece of clothing that like you can kind of like have as a brand. And so I made my first hat out of lids like years ago, and then eventually that led to me printing out like 50 some odd hats, or it's like 75 hats on like 4 imprints, and I just had it in my closet for years. Eventually I was like, they were just sitting in my closet doing nothing, and so I decided to go to a rhythm game tournament in Ohio, Mistake on Lake 3, and just hand them out as like a way to like get myself like, to make friends in the community. So, with that said, that Pavlov lore started, I wanted to give Aaron a hat for his own because he's always been asking me for one, but I wanted to give him a special one with his name. Thank you for everything you do for Pittsburgh DDR. We really appreciate you from like getting us like decent pads to play on to just organizing all of this, Aaron. We love and appreciate you. Thank you so much.
All right, and with that, I think we're just about wrapped up. I think we're good. Thank you, everyone, for sticking with us on the theme. I don't have the earpiece plugged in, so I can't hear myself or anything else anymore.
You sound
That's going to be it. Thanks for watching. We're going to pack up and drive home as fast as possible.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Stay safe out there. Be nice to each other. Be nice to yourselves. Support your local rhythm game scene.